And Bohwai wasn't overly cautious, but since the movement began, he had witnessed some terrible incidents and had been reminded often by his daughter, making him more wary of the outside world. However, Old Fan's proposal truly struck a chord with him. Rare ancient books, famous paintings. If they were destroyed in a raid, it would be a huge loss. Just thinking about it made Bohwai's heart ache. He disregarded his family's objections back then, selling off family assets to collect antiques both domestically and internationally, driven by his passion. He couldn't bear to see those cultural treasures destroyed by war or lost overseas. Now, Bohwai's heart hasn't changed. Whenever he hears about rare ancient texts, he immediately forgets everything else. However, he has developed a habit of discussing things with his daughter first, so even if Manhwa doesn't come today, he will find time to talk to her. Manhwa could guess what was going on as soon as she heard. In this day and age, even the smallest detail can lead to serious consequences for a person or a family. Connecting the information she had gathered recently, Manhwa was sure that Old Fan's earlier suggestion to have his niece help Manhwa was actually orchestrated by Nyo Dague. Fortunately, she had refused at that time. With one plan failing, Nyo Dague devised another, setting a trap for Bohwai. This trap was indeed tailor-made for him. If they hadn't been keeping an eye on Nyo Dague and tracking his every move, Manhwa might not have seen this as a trap or considered Nyo Dague's involvement. "What's wrong, daughter?" Bohwai asked nervously. "Is there a problem?" "Of course there is." Manhwa explained everything to him. Cold sweat broke out on Bohwai's forehead. "That Old Fan. I treated him sincerely, and he wants to frame me." He went on about his relationship with Old Fan, saying he met him as soon as he arrived in Yun County and that they got along well. Old Fan was the only true friend he had there. Old Fan may have genuinely wanted to befriend you at first. That's probably why Nyo Dague thought to use him to set a trap for us, Manhwa suggested. Bohwai's mustache bristled with anger. "I will cut ties with him." "Absolutely." "Hold on, Dad," Manhwa smiled. "The rare books Old Fan showed you should be real, right?" Bohwai nodded confidently. "Of course they are. I have a good eye for these things." Manhwa also believed that since Nyo Dague wanted to bait a hook, he wouldn't use a fake lure. So, she could turn the situation to her advantage and take the bait. Manhwa leaned in and whispered to Bohwai. His eyes lit up for a moment, but then he hesitated. "Isn't this too dangerous? While I regret losing those items, our family's safety is more important than any material possessions." "Manhwa, Dad, as long as you do what I say, I promise we can successfully take his bait and leave without any trouble, leaving him empty-handed." Bohwai looked at his daughter's confident expression and asked, "Is this your husband's idea?" Bohwai's thoughts were reasonable. In his view, although his daughter had become more decisive, she still lacked social resources and power, so her husband must be helping her. Bohwai trusted his son-in-law's abilities. For example, when it came to hiding antiques, he would not have felt comfortable leaving them with his daughter without her husband's assistance. Manhwa understood her father's thoughts and nodded affirmatively. "That's right, it's his idea." Only then did Bohwai feel relieved. "Good, then we will do it your way."
Nyo Dague was overjoyed.
"Are you serious? Did the old man from the Yin family really agree?" Old Fan smiled wryly and nodded. "Absolutely true." Nyo Dague patted Old Fan on the shoulder. "Good. You did well on this task." Old Fan glanced at Nyo Dague's expression and nervously asked, "What about my son and daughter-in-law?" Nyo Dague chuckled. "Don't worry, once this is done, Fan Ling can not only return to work but also get promoted, and your daughter-in-law can go back to her job too." "Thank you, Director Nyo, thank you." Old Fan repeatedly expressed his gratitude, though his expression didn't show much happiness. Nyo Dague pondered for a moment and called in Li Guochao, who was waiting outside. Li Guochao greeted, "Leader," and nodded to Old Fan. "Uncle Fan." Old Fan responded hesitantly. Nyo Dague said, "Guochao, you see, I told you I wouldn't do anything to Fan Ling. Old Fan has no objections, so you should stop worrying about it." Old Fan was anxious. "I wouldn't dare, I have no objections." How could he have objections? His son and daughter-in-law's jobs were in Nyo Dague's hands. Li Guichao, as usual, was obedient. I was reckless before, leader. Please forgive me, and don't hold it against me. Niu was very pleased. Exactly, you are my person and the Fan family is your relative. Would I really go after your relatives? Li Guichao nodded eagerly, but a hint of malice flashed in his lowered eyes, waiting for an opportunity. Niu wanted to pressure Fan Ling to make old Fan do his bidding, but Li Guichao did not agree. He is not very close to the relatives of the Fan family, but he grew up with Fan Ling and considers him a childhood friend. He doesn't want the honest Fan family to get involved in dirty matters, so he went to plead with Niu. To his surprise, Niu slapped him without a word. Li Guichao was stunned by He realized Niu true nature, but he didn't expect Niu to treat him like a dog, hitting him without hesitation. Guichao, old Fan said that Manhwa has agreed to take those paintings and calligraphy. We will proceed with the plan as before, and you will lead the team to raid the house, Niu said confidently. Li Guichao hesitated. What if it ends up like last time, and we come back empty-handed? That would just bring trouble. Niu assured him, our plan this time is flawless. Even if we don't find anything, we are not directly confronting Xiaozheng. His father-in-law is just an old fool, and Xiaozheng has no reason to cause us trouble over him. It sounded good, but Niu was calculating. If this plan succeeded, he could blame Xiaozheng and gain favor with powerful figures. If it failed and angered Xiaozheng, he could just push someone else to take the blame. That's why he didn't want to face the situation himself, and instead sent Li Guichao to take the lead. As dusk fell, old Fan entered the small courtyard where Manhwa lived, carrying a blue cloth bundle under his arm, walking hesitantly. You're here? Come in, Manhwa said, feeling a surge of anger. He genuinely wanted to befriend old Fan, but old Fan was trying to harm him for his own gain. However, remembering his daughter's warning, Manhwa managed to suppress his emotions and kept a calm expression. Old Fan looked at Manhwa with complicated eyes, wanting to say something but hesitating. Manhwa asked, what's wrong? Have you changed your mind? If old Fan had a change of heart and left immediately, Manhwa could have forgiven him, but old Fan quickly shook his head. No. Manhwa sighed silently and walked into the house first. This is what I showed you before. Take another look, old Fan said, opening the bundle and laying it on the table. Manhwa put on his reading glasses and began to examine it carefully. 3 scrolls contained famous calligraphy and paintings, and 3 ancient books were tightly wrapped in soft cotton cloth. Manhwa unfolded them one by one, nodding as he looked. Indeed, these are all genuine items that old Fan had asked him to appraise before. Manhwa came out from the inner room and stood beside Manhwa. She carefully flipped through an ancient book and exclaimed, there's even a medical book that was said to have been lost since the Song dynasty. Which dynasty is this version from? Is there any research on it? Old Fan asked Manhwa, is there anyone else in your family? Manhwa replied, this is my daughter, not a stranger. She just came to visit me today. Old Fan nodded, not paying much attention. His task was simply to have Manhwa keep the items. He didn't care about anything else. Besides, Manhwa seemed like a delicate young lady, nothing special. Manhwa began to answer his daughter's question. There are indeed records. The original version of the medical book was destroyed during the wars of the Song dynasty. Although there have been several versions since, they all have some missing content. As he spoke, Manhwa pointed to the book on the table, a bit excited. This one is the most complete version, containing 32 prescriptions, and it was written in the Southern Song dynasty, making it the closest to the original version that was destroyed. It might even be a complete replica of the original. Manhwa was not a medical scholar, but he was excited because the author of this medical book was a famous healer in our nation's history. For thousands of years, his name has been ingrained in our cultural heritage. Therefore, this book is not only a representative work of traditional medicine but also a carrier of our national culture. Its value is immeasurable. In addition, the other 2 ancient texts and 3 paintings were also created by well-known figures. Old Fan suggested that these items could be exchanged for food stamps, which explained why Bo Huai was so eager. If this were before the liberation, even a price of 200,000 silver dollars would have caused many people to fight over them. And Hua thought to herself that Niu de Gui was indeed willing to spend a lot to achieve his goals. She naturally didn't believe these items originally belonged to the Fan family. Old Fan was just a private tutor before the liberation, and his daughter-in-law's family was merely a small landlord, so they could not possibly own such precious artifacts. And Hua was correct. The paintings and ancient texts were indeed provided by Niu de Gui. However, Niu de Gui didn't understand much about them. He simply instructed Old Fan to pick from the warehouse, stating that he could choose anything as long as it could impress Bo Huai. Old Fan had some insight and knew what Bo Huai liked, which is why he selected the most valuable items from the warehouse. Old Fan lowered his head and said softly, "If you like the items, then let's go according to what we discussed earlier. Actually, the amount of money or supplies is not the main concern. I'm just worried that one day my family might face trouble and I won't be able to protect these items. If those people come and damage them, it would be a huge loss." And Bohai glanced at his daughter and replied, "I understand what you mean. You want to hand them over to me for the sake of protecting the artifacts. But I also know that your son and daughter-in-law are having some work issues, and life might be tough for them. If I just give you money, you might not be able to buy the supplies you need. I have a suggestion. Let me know what you think." Old Fan was taken aback and asked, "What suggestion?" And Bohai said, "From now on, I will give you 30 pounds of grain, 2 pounds of meat coupons, and half a pound of oil every month for 3 years. How does that sound?" Old Fan was confused. This was not what they had agreed upon. Initially, Bohai was supposed to give him 2,000 yuan and 200 pounds of grain coupons as a one-time deal, but now it had turned into monthly payments. It sounded better to receive supplies monthly rather than a lump sum of money, especially since it was hard to buy supplies even with cash these days. However, after tonight, Bohai would be in trouble. Where would he find those supplies? Indeed, Hua intended to take advantage of the situation. Old Fan had already set up his friend, and now he wanted to pocket the money? It was a dream. Moreover, Bohai's proposal was something Old Fan would definitely agree to because his task was to keep the bait. If he failed the task due to money issues, Niu de Gui would surely come after him. After a brief hesitation, Old Fan quickly agreed and expressed his gratitude to Bohai, saying, "You are very thoughtful." Old Fan felt forced to betray his friend, and as he left, he looked back at Bohai several times. "Olden." Bohai smiled and asked, "What is it?" "Nothing. I just wanted to say, since you live alone, make sure to lock your doors and windows at night." After saying this, Old Fan lowered his head, feeling guilty, and left quickly. Bohai sighed and returned home. The items on the table were already gone. Bohai asked his daughter, "Where are the items?" Hua calmly replied, "They were taken out through the back door." Bohai thought it was his son-in-law who had taken them, which relieved him a lot. Now, it was good. No matter who came to search, as long as they couldn't find any evidence, they wouldn't be able to blame him. In fact, Hua deceived Bo Huai. She had already stored the items in her space. Now, the house they were in was certainly being monitored from every angle by Niu de Gui. Not even a mosquito could escape his watchful eyes, so it wouldn't be easy to send things out unnoticed. "Is someone really coming to search our home today?" Hua looked at her watch and confidently said, "The longer we wait, the more dreams we have. Niu de Gui will come soon. I guess it won't be more than half an hour." Hua's estimate was already too long. Just a few minutes after Old Fan left, there was noise outside. There was a loud on the door, and Bo Huai calmly went to open it. "Are you Bo Huai?" Bo Huai pretended to know nothing. "I am."
Who are you?
"It's dark outside. What are you doing at my house?" Li Guo immediately signaled his men to rush inside, without saying a word. Bo Huai quickly tried to stop them. "You haven't even told me who you are? What right do you have to break into my home?" Li Guo scoffed. "Someone reported that you are hiding feudal books and have reactionary thoughts. We are here to search." Bo Huai was shocked.
Who reported me?
"I'm not hiding anything. I'm a professor at the provincial university and a specialist at the Institute of Cultural History. I came to Yun County for research, and I can show you my credentials. Li Guochao ignored him. His men had already entered the house and started searching everywhere. And Bo Huai anxiously said, "Please don't search so carelessly. I hardly have any books, let alone feudal ones. The person who reported me must be slandering. If you have nothing to hide, why are you afraid of our search?" Li Guochao ordered his men, "Go, open that locked room and search thoroughly." However, before they could reach it, the locked door opened by itself. "Deputy Director Li, we meet again. This time you're leading the team?" Li Guochao recognized the person coming out of the room and wasn't particularly surprised. However, thinking back to the last time they caught someone by the river, he couldn't shake a bad feeling about facing Manhwa again. Would he fail again this time? Li Guochao carefully reviewed his plan. His men had been watching this house closely. Unless the people inside could escape underground, it was impossible for them to move things out right under his nose. So, the items must still be in the house. As long as they were there, he would find them no matter what. Li Guochao felt a bit more at ease and forced a smile, saying, "Someone reported it, so I have to come and investigate."
It's part of my job.
And Hua replied, "You are the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee at the Guangming Food Factory in Yun County, and my father is a professor at the university in the provincial capital. Your job seems quite far from mine." Li Guochao, thick-skinned, didn't mind in Hua's sarcastic remarks. "Well, since Professor N is in Yun County and someone reported this to me, I have to look into it." And Hua nodded. "You're not really meddling, since this is a task assigned to you by Director Niu. He treats you well, so you should do your best to complete the work he gave you. Otherwise, if things go wrong like last time, the responsibility will fall on you." And Hua's words were clearly meant to provoke, but they did stir up Li Guochao's anger towards Niu de Gue, as he knew very well how good Niu had been to him. Li Guochao's face twisted slightly. And Hua smiled. "Since someone reported that my father is hiding something, that's fine. You can search. Afterward, it will clear my father's name." Li Guochao studied in Hua's face, trying to see if she showed any signs of guilt. He found none, and Hua appeared calm as if he couldn't find anything at all. Was she acting? Or was it real? Li Guochao felt uncertain, and Hua's next words made him even more anxious. "However, Deputy Director Li, if you are willing to act against my father, you should think about what consequences you might face if your plan fails." Li Guochao had previously been the head of the political department at the factory. Last time, to calm down Xiao Zheng's anger, Niu de Gue had removed him from that position, leaving him only as the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee. That committee was established overnight. Who knew if it could disappear just as quickly? Li Guochao believed that holding a proper position in the factory felt more secure, so he had always been troubled by the loss of his previous role. Now, Anhua reminded him that if he couldn't find anything today, he would offend Xiaozheng again, and Niu de Gue would push him out to take the blame. Li Guochao understood this well, but he had no choice. He still had to listen to Niu de Gue. "I don't understand what Comrade Anhua is saying. We just received a report from the public and are handling it fairly. It has nothing to do with framing anyone." And Hua said, "Deputy Director Li is truly loyal to Director Niu. Since that's the case, I believe Deputy Director Li wouldn't mind taking the blame for the shady things Director Niu has done, right?" Li Guochao frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" And Hua didn't elaborate but looked at the people searching the area and said, "Deputy Director Li, why not ask your subordinates if they can find what you're looking for?" The answer was, of course, that they couldn't find anything. Li Guochao, frustrated, shouted, "You useless people! Search more carefully. Check the beams, the latrines, the stove. Don't miss anything." As he spoke, Li Guochao took matters into his own hands. He had plenty of experience in searching large houses and had seen all kinds of hidden rooms. However, the small courtyard rented by An Bohuai was just a regular house with no hidden rooms. Li Guochao even dug 3 feet into the ground in the yard but found nothing. He muttered in disbelief, "This can't be happening." He was sure that since Old Fan left, not even a mouse had left this house. Where did those things go? Did they just vanish? Li Guichao slowly turned to look at the smiling Manhwa. There must be a mistake somewhere. He had been tricked. And Hua said, Deputy Director Li, I have something I want to discuss with you privately. After thinking for a moment, Li Guichao sent his subordinates away. And Hua led Li Guichao back into the house and handed him a stack of documents. Li Guichao took them with confusion and began to read. After a while, he clenched his fists in anger. Niu Degui. And Hua smiled and said, These are the materials that Director Niu compiled about you. I'm sure Deputy Director Li is familiar with the details mentioned. The documents detailed the unethical things that Niu Degui and Li Guichao had done since the movement began. However, in the documents, Niu Degui emphasized Li Guichao's role, making sure to clear himself of responsibility. This meant that from the beginning, Niu Degui had planned for Li Guichao to take the main blame. I should have seen this coming, I should have. And Hua observed Li Guichao's expression and continued, Deputy Director Li, I can overlook today's events, but... Before Hua could finish, Li Guichao angrily declared, Niu Degui, if you're unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. When it comes to blackmail material, Niu Degui had far more than Li Guichao. From Hua's reaction, it was clear that she knew today's events were a setup. Li Guichao didn't waste time and said directly, Comrade Hua, I have no conflict with you or Commander Shao, and I certainly don't want to offend you. The incident by the river and today's setup were both ordered by Niu Degui. But I have come to my senses now, and will no longer listen to him. I hope you and Commander Shao can be magnanimous and not hold this against me. And Hua scoffed lightly, You're just like Niu Degui, doing bad things and shifting the blame onto others. Reminded by this, Li Guichao's gaze returned to the thick stack of materials in his hands. His expression turned cold. Comrade Hua, I am speaking the truth. I really have no issues with you or Commander Shao. Niu Degui is not targeting you out of personal grudge. He is just trying to please the people behind him. And Hua's interest was piqued. Who are the people behind him? Li Guichao replied, If you want, I can organize everything I know about Niu Degui and give it to you. And Hua understood that Li Guichao held a grudge against Niu Degui but lacked the ability to take him down himself, so he wanted to use her and Commander Shao to achieve his goal. However, it didn't matter what his intentions were, as long as she could obtain confidential information about Niu Degui from him, that was enough. Okay, please organize it quickly. Li Guichao acted fast and came to find Hua again in just a few days. Hua took the materials he handed her and asked, What was Niu Degui's reaction to the failed raid? Li Guichao sneered. What else could it be? He just called me a fool. But you should be careful. He might try to find a way to harm you. Thinking of what Li Guichao said about someone backing Niu Degui, Hua eagerly took the materials home, locked herself in her room, and began to read. When Xiaozheng came home from work, he hadn't even had time to change out of his uniform before Hua pulled him into the bedroom. Xiaozheng smiled and said, I know you miss me, but we should be mindful of our surroundings. It's not dark yet, and there are so many people at home. What nonsense are you talking about? And Hua playfully punched him and tossed the materials Li Guichao had given her to him, urging him to read. The smile on Xiaozheng's face faded, and as he looked through the materials, he became increasingly serious. Li Guichao's writings are merely black materials on Niu Degui. What Xiaozheng and Hua value is the person behind Niu Degui that Li Guichao revealed, which also involves He Mingzhong's struggle in the provincial city. The person who defeated He Mingzhong is Yan Song, who is now the head of the military district in the provincial city. However, he has not given up on He Mingzhong and is always looking for a chance to eliminate him completely. But the entire Yun County is under Xiaozheng's protection, so Yan Song could only find a breakthrough through Niu Degui. For Niu Degui, it was a rare opportunity to connect with a big shot from the provincial city, so he immediately pledged his loyalty. After reading, Xiaozheng's expression was serious. And Hui asked, What do you plan to do? Face it head-on? Xiaozheng pondered for a moment, raised the materials in his hand, and said, Li Guichao gave us these materials to bring down Niu Degui. Let's do as he wishes and give Yan Song a counterattack, showing him that he can't reach Yun County. You don't need to worry about this. I will handle it. And Hua nodded. Xiaozheng then looked at her with some reproach. You must listen to me and not take any actions on your own, or I might end up in trouble because of you. He was referring to the night of the raid when he later learned about Hua's plan, which scared him. How could she be so bold? And Hua chuckled awkwardly. I understand. I promise not to act without telling you. She had no choice. If she had informed Xiaozheng in advance, he would have insisted on going with her, making it inconvenient for her to use her abilities. Naturally, Xiaozheng had asked her where she hid the paintings and books at that time, but she managed to evade the question. However, Anhua resolved to avoid such difficult-to-explain actions in the future, as too many occurrences might expose her secret. Anhua never intended to tell anyone about her abilities, including her parents, Xiaozheng, or even her children. It wasn't about distrust. She felt that her abilities were a personal secret, just like her experience of entering a book, something she wanted to protect forever. After receiving Anhua's promise, Xiaozheng felt somewhat relieved. However, his gaze then became complicated. He always sensed that Anhua had secrets he didn't know about. He wanted to investigate, but instinctively felt it was inappropriate, as Anhua had tricked him more than once, clearly not wanting him to know this secret. After a long struggle with his thoughts, he ultimately took no action. As long as he could confirm two things, it would be fine. First, she is not a spy. Second, she has not betrayed him. As for everything else, if she wants to play tricks on him, let her. And Hua is not someone who likes to worry. Since Xiaozheng doesn't want her to interfere, she won't. Next, Anhua returned to her normal routine, going to work every day, taking care of the children, and during her days off, she would take the kids out with Zhou Meihua. Xiaozheng seemed to be doing fine too, going to work on time every day. However, a month later, news came that director Zhao had been exonerated. Then, Niu Degui was labeled a counter-revolutionary. The office of the propaganda department was buzzing with excitement.
This is so sudden.
How could Director Niu? What do you mean, how could? Niu Degui harmed so many people. This is what happens to bad people. Exactly. Are you defending Niu Degui because he helped you?
No, don't say that.
I have nothing to do with him. In the propaganda office, some had connections to Niu Degui. Lu Meng, as Niu Degui's son-in-law, was definitely affected, though it currently only showed in the cold stares from his colleagues. However, the coldness and isolation from his co-workers made Lu Meng feel scared. After work, he returned home in a daze, feeling lost about his future. When Niu Shuli saw Lu Meng, she immediately ran to him in tears. My dad. He was framed. With her father fallen and her mother only knowing how to cry at home, Niu Shuli felt helpless and hoped to get some advice from her husband. Lu Meng gently pushed Niu Shuli away, looked at her for a moment, and then slowly said, You should distance yourself from your dad. Niu Shuli's tears stopped abruptly as she looked at Lu Meng in disbelief. What did you say? At a time like this, you want me to cut ties with my dad? Niu Shuli became more agitated. He is my real dad, and he loves me so much. He treated you well too, promising to help you with your job and even giving us a house. You are doing well at work because of him. Lu Meng, you are heartless. Perhaps because they had been fighting frequently lately, Niu Shuli, in her anger, slapped Lu Meng across the face. Lu Meng immediately felt a sharp pain. He endured so many of Niu Shuli's hits, and the only reason he hadn't divorced her yet was because of Niu Degui. Now that Niu Degui has fallen, he has no reason to endure Niu Shuli's rude and violent behavior any longer. It's just right. After the divorce, he can clearly separate himself from Niu Degui. You stubborn woman, I've had enough of you. I'm getting a divorce. Sister Ma gossiped with Anhua about Lu Meng and Niu Shuli. Lu Meng wants a divorce, but Niu Shuli certainly won't agree. Guess what happened in the end? Anhua asked in response what happened. Sister Ma scoffed. Lu Meng is quite ruthless. He went to the factory and threatened to expose Niu Shuli for embezzling funds, and he actually succeeded in getting the divorce. After all, they were once close and it escalated to this point.
Sigh.
However, Lu Meng didn't come out unscathed either. Neo Shuli presented evidence claiming that the embezzled funds were spent on Lu Meng, so the factory made him return the money and reassigned him to clean the toilets. For Manhwa, the office felt much quieter without Lu Meng constantly watching her and bothering her. Lu Meng's gossip was quickly overshadowed by another piece of good news. One day, Fan Xiaoke entered the office beaming and announced, "Comrades, Fan Xiaoke, am about to say goodbye to my single life. I'm getting married." And Hua looked at him in surprise. "When did you get a partner?" Sister Ma added, "You kept it well hidden. I didn't even notice." Sister Ma was known for knowing everything, yet she hadn't realized that Fan Xiaoke was dating someone, making her reflect on whether she had missed something in her work. Fan Xiaoke chuckled, "I like to keep things low-key when it comes to big events." Sister Ma asked, "Who is your partner? Is she from our factory?" Fan Xiaoke nodded. "That's right. She's from the workshop. She's outstanding. She's been recognized as a model worker and has received the March 8th Red Banner Award." Fan Xiaoke works in the office, and it's said that his parents are also officials in the county. In terms of background, he is certainly better off than a female worker from the workshop. However, seeing him so proud of his partner shows he really likes her. And Hua's heart stirred. There are very few female workers who have received both the Model Worker and March 8th Red Banner Awards. The only one she knows of is the original female lead, Feng Qi. "Is your partner Feng Qi?" Fan Xiaoke's eyes lit up as he looked at Hua, nodding repeatedly. "You know her? She's really outstanding, right?" And Hua smiled. "That's right. She is very impressive. You're quite lucky. The female lead has good fortune. After marrying her, Fan Xiaoke became the male lead, and his life should be smooth sailing from now on. What good luck he has." Sister Ma said, "Feng Qi is nice, but I heard she has been divorced. Will your parents agree?" Fan Xiaoke replied, "At first, they had some concerns, but over time, they became more satisfied with her. They think she is determined and resilient, while I grew up in a sheltered environment. We complement each other well." Sister Ma smiled. "Your parents are quite open-minded and sensible. That's great." Fan Xiaoke invited Sister Ma and Hua. "Sister Ma, Sisterin, you both must come to my wedding." And Hua and Sister Ma exchanged glances and replied in unison, "We will definitely come." For Hua, Fan Xiaoke is a colleague she gets along with well, so she would not refuse the invitation to the wedding. At the wedding, Hua truly got to know Feng Qi. Feng Qi had changed a lot since her rebirth. She used to be a plain country girl with a dark complexion, recognizable features, but not beautiful at all. Now, however, she could be described as fair and lovely. Even Sister Ma was surprised and exclaimed, "Xiao Fan really found a treasure. This is Sister Ma, and this is Sisterin. They are both the older sisters in my office and take good care of me." Fan Xiaoke introduced his bride while toasting. Feng Qi smiled. "Sisterin and Sister Ma look very young. Why do you call them sister?" And Hua already looked young, like a girl in her early 20s, so she didn't seem like an older sister. However, Sister Ma was over 40 and truly an older sister. Hearing Feng Qi's comment made her smile even more. "Oh no, Sisterin is young. I'm just an old woman." Fan Xiaoke scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. Sister is a respectful title. Feng Qi raised her glass and toasted Sister Ma and Hua, saying a few polite words before following Fan Xiaoke to another area. On the way, Feng Qi glanced back at Hua, her eyes filled with confusion. This wasn't the first time she had seen Hua. They occasionally crossed paths at work. Even though they were strangers, they always managed to nod and smile at each other. Moreover, from the first time she met Hua, Feng Qi felt an inexplicable connection, as if there was some bond between them. "What's wrong? Are you tired?" Fan Xiaoke asked Feng Qi with concern. "I'm not tired." Feng Qi smiled and shook her head, deciding not to think too much. After all, her feelings for Hua were pure, and Hua didn't seem like a dangerous person. After getting married today, she would enter a new stage in her life and focus more on herself. After attending Fan Xiaoke and Feng Qi's wedding, Hua returned home and casually mentioned to Zhou Meihua that Feng Qi has really been through a lot. Isn't Feng Qi the one who was dumped by Lu Haifeng, the country girl? Zhou Meihua sighed. Well, she has certainly been through a lot. Yes, and Hua nodded, happy to see the original heroine find her own happiness. Zhou Meihua said, I heard from Xiaoli's wife in logistics that Lu Haifeng is not doing well these days. And Hua asked, does Xiaoli's wife have contact with Lu Haifeng's wife, Zhao Xuejing? Zhou Meihua smiled and gave Hua a thumbs up. Smart. They used to get along well. Zhao Xuejing didn't go to the countryside with Lu Haifeng but returned to her family. Not long after, her family helped her get a divorce, and she quickly found someone else. Because she was thinking about the child, Zhao Xuejing kept in touch with Lu Haifeng, occasionally sending things for the child. At first, it was fine. I heard Lu Haifeng got a job as a clerk in the production team after returning home, and life was manageable. But then, for some reason, Lu Haifeng started drinking heavily. He couldn't afford it, and soon he was struggling to make ends meet, starting to bother Zhao Xuejing again. As she spoke, Zhou Meihua shook her head and sighed. I guess Lu Haifeng might be drinking because he's feeling down. He was a regiment-level officer in the army, and suddenly he lost everything. That's quite a shock. But he brought this on himself, so he doesn't deserve sympathy. It's just unfortunate for the kids. After listening to Zhou Meihua's reflections for a while, Hua changed the subject. Let's plan a trip in a few days and take the kids along. Zhou Meihua replied, don't we often go out? Why plan? Hua said, I mean to go somewhere a bit farther. We have a holiday on May Day, so let's take the kids and invite the men for a family outing. This year's weather has been unpredictable. After Qingming, there was a sudden drop in temperature, and it has often been gloomy and rainy, making people feel restless. But by May Day, the weather should be warming up, so Hua thought it would be nice for everyone to go out, enjoy the sunshine, and relax. Zhou Meihua listened and agreed, great. My husband doesn't like going out, so it's a perfect chance to take him for a walk. The family happily went out to play, which sounded warm and cozy. Zhou Meihua really longed for this feeling. In Hua's plan for the outing, both families would take their kids to a beautiful spot for a picnic, enjoy the sun, and connect with nature. As soon as she shared her idea, Xiaozheng became interested. Wife, that's a great idea. Even though we are surrounded by farmland, the kids live a city life, so they need to get closer to nature. Hua smiled and asked, so where should we go? Do you know of a suitable place? I think the distance shouldn't be too close or too far. If it's too close, it won't feel new, and if it's too far, transportation will be a hassle. Xiaozheng confidently replied, leave everything to me. I'll handle it. Hua trusted Xiaozheng's ability to organize, so she decided to let him take charge. The night before the outing, she prepared the picnic food for the next day. She mixed steamed rice with cooked meat, eggs, and peas, then shaped them into rice and arranged them in a lunchbox. To ensure there was enough food and variety, Zhou Meihua steamed a pot of buns and a pot of sweet dumplings. For side dishes, she prepared marinated beef shank, oxtail, beef tripe, and pork, along with some vegetables like wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and tofu skin. Finally, she added pickled radish strips and cucumber strips to complete the meal. Early the next morning, both families started getting ready to go out. Qiu Shushan didn't want to move and preferred to stay home. Hua didn't push her, thinking that since she usually took care of the kids, it would be nice for her to have some quiet time at home. Kaiyan was going along, so Hua had 3 kids and 3 adults on her side, while Zhou Meihua had 2 adults and 3 kids. Hua wasn't sure where Xiaozheng planned to take them or how far it was, so she asked, are we walking or driving? If we drive, the kids can ride in the car, but should we adults ride bikes? Xiaozheng replied, no need to drive. We can walk. It's about an hour's walk. Since Hua had developed a regular routine and improved her health after her journey, walking for an hour was manageable for her. Tuan wanted to walk by herself, but her legs were too short. If someone helped her walk, it would definitely take more than an hour, and she wouldn't get far before needing to be carried. It would be better to just carry her from the start. Hua asked Xiaozheng to carry one and hold the other. And can Uncle do it? Maybe I should carry one, Wang Kaiyan said. worried that Xiao Zheng might drop the child. Xiao Zheng replied unhappily, I can run 10 kilometers with 30 pounds. How heavy are they? Just around 30 pounds. Wang Kaiyan shrank her neck and stopped talking. And Hua smiled and said, okay, you're amazing. You're the best dad in the world. Xiao Zheng laughed, tucked Tuan Tuan under his arm, and started running, saying, Daddy's taking you flying. Then he dashed off. Sure, Xiao Jun squeaked, laughing and imitating, You're amazing. You're the best. And Hua. Zhou Meihua slapped her son on the back. Who taught you to be so silly? Do you understand manners? And Hua chuckled, Sister-in-law, it's fine. Kids at this age are just, a bit mischievous. Zhou Meihua continued, Don't give him an easy time. He's just annoying. Sure, Weiguang scolded his son. No disrespect to adults. Sure, Xiao Jun lowered his head, afraid of his dad's belt, and obediently responded. And Hua was reminded to avoid being too affectionate in front of others. What she didn't know was that Sure Weiguang looked at Xiao Zheng's back with envy and whispered to Zhou Meihua, When will you be a little gentler and say nice things to me? Zhou Meihua shot him a glare. Where am I not gentle? Sure Weiguang awkwardly smiled and rubbed his nose, falling silent. At that moment, a cry came from ahead, and Hua quickly rushed forward. Dong Dong anxiously stepped faster. What's wrong with my sister? What's wrong? Xiao Zheng had already stopped, panicking as he said to Hua, I don't know why she's crying. I didn't do anything. You didn't do anything? How could she cry then? Dong Dong exclaimed, his voice cracking on the last word. Xiao Zheng suddenly felt guilty. It was Tuan Tuan crying, reaching out to her mom with a tear-streaked face, saying, Daddy bad. Our little friend Tuan Tuan finally spoke her first sentence at 21 months old. Daddy bad. Anhua was both amused and helpless. She took her daughter and gently patted her back to comfort her.
It's okay, it's okay.
To Anchuan, do you not want to fly? That's fine. We won't fly. Mom is the best. She understood her right away. Tu Anchuan glared at her dad. Just a moment ago, she had made several puff sounds, and he didn't understand her. Anhua couldn't hold Tu Anchuan for too long, so she placed her on Cyan's back. Cyan was used to farm work, so carrying Tu Anchuan was easy for her. As soon as Tu Anchuan was on Cyan's back, her tears stopped. Xiao Zheng clicked his tongue in disappointment. He finally had a chance to play with his daughter, but she didn't want to. Luckily, there was still one more chance. As Xiao Zheng ran, Yuan laughed on his back and shouted, I want to fly. I want to ride an airplane. Okay, Daddy will let you ride an airplane. Xiao Zheng happily carried Yuan and started running, their joyful laughter echoing in the air. Sure Xiao Jun looked at his dad and asked, Dad, do you love me? Sure Weiguang instinctively replied, You're my son. Of course I love you. Hee, I want to ride an airplane too. Go away. Sure Xiao Jun was already over 70 pounds. How could he possibly carry him? Sure Xiao Jiang said to his brother, I'll take you flying. He squatted down, letting his brother climb onto his back, and then zoomed off. Surprisingly, Sure Xiao Jiang ran quite fast. Anhua said to Zhou Meihua, Xiao Jiang is much more cheerful than when he first arrived. He gets along well with Xiao Jun and Xiao Shan. Zhou Meihua nodded with relief. Yes, I feel like I can finally relax a bit. He will graduate high school this year, and I want him to join the army like his older brother after graduation. Joining the army is a good thing. If Anhua remembered correctly, a large-scale movement to the countryside was coming. If he didn't join the army, he would have to go to the countryside. The spring sun was bright, and colorful wildflowers bloomed along the roadside, making the journey feel less tiring. When they arrived at their destination, Anhua was puzzled. The production team? What are we doing here? Xiao Zheng replied, We're doing farm work. Didn't you want the kids to connect with nature? Working on the farm not only brings them closer to nature, but also teaches them about where their food comes from. There's a saying that goes, What was it? Anhua responded, It's if you don't work with your hands, you won't know where your food comes from. Xiao Zheng said, Yes, that's it. We don't want our kids to grow up like that, right? Xiao Zheng's words immediately resonated with Shi Weiguang. Old Xiao is right. Our children were born in the new China and grew up under the red flag. They haven't experienced hardship or hunger and don't understand the struggles of farmers. They should be given some training. Sure, Xiaojun disagreed. I know how hard farmers work. Our school even organized trips to help them. Xiao Zheng asked Dong Dong, have you ever helped on a farm? Dong Dong shook his head. Xiao Zheng said, perfect. Today will be like helping on a farm. Sure, Xiaoshan leaned against Zhou Meihua, feeling deflated. If I had known we were going to work on a farm, I wouldn't have come. Zhou Meihua laughed and patted her daughter. This will help you get rid of your laziness. And Ju was also a bit upset. Her picnic had turned into farm work. Xiao Zheng looked at the others and whispered to Anju, the main point is for the kids to experience it. You don't have to work, just help me out by passing water and wiping sweat. And Ju nodded, okay. Xiao Zheng smiled. It was normal for his delicate wife not to be able to do farm work. He went to communicate with the production team. Schools and organizations from the city often sent people to help on the farm, so the production team was used to it and immediately assigned them a piece of land too. Xiao Zheng and Shi Weiguang were the most enthusiastic. They mostly sat in the office now and hadn't exercised much, especially Shi Weiguang, who had developed a bit of a belly. Seeing her husband working hard, Zhou Meihua felt proud. If only he would use his energy in the right way. At first, the children were reluctant, but soon they were full of energy because Xiaozhen promised that if they cleared the weeds from their assigned land, they could go to the river for a swim when it got hot. The twins wanted to join the weeding team, but they were too small and couldn't pull the weeds. They soon got distracted by the butterflies and started chasing them around. Kai Yan followed the twins, watching them, and Anju kept her eyes on them too. The twins laughed loudly as they chased the butterflies. Their joy was infectious. As long as the kids were happy, it was worth it no matter what they were doing. Mom, look at the weeds I pulled. I made a big pile. Dong Dong proudly showed his mother his work. Our Dong Dong is so amazing. And Ju took out a cloth to wipe her son's sweat, praising him as she did. You're such a little man. Working so hard. You're almost as good as Dad. Dong Dong raised his rosy face and proudly said, Mom, I've grown up. I can help with work and I can protect you, Dad, my little sister and Grandma and Grandpa and also Tantan. Sure, Xiaojun laughed heartily. You have a lot of people to protect. Do you think you can manage all that? Zhou Meihua replied to her son. At least Dong Dong has the heart to help. What about you? You just keep growing taller without any thought. Don't you want to be a real man? Sure, Xiaojun said seriously. Of course I want to be a man. I want to protect Qingyin. Zhou Meihua sighed. Oh dear, what have I done to deserve such a son? Sure, Xiaojun explained. Mom, you don't need my protection. Dad protects you and my older brothers don't need it either. I'm much younger than them. As for my sister, it's good enough that she doesn't hit me. Sure, Xiaoshan rolled her eyes, not wanting to engage with her silly brother. With his skinny arms and legs, he couldn't protect anyone. Zhou Meihua nudged Shi Weiguang. Look at your son. He must be one of those who forgets his mother after getting married. Xiao Zheng laughed. I think this kid has responsibility. There's a saying in our hometown, a man who loves his wife will thrive. This kid will surely succeed in the future. Shi Weiguang was surprised. That sounds strange. Is that a saying from your hometown? Of course not. In Xiao Zheng's hometown, women aren't even allowed to eat at the table, so such sayings wouldn't be common. Xiao Zheng learned this from An Huan, who wanted to charm him into treating her well. Hearing the adults tease him, Shi Xiaojun got anxious. Hey, you can't joke about my friendship with Qingyin. It's a pure friendship. Zhou Meihua replied dismissively. Sure, a pure friendship. Shi Xiaojun got angry and squatted down to pull out weeds. He wanted to clear all the weeds here. By noon, An Huan opened the food she brought and found a shady spot to have lunch. The children worked hard, so the meal tasted especially good. After eating, they rested for a while and then took the kids for a walk to explore. The wheat in the field had grown heavy and bowed its head, but it was still green, so it wasn't time to harvest yet. Xiao Zheng said, in about 10 days, we'll be able to harvest the wheat. Harvesting is one of the most important tasks for farmers each year. Dong Dong asked, I saw a picture of wheat harvesting in a book. They use sickles to cut it, right, Mom? And Huan replied, Yes, Dong Dong, you're very smart. Xiao Jingxin thought that since he could remember, he had been doing various farm tasks. Dong Dong is already quite big and knows how to use a sickle to cut wheat, which is impressive. It seems he should take the child to the countryside more often so that he can tell the difference between wheat seedlings and leeks in the future. They wandered around until the afternoon, and since the sun seemed to have disappeared, Manhwa suggested they go home. The twins were tired from playing and fell asleep on the way back. As soon as they arrived home, they heard faint voices coming from inside. If Chiu Shushin was home alone, there shouldn't be any talking.
Who could it be?
Anhua opened the yard gate, and a tall man walked towards her. Brother! Anhua exclaimed in surprise. Ans held his sister's shoulders and looked her over. Why do you look thinner? Anhua touched her face. No way, I actually gained weight after having the twins. I'm still not back to my pre-pregnancy shape. Ans asked, Where are the twins? I, as their uncle, haven't seen them yet. They're tired from playing and fell asleep, Anhua replied. Xiao Zheng and Wang Kaiyan each held one of the twins, and Anhua pointed them out to Ans. Ans' eyes moved between the twins and then suddenly looked at Xiao Zheng, as if he had some thoughts. Xiao Zheng was confused. Brother, what's wrong? The twins were quite dark-skinned, clearly resembling Xiao Zheng. Ans opened his mouth but finally said, It's nothing. How have you been lately? Xiao Zheng smiled. I'm doing well. At that moment, a woman's voice came from behind Ans. Ngong, is this your sister and brother-in-law's family? Ans turned around and brought the woman forward. This is my sister and brother-in-law. This is their eldest son, Dong Dong, and the twins are asleep. The woman discreetly looked at Anhua and then smiled warmly, appearing very polite. Ans introduced the woman. Her name is Pang Xioni, and she is the one I want to marry. Chiu Shushin's guess was correct. Anhua was not too surprised and politely greeted Pang Xioni. Chiu Shushin called from the door, Come in and talk. Why are you blocking the yard? Anhua raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing that Chiu Shushin didn't seem very happy. Was she dissatisfied with Pang Xioni? Seeing the twins' cheeks still rosy from sleep, Chiu Shushin couldn't help but scold Anhua. I told you not to take them out to play. Look how tired they are. There are bugs in the bushes outside. You didn't let them get bitten by mosquitoes, did you? When leaving, Chiu Shushin was very happy and didn't express any disagreement about the twins going out. And Huan glanced at the coffee table, which only had 2 cups filled with plain water. Chiu Shushin hadn't even made tea. And Huan was sure that Chiu Shushin was not satisfied with Nzei's second partner.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry. The twins haven't been bitten by mosquitoes, and Huan reassured her mother, which made Chiu Shushin feel better. She took the round one from Xiao Zheng's hands and, along with Wang Kaiyan, placed the twins on the bed. Please sit down. Don't be shy, brother, and Huan welcomed them while secretly observing Pang Xioni. She looked to be in her 20s, with slightly darker skin and attractive features. What stood out was her height. She was taller than Huan, probably over 1.7 meters, making her a good match with Nzei. However, while Pang Xioni appeared confident, a closer look revealed that she kept tugging at the hem of her clothes. Her outfit looked new, likely made for meeting the parents, and she seemed a bit uncomfortable and nervous, suggesting her family situation might not be great. This time you must stay longer. Mom and Dad miss you so much, and your daughter. By the way, does Dad know you're back? Xiao Zheng asked. And Nzei nodded. Mom sent a message through someone. I wanted to go myself, but I don't know where his rented place is. Before they could say much more, and Tion's excited voice came from outside. Daddy, 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 Daddy. And Nzei couldn't wait to get up and walked towards Tion, smiling at his daughter. Do you miss Daddy? Yes. And Tion's laughter was bright, but then she pouted and said, Daddy, why don't you hug me? You didn't hug me last time. Do you not love me anymore? And Nzei chuckled and gently tapped his daughter's nose. You're already 8 years old. Daddy can't hug you like before. And Tion pouted and crossed her arms, turning her head away, wanting her father to comfort her. And Zay felt guilty and was happy to cheer her up. And Bo Huai entered first. Pang Xiuni stood up, trying to calm her nerves, and greeted and Bo Huai. And Huan introduced Pang Xiuni to an Bo Huai. And Bo Huai showed no special emotions and kindly invited Pang Xiuni to sit down. Pang Xiuni didn't sit but turned her attention to an Tian Tian, who had just come in. Although an Tian Tian is only 8 years old, her special status makes Pang Xiu and I eager to gain her approval. And Tian Tian may be young, but she is sensitive. Upon seeing Pang Xiu and I, she immediately turned to her dad and asked, "Who is this?" And Zay patted her head and said, "This is Aunt Pang. Be good and say hello." And Tian Tian instinctively felt uneasy, turned her head, and ran to Anhua, saying, "Aunt, I want to play with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan." "Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are sleeping," Anhua replied. She then told Dong Dong, "You take your sister out to play." Dong Dong took in Tian Tian's hand and said, "Let's go find brother Xiao Jun and sister Xiao Shan." Once the kids left, Anhua smiled at Nze and said, "Brother, aren't you going to tell us the story of you and comrade Pang Xiu and I?" Pang Xiu and I glanced at Nze and shyly lowered her head. Pang Xiu and I is a local member of the community where the chemical factory is located. After the factory was built and started hiring, she began working in the cafeteria, which is how she met Nze. Although Pang Xiu and I was known for her beauty in the production team, Nze didn't pay much attention to her at first. Later, the factory organized a study class, and Pang Xiu and I, who graduated from elementary school, joined to pursue further education. Nze was sometimes assigned to teach in the study class, which is when he noticed her. Hearing this, Anhua struggled to keep a straight face. This process is so similar to Wu Xiaolin's. Nze didn't see the resemblance and looked at Pang Xiu and I appreciatively. Although she doesn't have a high education, she doesn't settle for mediocrity. Despite her heavy workload, she never neglects her studies. Her thirst for knowledge is something I admire. Nze then turned to his sister and emphasized, "Xiao Pang is really outstanding. She no longer works in the cafeteria but has moved up to the labor union, all thanks to her hard work." It's clear now, Nze likes people who strive to improve themselves despite being in a low position. But Wu Xiaolin was pretending. After marrying her, Nze lost interest when he saw her true self. What about Pang Xiu and I? Is she genuinely striving for improvement? Or is she also trying to shape herself into what Nze likes, just to change her life through marriage? No wonder Qiu Shushan dislikes her. With Wu Xiaolin as a cautionary tale, anyone would have doubts. Pang Xiu and I quickly waved her hand and said, "Sister, don't listen to what Engineerin says. I'm just an ordinary girl from the countryside and haven't studied much. It's a privilege for me that Engineer and noticed me." Ans disagreed, saying, "Why say that? You have your strengths and we are equal. There's no situation of looking up or down at each other." Pang Xiuni looked at Ans with emotion. She wasn't mistaken. This man was indeed different from others. Even if marrying him meant becoming a stepmother, it would be worth it. Anhua smiled and said, "Comrade Pang Xiuni, don't be modest. If you truly are, as my brother says, someone who loves to learn and strives for progress, that is always commendable." And Bohuai also stroked his beard and said, "Indeed." Pang Xiuni felt relieved. It was clear that Anne's father and sister did not have any major objections to her. But Anne's mother. Just then, Qiu Shushan came out of the twins' room, saying, "It's time to cook. Let's have dumplings for dinner. I'll prepare the filling." Pang Xiuni immediately stood up. "Let me help. I can roll the dough. You're a guest on your first visit to our home. It's not right to make guests work. If you're bored sitting, let us take you out for a walk." Qiu Shushan smiled. Although she didn't like Pang Xiuni, she wouldn't show it too obviously. Manners still mattered. After saying this, Qiu Shushan went to the kitchen, and Anhua followed her. "Mom, do you not want Pang Xiuni and my brother to be together?" Qiu Shushan sighed. "You know how they got together, right? I can't help but worry. But mainly, I have concerns about your brother. Why does he?" Before she could finish, Ans appeared from behind, saying, "Mom, you shouldn't talk behind my back. Qiu Shushan turned to glare at him and snorted. Ans reached out to massage Qiu Shushan's shoulders, laughing, "Mom, your temper is getting stronger. You're quite imposing." Qiu Shushan swatted his hand away. "Stop joking. I want to know, do you really want to marry Peng Xioni?" Anne sobered up and replied seriously, "Since I brought her to meet my parents, it means I've thought it through." Qiu Shushan looked at her son anxiously. "How can you forget past mistakes? Have you forgotten about Wu Xiaolin?" Anne's was confused. What does this have to do with Wu Xiaolin? Qiu Shushan fell silent, signaling Manhwa to explain. Manhwa said, "Brother, do you only like girls who lack education and come from modest backgrounds but are determined to learn and improve?" Anne's chuckled. "Your summary isn't comprehensive enough. What I admire most about Xiaopeng is that she does not give in to her fate. She is like a little wildflower growing on a cliff, fighting hard to break through the stones and absorb all the energy she can, reaching for the sky." As Anne spoke, he became a bit excited and couldn't stop. Xiaopeng has had a tough life. She has 2 older brothers, a younger brother, an older sister, and a younger sister. Being in the middle, she has not been valued since she was born. Her family originally did not allow girls to go to school, so she would sneak outside the classroom of the village elementary school to listen in. Later, during the final exam, the teacher, on a whim, gave her a test paper and a pencil. Out of more than 20 students, she surprisingly ranked 5th. After that, the teacher allowed her to attend classes and even bought her notebooks and pens out of her own pocket. This way, she finished elementary school and got into junior high. Unfortunately, that teacher was transferred, and she could not continue her education because her family did not allow it. However, the difficulties of reality did not extinguish her thirst for knowledge. There were students in her team who attended junior high, so she borrowed their books and managed to self-study the entire junior high curriculum. Qiu Shushan asked calmly, "Did she tell you all this?" Ens nodded. "Of course, she told me." "Mom, I understand what you're worried about. I promise you, Xiaopeng is not like Wu Xiaolin. Xiaopeng does not lie. She is a sincere and pure person." Qiu Shushan was speechless. Ans felt that his mother connected Peng Xioni with Wu Xiaolin simply because she did not understand Peng Xioni. They'd spent too little time together. So, while making dumplings, Ans invited Peng Xioni over. She glanced at Qiu Shushan and, seeing that she said nothing, felt relieved. "Xiaopeng, how are your parents doing? And your siblings? Are they all married?" Peng Xioni knew this was a question about her family situation, so she straightened up and answered one by one. "My parents are both in their 50s and are very healthy. They can still work in the fields. As for my siblings, I have 2 older brothers, a younger brother, an older sister, and a younger sister. Only my older brother and sister are married." Qiu Shushan asked, "You're just in your early 20s, right? Why are you interested in our Ans?" "He is much older than you." Peng Xioni quickly replied, "Aunt, I am already 24. Actually, Ans is only about 10 years older than me, and he doesn't look old at all." As she spoke, Peng Xioni shyly lowered her head. "Even if he doesn't look old, he is still that age and has been divorced. I really don't understand what you see in him." Qiu Shushan half-jokingly said that smart people can sense the hidden tests in conversations. Peng Xioni happened to be a smart person and quickly replied, "Aunt, you may not know this, but Ngong is famous in our factory as a golden bachelor. Many young girls like him. I can't believe he chose to be with me. I must have done something great in my past life to deserve this." She was quite eloquent. Qiu Shushan gave An a knowing look, and Zay said that Peng Xioni is a sincere and pure person. Whether she is truly sincere is uncertain, but she is definitely not pure. She is quite smooth in her ways. After hearing Peng Xioni's words, Anzei did not feel proud or satisfied. Instead, he frowned and said, "Xiao Peng, I've told you before, our relationship is equal. You don't need to belittle yourself. Anzei prefers a strong woman who takes charge of her own destiny, not a girl who constantly speaks as if she is unworthy of him." This shows that Peng Xioni's behavior in front of Anzei is not an act, as she wouldn't repeatedly show the side of herself that he dislikes if it were. "I'm just speaking the truth," Peng Xioni insisted. And Zay shook his head helplessly, deciding to talk to Pang Xioni more seriously later. And Hu observed and felt that Pang Xioni was being straightforward with Zay, without any hidden motives. However, it seemed that Qiu Shushen had already made up her mind. Later that evening, after everything was tidied up, Qiu Shushen called Zay into her room and said directly, "I do not agree with you marrying Xiao Pang." And Zay expected this, but Bo Huai was surprised. "Why don't you agree? Xiao Pang is a good person." Qiu Shushen glared at the old man and said, "Her family has too many burdens. Coming from a rural background with many siblings, Zay will definitely have to support them in the future, which would be too much of a burden for his own family." And Bo Huai was puzzled. "Why do you think like this? You're not someone who looks down on the poor." Qiu Shushen certainly does not look down on the poor. As long as the girl has good character and a clean background, being a little poor is not a problem, and helping her family within reason is fine. She opposed this marriage for more complicated reasons, so she used a simple excuse instead. She couldn't start explaining everything from Wu Xiaolin's situation to Xiao Pang. So she simply said she looked down on the poor. Ignoring Bo Huai, Qiu Shushen turned to Zay and asked, "What do you think? Will you listen to me, or are you determined to marry Xiao Pang?" And Bohai and Qiu Shushen spoiled their two children since they were young, giving them too much freedom and little guidance, which made them independent in their choices. And Zay was already in his 30s and surely wouldn't listen to his mother when it came to relationships. After Zay left, Qiu Shushen cried, "Who did he take after? Why is he so attached to someone like Wu Xiaolin?" And Bohai asked, "What do you mean by someone like Wu Xiaolin?" Qiu Shushen was speechless with her husband and waved her hand, too tired to say more. And Bohai advised, "You didn't interfere with his first marriage, so don't worry too much about the second one. Let the children find their own happiness." Qiu Shushen replied, "I regret not saying anything about his relationship with Wu Xiaolin. I didn't like her at all, but out of respect and trust for my son, I kept quiet, which led to his marriage ending in failure." Qiu Shushen had kept her guilt bottled up, and over time, it grew stronger. Plus, Zay's new partner had too many similarities with Wu Xiaolin, making her reaction a bit extreme. During the New Year visit to Zay, she sensed something was off and feared he might be deceived again, so she planned to help him find someone. However, after arriving in Yun County, her social circle was small, and she could only reach out to old acquaintances through letters. Before she could find anyone, Zay had already made his choice. And Bohai wiped Qiu Shushen's tears with a handkerchief and comforted her. "It's okay. The things you worry about might not happen. Besides, even if Zay's second marriage fails, that's his choice. Let him deal with it. We're at this age. Why worry so much?" Qiu Shushen took the handkerchief. "It's because you, as his father, worry too little that Zay and Hua Hua are struggling in their relationships. Hua Hua is doing well now, so I'm not worried about her, but Zay." Though she said she was worried, Qiu Shushen felt helpless. Zay was determined to marry Pang Xioni, and she couldn't force him to choose between his mother and his fiancé. The next morning, Qiu Shushen woke up to see Pang Xioni weeding in the garden. It was just dawn, and the children and Hua were still asleep. Normally, Pang Xioni's diligence would be endearing, but Qiu Shushen felt she was trying too hard to please. "Good morning, Andy," Pang Xioni said, standing up and greeting Qiu Shushen a bit awkwardly. Pang Xioni gets along naturally with the other members of the Yin family, but she finds it hard to be relaxed around Qiu Shushen. Perhaps it's because Qiu Shushen will be her future mother-in-law. In the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, mothers-in-law often hold a higher position. Of course, there are strong daughters-in-law who manage to win over their mothers-in-law, but Pang Xioni doesn't plan to be one of them. First, after she marries Zay, she won't live with Qiu Shushen, and they probably won't see each other much throughout the year. No matter how much Qiu Shushen dislikes her, there's no need for her to confront her directly. Second, the Yin family is not an ordinary family. Qiu Shushen was a young lady from a big family, and after marrying into the Yin family, she became a wealthy matron. Although she seems like an ordinary elderly woman now, her grace and upbringing are evident in her demeanor. Even if she doesn't like Pang Xioni, she probably won't make things difficult for her, and she might not even scold her. Lastly, Manhwa and Bohai appear friendly, but Pang Xioni is sure that if she tries to act out and suppress her mother-in-law, their friendliness will quickly disappear. In summary, when it comes to Chiu Shushan, it's best to be kind and respectful, without overthinking things. Thinking of this eased Pang Xioni's tension, and she smiled at Chiu Shushan. Seeing her smile, Chiu Shushan nodded slightly and greeted her. "You're up so early. Why not sleep a little longer?" Pang Xioni replied, "I wake up even earlier at home. I have to feed the pigs and cook for my family." "That sounds tough." Chiu Shushan's expression softened. "Do you do all this by yourself? Don't your siblings help?" Pang Xioni explained, "My younger brother and sister are quite young. One is 16 and the other is 17, so they can't do much. My older brothers are laborers who need to work in the fields. At 16 or 17, they are not too young, especially in the countryside, where a 16-year-old boy can be considered a capable worker." It's clear that the younger two in the Pang family are favored by their parents, while Pang Xioni feels neglected. Chiu Shushan then said, "Actually, I have a question, but it might be a bit direct." Pang Xioni guessed, "Are you wondering why rural girls marry young, and why I only found a partner at 24? Chiu Shushan replied awkwardly, "It's okay. You don't have to answer if you don't want to." Pang Xioni smiled and said, "There's nothing I can't share. My parents think I look decent and want to find a good match for me, but they haven't found anyone who meets their expectations. After I started working at the factory and earning money, they didn't want me to get married and take my salary to someone else's home. So here we are now." Chiu Shushan felt uneasy. Even though she expected the Pang family's burden to be heavy, she didn't realize they saw their daughter as a source of income. This might not be a problem that limited support could solve. It was just like Wu Xiaolin's family. Wu Xiaolin only had one younger brother, while Pang Xioni had 5 siblings. Could Anne still have a good life? Worse, the Pang family lived right by the chemical factory. Chiu Shushan didn't mind being poor, but she didn't want her son to jump into a difficult situation. Pang Xioni noticed Chiu Shushan's concern and quickly stepped out of the garden, saying, "Aunt, please don't worry. Once I marry Enz, I will focus on building our little home. I won't let my family rely on me for support, I promise." Chiu Shushan's expression turned cold again. "Let me be clear, I do not agree with your marriage to Anz, but he doesn't listen to me. I've come to terms with it. If he wants to marry you, then let him. You will live your life as you see fit, and whatever happens, happens." This was a clear warning to Pang Xioni not to expect Anz's parents to support them. Pang Xioni quickly replied, "Of course. I will make sure our life is vibrant and fulfilling. And I know my family sounds intimidating, but I learned a long time ago that I need to be my own master and break free from them. I've been working towards that goal. Since I started working at the chemical factory, I've been completely independent. My salary is in my hands, and I don't need their approval to get married. I believe Enz won't stay at the factory forever, and one day we can leave together and cut ties with my family. Until then, I won't let them interfere with Enz." Seeing Chiu Shushan's indifferent expression, Pang Xioni assured her, "I can do this. It just takes some extra effort." Unlike her older sister, Pang Xioni was not the type to let her family take advantage of her. Perhaps she was naturally cold-hearted. She didn't have much affection for her biased parents or unfriendly siblings. Since she was a teenager, Pang Xioni had been working hard to leave that home behind. Originally, she wanted to leave by studying, but unfortunately, she failed. Later, she thought about getting married, but none of the candidates her family found were reliable, so she found ways to mess things up. Then, Pang Xioni focused on job openings in the city, but everyone was eager to become workers. Without connections, background, or education, it was very hard for her to get into the city. Luckily, a chemical factory was built in their area. When the factory was newly established, there were many job openings and several people from her production team got in, including her. Once she had a job, Pang Xioni quickly realized her dream. She also didn't expect to meet Nze at the factory. She admired his qualities, but was hesitant at first. Nze was the one who spoke to her first, and their relationship developed naturally. Pang Xioni's assurances did not change Qiu Shushan's opinion of her. Everything was uncertain, and they would find out more later. In any case, Qiu Shushan was determined that, no matter how tough Nzei's life was, she would not give him a penny. Nzei took a longer leave this time and planned to stay in Yun County for a few more days. I planned to take Tianshan to the city to shop and buy her some new clothes. When Tianshan heard that her dad was going to buy her new clothes, she was very happy and jumped around, shouting, "Hooray for Dad!" And Nzei smiled at his daughter. And Tianshan added, "Buy some for Brother Dong Dong, and for Tuan Tuan, and Yuan Yuan too." Her aunt often bought her things like clothes and snacks. Although Tianshan was always happy, she felt a bit embarrassed that her dad had never bought anything for Dong Dong and Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. She thought her dad was too stingy. What Tianshan didn't know was that her dad was actually very generous to her aunt. In his first year of work, he spent half of his salary each month on gifts for his sister. It was only after Wu Xiaolin took his salary that this stopped. And Nzei didn't have a concept of money and was generous to those around him. After hearing his daughter's words, he quickly said, "Sure, we'll buy lots, even for Grandpa, Grandma, and your aunt." And Tianshan added, "And for Uncle." And Nzei had indeed forgotten about Uncle Xiao and laughed, "Yes, yes, and Uncle." And Tianshan smiled at that. However, when she saw Pang Xioni walking over, she immediately pouted. Noticing his daughter's unhappiness, Nzei asked, "What's wrong?" And Tianshan replied, "I don't like her." Just then, Pang Xioni walked by and heard this, stopping awkwardly. Anne's brushed Tian's twin ponytails and said, Tian, Aunt Pang will come to live with us from now on." Although when Tian was young, she understood a lot. She had sensed this change and was resisting Aunt Pang. When Anne's mentioned that Pang Xioni would be her stepmother, she immediately cried, "I don't want that. I don't want that." Anne's felt a headache coming on. He had expected some resistance from Tian, but not such a strong reaction.
Tian.
Anne said helplessly, "Can you try to get along with Auntie? Let's go to the city together to buy some things." Tian cried and ran home, saying, "I'm not going. I don't want to be with her." When Manhwa saw Tian running back in tears, she asked, "What's wrong, Tian?" Tian buried her face in her aunt's arms, saying, "I don't want a stepmother." And Hua hugged her tightly, unsure of what to say. Children often don't understand adult reasoning, and Tian's feelings were completely understandable. When adults' relationships change, it is the children who are hurt the most. Seeing Anne's come in, Manhwa said, "Why don't you take the child out to play?" It's not easy for her to have her dad back. There was a hint of blame in her tone, feeling sorry for Tian. Pang Xioni quickly added, "I agree. I won't follow you. Getting to know the child can't be rushed." Anne's felt guilty. "Okay, I was too eager and overlooked my daughter's feelings." After some coaxing, he finally got Tian to happily go out. And Hua checked the time and realized it was time for work and school, so she took Dong Dong and left with Anne's and Tian. Anne's and Tian spent the whole morning shopping and returned with many bags. Tian excitedly distributed the items, saying, "This is for Dong Dong, this is for Yuan, this is for Tuan, and this is for Annie." Qiu Shushan pulled Anne's into the house, closed the door, and asked seriously, "What are you going to do about your daughter? She is so resistant to Aunt Pang. Do you really plan to have them live together?" Anne's, busy with work, had not been able to take care of his child while single, but now that he was married, he naturally wanted to bring her over. Anne's replied firmly, "Of course, I can't keep Tian away from me forever. I know she doesn't accept Aunt Pang right now, but this is just the beginning. It's normal. Things will get better with time." Qiu Shushan scoffed, "Aren't you worried about your daughter feeling hurt?" Anne's paused for a moment. "Are you saying that Aunt Pang will bully her? I think you are worrying too much. Xiao Pang is not that kind of person. Besides, I will be there, and I won't let her be mistreated." Qiu Shushan said, "You are the one I trust the least." And Nzei was confused. Why? Qiu Shushan waved her hand, not wanting to say more, and said directly, "If you want to take her, go ahead. But remember your dad. and I will visit often. If we find out that our granddaughter is mistreated in any way, we will take her back and she won't recognize you as her dad anymore." And Zay laughed. "Mom, you are exaggerating." Chiu Shushin replied, "I'm not exaggerating. It depends on how you, as her father, act." And Zay's expression became serious. "Mom, I promise you that what you are worried about will not happen." Chiu Shushin was silent for a moment and said, "You used to send me 50 yuan every month for Tion's living expenses. I haven't spent it. I've saved it in a bank book for her when she grows up." And Zay said, "Mom, you don't need to do that. I can't let you both work hard and spend money." Chiu Shushin waved her hand. "From now on, you should still send me 50 yuan every month, and I will save it for Tian. And Zay readily agreed, "No problem, but don't keep it all. Consider it my contribution to your retirement. As for Tion's future education and career, I will take care of it, so there's no need to save for her." Chiu Shushin nodded perfunctorily, but still planned to save the money for her granddaughter. She asked, "You are sending us so much money. Is your living expense enough? Also, Xiao Peng won't be unhappy, right?" And Zay laughed. "In that remote place, we hardly have any expenses. Plus, it's only right for me to support my parents. Xiao Peng won't mind." And Zay was the deputy chief engineer at a chemical plant, earning 125 yuan a month, which was more than enough. Chiu Shushin said everything she needed to say and emphasized again, "If Tian can't adjust to living there, I will bring her back." And Zay chuckled, All right, I will listen to you." During the few days at Manhwa's place, Peng Xioni performed flawlessly, waking up early to work in the garden, and even made a pair of shoes for Chiu Shushin and Bohuai. The shoes had a layered sole and were very comfortable. Chiu Shushin couldn't help but praise them when she tried them on. Before they knew it, it was time to leave. At first, and Tian cried and refused to live with Peng Xioni. Later, and Zay must have said something to her because she agreed to go. At the farewell, and Tian hugged her grandfather with tears in her eyes, said goodbye to others, and then ran to her dad. The person she was most reluctant to part with was Bohuai, as he had been taking care of his granddaughter alone for the past 2 years. Once his son's family disappeared from sight, and Bohuai turned around, took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and went inside. Chiu Shushin said, "Your dad will probably cry for a while, so let's not call him when we eat." And Hua replied, "Okay." The weather gradually became hotter. And Hua saw a type of bed called a bamboo bed at someone else's house, which could be sat on and laid down to cool off. She wanted one too, so she asked Xiaozheng if he could make it. Xiaozheng thought for a moment, "It's not hard to weave that, but I might be busy lately. How about this? I'll have Xiaozhu help me and we'll try to finish it in 2 mornings. And Hua said, "I'm not in a hurry. If you're busy, take your time." Xiaozheng replied, "No need. It will be done quickly." After bringing back some bamboo from nearby villages, Xiaozheng led Xiaozhu to start working. The 3 kids squatted nearby, watching intently. Even the loudest one, Yuan, was quiet. Dong Dong, caught between the twins, looked like a mountain from behind. And Hua brought over 2 jars of sweet water, saying, "I put them on the bench beside you. Drink when you're thirsty." Xiaozheng, focused on his work, replied without looking up, "Got it, dear." And Hua looked at Xiaozhu, who was diligently following Xiaozheng's instructions and seemed to know how to do everything. And Hua casually asked Xiaozhu, "How old are you? Are you married?" Xiaozhu blushed, "Sister-in-law, I'm 25 and I don't have a partner yet." Xiaozheng suddenly said, "You've been smiling a lot lately, looking like you're in love. Are you dating someone?" Xiaozhu almost choked on his own spit, stammering, "L-liter." And Hua laughed, "If you're dating, just say so. There's no rule against it." Xiaozhu shyly replied, "It's not. Nothing is confirmed yet. I'm just getting to know a girl." Xiaozheng said casually, "Getting to know someone, and you already gave her a watch?" Xiaozhu's eyes widened, mumbling, "How do you know everything?" Xiaozheng snorted. How could he not know everything if he was a leader? And Hua told Xiaozheng, "You shouldn't meddle in the young people's affairs." Xiaozheng, his monthly expenses are so low, a watch might cost him 4 to 5 months of his allowance. Xiao Zhu is not an official, and his income is not that high. Buying a watch for a girl is really beyond his means. Xiao Zhu said, "The person who introduced us said the girl is a nurse from the city. She wants a watch to see if I am sincere." And Hua, did she ask you for it? Xiao Zhu nodded. She said if we get together, the watch will count as part of the betrothal gifts. And Hua couldn't help but say, generally, whether from the city or the countryside, girls don't ask for expensive gifts unless the relationship is confirmed. Even if the relationship is confirmed, no one would ask for a watch before discussing marriage. A watch is one of the 3 major items and is an important family asset. This era is different from later times. People live on basic salaries and they know how much they can earn in a lifetime. They wouldn't spend too much on dating, and normal people wouldn't ask for expensive gifts. The person Xiao Zhu is dealing with clearly isn't normal. After hearing Anhua's words, Xiao Zhu became uncertain. Is she trying to trick me? Anhua said, I don't know if she's tricking you, but you need to be careful. Your money is hard-earned, and nothing is more important than that. Xiao Zheng glanced at Anhua. What are you saying? When did you become so money-minded? Anhua casually replied, I've always been money-minded. You just noticed now? Xiao Zheng laughed. It's fine. I like you being money-minded, and I love the 3 little ones you gave me. Dong Dong realized his dad was talking about him and said, then Dad is the old money-minded one. Xiao Zheng was taken aback. I'm not money-minded, and besides, am I that old? Yuan shouted, Dad, stop talking and get to work. And Hua laughed heartily. Xiao Zheng, you've become the supervisor now. Also, why does your accent sound off? Why do you talk like the neighbors? And Hua explained with a smile, I've been playing with Sir Xiaojun all day, and Sister Manhwa even says Yuan looks like her child. Xiao Zheng was not pleased. That won't do. Our Xiao family must speak proper Mandarin. We can't let that kid Sir Xiaojun influence us. And Hua nodded with a smile. Yes, I understand, Iron Pillar. After a brief conversation, and Hua looked at Xiao Zhu. Xiao Zhu was busy with work, but he seemed troubled. And Hua decided not to say much more. Xiao Zhu wasn't foolish. Perhaps it was his first time interacting with a girl, and with the introducer's sweet talk, he didn't realize that the girl was likely just trying to take advantage of him, and in the end, nothing would come of it. Thinking of this, and Hua asked, Who introduced you to this girl? Xiao Zhu replied, A comrade introduced her. Who? Xiao Zheng scolded, You fool. You've dragged your comrade into this mess. Xiao Zhu shook his head and didn't reveal the name. He didn't want to complain to his superior. He just resolved to stay away from that person in the future. The cool bed was quickly made. It was still quite hard and might have some rough edges that needed smoothing. And Hua asked Xiao Zheng to use it for a while until it became smoother for the children. Xiao Zheng looked at Anhua, hurt, and said, Wife, do I have no place in your heart? And Hua replied, It's just that the kids are delicate and you're tough. Seeing Xiao Zheng still unhappy, Anhua suggested, How about I use it instead? Xiao Zheng immediately shook his head. No way, you're too delicate. If you get a splinter, I'd feel terrible. And Hua smiled and kissed his cheek. Xiao Zheng leaned in for a kiss on the other cheek. And Hua gave him another big kiss. Xiao Zheng chuckled. By the way, do you know what happened with Xiao Zhu's situation? And Hua laughed. Is there already a follow-up? Xiao Zheng nodded. The next day, he asked the girl if she wanted to be his girlfriend. She said that after spending time together, they realized their personalities didn't match, so she didn't want to. And Hua asked, and then? Xiao Zheng continued. Then he wanted his watch back, but the girl suddenly started scolding him, saying he was stingy and not manly. Xiao Zhu got really angry and said if she didn't return the watch, he'd go to her workplace and talk to her boss. And Hua inquired, did he get the watch back in the end? Xiao Zheng nodded, showing a disapproving expression, although I think he shouldn't have given her the watch in the first place, since he did. Asking for it back seems really pathetic. And Hua teased, Aren't you usually stingy? Why are you being so generous now? Xiao Zheng replied matter-of-factly, He's a grown man. How can he ask for money back from a girl? Even if that girl wasn't sincere, she didn't force him to buy a watch, right? It's a mutual agreement. And Hua smiled and nodded. Yes, you're right, Major Xiao. So, how much did you spend on her during your blind dates back then? Not much, just dining out and buying some snacks while strolling in the park. As he spoke, Xiaozheng touched his nose and chuckled awkwardly. I'll go check on the kids. Come back. Those soft words made Xiaozheng hesitate to take another step. He had to turn around. Hee, that's all in the past. Back then, I didn't even know you, and I haven't been on many blind dates, so I don't even remember what they looked like. And Hua was speechless. Did I ask if you remembered what they looked like? Xiaozheng cautiously glanced at Hua. You're not angry, are you? And Hua chuckled. Do you think I'm jealous? She poked his face with her finger. I just wanted to say you have a red mark on your face from where I pinched you. Well, now it's less noticeable. Xiaozheng finally relaxed, but then felt uneasy. If she wasn't angry, did that mean she didn't care about him? And Hua, unaware of his complicated thoughts, stepped outside. Just then, they ran into Wang Kaiyan, who called out to them, Uncle, Aunt, it's time to eat. And Hua looked at Wang Xian's face. Have you been crying? Wang Kaiyan quickly wiped her face and shook her head no. And Hua asked, did something happen? Did someone make you feel upset? Tell me, and I'll see if I can help. Wang Kaiyan felt touched and couldn't help but share her troubles. It's nothing much, just that my dad wrote to me again and scolded me. He said he knows I have $12 a month and wants me to send him all my money. Uncle Wang Jinshui kindly helped her hide some money, but Wang Kaifeng overheard their conversation. She knew Wang Kaifeng would eventually tell her dad, but she didn't expect it to take this long. As Hua placed the twins in their special baby chairs, she asked Wang Kaiyan, what do you really think? Do you want to willingly give your money to your dad, or do you want to save it for yourself? Wang Kaiyan paused and decided to share her true feelings. I actually don't want to send any money because I know that he says he's saving it for me, but in reality, it will all go to my stepmother's family. I won't see a single cent, Qiu Shushan responded. Are you talking about sending money home? I've told you before, you're too honest. You only earn $12 a month and send half of it back. A young girl should think more about herself. And Huan explained, Mom, she's only sending $6 because she's hiding $4 of her income. Her dad plans to leave her just $2 for spending, and now he doesn't want to give her anything at all. Qiu Shushan gasped and said, Is this really her biological father? Wang Kaiyan lowered her head. Qiu Shushan quickly added, I didn't mean anything by it. I just didn't expect. And Bohai and Qiu Shushan are parents who love their children and want to give them everything good, so they can't understand Wang Xian's father exploiting his daughter. And Huan settled the twins and sat down to eat. Kaiyan, I suggest you follow your heart. Your father has raised you, so it's right to support him, but he's still young and doesn't need your help now. You can show your filial piety when he gets older and can't earn a living anymore. Wang Kaiyan grew up in a rural environment. Even if she feels her father is unfair and wrong, it's hard for her to break free from traditional values of filial piety to resist him. So she just ran away, but when her father asked her to send money back, she still felt she had to comply. Now, Huan's words made her realize that not sending money doesn't mean being unfilial. She can give him money when he gets older. Among the girls in the team who have married, how many send money back to their parents? Even buying a bag of candy during holidays earns them praise. Xiaozheng disagreed. I think this should be done step by step. If she suddenly stops sending money after her father finds out she actually has $12, he will definitely be upset. And Huan nodded. That makes sense. If he finds out, it could be a problem for you. You can gradually reduce the amount, and after you get married, you can stop completely. He won't have a reason to complain. When marriage was mentioned, Wang Kaiyan blushed. She was only 17 and had a long way to go before that. As for her father, she planned to stop sending him any money at all. Her father is quite domineering and would speak loudly in the production team. Outside of it, he barely lifts his head to look at anyone and wouldn't dare to travel far to Yun County. With the incident of Wang Kaifeng being abducted, Uncle Jinshui said that her father and stepmother are now keeping a close watch on her, not allowing her to go outside. Wang Kaifeng is still too scared to recover from the shock. So, there's no need to worry about her father causing trouble in Yun County. He doesn't have the courage to do that. When the weather gets hot, my appetite decreases. and Hua was thinking about making something new to eat even while at work. The food factory has a candy production line, so Hua brought home some gelatin, planning to make pudding. Qiu Shushan also likes pudding. When she was younger, it was always her dessert of choice when eating Western food.
Can you make it?
Qiu Shushan asked, surprised. And Hua proudly replied, I learned from someone else. Mom, just wait to enjoy the ready-made pudding today. Qiu Shushan smiled happily, watching Hua busily prepare with the curiosity of a child. When the finished product was ready, she exclaimed, it looks just like the ones in a Western restaurant. Qiu Shushan had never received a Western education and wasn't interested in Western culture, but since Bohuai liked Western food, she often accompanied him to eat and grew fond of this little dessert. However, it had been a long time since she last visited a Western restaurant. Qiu Shushan reminisced about the fun times when she first went to eat Western food within Bohuai. And Hua laughed and said, Mom, you and Dad were quite romantic when you were young. Qiu Shushan smiled, saying, that was decades ago. In the blink of an eye, our grandchildren have grown so big. And I didn't even know you liked pudding. And Hua said, I'll make it for you often from now on. Qiu Shushan waved her hand, no matter what it is, even if it's delicious, you shouldn't eat too much. Don't be greedy. Eating some pudding isn't being greedy. And Hua served the pudding on small plates, inviting the kids from the Shi family and the neighbor Shinigwa's family over, having them sit in a row with Qiu Shushan, each with a serving in front of them. Qiu Shushan felt a bit shy, but was gently pushed to sit down by Hua. They say old kids are just like young kids. There's no difference between the elderly and children. Qiu Shushan pretended to be angry, saying, in your eyes, have I become an old person? And Hua comforted her, not old at all. You will always be young and graceful in my heart. Right, kids? The children chattered, mimicking her words. Qiu Shushan couldn't help but laugh, her eyes sparkling with joy. At that moment, she truly felt the happiness of having children and grandchildren around her. The golden pudding was topped with a rich layer of caramel that made it look irresistible. The kids had never seen such a treat and were hesitant to try it. This is milk jelly. Use a small spoon to eat it, Anhua explained, simplifying the name. Shi Xiaojun was the first to react, giving Anhua 2 thumbs up. Andy, how do you know how to make everything? I won't hold back. He then picked up the plate and quickly swallowed the pudding in 2 big bites, licking the caramel off the corner of his mouth. This kid eats like a little bandit. But when Anhua turned around, she saw her little daughter had tossed her spoon aside and was slurping it directly, finishing it even faster than Shi Xiaojun. Well, kids eat like this because it makes food taste better. Being able to eat is a blessing. Anhua wiped Yuanyuan's mouth clean and looked over to see Tuanchuan and Dongdong eating politely, taking small bites and using napkins to keep their faces clean. Look, there are still 2 well-mannered kids. It's normal for children to have different personalities. After finishing, Shi Xiaojun licked his lips, feeling shy about asking for more. Yuan, however, held up her small plate and exclaimed, I want more. Anhua smiled and said, okay, each of you can have 2 servings. But after you finish, the older kids need to help me with something. Shi Xiaojun pounded his chest confidently. No problem. What do you need help with? Anhua replied, I'll pack 2 servings of milk jelly in containers, and you can help me deliver 1 to Aunt Fong Fong, and 1 to Grandpa. And Shi Xiaojun said, I can go by myself, I don't need them. Dongdong raised his hand. I want to go too. I want to see Grandpa and little Ping'an. Anhua nodded, then you 2 can go. Yuan chimed in, I want to go too. Qiu Shushan pressed her little hand down, you're too small to walk that far. Yuan pouted, unhappy. Tuanchuan glanced at her sister. There might be a big bad wolf on the way. Having just heard the story of Little Red Riding Hood, Yuan shook her head in fear. I don't want to go. Once the kids finished eating, Anhua packed the containers into a net bag for Shi Xiaojun to carry. Be careful, don't run, or you might spill the milk jelly. Shi Xiaojun solemnly promised, don't worry, Aunt. I promise I won't break anything or sneak a bite. And Hua chuckled. She hadn't thought of that at all. Shi Xiaojun seemed unreliable, but he had good character and wouldn't do something like sneak food. and Hua worried the two kids might get sunburned, so she put a straw hat on their heads. That's enough. You can go now. 3 hours later, after the sun had set, the two kids returned. Sure, Xiaojun shouted from a distance, "Aunt, we delivered everything. Grandpa, and let us play a little longer." Xu Meihua heard the voice and came out, holding a spatula at the door. "Good, you're starting to help the adults." Sure, Xiaojuan's eyes lit up, and he grinned. "Mom, that's the first time you've praised me. Is the sun rising from the south?" Xu Meihua rolled her eyes and turned to go back inside. That was unnecessary praise. Sure, Xiaojun hurried after her. "Mom, what's for dinner? Is there meat?" Xu Meihua replied, "Do you think we have meat every day? You might as well eat the meat off your mom." Sure, Xiaojun exclaimed, "No way. I heard human meat is sour and not tasty." The playful banter between mother and son gradually faded as Anhua led Dong Dong into the house. Dong Dong gulped down several big sips of water from an enamel mug, then let out a big belch. Anhua asked, "How was the trip?" This was Dong Dong's first time completing a task his mom had given him, and he felt a great sense of accomplishment. It went very smoothly, and Hua smiled and wiped his sweat.
But Mom,
Dong Dong said, "Aunt seems to have had a fight with Uncle." And Hua asked, "Is that what you sensed, or did Aunt or Uncle tell you that?" Dong Dong replied, "I observed it. I think Aunt is not very happy. She doesn't really respond when Uncle talks to her." Dong Dong was very sensitive to emotions, and Hua didn't doubt his words. However, Xiao Fongfong and Gung Biao had such a good relationship. Gung Biao almost treated Xiao Fongfong like a treasure. How could they have fought? The next day at the factory, Gung Biao came to find Hua, looking troubled. "Sister-in-law, I don't know what's wrong, but Fongfong has been different with me lately." And Hua asked, "Did you two argue?" Gung Biao shook his head repeatedly. No, we haven't even had a disagreement. Xiao Fongfong might not be good at talking, but if she wanted to argue, she couldn't even do that." And Hua said, "There must be some issue. You two should communicate well." "Gung Biao, I came to find you today because I want you to check on her. She won't say anything no matter what I ask. It's driving me crazy." And Hua thought for a moment. "Okay, I'll come over at noon." Actually, Anhua suspected that Xiao Fongfong might have some psychological issues. After all, she was home alone every day taking care of the child, with no entertainment and no one to talk to. Over time, it must be suffocating. Unexpectedly, after Anhua's repeated encouragement, Xiao Fongfong revealed something shocking. Anhua couldn't believe it. "Are you saying Gung Biao has another woman?" And Hua's first reaction was disbelief. Gung Biao didn't seem like that kind of person. But Xiao Fongfong's exhaustion and helplessness were clearly genuine. "Fongfong, is there a misunderstanding? Do you have any proof?" Xiao Fongfong, holding her child, stood up and opened a drawer to show Anhua something. It was a jade ring. The jade wasn't of high quality, and the band was thin, clearly a woman's ring. Xiao Fongfong had seen Gung Biao staring at this jade ring twice. She had asked him where it came from, but he stammered and didn't give a clear answer, obviously trying to avoid the question. Moreover, Xiao Fongfong continued to share her concerns with her sister-in-law. The suspicious jade ring was one thing, but the more important issue was that since she gave birth, Gung Biao had stopped sharing the bed with her. When she mentioned this, she felt embarrassed, lowering her head with a blush. But she had to speak up, hoping Anhua could help her find a solution. After understanding the situation, Anhua felt that Xiao Fongfong had reasons to be suspicious. However, that didn't necessarily mean Gung Biao was cheating. "How about this? I'll help you find out more about the jade ring, but regarding the sleeping arrangements." Anhua hesitated. "That's a private matter, and it's not really for outsiders to interfere. I suggest you talk directly to Gung Biao. As a couple, there's nothing to be embarrassed about." Xiao Fongfong nodded, blushing, and made an "I'm sorry" gesture to Anhua. Anhua was confused. "Why are you suddenly saying sorry?" Xiao Fongfong felt she had troubled Anhua. Over the past year, she had hardly gone to help her brother and sister-in-law because she was busy taking care of her child, and now she felt bad that her sister-in-law had to come to see her. Anhua chuckled. "What are you thinking about?" You have your own family and you're not my family's maid, so why are you working at my house? As your sister-in-law, it's normal for me to check on you when you're feeling down. Saying this, Anhua couldn't help but ruffle Xia Fangfang's hair, thinking the girl was adorably silly. Alright, don't be so gloomy. I think Gung Biao might be hiding something from you, but it shouldn't be about cheating. Don't overthink things at home. Xia Fangfang shyly pressed her lips together. Anhua stayed for lunch, while Xia Fangfang went to cook, and she played with little Ping'an. Little Ping'an had grown chubby and loved to laugh. Anhua could make him giggle with just a little teasing. Gung Biao peeked over and quietly asked, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with Fong Fong?" Anhua glanced at him. "You should ask yourself. Your family, yet you have things you don't tell her. Of course, she will worry." Gung Biao was taken aback. "What haven't I told her?" Anhua remained silent, playing with little Ping'an. After a moment, Gung Biao said, "Is it about that jade ring?" Anhua replied, "Since you know the reason, it should be easy to resolve." To her surprise, Gung Biao sighed. "This matter is complicated." Anhua asked, "What is it?" Gung Biao said, "Sister-in-law, I won't hide anything from you. You know I have an older sister who married far away when I was very young, and we lost contact. I barely remember her, but recently, she sent a letter. That jade ring is her token." Anhua's heart skipped a beat. "What about your sister's situation?" Gung Biao shook his head. "Not good. She married in a neighboring province, but due to the war, she ended up in the West and lost contact with us. In her letter, she mentioned she has been married 3 times, and now her 3rd husband has passed away. She doesn't want to remarry and wants to return home with her daughter." Gung Biao looked troubled. "The rest is manageable. She's my biological sister, and I'll help her as much as I can, but I'm already married now, and I need to discuss everything with Fong Fong." Anhua asked him, "So, you want her sister and her daughter to come live with you, but you're worried Fong Fong won't agree?" Gung Biao quickly shook his head. No, I never planned to let them live here. I was thinking, if she wants to go back to Yun County, we can't stop her. Out of family ties, I can help them sort out their household registration and rent a place nearby to settle them down." And Hua was deep in thought. Gung Biao's plan seemed reasonable. Even if he might not remember what his sister looked like, she was still his only close relative besides his wife and daughter, so it made sense to help her. And Hua felt that for Xiao Fong Fong, suddenly having an older sister-in-law was not much different from having another mother-in-law. "You don't need to hide this from Fong Fong. As you said, couples should discuss everything together." Gung Biao sighed. "To help my sister and niece, it will definitely cost a lot of money. I can't ask Fong Fong for it, so I've been struggling with this." Just as Gung Biao finished speaking, he suddenly turned around as if sensing something. Xiao Fong Fong stood there with a kitchen knife, looking at him. Xiao Fong Fong couldn't speak, but her hurt expression clearly said, "What are you afraid of? Do you think I'm such a petty person?" Gung Biao rushed over. "Fong Fong, that's not what I meant. Let me explain." It was unclear how Gung Biao spoke to Xiao Fong Fong, but by the time they sat down for dinner, her mood had improved a lot. And Hua felt that the two of them were fine now, so she left for the factory after dinner. Xiao Fong Fong started washing the dishes. Gung Biao placed the child in the walker that Hua had given, letting the little one play in the yard while he went to help Xiao Fong Fong. Xiao Fong Fong pushed him away. "Are you still angry?" Gung Biao asked. Xiao Fong Fong shook her head. She had heard what Gung Biao said and felt that helping his sister and niece was the right thing to do, so she wasn't angry about that. But she was upset that Gung Biao had kept it from her. It felt like he didn't trust her. Even after Gung Biao explained, she felt a little better, but she didn't completely calm down right away. Gung Biao noticed and didn't walk away. Instead, he kept chatting about everyday matters, hoping Xiao Fong Fong would come around. Xiao Fong Fong couldn't speak, but they couldn't just sit in silence, so he had developed a habit of talking a lot. As she listened to his voice, her anger gradually faded. Suddenly, Xiao Fong Fong turned to look at him. Gung Biao paused, confused. "What's wrong?" Xiao Fong Fong made a clear gesture, asking why he didn't sleep with her. Xiao Fong Fong looked serious, but her ears were already bright red. Gung Biao was taken aback for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. his eyes sparkling with joy. This reaction immediately made Xiao Fangfang feel embarrassed and angry, and she clenched her fist to hit Geng Biao. Xiao Fangfang was quite strong, and Geng Biao felt the pain as he grabbed her fist and gave it a kiss. I don't want to share a bed with you, because I don't want you to get pregnant again. You scared me when you had Xiao Ping'an. Xiao Fangfang was surprised. She never expected that to be the reason. She had only heard other women in the countryside say that if a man doesn't sleep in the same bed, he might be cheating. I never thought I could have such a wonderful family in my life. I am already very content. Geng Biao comforted Xiao Fangfang. Nothing else matters. We just need to raise Xiao Ping'an healthily. Xiao Fangfang stared at Geng Biao in amazement. This man was so different, and Hua was relieved to learn that Xiao Fangfang and Geng Biao had cleared everything up. However, she felt a bit speechless about Geng Biao not sharing a bed with Xiao Fangfang for the sake of contraception. Fangfang, do you two know what family planning products are for? Xiao Fangfang looked confused at Anhua and shook her head. Anhua leaned in and whispered, "Do you understand now? Geng Biao, a man in his 30s, doesn't even know this and wants you to be vegetarian for life." Xiao Fangfang's ears turned bright red. Vegetarian. Her sister-in-law really had a way with words. But thanks to Anhua's reminder, Xiao Fangfang remembered that the street sometimes promoted late marriage and fewer children, mentioning family planning products. So that was what it meant. When Geng Biao returned, Xiao Fangfang, with a flushed face and racing heart, conveyed the information about family planning products to him. Geng Biao was so happy, he jumped 3 feet in the air. There are such good things. I'm going to get some from the street right now. It was almost dark. Xiao Fangfang tried to stop him, but couldn't. Geng Biao quickly ran out. He had been prepared to be single for life, but now his life was taking a turn for the better, with happiness ahead. When Anhua got home, dinner was ready, but Xiaozheng had not returned yet. Qiu Shushan was worried. Why is my son-in-law so late today? Anhua comforted her. He must be caught up with work. It's normal. I'll give him a call to check. The call went to the operator and then to Xiaozheng. The one who answered was Xiao Zhu. Anhua asked, "Where is your leader? Is he coming back for dinner tonight?" Xiao Zhu hesitated. Anhua felt a bad premonition and asked, "What happened?" Xiao Zhu replied, "The leader. He got injured." Anhua's heart sank, and she anxiously asked, "How did he get hurt? Is it serious? Where is he now? In the hospital?" No, he's not in the hospital. He's in the office." Xiao Zhu seemed hesitant. "Sister-in-law, the leader won't let me take him home. Could you come over?" Anhua hung up the phone and hurried to Xiaozheng's office. Seeing Anhua in a rush, Xiao Zhu quickly said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, the leader just hurt his back." Xiaozheng was leaning against the desk, and when he saw Anhua, he glared at Xiao Zhu. "You talk too much." Xiao Zhu smiled awkwardly and stepped aside.
How are you?
"How did you hurt your back? Can you walk home by yourself?" Xiaozheng waved his hand. "I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit." Xiao Zhu interjected. "The leader feels embarrassed and doesn't want me to help him home." Anhua pulled out the shirt that Xiaozheng had tucked into his belt and gasped. "That's quite a bruise. So, how did this happen?" Xiaozheng replied casually, "It's nothing. Just accidentally bumped into the corner of the desk." Anhua narrowed her eyes and tugged at his ear, questioning, "Is your desk that high? How could you hit your back?" Xiaozheng was tall, and even the highest desk would only reach his hips, not his back. Xiaozheng admitted, "I told a little lie and you caught me." Anhua looked at Xiao Zhu. "You explain." The leader was outside in a tank top this afternoon, and when he saw the patrol, he tried to avoid them by climbing over a wall. He accidentally fell and hit his back on a rock. Xiao Zhu explained the situation clearly. Xiaozheng cursed. I must have been sitting too long in the office, and my reflexes are slow. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to exercise every day, do military drills, and run."
Anhua was speechless.
"Are the patrols that strict? You're a commander, and you still need to hide?" Xiaozheng cleared his throat and said, "It's just that I didn't want to be criticized in front of them. That would be embarrassing. Dear, let's forget about how I got hurt and just go home."
Can you walk?
Xiaozheng stood up. "I can walk." and Hua saw that he could hardly stand straight and quickly went to help him. Xiaojing pushed her away. No need. It wouldn't look good if someone saw us. Anhua said, "You're hurt. Why are you worried about the impact?" Xiaojing stubbornly walked home, holding his waist, looking determined despite his injury. But once he got home, he lay down and groaned. "Wife, can you get me some ointment?" "The ointment won't help. You need to use some special oil, but we don't have any." "I'll borrow some from next door," Anhua said as she got up to leave. Zhou Meihua heard and quickly asked, "What happened? Who got hurt?" "It's nothing," just Xiaojing twisted his waist. Zhou Meihua hurried to get it for her, saying, "Here, take all of this." Anhua thanked her. However, Xiaojing's injury was quite serious. Even after applying the oil, he felt worse the next morning and had trouble getting up. Anhua worriedly suggested, "Let's go to the hospital." Xiaojing shook his head. "It's just a small injury. It's fine." Anhua thought for a moment. "Then you should rest at home for a couple of days and heal before going back to work." Xiaojing disagreed. "No way. I have a lot of work waiting for me. Just rest at home. If there's something urgent, they can come to you. You don't need to go to the office," Anhua said seriously, trying to scare him. "Your back is important. What if it affects our happiness for the rest of our lives?" Xiaojing hesitated. Anhua added, "If you don't listen to me, I'll tell everyone how you got hurt." Xiaojing quickly lay back down. Okay, I'll listen to you." Anhua relaxed. "You rest. I'll take a couple of days off to be with you." Xiaojing looked at his wife and swallowed hard. "Then you should lie down too, so I can hold you." Anhua shot him a glare. "You're hurt and still can't be still. I need to go to the factory to ask for leave first." Xiaojing sighed in disappointment, boredly fiddling with the blanket, and gradually fell asleep again. In his sleepy state, he heard the door creak open. He heard footsteps, and a little figure ran around the bed, then a round face peeked over the edge. It was his daughter, Yuan, coming to see her dad. She stood on a small stool, hands on the bed, stretching her neck to look at him.
"Daddy?"
Xiaojing half opened his eyes and mumbled, "Daddy, are you sick?" Xiaojing replied stubbornly, "Daddy's not sick. He's just sleeping." "Daddy, don't sleep.
"Come play horsey with me."
Xiaojing felt more pain in his back and hissed, "Go play with your brother. Daddy doesn't have time." Yuan pouted in frustration. "Lazybones, the sun is shining. Get up, get up." Xiaojing felt annoyed and wanted to call his son to take the little troublemaker outside, but after calling a couple of times, no one responded. Yuan had already climbed onto the bed and was sitting on her dad. I'm riding a horse. Giddy up." Xiaojing's injury was being squished by the 30-pound bundle of energy, making him grit his teeth in pain.
Ugh.
Who does this little rascal take after? Xiaojing forced himself to sit up and grab his daughter by the collar, lifting her up. Yuan's little legs kicked in the air as she excitedly squealed, I'm flying. Xiaojing was speechless and put her down again, urging her, "Be good. Go play outside." Yuan tried to climb back onto the bed, but thankfully Dong came over and carried his sister out. "I want to ride a horse." Dong patiently explained to his sister, "Dad is not feeling well, so Yuan can't disturb him. He needs to rest." Yuan understood. What's wrong with Dad? Dong didn't dismiss her because she was young. He explained seriously, Dad hurt his back and is lying in bed to recover. He can't move, or it will get worse, so our good Yuan shouldn't bother him, okay? Yuan blinked her big eyes and nodded. Wang Kaiyan was wiping the table nearby and sighed. Uncle looks pretty hurt.
I wonder how many days he needs to rest.
What should we make him to eat to help him feel better? Right, when someone is sick, they should eat something good. Yuan cared about her dad too. She ran over to her sister, Tuan. What does Dad like to eat? Tuan, who was playing with a string, lifted her eyelids and replied, I don't know. Yuan felt a bit anxious, you know. Tuan paused and thought for a moment. Peanuts. Dad eats everything and isn't picky, but if he had to choose, he would say he loves fried peanuts because they go well with drinks. Yuan's eyes lit up. I have peanuts. I'll take them to Dad. Yuan ran to the side and grabbed a tin can. It used to hold cookies, and after they were finished, Chiu Shushin put some candy in it to keep it fresh. The candy was peanuts covered in a layer of sugar. Yuan opened the tin, popped one in her mouth, and chewed. The sweet flavor made her squint her eyes in delight. Yummy, yummy. I'll take some to Dad. Tuan said. Dad doesn't like sweet things. Yuan replied. Huh. Tuan continued. If I trick you, I'm a little dog. Yuan paused for a moment, then quickly found a solution. She put another candy bean in her mouth, but this time she didn't chew. Instead, she moved her mouth around, making a tisk tsk peske sound a few times, then spat it out. The sugar coating was gone, revealing the peanut underneath. Look, it's not sweet anymore. Dad can eat it now. Tuan was silent. Hee, I'll make more for Dad. Yuan asked Kai Yen for a small bowl and got busy. Soon, she made a bowl and happily brought it to Dad. Xiao Zheng, disturbed by Yuan's antics, had lost his sleepiness and was staring at the ceiling, waiting for his wife to come back. Then he heard the little devil's voice. Dad. Xiao Zheng felt a headache coming on. What is it?
Dad, eat this.
It's the peanuts I made. Yuan climbed onto the small stool again, but this time she was calm and brought Xiao Zheng a small bowl of peanuts. What is this? Xiao Zheng wondered. Dad is hurt and needs to recover. Yuan looked at him eagerly, her eyes full of love. Xiao Zheng was immediately touched. He felt terrible for thinking his little girl was being a nuisance. Just moments ago, he had been scolding her in his mind. But she was actually a caring little sweetheart. The moved father, with a slightly teary nose, didn't even notice what Yuan meant by, "These are the peanuts I made," nor did he think about the peanuts in the bowl, which were all plump and looked like they had been soaked in water. Seeing Dad lying down, Yuan sweetly said, "Hey, Dad." Xiao Zheng felt happy inside and opened his mouth. However, when the peanut entered his mouth, he felt something was off. Why was it wet?
Did it get damp?
But there was no moldy taste, so it should be fine to eat. He couldn't let his daughter's kindness go to waste. Xiao Zheng quickly finished eating. Yuan was disappointed that it was gone so soon. Dad, do you want more? Is there more? Xiao Zheng asked. Yes. Yuan nodded. Should I make you some more? Make? Yuan ran off and soon returned, holding a tin can. She decided not to use the bowl this time. She would come right to Dad and make one for him to eat. Xiao Zheng watched as his 2-year-old daughter skillfully peeled off the sugar coating from a candy bean, spat out a plump white peanut, and brought it to his mouth. He said that the peanuts weren't crunchy at all. Xiao Zheng asked with difficulty, Yuan, the peanuts Dad just ate. Did you make them too? Yuan proudly nodded. Yuan is not tired. Who asked if you were tired? Xiao Zheng waved his hand weakly. Dad won't eat anymore. You can go play. Yuan was not very happy, but since Dad was sick, she decided to listen to him. When his wife returned, Xiao Zheng started complaining. And Hua laughed so hard her stomach hurt. Seeing Xiao Zheng looking gloomy, she finally managed to stop laughing and comforted him. It's okay. It's just our daughter. We don't mind. Xiao Zheng wasn't bothered about cleanliness. His daughter was only 2 years old.
He just felt that.
The twins were not as sweet and soft as he imagined. Tuan, at such a young age, already looked so mature and didn't like to talk to people. As for Yuan, she was just a little rascal. After Hua understood Xiao Zheng's thoughts, she reassured him, "It's fine. We still have Dong, our little sweetheart." Xiao Zheng sighed again. Dong doesn't act very manly either. In his ideal family, he wanted a son who was strong and would join the army to wear his military uniform. As for a daughter, he wanted to raise her delicately to be a graceful and cultured young lady. And Hua huffed, "So you're not satisfied with the kids I gave you?" Xiao Zheng quickly denied it. No, I'm satisfied. There are a few small regrets, but they are our own flesh and blood, so as a dad, I will definitely love them. And Hua replied, "I think my kids are great. I don't have too many expectations for who they will become, as long as they have good values and don't commit crimes." Yes, my wife is right, Xiao Zheng said with a smile. And Hua rolled her eyes at him. By the way, when I was at the factory earlier, Director Zhao called me for a talk. He said our factory is going to organize a work team, and I will be in charge. Xiao Zheng laughed. Looks like you are getting promoted. My wife is going to get a raise. Director Zhao wanting to promote her was probably because she helped deal with Niu Degui earlier. While they were discussing this, the half-open door was pushed open. Yuan came in again, holding a small bowl. I made grape juice for Dad. Little Yuan had purple juice around her mouth. She sincerely held out a small bowl and said, Daddy, drink. And Ji took a look and saw a bowl of chewed up, sticky, and clearly saliva-covered grape juice. And Ji asked, Baby, did you chew this with your mouth and then spit it into the bowl? Yuan licked her lips and nodded seriously, yes. And Ji was at a loss for words. She picked her daughter up and sat her on the edge of the bed, saying, Seriously, Yuan, let me teach you something. You can't spit out food you've put in your mouth for someone else to eat, because it's not hygienic. Yuan looked at her mother and said, I didn't eat it, I made it. And Ji corrected her. Using your hands is called making. Once it goes into your mouth, it's considered eaten, and you can't give it to someone else. Do you remember? By the end. And Ji's tone had become strict. Yuan cried out, Mommy is scary. Xiao Zheng, while saying that his daughter didn't meet his expectations, actually cherished her the most. Hearing Yuan cry, he immediately wanted to sit up and comfort her, saying, Speak nicely, don't be harsh with her. And Ji pushed him back down and took her daughter outside. Stand still, no crying. And Ji's voice attracted Qiu Shushin and Dong. What's wrong? Why is the child crying? Qiu Shushin said as she tried to pick up Yuan. Mom, don't worry about her. Let her cry for a bit. And Ji's stern face made Yuan feel a bit scared, and she stopped crying. Qiu Shushin glared at Ji. Did you hit the child? How can you hit such a small child? If she did something wrong, just talk to her nicely. Then she went to comfort her granddaughter. Dong also took out a handkerchief from his pocket and kindly wiped the tears off his sister's face. Seeing that her grandmother and brother were on her side, Yuan gained confidence and started crying again, even louder than before. And Ji helplessly said, Mom, I didn't hit her. I was teaching her how to behave. Then she explained what happened. Qiu Shushin found it both funny and frustrating but didn't think her granddaughter did anything wrong, saying she was just being caring, wanting to take care of her dad. And Ji replied, I know, so I'm not criticizing her for wanting to do this, but teaching her not to spit out food for others to eat. But look at her, I was just a bit stern, and she started crying. It's because everyone usually spoils her, making her unable to handle even a little criticism. And Ji squatted down to be at eye level with her daughter and asked, Did Mommy just hit you? Yuan shook her head. Did someone scold you? Yuan shook her head again. Then why are you crying? Yuan said sadly, Mom is strict. When Mom is a little strict, it's to help you remember what she says. Seeing her daughter's pitiful expression, Manhwa softened her tone and said, But Mom will try to be a gentler mom in the future. Okay? Yuan turned her head away. She didn't understand and didn't want to listen. She just knew she didn't want to talk to her mom anymore. Yuan kept her promise and ignored her mom for a full 10 minutes. However, after 10 minutes, the house was filled again with calls of Mommy. Manhwa's heart melted at this sweet little voice, and she happily responded, Let's go out and buy something. Okay. Yuan shouted excitedly, stomping her little feet. Call your sister. Tuan was not as lively as a typical 2-year-old. She spent her days quietly playing indoors. And Hua worried that this would affect her health, so she took the kids outside for some outdoor activities every day. Tuan was easygoing. When Mom called, she would go out. And Hua held a shopping bag, and Dong took one sister by each hand as the family of 4 headed to the market. Dong asked, Mom, what are we buying? And Hua replied, We're buying some pig kidneys to help your dad. As the saying goes, like supports like. In Yun County, there are 2 slaughterhouses, one for cattle and one for pigs, supplying food factories for canned goods. Since canned goods don't require offal, the supply of offal in Yun County is abundant, and you can usually buy some in the morning. And Hua bought 2 pig kidneys and a cow hoof. At the entrance of the residential area, there was someone selling wild vegetables, and she noticed the wild celery looked fresh, so she bought some of that too. On the way back, someone greeted Manhwa, sister-in-law, "Are you out buying groceries?" "What did you get?" Yuan eagerly answered, "We bought pig kidneys to help Daddy." The person was taken aback. And Hua realized her words could be misunderstood and quickly added, "It's because your dad hurt his back, so he didn't go to work today. I thought we could help him." The person agreed, saying, "That makes sense, it's true." But as the person left with slightly shaking shoulders, and Hua knew the misunderstanding hadn't been cleared up. Oh well, some things can't be clarified. She had lived in the residential area for 4 years, and some people still said she was hit by Xiaozheng. As soon as she thought about domestic violence, she saw Xiao Xiaotsue with a bruise on her face, crying as she approached, "Aunt, Gaozha hit me." The bruise around Xiao Xiaotsue's eye was large and shocked Huan, who exclaimed, "How dare Gaozha hit you?" Regardless of the closeness of Xiao Xiaotsue's relationship with Xiaozheng, just having that connection meant Xiaozheng could handle Gaozha. Moreover, from Huan's observation, Gaozha seemed foolish and easily controlled by Xiao Xiaotsue, so why did he suddenly resort to violence? "It's just because I spent a little more money. He's so stingy." Xiao Xiaotsue sobbed, struggling to speak. And Huan looked at what she was holding and said, "Don't stand outside. Let's talk at home."
Oh.
Xiao Xiaotsue nodded and helped Huan carry things. Once home, and Huan asked Kai Yan to boil an egg for Xiao Xiaotsue to use as a warm compress, then went to the bedroom to discuss the matter with Xiaozheng. "Gaozha is being abusive." "Abusive? What does that mean?" And Huan paused, realizing the term abusive wasn't commonly used. She explained, "It means domestic violence, hitting someone." Xiaozheng seemed unconcerned. "So, what if a grown man gets a couple of punches from his wife?" And Huan replied, "It's Xiao Xiaotsue who got hit." Xiaozheng immediately became serious. How can she be hit? Why should Gaozha do that? Bring that guy here. Although Xiaozheng didn't have much affection for his older brother, he still didn't want to see Xiao Xiaotsue being bullied, especially since they shared the same last name. And Huan knew Xiaozheng would react this way, which is why she came to ask how to handle it. Xiaozheng started to get up, and Huan quickly stopped him. "Don't move. Just tell me what you want to do, and I'll take care of it." Xiaozheng insisted. "First, bring Gaozha here." As Huan stepped outside, she found Xiao Xiaotsue already crying about her unfair treatment. Qiu Shushin and Wang Kaiyan looked at her with sympathy. No matter what, hitting a wife is unacceptable. Just then, and Huan was about to send Dong Dong to fetch Gaozha when they heard his timid voice from outside. Qiu Shushin and Wang Kaiyan exchanged glances, their faces showing anger. Gaozha walked in, his face swollen like a pig's head. Qiu Shushin looked at Xiao Xiaotsue, then at Gaozha. Compared to Gaozha's bruised face, Xiao Xiaotsue's bruise seemed insignificant.
"Aunt."
Gaozha started to cry as soon as he spoke. He felt wronged. He was beaten by Xiao Xiaotsue and had no one to help him, no one to save him, and even faced laughter from the neighbors when he went outside. "Aunt, you have to help me." Gaozha spoke unclearly because his face hurt. And Hua was speechless and asked Kai Yan to boil some eggs again. "What is going on here?" "He pushed me first. I couldn't take it anymore, so I hit him back." Xiao Xiaotsue's voice was quieter, as if she felt guilty. "I just pushed you a little. Did I hurt you? Do you even know why I pushed you? Why did you push me?" "It's because you're stingy. I just spent a little extra money, and I already said it wasn't for myself. It was to apologize to my aunt. Don't think I don't know. The things you sent to your aunt, your uncle turned back into cash. But now, when I want to buy a radio, you say there's no money. Where did all my hard-earned money go?" Gaozha cried again, like a little wife. Xiao Xiaotsue rolled her eyes. Gaozha's salary, aside from what he sent home, was all given to her to manage. They spent at most 20 yuan a month, and she saved the rest in her own account. She thought it was fine to save some money for herself. She didn't work and didn't have kids, so if Gaozha changed his mind and left her, she wouldn't be left with nothing. As for Gaozha wanting to buy a radio, she thought it was unnecessary. Several families in the yard had radios. They could just listen to those for free. Spending over 100 yuan to buy one was just foolish. With that money, they could buy food instead. Thinking this, Xiao Xiaotsue felt justified again. You only earn a little each month, and how much of that comes to me? Do we not eat or drink? Do you not spend money on cigarettes? Yes, there's a little left after those, but you say you don't want to eat at the cafeteria, so I cook you 3 meals a day. Is it too much to ask for the leftover money as my reward for cooking?
You.
Gaozha couldn't argue with Xiao Xiaotsue and felt both angry and anxious. The people nearby understood the situation. It was nothing serious. And Hua lightly coughed to get their attention and said, "The most important thing between a couple is to discuss everything together. Fighting is not a good solution. Gaozha, there are reasons why Xiao Chui doesn't want to buy a radio. You both have different opinions, so you need to communicate well. Xiao Chui, even though you manage the household, the money is earned by Gaozha, and he has the right to know where it goes. It's okay to keep some personal savings, but don't turn all the household money into private funds." Xiao Chui didn't dare to argue with Hua and mumbled, "I understand, aunt." Also, whether it's a man hitting a woman or a woman hitting a man, violence is not acceptable. Xiao Chui, do you think you made Gaozha look like this all by yourself? He is just being patient with you. Hearing this, Gaozha looked relieved, as if someone finally understood him.
"Aunt, I didn't fight back."
Really, I got hurt when she tripped while hitting me. If I had fought back, she wouldn't have stood a chance against me. Despite being polite, Gaozha was a soldier and quite tall, not someone Xiao Chui could easily compete with. Xiao Chui felt a pang of guilt as she looked at Gaozha's swollen face, remembering she had hit him with a stool. Seeing him like this without fighting back made her realize he was considerate of her. Xiao Chui felt a strange mix of emotions towards Gaozha for the first time. Does it hurt?
Xiao Kui asked softly.
Of course it hurts. It really hurts. Gaozha turned his head away, annoyed. Seeing this, Hua quickly urged them to leave. Xiao Chui, take Gaozha to the clinic for some medicine, and then go home and talk things over. Xiao Chui took Gaozha's hand and led him away. After a moment, Qiu Shushan reacted, "Are they back together?" And Hua nodded. In a marriage, it's normal to have some fights. Qiu Shushan smiled. That's true. They are in a free relationship, and their feelings are deep. Qiu Shushan didn't know that when Xiao Chui and Gaozha first got together, they both had their own motives. She thought their relationship was great. But now it seemed that even if they married for their own interests, their personalities complemented each other well. One was silly, the other clever. One was strong-willed, the other good at enduring. They might just make it work in the long run. The eggs are ready.
Hey, where are they?
Wang Kaiyan came out and noticed Gaozha and Xiao Chui were already gone. And Hua took the eggs, peeled them, and brought one to the bedroom to feed Xiaozheng. Xiaozheng swallowed a whole egg and started to choke. He opened his mouth, asking Hua to feed him some water, looking like a master waiting to be served. After drinking the water, he asked, "What about Gaozha and Xiao Xiaotsue?" And Hua explained what had happened. Xiaozheng replied, "It's confusing. They shouldn't come here for such trivial matters in the future." And Hua casually agreed. Xiaozheng was forced to lie in bed for 2 days by Hua. On the 3rd day, he couldn't take it anymore and wanted to get up for work. Seeing that his back was feeling better, Hua allowed him to get up but reminded him, "You're not a young man anymore, so you need to take care of yourself and avoid risky movements." Xiaozheng didn't like hearing that. "I'm only 34, how am I not young?" And Hua replied, "I didn't say you're not young, just not as young. Think about it. How was your body when you were in your teens and 20s? Can you compare it to now?" Xiaozheng fell silent. Hua helped him straighten his uniform and pushed him out the door. Let's go, let's go." Xiaozheng looked back reluctantly. The past 2 days had been quite boring, but the biggest advantage was that his wife was always by his side, caring for him, which felt really nice. After a while, he pulled himself away from his sentimental thoughts, put on his hat, and strode out of the house. Hua also had to start her work. When she returned at noon, Qiu Shushan happily told her, "Your brother wrote to say everything is fine." Hua asked, What about Tian Tian? Is she adjusting? Also, did he and Pang Xioni get their marriage certificate? Are they having a wedding? Qiu Shushan sighed. He said Tian Tian got sick during the first few days because she wasn't used to the new environment, but she got better after a few days. He mentioned that when Tian Tian was sick, Xiao Peng stayed up all night taking care of her. I don't know if he's just saying nice things about her or if it's true. And Hua said, my brother doesn't lie or exaggerate. If he said that, it must be true. Qiu Shushan replied, that's what I think too, but do you think Xiao Peng might be putting on a show for him? He also said Xiao Peng suggested they get the certificate without a big wedding because he didn't want to make Tian Tian uncomfortable. That seems a bit too considerate. And Hua thought for a moment and said, to me, it's not about Pang Xioni trying to show off. If she could put on a show for a lifetime, that would be impressive. What we should be concerned about is whether Pang Xioni can take on the role of a mother and fulfill the corresponding duties and responsibilities. Otherwise, if she only tries to please the child, that won't work either. Qiu Shushan was surprised. Yes, what if Tian Tian grows up to be a spoiled brat? No, I need to write to your brother about this and ask him to report to us every month. If we find anything wrong, we can correct it in time. From Pang Xioni's perspective, she might think that as long as there are no conflicts within Tian Tian, everything will be fine. As a stepmother, it is already difficult for her, and no one says that a stepmother must take on the responsibility of educating her stepchildren. However, as in Tian Tian's grandmother and aunt, they naturally hope that Pang Xioni will pay more attention to Tian Tian. These thoughts are not about right or wrong, they're simply different starting points based on interests. At first, Pang Xioni only planned to take care of Tian Tian's daily needs and didn't want to get involved in anything else. As a stepmother, if the child makes a mistake, scolding her would lead to criticism, and hitting her would cause public outrage. They lived in an apartment, and any little disturbance would not go unnoticed by the neighbors. As for reasoning with the child, putting aside whether Tian Tian would listen, even she herself might not have the patience for it after a few times. So, she decided from the start not to worry too much. But she didn't expect that Tian Tian would be so mischievous. Within a month, she caused a big problem. She hit a boy in her class. The factory had built a primary school, and the students were all children of factory workers. The boy Tian Tian hit was the son of a frontline worker in the workshop. The teacher first approached Nze, but he was busy accompanying a visiting leader, so the teacher came to Pang Xioni instead. Pang Xioni was also at work, but since things were slow that day, she immediately rushed to the school when she heard the teacher call. Before she even reached the teacher's office, she heard shouting from inside. How dare you hit my son? You little brat, no one taught you manners? I'll teach you a lesson today on behalf of your parents. Calm down, please don't shout. Tian Tian's father is a leader in our factory, chief engineer, and if you continue like this, what does being a leader matter? My family has been poor for generations, and the child's father is a proper worker. What can his leader do to us? No matter who we are, let's not insult each other. We should talk nicely. What's wrong with me insulting? I want to insult. This little brat is not learning well at such a young age. She'll just end up being someone discarded by men when she grows up. Such a disgrace. The insults grew harsher, and Pang Xioni quickened her pace. At the door, she saw Tian Tian standing against the wall with her hands behind her back, tears in her eyes but stubbornly holding them back, looking very pitiful. The one insulting Tian Tian was a middle-aged woman with a harsh appearance, and beside her stood a young boy with a bruised face. A young woman, likely a teacher, was trying to advise the middle-aged woman. Pang Xioni saw little Tian Tian standing there, being scolded by an adult until she almost cried, and her anger flared up. No matter what, Tian Tian was her child. How could she just stand by and watch her being bullied by an outsider? Pang Xioni rushed over, placed her hands on her hips, and stood in front of Tian Tian, swatting away the middle-aged woman's pointing finger. Is your mouth smelling like something foul? It's so disgusting. You talk about others having no upbringing. I think you're the one who lacks manners. To insult a child with words like disgrace, you must have been raised poorly yourself. The middle-aged woman was taken aback by Pang Xioni's sudden appearance and, after a moment, began to roll up her sleeves. Pang Xioni quickly assessed the woman's build and noticed a chair nearby that she could use as a weapon, which eased her mind.
What?
You want to fight? Come on, I'm ready. When I was out with the men in the production team fetching water, you were probably at home nursing a child. I'm not afraid of you. Pang Xioni rolled up her sleeves as well. The middle-aged woman frowned and stepped back, realizing that her opponent also seemed to come from a rural background and was quite fierce. Seeing the other woman's confidence wane, Pang Xioni knew her strategy was working. She had seen many people like this before. She knew that reasoning wouldn't work. If they were aggressive, she had to be even more so. Pang Xioni snorted and turned to the teacher, softening her tone. Teacher, what's going on here? The teacher, seeing another fierce person arrive, felt a bit anxious and carefully explained the situation. It was simple. The two children had a quarrel, and Tian had hit the boy. Pang Xioni looked at the boy. The bruise on his face looked quite scary. She squatted down, gently placed her hands on Tian's shoulders and softly asked, Tian, can you tell Annie why you hit your classmate? Suddenly, tears streamed down Tian's face, like a flood that had built up for a long time finally breaking free. Pang Xiu and I wiped her tears and comforted her, saying, It's okay. If you feel wronged, just tell me and I will help you. The middle-aged woman immediately protested. She feels wronged? She hit my son. Pang Xiu and I turned to her and said firmly, Be quiet. The woman mumbled a few words and fell silent. And Tian finally spoke up. He said my mom doesn't want me anymore and my stepmother will mistreat me, hitting me 3 times a day and letting me go hungry for 3 days. I'm just a poor thing without a mom. My mom didn't abandon me, and you didn't hit or scold me or stop me from eating. I'm not a poor thing. Pang Xiu and I knew that Tian wouldn't hit someone for no reason. She stood up and said to the middle-aged woman, My child hitting someone is wrong, but your son started it with his hurtful words, so it's even. Even? The woman shouted, her voice rising. My son is hurt like this, and you say it's even? Nonsense. If you don't compensate me today, I will report you to the manager. Don't think your husband being a leader means you can bully others. Workers are in charge now. Compensation is fine, but you have to compensate me too. Your son insulted my child, and you insulted my child too, using such hurtful words. Do you know how much harm that caused? You're talking nonsense. I won't compensate you. Then I will report you to the manager, and we'll see who is right. After a heated argument, with the teacher mediating, Pang Xiu and I ended up giving the middle-aged woman $2 for medical expenses. There was no choice. The injury on the little boy's face was too obvious. No matter how the conflict started, the one who hit was always at fault. If the middle-aged woman made a big deal out of it, it would also negatively affect Nze. After giving the money, Pang Xiu and I took Tian home. And Tian walked with her head down, following Pang Xiu and I, mumbling, I have money. I will pay you back. You don't need to pay me back. No, I want to pay you back. And Tian insisted. She didn't want to owe her stepmother anything. Pang Xiu and I let her have her way. Once home, and Tian sat on a chair, resting her head on the table, quiet and still. Pang Xiu and I glanced at her. The little girl seemed lost in thought, staring at something without focus. After hesitating for a moment, Pang Xiu and I couldn't help but say, Tian, if you encounter something like today again, don't hit people in the face. Aim for places on the body that can't be seen. And Tian slowly lifted her head, staring blankly at Pang Xiu and I. However, you need to be careful and not go too far, or you might hurt someone badly. Let me teach you, it's better to use your hands to pinch or twist. It hurts but won't cause serious harm. And Tian said, I thought you would scold me. Pang Xiu and I smiled. Why would I scold you? I really dislike kids who are troublemakers. I met many like that when I was young, but I wasn't as confident as you. I didn't dare to stand up against teasing and bullying, so I just endured it. Since you have a good family, you don't need to suffer through unfairness. When it's time to fight back, Just do it directly. Just remember, the methods I'm teaching you are for dealing with bad people. We can't be bossy with everyone. We shouldn't let others bully us, but we also shouldn't bully others. If I find out you're bullying someone at school, I will become a strict stepmother and give you a little smack on the hand." And Tian chuckled. Peng Xiu and I laughed along. At that moment, and Zay hurried back. "What happened at school?" They said Tian hit someone. "What are you two laughing about?" Peng Xiu and I and Tian exchanged a glance and laughed even louder. Once they finished laughing, Peng Xiu and I explained to Zay, "Don't worry, it's all good now. And don't blame Tian too much. That boy was just saying hurtful things. Kids can be sensitive and might react out of anger." And Tian cautiously glanced at her dad. And Zay felt guilty. It was his failed marriage that made his daughter face strange looks and harsh words at such a young age. "I'm sorry. It's my fault for not protecting you well." He rubbed his daughter's head, struggling to find the right words. And Tian blinked and said, "It's not your fault, Dad. It was Chun Ergo who said, 'I don't have a mom.'" Chun Ergo was the little boy that Tian had hit. And Zay felt even worse. His daughter was innocent and kind, not blaming him for the divorce, and she accepted her stepmother, even though she didn't really like it. And Zay wanted to teach his daughter a lesson about how hitting others is never right, but he couldn't find the words. All right, it's all in the past. It's almost noon. What do you both want to eat?" "I'll go make it." And Zay asked in Tian, "What do you want to eat?" And Tian glanced at Peng Xiu and I. She wanted sweet and sour pork, but felt shy to say it. Peng Xiu and I smiled and said, "How about sweet and sour pork?" And Tian smiled and nodded. "All right then." Peng Xiu and I chuckled silently and went to cook. Sometimes, and Tian could be a bit willful, but after spending time together, she found her quite lovable. Peng Xiu's feelings were slowly changing, and Tian no longer felt the same resistance towards her stepmother. From then on, there was a wonderful sense of harmony between the stepmother and stepdaughter. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the end of the year. And Hua saw the words "going to the countryside" on the front page of a newspaper. Actually, this idea had been promoted for a long time, encouraging young educated people to go to rural areas. The phrase "going to the countryside" often appeared in the news, but the number of people going was relatively small. However, now it had become a major directive, requiring all graduates from towns in 66, 67, and 68 to go to the countryside. Thus, going to the countryside became a large-scale movement. The students who had been excited in the past were once again eager to sign up. As Anhua reflected on witnessing history, she heard shouting from the apartment next door. "I won't allow him to go. I've heard that the conditions on the grasslands are very harsh. I can't let my child suffer. Comrade Zhou Meihua, I see you have changed so much over the years. You went from a hardworking rural woman to someone who seeks comfort. Your thinking has seriously declined. Say what you want, but I still won't allow it. This is the child's decision. As his father, I am proud of him. You, as his mother, shouldn't hold him back." And Hua saw Shi Weiguang leave for work with a serious face and went to find Zhou Meihua. Zhou Meihua was in tears, and when she saw Anhua, she cried out in frustration, "I've never seen a father like Shi Weiguang, who doesn't care about his child at all. I remember you said before that you wanted your son Jiang to join the army. How did it change to going to the countryside?" And Hua handed Zhou Meihua a handkerchief, which she took to wipe her tears. That was the plan. His father wanted him to join the Navy, and he agreed. But when this policy came out, he changed his mind and secretly signed up to join his classmates in the construction team on the grasslands. His father not only didn't stop him, but actually encouraged him. Zhou Meihua spat angrily on the ground. That scoundrel Shi Weiguang never thinks about the child. My eldest son didn't want to join the army. He wanted to go to college, but he was forced into the military by him. Because of that, my eldest son has never come back. Later, to show his filial piety, he sent his second son back to the countryside to take care of his parents. He was gone for 4 years, and now he wants to send him to the border. Every time I think about Xiao Jiang facing harsh conditions, my heart aches. As she spoke, Zhou Meihua started crying again, and Hua patted her back. Is this situation set in stone? Is there no room for change? Xiao Jiang was likely influenced by his classmates. In an environment where everyone was eager to sign up for the toughest places, it's easy for an immature child to be swayed. Zhou Meihua shook her head. Xiao Jiang said he already submitted his application. If he withdraws, he might be labeled as unmotivated, and Shi Weiguang won't help. At that moment, Xiao Jiang walked in with his backpack, as if he had just returned from school. Seeing Zhou Meihua, he looked guilty. Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. Zhou Meihua didn't blame Xiao Jiang. She only blamed Shi Weiguang for not stopping him. So, she quickly wiped her tears and smiled. What are you talking about? It's normal for a mother to worry about her son. No need to say sorry.
Mom, don't worry.
I'm strong and can handle hardships. I'll adapt to life at the border. You take care of yourself at home, and I'll send you some local specialties when I get there. Xiao Jiang spoke earnestly, which made Zhou Meihua feel even sadder. This son was the most understanding, yet she felt she owed him so much.
You.
Zhou Meihua choked up. If you find it hard to adjust, just write home. Xiao Jiang replied, I will write. Please don't argue with Dad because of me. This is my decision, and it's not his fault. Zhou Meihua nodded silently. Their conversation meant that Zhou Meihua had accepted the reality. Just after the new year, Xiao Jiang and his classmates canceled their city residency and boarded a train to the border. The platform was filled with parents saying goodbye. As the train gradually pulled away, many people found themselves running alongside it for a while, until the train sped up. Zhou Meihua felt down for several days. Seeing this, and Hua comforted her, after he's been there for a year or two, you can find a way to help him enlist. Zhou Meihua's eyes lit up. Can it really be done? His residency has changed. And Hua replied, it's possible. Your main task is to convince your husband. Zhou Meihua snorted. The older he gets, the more stubborn he becomes, just like a rock in a pit. Taking the opportunity, Zhou Meihua complained about Shi Weiguang. While they were talking, Xiao Fangfang arrived, holding a child. Zhou Meihua smiled and said, Fangfang is here. Wow, your little Ping'an has grown quite chubby, completely different from when he was just born. You've taken good care of him. Xiao Fangfang smiled shyly. Zhou Meihua guessed that Xiao Fangfang might have something to discuss with Anhua, so she took her leave. Xiao Fangfang indeed had something to talk about. Geng Biao's sister and niece came, saying they wanted to invite their in-laws for a meal. Anhua naturally agreed. It was also a good chance to see what Geng Biao's sister was like. Eating out? Where? Geng Biao's house? Xiao Zheng asked. They said they want to eat at a restaurant, Anhua replied. I've already agreed. It's tomorrow night.
You can go, right?
Xiao Zheng nodded. I can, but I think going to a restaurant isn't necessary. We could just make a few dishes at home. Anhua said, it's their treat, so they get to decide. We just need to make sure we don't go empty-handed. Xiao Zheng didn't say anything more. The next day, Anhua prepared a bag of candies and snacks and went to the restaurant with Xiao Zheng, leaving the child behind. When they arrived at the agreed state-run restaurant and got off their bicycle, a short-haired elderly woman greeted them with a big smile. Are you Fangfang's brother-in-law and sister-in-law? I'm Geng Panqiao, Geng Biao's sister. Geng Panqiao was sturdy with a large frame, and although her face was aged, she still resembled Geng Biao somewhat. It was said she was 16 years older than Geng Biao, so she was just over 50, which seemed a bit too old for her age. Anhua smiled and said, Hello, Sister Geng. I'm Anhua, Fangfang's sister-in-law. This is my husband, Xiao Zheng, Fangfang's brother. Good. Geng Panqiao warmly took Anhua's hand. You both look educated and accomplished. No wonder Fangfang is so well-mannered. It turns out everyone in your family is so nice. Geng Panqiao praised them and then called over a girl behind her, introducing, This is my youngest daughter, Chunhua. Chunhua. She's 18 this year. Chunhua had a small nose and eyes, and while her looks were ordinary, her fair skin made her stand out a bit. Geng Panqiao asked her to greet them. She boldly stared at Anhua and Xiao Zheng for a moment, smiled shyly, and then stepped back behind Gung Panqiao. Gung Panqiao smiled apologetically at Anhua. She's just a country girl, hasn't seen much of the world. Please don't mind her. Who would have thought that Chunhua, who just moments ago looked so proud, would now speak up, saying, "What country girl? We clearly come from a big city. Yun County is the real countryside." Gung Panqiao's expression changed slightly as she scolded Chunhua a bit, then awkwardly turned to Anhua and said, "The child doesn't understand." Anhua smiled and said, "It's okay. This is just a small gift from us. I hope Sister Gung will accept it." As she spoke, she handed over the candies. Gung Panqiao looked surprised and said, "Why are you being so polite?" The usual back and forth began. Xiao Zheng, losing patience, said in a deep voice, "Is Fong Fong and Gung Biao inside? We should go in soon." After some pulling and tugging, it finally ended. Gung Panqiao became even more attentive to Xiao Zheng and Anhua, and she sighed to Gung Biao. "You are so lucky to have such a wonderful wife like Fong Fong and a successful brother-in-law to take care of you." Gung Biao smiled foolishly. "I am indeed lucky." And Hua asked Gung Panqiao, "By the way, when did you arrive in Yun County? Have you sorted out your accommodation?" "We arrived the night before last." Gung Biao is thoughtful. He had already found a place for us to stay, so we had somewhere to go right when we arrived. "Oh, that house is really nice, much bigger than where we lived before," Gung Panqiao said, smiling widely, clearly satisfied with Gung Biao's arrangements. Chunhua interjected, "Mom, can you not exaggerate? The place we lived before was a 2-room apartment assigned by Dad's workplace. What Gung Biao found for them was just a small house. It was obvious which was better." Chunhua's words were not finished, but her meaning was clear. For a moment, Gung Biao felt a bit awkward. Gung Panqiao, feeling embarrassed by her daughter's comments, managed to hold back her frustration. "You child, you don't know how bad that place was. It was cold in winter and hot in summer, like a tin can, nothing like a proper house." Perhaps to prevent her daughter from saying more, Gung Panqiao changed the subject. Chunhua's dad was a good man, a truck driver at the factory, but unfortunately, he had an accident last year, and both the truck and he were lost. "My life has been so hard. I've married 3 husbands, and all 3 have passed away." And Hua took the opportunity to ask, "Sister Gung, I heard you were originally married in a neighboring province. How did you end up so far away in the southwest?" Gung Panqiao wanted to share her experiences. After so many years away, she suddenly returned and felt it was important to explain herself to her family, especially since she planned to settle down in Yun County for her retirement. "It's all because of natural disasters and conflicts. With the fighting and troubles, we couldn't survive, so I had to seek a living elsewhere. My first husband had relatives in the southwest, so I went to stay with them. Who knew that after settling there for only 2 years, my first husband fell ill and passed away. I couldn't manage with 3 children, so I remarried a local man whose wife had died. I had 2 children with him, but then he was drafted into the army. I waited 2 years for him to return, but he probably died too, so I remarried again." Gung Panqiao paused to drink some water and continued, "My 3rd husband is Chunhua's father. He was divorced when I married him, and I only had Chunhua. I thought life would be good from then on, but who knew?" At this point, Gung Panqiao seemed genuinely sad. Her life had indeed been tough. "Now that I'm older, I don't think about remarrying anymore. I just want to return to my roots in Yun County and visit my parents' graves." And Jia felt that Gung Panqiao's last statement might not be entirely true. After so many years without returning, she only came back after her 3rd husband died? And Jia asked Sister Gung, "Chunhua should have finished high school by now, right?" Chunhua proudly lifted her chin. "I graduated from high school." Xiao Zheng disapproved, thinking it was inappropriate for her to boast in front of him, especially since his wife was a college graduate. Gung Panqiao replied, "Yes. Luckily we returned to Yun County. Her uncle helped arrange a job for her. If we had stayed in the southwest, with no one to help with job issues, she would have had to go to the countryside." Hearing this, and Jia began to understand. Gung Panqiao must have returned to Yun County because life in the southwest had become unbearable. With her husband gone and no income, her daughter couldn't find work. And Jia asked, "Where has Chunhua been assigned to work?" Gung Panqiao answered, "Her uncle said she will be a temporary worker at the street printing factory, and she can report there tomorrow." At this point, Chunhua wanted to speak again, but Gung Panqiao pinched her under the table, and she swallowed her words. Gung Panqiao smiled and expressed her gratitude to Gung Biao. "I know that jobs are hard to find these days. It's already quite an achievement to get Chunhua a position at the street printing factory." Gung Biao noticed his niece's dissatisfaction, but he didn't take it to heart. He helped his sister and niece find a place to live, register their residence, and look for jobs, all because of his blood connection with Gung Panqiao. He did everything he could and should have done, so even if he met his parents in the afterlife, he could feel at peace. Whether Gung Panqiao and Chunhua appreciated it or not didn't matter to him. If they were grateful, they could continue to be family. If not, he would simply reduce contact. So Gung Biao ignored Chunhua and said to Gung Panqiao, "Now that you are settled, make yourselves at home." Gung Panqiao nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. We were able to settle in so quickly thanks to you. By the way, when you have time, please take me to visit my parents' grave." Gung Biao replied, "That's no problem." Gung Panqiao sighed, "After I had Chunhua, I did send a letter home, but I never got a reply, so I thought you had moved away." Gung Biao asked what year it was, and she told him. His expression turned somber. "At that time, I was on the battlefield, and our parents fell ill and passed away that same year. I got married at 18, but I never forgot my days as a girl at home. Our parents loved me, and when you were born, you were so attached to me that I had to carry you while washing clothes by the river." Gung Panqiao had been the only child in the Gung family for over 10 years, and her life was very comfortable. Compared to her later struggles, it felt like a different world, so she often reminisced about it. "Back then, my mother didn't want me to marry far away, but I insisted." The atmosphere turned a bit sad, and Jia raised her teacup and smiled, "But luckily, you are back in your hometown and reunited with family. Sister Gung, we wish you a wonderful life ahead." Gung Panqiao quickly wiped her face and raised her cup. "Thank you for your kind words. I never expected that after all these years, I would find my family and such a good connection." Xiao Zheng also offered a few words of blessing. The dinner overall was harmonious. Regardless of Gung Panqiao's intentions, she was making an effort to show goodwill and strengthen relationships. As the gathering ended, Anja pulled Xiao Fangfang aside and quietly asked, "How does Sister Gung feel about you?" Xiao Fangfang gestured that it was very good, and Hua said, "If she causes you trouble, including Chunhua, you must tell Gung Biao. He will support you."
What did you say about me?
Gung Biao came over, having heard his name. "I said you have an older sister backing you now. Will that make things difficult for us?" And Hua teased, "That's impossible." Gung Biao replied seriously, "Fang Fang is my wife, and Xiaopingen is my daughter. We are a family, and no one can make them suffer." Gung Biao understood and Hua's hint and clearly stated his position. And Hua smiled and nudged Xiao Fangfang's arm. "All right, be careful on your way home. Lao Xiao, and I will head out first." Then, she said goodbye to Gung Panqiao. Gung Panqiao watched Xiao Zheng and Hua leave, sighing. That couple has a special charm and is quite nice. I hope we can get to know them better. Chunhua scoffed, "Mom, I can't stand how you flatter people." Just as Gung Panqiao was about to respond, Gung Biao and Xiao Fangfang approached. Gung Panqiao quickly smiled. "Biaozi, you and Fangfang should ride home first. I'll take Chunhua back slowly." Chunhua said, "Uncle, I don't want to walk. I want to sit on your bike." A bicycle can't fit so many people. If Chunhua sits, Xiao Fangfang would have to walk, and she is carrying a child. Gung Panqiao pulled Chunhua behind her and said to Gung Biao, "Ignore her. You all go ahead." Gung Biao didn't hesitate. "All right, we'll leave first." Xiao Fangfang smiled and nodded at Gung Panqiao.
"Mom."
Chunhua pouted and stomped her foot, upset. Why are you always so harsh with me today? You don't care since Dad passed away." Before she could finish, Gung Panqiao shot her a fierce look. "I warned you before we came back to control your temper. You're grown up now, you need to be more understanding. But what happened after we returned is different from what you said. You said Uncle is very capable and would help me find a job, but what kind of job is a temporary worker at the street printing factory? Isn't he a manager at a state-owned factory? Why didn't he arrange for me to work there? He doesn't care about me as his niece, and that house is so small and broken. How can anyone live there?" He Chunhua felt very wronged. Gung Panqiao was not moved at all by her daughter's complaints. She coldly said, "Remember, no one in this world is born to bring the best things to you, including your parents. If you keep acting like a spoiled girl, just go back to the southwest." He Chunhua stubbornly replied, "Fine, I will go back." Gung Panqiao chuckled. "All right, go buy a ticket tomorrow and return to live without a home." He Chunhua shouted, "It's because you are useless that those country folks took Dad's house." When He Chunhua mentioned those folks, she referred to the 3 sons from her father's previous marriage. After the man died, Gung Panqiao had a fierce battle with her 3 stepsons over the inheritance. In the end, she managed to keep the insurance money and her husband's savings, but the house and belongings were taken by the stepsons. The stepsons were bitter about the money and hated Gung Panqiao. Fearing an unstable future, she considered leaving. This was the real reason Gung Panqiao brought He Chunhua back to Yun County. Thinking of this, Gung Panqiao sighed. "All right, since we're here, let's live well. You can keep your job, and I'll see if I can help you find a good family to marry into." He Chunhua huffed. "Just so you know, I won't marry someone with poor conditions." Gung Panqiao ignored her. She was a mother, not a fairy godmother who could grant wishes and fulfill all of He Chunhua's desires. Besides, with He Chunhua's standards, it seemed unlikely she would ever find a good match. This year for the new year, Anze returned with Tian Tian and Peng Shuni. And Tian Tian had only gained a little weight and grown taller. Otherwise, she had not changed much. Peng Shuni, compared to their last meeting, had noticeably changed. She was no longer so reserved and spoke with much more confidence. Qiu Shushan privately asked Tian Tian many questions, and Tian Tian answered them one by one. Finally, Qiu Shushan asked, "Tian Tian, do you like living with your dad and Aunt Peng?" And Tian Tian replied, "It's okay." Qiu Shushan teased, "What do you mean by okay? If you like it, say you like it. If you don't, say you don't." "Grandma, I know what you're really asking. You want to know if she treats me well," and Tian Tian said cleverly, "I think she's not a bad stepmother." Qiu Shushan laughed. "Do you know what is good and what is bad? She doesn't hit me or scold me, cooks for me, and helps me with my homework." After a pause, Tian Tian added, "My mom used to scold me all the time." And Tian Tian hasn't mentioned her biological mother in a long time, and Qiu Shushan thought she had forgotten about her. However, seeing Tian Tian's reaction, it seems she has a good relationship with Peng Xiu and I. Qiu Shushan felt relieved and became much friendlier towards Peng Xiu and I. This time, Peng Xiu and I brought gifts for everyone in the Yin family. She gave Qiu Shushan and Bo Huiwool vests and a scarf to Hua. The vests and scarf were handmade by her, while the 2 pairs of socks for Xiaozheng were store-bought. Peng Xiu and I was polite and caring towards Tian Tian, and she took good care of Anze as well. And Hua, like Qiu Shushan, slowly began to accept her as part of the family. "Sister-in-law, this military coat is new. I noticed you wore a short jacket this time. You should wear the military coat. It's warmer," Anze suggested. Peng Xiu and I was surprised and said, "It's okay, I'm not cold." And Hua encouraged her, "Put it on. If you catch a cold, you'll have to take medicine and that wouldn't be good during the new year." After a little hesitation, Peng Xiu and I accepted the coat, realizing she had dressed too lightly when leaving home. And Zayden noticed the subtle changes between Peng Xiu and I and the Yin family. He was busy planning to take the children out to play. Dong Dong, the twins, and Tian Tian gathered around Anze. Anze was polite and knowledgeable, and the children all liked their uncle. Tian especially adored her grandfather, while her father and grandmother were tied for second place in her affections. And Zay led the group of children around the family compound. Even though it was cold and there wasn't much to see in winter, he still found it enjoyable. He usually worked a lot, so it was nice to relax a bit. Uncle, why do the leaves fall off the trees in winter? Are they afraid of freezing? Dong Dong asked.
Well,
And Zay replied, the cold weather is definitely the main reason, but it's not that they freeze off. Trees shed their leaves as a way to adapt and reduce energy consumption. Think about it. Isn't there less sunlight in winter than in summer? So, the efficiency of photosynthesis also decreases. Do you know what photosynthesis is?
Jong Jong not that.
And Zay was surprised, really? You're only in second grade, right? Dong Dong replied, I've heard my mom talk about it, but I don't really understand. And Zay said, not understanding is normal, and that's okay. One day you will understand. In short, trees drop their leaves in winter to survive better. Tuan Tuan and Yuan listened seriously with serious little faces. And smiled and teased them. Do you understand what your uncle is saying? Yuan shook her head. Uncle is good-looking. That's why she listened carefully to him. Ans adjusted his glasses with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, little Yuan. Tuan Tuan suddenly said, Grandpa's hair is all gone. Why is that? Ans was taken aback. Tuan Tuan continued, Is it the same as leaves falling off? Ans burst out laughing. And Tian corrected Tuan Tuan, Grandpa's hair isn't all gone, just half of it. And Bo Huai has a receding hairline, so kids like in Tian can only see his hair from behind. Tuan Tuan looked at her uncle, waiting for him to respond. After laughing enough, Anne said, Your grandpa's hair is different from leaves. It's a genetic issue. I remember he started going bald when he was in his 40s. He even said his dad, my grandpa, went bald even earlier. Dong Dong asked, Do genes get passed down? Like how my dad gets rashes from spicy food, and I get rashes too. Mom says I inherited dad's genes. Anne's nodded. That's right. Some genes can be inherited. Tuan Tuan asked, Will you also go bald, Uncle? Anne's couldn't laugh anymore. Dong Dong said, Uncle has a lot of hair, and Mom has a lot of hair too, unlike Grandpa. Tuan Tuan replied, You never know. Anne's thought, How can a little girl just over 2 years old have such clear logic and expression? Not wanting to discuss baldness, he pointed to the river ahead. Let's go to the riverbank and collect stones. Yuan cheered first, collect stones, collect stones. Ens couldn't help but pinch Yuan's cute little face. This is what innocence looks like. Children should be like this. The river water in winter is shallow, but Ens still didn't let the kids get too close and kept a watchful eye, pulling anyone back if they crossed the line. Yuan didn't go to the riverbank but walked into the grass on the other side and quickly made a new discovery. Uncle, look what this is. Hearing her call, Ens hurried over to take a look and said, This is a frozen little snake. Yuan, don't touch it. Just put it back where you found it. Yuan asked, Is it frozen because it's too cold? Ans replied, Yes, snakes actually need to hibernate in holes. I wonder why this little snake is here. And Tian said, Maybe it was naughty and got kicked out by its mom. Yuan said, So pitiful. Dong Dong replied, Not necessarily. Maybe it's just running around by itself. Yuan said, It's still pitiful. Let's help it get home. And Tian looked at her dad. Dad, can we take it home?
Ah.
And Zay understood the children's compassion, but he really didn't know where this little snake's home was. How about you put it back where you found it? Maybe its mom will come looking for it, and Zay suggested. Yuan said, It will freeze to death. Dong Dong replied, It's already frozen stiff. Yuan asked, What does frozen stiff mean? Dong Dong explained, It means like the little snake now, all hard but not dead. If it gets warm, it will come back to life. Yuan tucked the little snake into her arms. Dong Dong asked her, Are you going to warm it up? Yuan nodded. And Tian said, Let's take it home and warm it by the stove. While the kids were discussing how to save the little snake, and Zay was not around because he noticed Tuan walking toward the river and quickly ran over to bring her back. And Zay played outside with the kids for over 2 hours until the twins ran out of energy, then they headed home. Yuan Yuan felt tired and didn't want to walk, so Nze carried her on his back. Dong Dong and Tian Tian held Tuan Tuan's hand. Yuan Yuan lay on Nze's back and called out, "Uncle." Nze responded. Yuan Yuan giggled, "Hello, uncle. Yuan Yuan likes you." Nze felt very happy. "Then you can come with me to my house." Yuan Yuan thought for a moment and shook her head. "No, I want to live with my mom, dad, and grandma." Nze teased her. "Will you still live with your mom and dad when you grow up?" Yuan Yuan nodded. "Yes, forever." After chatting a bit, Yuan Yuan didn't want to talk anymore and rested her head on her uncle's back. Nze adjusted his niece on his back and slowed down. He thought the twins were all very nice and cute, but compared to them, Tuan Tuan spoke like a little adult, while Yuan Yuan was more innocent. At that moment, Nze didn't know what innocent Yuan Yuan was doing on his back. By the time they got home, Yuan Yuan was dozing off on Nze's back. The others were still energetic and ran to play in the yard. Manhwa took Yuan Yuan off Nze's back, wanting to put her on the bed, but she refused, saying, "Mommy, hold me." Manhwa smiled and picked up her daughter, gently rocking her. But soon her arms began to feel tired. Manhwa handed her daughter to Xiaozheng, saying, "Let daddy hold you for a bit." Yuan Yuan immediately squirmed like a fish out of water. "No, no, no." Xiaozheng felt frustrated. "Why don't you want daddy to hold you? I hold you much more steadily than mommy. Daddy smells bad." After saying this, Yuan Yuan turned her head toward her mother, clearly showing her dislike. Xiaozheng was taken aback, speechless. Manhwa found it amusing. "You secretly smoked, and now your daughter dislikes you." Xiaozheng protested innocently. "I only smoke one a day now. A pack lasts me half a month."
Who can do that?
And now she dislikes me. To be honest, the smell of smoke on Xiaozheng was quite faint, but twins are particularly sensitive to smells, so they often avoided getting close to their dad. Anne smiled and opened his arms to Yuan Yuan. "Come here. Uncle will hold you." Yuan Yuan happily agreed. Xiaozheng was shocked. "Why does she dislike me, but not you?" Anne smiled proudly. "Because I smell good." Xiaozheng. What's there to be proud of about smelling good as a grown man? He looked at Yuan Yuan with a hurt expression. Was this really his daughter? Anne glanced at Xiaozheng and pulled out a small tin from his pocket. "Here, use this, and you'll smell better too." Xiaozheng was even more shocked. "You carry lotion with you?" Anne looked at him as if it was obvious. What's surprising about that? Winter is dry and hands can easily. Applying lotion anytime helps keep them moisturized. It's all about hand health. Xiaozheng scoffed. So feminine and dramatic. Manhwa looked at Xiaozheng. "What do you mean by that? Do you look down on women?" Anne's, enjoying the moment, added fuel to the fire with a smile. "Exactly. You may look down on me for using lotion, but you shouldn't link your disdain for yourself to women. That's an insult to all women, including my sister." Xiaozheng. "Humph. I can't argue with you cultured people." Anne's, "If you can't argue, why use a derogatory tone to label us as cultured? Did we do something to you?" Xiaozheng. "Honey, look at your brother." Manhwa tried to hold back her laughter, but just as she was about to say something, Anne's made a strange face. "Why does my back feel itchy? It feels like something is crawling." Anne set Yuan Yuan down and reached around to scratch his back, but the itchy spot kept moving, as if it really was something crawling. Anne's was startled and exclaimed, "Could it be that a centipede crawled into my clothes?" Manhwa suddenly pointed at Anne's neck and screamed, "A snake!" Both Manhwa and Anne's were very afraid of snakes. After Manhwa yelled, she hid behind Xiaozheng, while Anne's froze in place, trembling and stuttering. How could there be a snake? Xiaozheng, holding his wife, looked at his pale brother-in-law with a hint of amusement. "You were just talking confidently, and now a snake has scared you into silence? Oh, you intellectuals." Manhwa pushed him, saying, "Stop talking. Hurry and help my brother." Only then did Xiaozheng slowly walk over, grabbing the small snake that was slowly moving on Anne's neck. It was about 20 centimeters long and thin, struggling in Xiaozheng's hand, trying to wrap around his fingers. With a firm grip, Xiaozheng squeezed a part of it, and the little snake gradually stopped moving. Although the snake was a common non-venomous one, it could still bite, so Xiao Zheng's first instinct was to get rid of it. How could there be a snake in the middle of winter? And on you? Xiao Zheng asked Ans. Ans, still shaken, held his chest. He didn't know either. My little snake. Yuan looked up at her dad, worried. Daddy, the little snake, my little snake. Why had the little snake that was alive stopped moving? But Yuan couldn't express her thoughts clearly yet. Ans asked, what do you mean, your little snake? What's going on? Just then, Dong Dong walked in and heard his uncle's question, helping to explain. Yuan found a frozen little snake and wanted to take it home to save and care for it. Anne suddenly understood. So she put it in my clothes to keep it warm? What a good niece he had. Dong Dong saw the snake in his dad's hand and exclaimed, the little snake isn't frozen anymore, is it alive? It was actually dead. Xiao Zheng looked at Yuan with difficulty. Yuan realized what had happened, closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and then let out a loud wail. Manhwa recognized the signs of her daughter crying and felt her heart drop the moment Yuan closed her eyes. Sure enough, you killed her little snake in front of her. This is bad. Manhwa walked over and picked up her daughter, giving Xiao Zheng a look. You need to apologize to her. Xiao Zheng quickly said, Yuan, Daddy didn't mean to, please stop crying. While speaking, he was still holding the little snake's lifeless body, which made Yuan cry even harder. And Hua said, quickly get rid of what you have in your hands. Xiao Zheng hurriedly responded and went outside, unsure of where to throw the snake. When he came back in, his hands were empty. But Yuan was still crying. Her loud cries attracted in Bo Huai, who was in the study, as well as Qiu Shushen, who had just returned, and Kai Yan and Pang Xiao and I, who were busy in the kitchen. The whole family tried to comfort Yuan. Dong Dong suggested, how about we find another little snake for Yuan to take care of? Upon hearing this, Yuan stopped crying and looked eagerly at her brother with her tear-stained eyes. And Hua was the first to oppose, thinking not only was it winter and there weren't many little snakes around, but also, how could she let her daughter keep a snake at home? After thinking for a moment, and Bo Huai picked up Yuan and said, come on, Grandpa will take you outside. And Hua quickly said, Dad, you aren't really going to take her to find a snake, are you? And Bo Huai waved his hand and said nothing as he took his granddaughter out. When they returned a while later, Yuan was smiling and holding a soft yellow duck. Where did the duck come from? And Hua asked. I saw someone selling little ducks at the entrance of the housing complex when I went out for a walk this morning. I guess not many people were buying them, so they're still selling them now, and Bo Huai said, stroking his beard and smiling at Yuan. Look, the duck has distracted her, so she won't keep talking about the little snake. Yuan carefully placed the duck on the ground and squatted with the other kids in a circle, curiously watching the little duck waddling around. And Hua worriedly thought, so, she wants to keep this little duck now? Xiao Zheng wiped his sweat, feeling the pressure lift. Let her keep it. The yard is big enough for a duck. But ducks, like chickens, make a lot of mess. And Hua didn't want to deal with that, which was why she didn't keep chickens. However, seeing the excited kids, especially Yuan, she didn't dare to oppose keeping the duck. Yuan, we should give the little duck a name, and Tian suggested. What name should we give it? Yuan thought, resting her chubby chin on her hand. Let's call it Yuan, and Tian proposed. Yuan shook her head and looked at her brother. Let's call it brother. Dong Dong disagreed and seriously made a pun, saying, who names a little duck brother? It's not a chick. And Tian understood and laughed, saying, then let's call it Quack Quack. Unexpectedly, Yuan really liked this name and started shouting, Quack 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 Quack. Seeing this, and Tian excitedly joined in. Soon, the room was filled with quack sounds. One might think they were in a duck pen. And Hua's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but worry about the future. Xiao Zheng comforted her, saying, it's okay, little ducks and chicks are easy to take care of. And Hua tugged at his sleeve, saying, just think it in your heart, don't say it out loud. However, Xiao Zheng and Hua's negative thoughts did not come true. In no time, the little duck grew healthy and strong to 6 months old. Quack, 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 quack. The sound of young voices echoed in the air, making everyone in the family courtyard smile. It must be the children of Colonel Xiao looking for ducks. As soon as this was said, a little girl with 2 pigtails ran over, her round face bouncing with her movements. Someone asked, "Is she the older sister or the younger sister of the twins?" An informed person replied, "She should be the younger sister, Yuan Yuan. The older sister is quieter and doesn't come out much." Colonel Xiao is really lucky to have both a son and a daughter and twin daughters at that. Not everyone has such fortune. Isn't Xiao Li's wife pregnant? She went to the colonel's house the other day to let the twins touch her belly. Let's see if she can also have twins. At that moment, Yuan Yuan's quack sound stopped. The adults laughed, saying, "Yuan, did you find the little duck?" Yuan Yuan walked out from behind a tree, holding an egg in her hands, with a duck waddling behind her. "I found it! Look, this is the egg that Quack laid." Yuan Yuan proudly showed off the egg to everyone. The adults praised her. "Yuan Yuan's duck is amazing. It laid such a big egg." Of course. Just look at who Yuan Yuan is, a little expert at raising ducks. Everyone flattered Yuan Yuan, mostly to entertain the child, but with each compliment, Yuan Yuan's chest puffed up more and more as she proudly led the duck home, as if her pigtails were standing taller. As she reached her doorstep, she happened to bump into Xiao Jun coming out of the front door. Xiao Jun's eyes lit up. Did Gagag lay another egg? Yuan Yuan ran over eagerly and handed the egg to Xiao Jun. "Here, take it and keep it safe." Gagag quacked in agreement, as if supporting Yuan Yuan's words. Xiao Jun looked at the two of them, feeling a bit guilty as he rubbed his nose. A few days ago, he had convinced Yuan Yuan to give him all the duck eggs Gagag laid, saying he would help keep them safe. In reality, he wanted to collect them to sell for money because he had his eye on a diary in the store that he wanted to buy as a gift for Qingyin. But now, Xiao Jun felt a bit regretful. What if Yuan Yuan found out he sold the eggs? Would she cry? If Yuan Yuan cried, would Uncle Xiao hit him? Uncle Xiao was so big, it would definitely hurt. Yuan Yuan looked at Xiao Jun with big eyes and said, "Seriously, Brother Jun, you have to take good care of Gagag's babies and not let them break." The duck quacked. Xiao Jun felt a strong pang of guilt. How could he sell Gagag's babies for his own benefit? How could he betray Yuan Yuan and Gagag's trust in him? Of course, he was also afraid of Uncle Zhao's fists. Xiao Jun decided to give up on this money-making idea. After promising Yuan Yuan that he would protect the duck eggs, Xiao Jun turned around and walked back home, feeling down. If he couldn't sell the duck eggs, what else could he sell? He wandered around the house. His dad's radio? No, Dad would hit him. The eggs in the kitchen? No, Mom would hit him. Smashing his bike to sell for scrap? No, Mom and Dad would team up against him. As he wandered, he ended up at his sister Shi Xiaoshan's room. The door was open, and Shi Xiaoshan was lying back in a chair, fast asleep with a book covering her face, probably having fallen asleep while reading. Xiao Jun's gaze fell on the braid hanging over the back of the chair. No, Shi Xiaoshan would hit him too. Xiao Jun turned to leave, but then stopped in his tracks. What if he let Shi Xiaoshan hit him? After all, he could handle her punches. Yuan Yuan brought back an egg and asked Manhwa to put it away for her. "Mom, this is Gagag's baby. It needs to be kept safe." Manhwa took the egg but hadn't had a chance to speak when Tuan chimed in, "This isn't Gagag's baby. It's just an egg. An egg is Gagag's baby." Yuan Yuan insisted. Manhwa smiled and pointed at the duck egg, asking Yuan Yuan, "Since it's Gaga's child, do you think it looks like Gaga? Does it have wings like Gaga? Does it have a flat beak like Gaga?" Yuan Yuan paused and shook her head. "That's right. You are your mother's child, just like her with eyes, mouth, and ears. This egg doesn't look anything like Gaga, so it's not Gaga's child. Do you understand?" Yuan Yuan blinked and nodded, still a bit confused. Manhwa smiled and placed the duck egg in the kitchen. If she let the little one keep the duck egg, it would spoil and be a waste of food. She needed to change that idea. It seems like Xiao Jun is in trouble again. "I'll go check." Dong Dong suddenly ran outside. Manhwa followed him, and sure enough, They heard Shi Xiaojun's cries from across the street. Then came Shi Xiaoshan's voice. Xiaojun, you little rascal, how dare you cut my hair? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. When Xiaojun saw Manhwa at the door, he looked relieved, like he had found a savior. Auntie, help me. He tried to hide behind her. And Hua was confused. What happened? Anton, this naughty boy cut my hair while I was sleeping. Shi Xiaoshan looked furious. He didn't cut it well anyway. Xiaojun knew he was in the wrong and spoke softly. That's because I woke up just in time, Shi Xiaoshan said, chasing after Xiaojun to hit him. The two kids started running in circles around Manhwa. And Hua felt dizzy and quickly stopped them, asking Xiaojun, why did you cut your sister's hair? Xiaojun mumbled an explanation. Hearing this, Shi Xiaoshan got even angrier. Why didn't you cut your own hair to sell? Xiaojun replied, that's because my hair is too short. And Hua was speechless, wondering what kind of troublemaker he was. Dong Dong suddenly said, Xiaojun, that's not right. And Hua became interested and asked Dong Dong, what do you think is wrong with Xiaojun? Dong Dong replied seriously, if Xiaojun wants to give a gift to a good friend, he should earn or save money himself. He shouldn't take from others. Hair is very precious to girls, and Xiaojun overlooked how Shi Xiaoshan feels. Shi Xiaoshan felt a bit emotional and glared at her little brother. You're not even worth one of Dong Dong's hair strands. Anhua couldn't help but say, yes, Xiaojun, it's good that you care for Qingyin, but that care shouldn't come at the expense of hurting others, especially when that person is your own sister. Don't you think your family is important? Shi Xiaojun quickly shook his head. No, that's not it. My family is definitely important. Then, Shi Xiaojun looked a bit dazed. He only knew that cutting his hair would upset Shi Xiaoshan and that she would hit him, but he had never thought deeper about it. After hearing Dong Dong and Aunt N's words, he began to understand that he shouldn't hurt someone else to achieve his own goals. That would be selfish. He recalled his childhood, always getting into trouble and making Comrade Zhou Meihua angry, especially that time he sneaked out to see Qingyin. He knew that after hitting him, Comrade Zhou had secretly cried. What was he thinking when he did those things? He only thought about himself and whether he could succeed, without considering how his actions would upset or worry his family. In an instant, Shi Xiaojun felt that Comrade Zhou's usual scolding was completely justified. He really was a foolish person. He walked up to Shi Xiaoshan and shouted, Sister, I'm sorry. Please feel free to hit me. Shi Xiaoshan replied, What are you talking about? Shi Xiaojun said, I'm not joking. I've realized my mistakes, and I'm sincerely apologizing. Go ahead and hit me. I won't run away or fight back. Shi Xiaoshan observed him and realized he wasn't playing around. He was genuinely apologizing. Her irritation faded away. She huffed and tossed aside the broom. Why would I hit you? My hand hurts. Shi Xiaojun grinned and leaned closer. It hurts? Let me give you a massage. Shi Xiaoshan, startled, quickly ran away. Next, Zhou Meihua was also shocked by Shi Xiaojun. When she returned home, she saw him cooking. Shi Xiaojun had never been in the kitchen before. He had cut the potatoes into chunks instead of strips and mixed the flour wrong while trying to make steamed buns. Oh, you little rascal, is this how you waste food? Zhou Meihua thought he was causing trouble again. Mom, I'm trying to show my respect for you. Look how clean the yard is. I swept it myself, Shi Xiaojun said seriously. I realize I was thoughtless before and made you worry a lot. I'll change from now on. Zhou Meihua was taken aback. Until Shi Xiaoshan walked over and whispered a few words to Zhou Meihua. Zhou Meihua didn't understand what was happening. She looked at her son with a complicated expression, unsure of what to say. She couldn't believe that this little rascal had suddenly become sensible. However, Zhou Meihua soon realized that Shi Xiaojun was truly different from before. He started washing his own clothes, helping to feed the chickens, sweeping the floor, and studying seriously. Yes, he even grew his hair long, saying he wanted to save money to buy a notebook for Qingyin. What is Shi Xiaojun doing with long hair? At first glance, I thought he was a girl from some family, said Xiao Zhengren before he even entered the door. Yuan ran to greet her dad while holding a duck. Xiao Zheng laughed, My daughter is so strong. That duck must weigh 4 or 5 pounds, and she can carry it. Hearing her dad's words, Yuan puffed up her cheeks and lifted the duck even higher. Seeing how adorable his daughter was, Xiaozheng squatted down and affectionately rubbed his face against hers. Wash your hands before eating, and Hua called out. After washing his hands, Xiaozheng came over and saw Tuan climbing onto a chair, so he picked her up. Tuan calmly said, "Thank you, Dad." Xiaozheng wanted to treat his eldest daughter the same way he had with Yuan, but to his surprise, Tuan pushed him away with her little hand, saying no. Xiaozheng, however, leaned in closer, playfully insisting on showing his love. Tuan didn't cry or fuss. She calmly scratched her face, which had become itchy from his stubble. At the dinner table, Xiaozheng brought up Shi Xiaojun again. What is he up to now? And Hua laughed and explained the reason for Shi Xiaojun's long hair. Xiaozheng was speechless. Qiu Shushan said, "That boy must be in middle school now, right? Boys at that age can be quite wild." And Hua replied, "He's been wild for a few years now." Qiu Shushan asked, "What about that girl named Qingyin? How does she feel about Shi Xiaojun? If they like each other, it could turn into a sweet childhood romance." And Hua shook her head, "I'm not sure. Qingyin is 2 years older than him. Although they aren't kids anymore, they still haven't matured emotionally. I think it's hard to say how things will turn out." Xiaozheng seemed lost in thought, and Hua called out to him, "What are you thinking about? Let's eat." Xiaozheng grabbed a bun and took a bite, but he was still distracted. And Hua teased him, "Could it be that you have a childhood sweetheart you're reminiscing about?" Xiaozheng looked at Hua, and Hua narrowed her eyes. "Am I right? That year when I went back to your hometown with you, you told me you didn't have a childhood sweetheart. Were you lying to me?" Xiaozheng smiled. "You're getting fiercer." And Hua put down her chopsticks, pinching with her thumb and index finger. Seeing this, Xiaozheng immediately became serious. No, I really don't have a childhood sweetheart. I was just thinking, if I had met you at the same age as Shi Xiaojun, I would probably be completely captivated by you. What's the big deal about long hair? I would even tear down my house for you." And Hua chuckled and gave him a playful glare. "Are you silly? You can't use a house that's been torn down." Qiu Shushan, who was eating, was caught off guard by her daughter and son-in-law's teasing and couldn't help but cough lightly, reminding them that they were at the dining table, not in their bedroom. Dong chimed in, "Dad, your old house is a rundown mud house. Mom wouldn't want that." Xiaozheng felt a pang in his heart from his son's comment, "Eat your food. We shouldn't talk while eating. That's what Grandpa taught us, remember?" Dong lowered his head and continued munching on his bun. Seeing that her husband was feeling down, and Hua quietly reassured him, "It doesn't matter if the house is old or not. What matters is your heart." Xiaozheng perked up, his eyes sparkling as he asked Hua, "So if I only had 2 rundown houses, would you still marry me?" And Hua was speechless. Setting aside whether she would marry him, if Xiaozheng were just a poor guy living in the countryside, they probably wouldn't even know each other. This hypothetical situation didn't make sense. However, she still sweetly replied, "Of course I would. What matters most is you as a person. Everything else is unimportant. After all, saying nice things doesn't cost anything." Xiaozheng instantly felt elated, his heart as sweet as honey. If they weren't at the dining table, he would have picked her up and kissed her several times. Suppressing his excitement, Xiaozheng said, "Wife, everything in our home will be decided by you. I will listen to you." At that moment, Xiaozheng felt like he would give his all to his wife, and his words came straight from the heart. Qiu Shushan glanced up briefly and then quietly looked down again. Wang Kaiyan was secretly amazed, realizing that men could be so easily swayed. Was that how her stepmother won over her father? No wonder her father listened to her stepmother about everything. "Do you really listen to everything I say?" And Hua asked him. "Of course." "Then don't smack your lips while eating buns anymore." Actually, Xiaozheng had improved a lot already. He usually didn't smack his lips while eating, but he couldn't help it when eating buns for some reason. Anhua pointed at Wang Kaiyan and said, "Kaiyan changed her habits in just a month at home. I've been telling you for years, and you still have the same problem. Xiao Zheng didn't feel embarrassed about being scolded by his wife in front of others. He quickly promised, I won't make that noise anymore. If it's really a problem, I'll stop eating steamed buns and switch to rice. Rice is even tastier than steamed buns. After saying this, he smiled at Manhwa to please her. Manhwa gently served him a piece of braised pork. Uncle and aunt, Xiao Xiaocui's voice came as she entered the room. Xiao Zheng looked at her. What are you doing here? Do you need something? Manhwa asked. Have you eaten yet? Wang Kaiyan stood up, ready to get more bowls and chopsticks for Xiao Xiaocui as soon as Manhwa spoke. Xiao Xiaocui smiled and said, I've eaten. I came to share some good news with you. I'm pregnant. Qiu Shushan smiled and said, Oh, that's great news. How long has it been? Xiao Xiaocui touched her flat belly, feeling a new softness. Not even 2 months yet. This baby is making me feel sick. I throw up no matter what I eat. Qiu Shushan said, That sounds similar to when your aunt was pregnant with twins. Just take care of yourself, buy what you want to eat, and don't hold back. Xiao Xiaocui nodded repeatedly. I won't hold back. Right now, I really want sour foods. They say sour means a boy, so I think I'm having a son. After just a few words, Xiao Xiaocui was ready to leave. I still need to go to my aunt's place to share this good news. Xiao Zheng frowned. Why do you want to bother your aunt? Your pregnancy has nothing to do with her. You don't need to tell her. Xiao Xiaocui didn't understand why she felt this way. In the countryside, she always wanted to compete with Xiao Fangfang, but after moving to the city, that feeling faded. Now, she had no other relatives nearby, just her uncle and aunt, so she naturally wanted to be close to them. Also, Xiao Fangfang's difficult childbirth still weighed on Xiao Xiaocui's mind, and her feelings for Xiao Fangfang had become more complicated over time. These factors combined made Xiao Xiaocui, despite knowing others might not want to be close to her, still try to connect. She hoped that over time, she could build a normal relationship with her aunt and uncle, and both families could become close relatives. Xiao Xiaocui went to Xiao Fangfang's house. From a distance, she saw little Ping'an, who was over a year old, sitting on the doorstep. A young girl was squatting in front of her, trying to coax her with candy, saying, Come on, if you bark like a dog, I'll give you a piece of candy. Xiao Xiaocui recognized the girl. She was her uncle's niece, He Chunhua. Little Ping'an usually had plenty of snacks and didn't lack for candy. After hearing He Chunhua's words, she shook her head. He Chunhua pouted, You're not that young, but your standards are pretty high. How about 2 pieces if you bark? Xiao Xiaocui frowned and walked over, picking up little Ping'an. She glared at He Chunhua and said, Oh, our little Ping'an is a person and can't bark like your dog. He Chunhua stood up, frustrated. Who are you calling a dog? Xiao Xiaocui rolled her eyes. Whoever engages gets called out. Little Ping'an hugged Xiao Xiaocui's neck and sweetly called out, Sister Xiaocui. Unlike Gung Biao, little Ping'an really liked this cousin who often gave her treats. Xiao Xiaocui smiled and gently bumped heads with little Ping'an before carrying her inside. Xiao Fangfang was washing clothes in the yard, while Gung Biao was fixing a bench nearby. Annie, uncle, you two are letting outsiders make fun of little Ping'an, Xiao Xiaocui said with a hint of complaint. Gung Biao looked confused. Who is making fun of little Ping'an? He Chunhua. She asked little Ping'an to bark like a dog. He Chunhua, who had followed them in, didn't expect Xiao Xiaocui to say it so openly and quickly defended herself. I was just playing with the child. It's normal, not making fun of her. Xiao Xiaocui snorted and took a piece of candy from her pocket, tossing it to He Chunhua. Here, you bark like a dog, and you can have this candy. He Chunhua's face turned red with anger. You're going too far. Xiao Xiaocui replied, Oh, come on, I was just teasing you. Why are you so upset? He Chunhua couldn't argue back against Xiao Xiaocui. She called out to her uncle, hoping Gung Biao would take her side, but instead, she met his sharp gaze. Feeling a jolt of fear, He Chunhua lowered her head. Gung Biao and Xiao Fangfang were in the yard, facing the front door. When He Chunhua arrived, she greeted them and played with little Ping'an at the door. They only saw He Chunhua playing with little Ping'an and didn't hear what she specifically said. Xiao Fangfang approached, took little Ping'an from Xiao Xiaotsue, and looked warily at He Chunhua. Geng Biao said sternly, "If you can't take care of kids, then don't. Stay away from my little Ping'an." Geng Biao had already spoken quite restrainedly, but He Chunhua still felt extremely embarrassed. She hadn't done anything terrible. He Chunhua wanted to leave, but thinking of her purpose for coming today, she forced herself to stay. Xiao Fangfang didn't pay attention to He Chunhua and moved a stool for Xiao Xiaotsue to sit on. Xiao Xiaotsue proudly glanced at He Chunhua, thinking that having a stool while He Chunhua did not mean she was more liked by their aunt and uncle. In truth, Xiao Fangfang didn't particularly like Xiao Xiaotsue either. She just couldn't resist Xiao Xiaotsue's eagerness. The two had never gotten along well since childhood, but there was no deep hatred between them. With their family ties, past unpleasantness had faded for Xiao Fangfang, and she treated Xiao Xiaotsue with more courtesy. Seeing her position improve, Xiao Xiaotsue sat down with her baby and cheerfully said, "Aunt, I'm here to share some good news. I'm pregnant with a son." Xiao Xiaotsue was confident that she was having a boy and announced it proudly. Her upbringing taught her that at least one son was necessary to please her in-laws, and if her first child was a boy, she would have fulfilled her duty. So, she was naturally happy about expecting a son. Xiao Fangfang was surprised and smiled, congratulating Xiao Xiaotsue. He Chunhua scoffed, "How do you know it's a boy before it's even born? If you end up with a girl, don't cry." Xiao Xiaotsue retorted, "Whether it's a boy or a girl, at least I'll have a child, unlike some people who can't even get married." He Chunhua was furious. "Who are you talking about?" Xiao Xiaotsue replied, "Whoever feels hit by it." He Chunhua had no comeback. She had been in Yun County for over half a year, and Geng Panqiao had been trying to help her find a match. She had gone on blind dates almost every month, but none had worked out. Either she didn't like them, or they didn't like her. Of course, He Chunhua wouldn't admit to being undesirable. She was a high school graduate, good-looking, and had grown up in a big city. Why wouldn't men in a small county be interested in her? She attributed her lack of success to her family situation. She had no father, Geng Panqiao was unemployed, and she was just a temporary worker at a collective unit. Therefore, only men with slightly better conditions would consider her. So, He Chunhua had two reasons for coming to see Geng Biao today. First, she wanted him to help her find a better job, and second, she wanted Xiao Fangfang to talk to her sister-in-law to help introduce a military officer. He Chunhua thought about her future and, forgetting her embarrassment, directly stated her purpose. She added, "My mom sent me here. She said my uncle should help me for her sake." Geng Biao knew He Chunhua was lying. If it were Geng Panqiao's idea, she would have come to tell him herself. Of course, even if Geng Panqiao had told him directly, Geng Biao would not agree. It was too unreasonable. According to He Chunhua's standards, what counted as a good job? It probably meant only state-owned factories or government positions. But those jobs are limited, and Geng Biao had no ability to arrange one for her. Geng Biao flatly refused, leaving He Chunhua with no hope. "I'm just the head of the security department at the food factory. I don't have the power to arrange a good job for you. You can work if you want, or not work if you don't. I won't blame you." He Chunhua replied, "But you're still the deputy director of the factory's revolutionary committee. The committee has so much power. Why can't you help? Even if it's just getting me a regular worker position, as long as it's official." Geng Biao's expression made He Chunhua stop speaking. She gritted her teeth and decided to give up on the job. "If you can't arrange a job, at least help me find a decent partner." Geng Biao frowned. "Are military officers just easy to find? You can't just pick and choose." "I can't help with that either." Geng Biao had introduced He Chunhua to good young men from the factory, all with good backgrounds and character, but she hadn't liked any of them, dismissing one for not being a cadre and another for being ordinary-looking. So Geng Biao realized that this girl had too high of an opinion of herself. No matter how good a person she found, she would feel they were not worthy of her, and her future would likely be difficult. She even wanted to marry a military officer? Geng Biao felt embarrassed to introduce her to someone else. He Chunhua was so embarrassed that her hands shook. Uncle, if you don't want to help, that's fine, but why do you have to humiliate me like this? Gung Biao paused. How am I humiliating you? He was just speaking the truth to avoid any misunderstandings. Xiao Xiaotsui laughed and said, exactly. My uncle just told the truth. Military officers have high standards. They wouldn't look at you. But I'll let you in on a secret. The man I married is a military officer, and he's quite handsome. Aren't you jealous? Hee hee. Xiao Xiaotsui's teasing only added fuel to the fire, and He Chunhua's tears started to fall. You are bullying me too much. I'm going to tell my mom. After He Chunhua finished shouting, she ran away. Xiao Fangfang looked at Gung Biao with concern. During this time, they had been getting along well with Gung Panqiao. If He Chunhua really went back to complain, would it affect the sibling relationship between Gung Biao and Gung Panqiao? Gung Biao noticed Xiao Fangfang's worries and smiled, saying, don't worry, it's fine. He Chunhua came here behind our older sister's back. If she goes back to complain, the first person to scold her will definitely be our older sister. If Gung Panqiao were really like He Chunhua, Gung Biao would have stopped associating with her long ago. Is that true? Will He Chunhua really get scolded? Where does she live? I want to check it out, Xiao Xiaotsue said, getting interested. Gung Biao glanced at her. Why are you still here? Xiao Xiaotsue muttered. Is it right to rush guests away like this? Gung Biao scoffed. I have to go to work now, so hurry up and leave. Maybe Gung Biao had some psychological shadow. He just didn't want Xiao Fangfang and Xiao Xiaotsue to be alone together. Xiao Xiaotsue didn't dare to argue with Gung Biao, so she put down her small belongings and left. Meanwhile, He Chunhua returned home just as Gung Panqiao was coming in from outside. He Chunhua said unhappily, did you go to the park with that old man Li again? Gung Panqiao replied calmly, mind your own business. He Chunhua suddenly became agitated. Why can't I care? How long has it been since Dad left, and you already want to remarry? You've married so many men in your life. Isn't that enough? You're getting old. Can you not live without a man? Gung Panqiao slapped He Chunhua across the face. He Chunhua was stunned, staring at Gung Panqiao in disbelief. He Chunhua was her dad's only daughter and was very spoiled by him. Although Gung Panqiao wasn't always nice to her, she had never hit or scolded her before. He Chunhua began to cry, calling out for her dad. Gung Panqiao waited until He Chunhua had cried enough before saying, in my life, I've married 3 men, including your father, and I have 6 children. I've worked hard to raise you all. Before she could finish, He Chunhua interrupted her. You don't even have a job. How can you raise us? It's all Dad's money that supports the family, and you're using his money to take care of you and your ex-husband's children. Gung Panqiao laughed coldly. Is your dad some kind of savior? Has he lost his mind, marrying a widow and helping to raise someone else's kids? Did he marry me for nothing? Who cooked your meals when you were little? Who washed your clothes? After your dad came home, he just sat around while I did everything for him. You think all of that is worthless? He Chunhua couldn't speak. The old maids in the old society still got paid. Did your dad ever give me any money? If we count all this as payment, don't I have the right to say that I raised you? He Chunhua muttered. I just said it casually. Why are you bringing this up? Gung Panqiao replied, remember, I can live without a man, but I've struggled my whole life. Now that I'm older, I just want to relax.
Don't worry so much about me.
He Chunhua didn't mean to interfere in Gung Panqiao's personal issues. She was just in a bad mood and venting her feelings on her. Thinking about the humiliation she faced at her uncle's house, He Chunhua forgot that Gung Panqiao had just hit her and started complaining to her. As Gung Biao expected, Gung Panqiao listened and then scolded He Chunhua. Have you lost your mind? Didn't I warn you not to ask your uncle for anything? We can stay in Yun County thanks to him, and your future also depends on him. But things take time. You need to build relationships first. Who do you think you are demanding help from your uncle like that? How arrogant. Seeing that Gung Panqiao wasn't on her side, He Chunhua shouted in grievance. Aren't you my mom? Why are you turning against me? Gung Panqiao replied, if I weren't your mom, I wouldn't be telling you this. Put away that high and mighty attitude and be more grounded. He Chunhua remained silent, clearly unconvinced. Gung Panqiao was tired of arguing. Uncle Lee said he would introduce you to someone. The guy is from a rural background, but is a vocational school graduate working in the Water Resources Bureau. He has a decent job and looks okay. You should see him sometime. He Chunhua replied, I don't want someone from the countryside. I have nothing to talk about with rural people. Gung Panqiao laughed in frustration. You haven't even met him yet, and you're already rejecting him? What kind of person would you accept? He Chunhua said, then you should ask my uncle to find me an officer from the army, at least at the battalion level, and from the city, not the countryside. Gung Panqiao responded, dream on. He Chunhua became excited again. Why is that a dream? Even Xiao Xiaotsue can marry an officer. Why can't I? Am I worse than her, just because she's from a village? Gung Panqiao paused, then realized who Xiao Xiaotsue was. She scoffed, do whatever you want. Anyway, if you won't follow the path I've planned for you, don't expect me to find another way. I've done my duty raising you. Your future is your own responsibility. Hua He listened to Gung Panqiao's cold words and glared at her, saying, if you don't care about me, don't expect me to support you in your old age. Gung Panqiao smiled, I never expected you to support me. She was telling the truth. Her 5 children were all successful, each sending her $5 a month for living expenses, which was enough for her to live comfortably for the rest of her life. As for what would happen if she couldn't move when she got older, Gung Panqiao had thought about that too. If the day came when she needed someone to take care of her, she would prefer to end her own life rather than burden her children. Worrying about He Chunhua's marriage was something a mother should do, but if He Chunhua didn't listen to her, she really didn't want to interfere anymore. Gung Panqiao had only a few sweet days with her first husband. The rest of her life had been filled with hardship. Now that she was older, she just wanted to live freely and do as she pleased. Xiao Fangfang waited at home for 2 days and realized that Gung Panqiao really hadn't come to speak on He Chunhua's behalf, which relieved her. Yesterday, 2 trucks of watermelons arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, and Gung Biao managed to get 2. She kept one in the well overnight and planned to take one to her brother and sister-in-law's house. Xiao Fangfang secured her baby in a carrier, held a large watermelon in her arms, and put on sun hats for both herself and the baby before heading to the family compound. On the way, she ran into He Chunhua. He Chunhua was walking with a male companion and acted as if she didn't recognize Xiao Fangfang, passing by without a word. Xiao Fangfang didn't want to intrude, but she couldn't help but glance at He Chunhua and the man, thinking he seemed a bit shady and not like a good person. Qin Xiaoming also turned to look at Xiao Fangfang and then cheerfully said to He Chunhua, the woman carrying the baby just looked at you. Do you know her? He Chunhua scoffed and tossed her braid. I don't know her. Qin Xiaoming replied, really? Her expression didn't look like someone who doesn't know you. You didn't even greet her. Do you owe her money? He Chunhua retorted, who owes her money? She's my aunt, okay? Qin Xiaoming was surprised. Your aunt is so young and pretty? He Chunhua angrily responded, are you blind? She's just a country girl, plain as can be. How is she pretty? Qin Xiaoming understood He Chunhua and immediately started to cheer her up, saying, at first glance it seems pretty good, but if you think about it, it's far from your level. He Chunhua still looked unhappy, with a long face. She really has a bad temper. Qin Xiaoming thought to himself, but he patiently continued to cheer her up since they had just met, and he hadn't even held her hand yet. Meanwhile, Xiao Fangfang arrived at her brother and sister-in-law's house, where 3 kids were picking peppers in the garden. They were all wearing sailor shirts and little straw hats. However, Dong Dong had thin arms and legs, while the twins had chubby limbs, looking like freshly dug lotus roots. When the 3 kids saw Xiao Fangfang, they ran over, calling out Auntie. Yuan knew that Xiao Ping'an was on her aunt's back and could wait to jump up to see him, saying, I want to play with Xiao Ping'an. Xiao Fangfang smiled and lifted the watermelon in her arms, needing to set it down first before she could take Xiao Ping'an off her back. And Huan usually didn't take afternoon naps, but she was in the study reading. Hearing the children's voices, she hurried out. What a big watermelon! And Huan exclaimed as she took the watermelon from Xiao Fangfang's hands, almost dropping it. This must weigh over 10 pounds. Seeing Xiao Fongfong's flushed face, and Huan teased, on such a hot day, you brought a watermelon just for me? You could have asked Geng Biao to bring it when he comes back from work this afternoon. Xiao Fongfong just smiled, showing her white teeth. She wanted to bring the watermelon quickly while it was still cool from the well. Plus, she wanted to come out for a walk and see her brother, sister-in-law, and nieces and nephews. And Huan immediately cut the watermelon. Although the sun had warmed the skin, the inside was still cool. She divided the watermelon in half, cutting one part to eat right away and covering the other half with a cloth to put in the cellar for everyone to enjoy after their nap. After finishing the watermelon, the kids ran back to pick peppers, this time with Xiao Ping'an joining them. Xiao Ping'an was still a bit wobbly on his feet, but he was having a great time playing with his older siblings. And Huan shook her head. They weren't afraid of the heat. It seemed that for little kids, nothing was more important than playing. And Huan then instructed the kids, after you finish picking the peppers, let's pick some tomatoes too. Remember, only pick the red ones, don't pick the green ones. Yuan stood up straight and saluted her mother, saying confidently, I promise to complete the task. Dong Dong put his finger to his lips and whispered, she'll be quiet. Daddy, Grandma, and Sister Cayenne are all sleeping. Yuan quickly covered her mouth and nodded vigorously, whispering, I understand, brother. Like a contagious trend, the other children began to whisper too, as if they were plotting something mischievous, which was quite amusing. And Hua pulled Xiao Fongfong into the house and made her a cup of jasmine tea. Xiao Fongfong had never tried it before and closed her eyes in delight as she smelled the fragrance. It smells so good. This is jasmine tea made from green tea infused with jasmine flowers. It was sent by one of your brother's comrades, and there are several pounds of it. I'll pack some for you to take home later. Xiao Fongfong indeed found the tea fragrant and enjoyable. Hearing that there were several pounds, she felt no need to be polite. Xiao Fongfong was not very talkative, so Anhua did most of the talking. Fortunately, Anhua was quite chatty, and even if Xiao Fongfong just listened, Anhua could keep the conversation going. Anhua wondered what Xiao Fongfong was like at home with Geng Biao, who seemed to say very little. Xiao Fongfong smiled slightly and said that while Geng Biao didn't talk much outside, he could go on for hours at home, especially after their child Ping'an was born. Anhua found this very interesting and couldn't imagine Geng Biao being so talkative. On the other hand, Xiaozheng had two different personas. He was serious and stern outside, but at home, he was playful and cheerful, almost like a different person. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Fongfong wrote about her encounter with He Chunhua on the way and wanted to ask her sister-in-law for advice. The man with He Chunhua didn't seem like a good person. Xiao Fongfong felt that no matter how immature He Chunhua was, she was still just a young girl, and she didn't want to see her go down the wrong path. However, she didn't know how to warn Sister Geng. Don't get directly involved in this matter, you and Geng Biao. Regardless of whether that man is good or bad, your involvement will likely lead to trouble. And Hua thought for a moment. Instead, tell Geng Biao to talk to his cousin and have her subtly mention this to Sister Geng, just saying she happened to see it on the road. Xiao Fongfong, being kind-hearted, felt that if she saw something and didn't say anything, she would blame herself if He Chunhua got hurt in the future. And Hua's idea gave Xiao Fongfong a clear direction. Yes, it would be best for the cousin to casually bring it up with Sister Geng. A few days later, the cousin successfully conveyed the message to Sister Geng that He Chunhua was getting close to a troublemaker. Sister Geng naturally asked more questions after finding out, and He Chunhua tried to defend herself, but eventually had to admit it. However, she still acted confidently, saying, Qin Xiaoming is not a loser. He is the son of the county committee director. Sister Geng was furious. Do you know who the county committee director is? His last name is Xiao, and he is your aunt's brother. His son, Dong Dong, is only 9 years old, you fool. He Chunhua was stunned for a moment before realizing she had been tricked. She quickly turned and ran out to find Qin Xiaoming for clarification. Sister Geng called after her several times, but He Chunhua didn't look back. Anhua was not concerned about the dispute between Sister Geng and He Chunhua. She was at the hospital with Zhou Meihua. She had the day off, and Zhou Meihua had come to her early in the morning, looking embarrassed as she described her discomfort. Zhou Meihua had been feeling unwell for several days, but the issue was in a sensitive area, and she was too shy to talk to anyone about it. She finally couldn't take it anymore and sought out Anhua. Anhua guessed it might be a gynecological issue. After thinking it over, she decided they should go to the county hospital. The doctor's diagnosis matched Anhua's guess. It was a common gynecological inflammation. The doctor prescribed medication for Zhou Meihua and advised her, you should pay more attention to hygiene. It's best to use protection during intimacy. It helps protect women's health. Zhou Meihua was so embarrassed that she couldn't even look up. Once the doctor finished speaking, she quickly dashed out. Anhua followed her out, smiling to comfort her. Sister-in-law, there's nothing to be shy about. The doctor is just treating you. Zhou Meihua replied, I'm not shy. I just feel embarrassed. The doctor told me to maintain hygiene. Is this condition because I wasn't hygienic enough? I feel like I am very clean. I wash often. Zhou Meihua came from a rural background. Although she wasn't insecure, people often assumed that military wives from the countryside were less hygienic, making her worry that Anhua might look down on her. Anhua reassured her, the doctor just said there are many causes for these issues. It could be due to intimacy. Zhou Meihua quickly shook her head. I haven't been intimate with him for a long time. I don't even like him right now. Ever since Shijia Jiang went to the countryside, Zhou Meihua had been unhappy with Shi Weiguang and had no interest in that aspect of their relationship. Shi Weiguang noticed the change in Zhou Meihua, but was too busy feeling relieved to realize that he had already earned her disdain. In short, this is nothing to be ashamed of. Sister-in-law, don't take it too seriously. Zhou Meihua listened to Anhua's comfort and finally felt more at ease. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked outside. At the hospital entrance, Anhua saw Dr. Song, who had delivered her baby, and wanted to greet him, asking Zhou Meihua to wait for a moment. Dr. Song. Song Chuhong was startled by the voice from behind and quickly pushed the little boy in front of her, saying, Hurry up, there's nothing I can do about what you mentioned. The little boy, with tears in his eyes, pleaded, Aunt Hong, please help my dad. He's really dying. Song Chuhong's eyes also filled with tears, but thinking of her own situation, she had to harden her heart and shouted at the little boy, Go away. Anhua saw Song Chuhong talking to a little boy, but as she approached, the boy turned and walked away. Feeling embarrassed, Anhua said, Dr. Song, did I interrupt your conversation? Song Chuhong quickly smiled and replied, No, he's just a child from my relative's family, delivering a message for me. Anhua believed her and nodded. I just saw you here and wanted to say hello. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Anhua said goodbye and left. On her way back to the family compound, Anhua saw the little boy again. He was wearing tattered clothes, looking very thin, and was being chased by a group of kids throwing stones at him. Song Yi kept his head down, trying to sneak along the wall to avoid the stones, but still got hit. After the first hit, he didn't look up. After the second hit, he still didn't look up. When the third stone hit him, Song Yi suddenly turned to face the group of kids chasing him, allowing Anhua to see his face. His eyes were filled with anger and resentment that didn't match his age. Hey, you little brat, do you still want to fight us? Yeah, a little brat like you dares to pick up vegetable leaves to eat? Look at yourself in the mirror. Do you think you deserve it? The little boy held a few rotten vegetable leaves, which he must have picked up while passing by a vegetable stand. The people at the stand didn't say anything, but these kids shouted, A little brat doesn't deserve to eat rotten vegetable leaves. Song Yi felt unfair. He wasn't a little brat. He was a person. Just like them, he was a person. As his anger seemed ready to burst through his reason, Song Yi heard a voice. Are you from that small school? Bullying others here? Be careful. I can report you to your school. I know your principal. Anhua noticed a child in a small school uniform among the group and decided to threaten them. When the kids heard her say she would report them to the school, their bravado faded. One of the leading kids bravely said, We bully him because he deserves it. His words were bold, but his voice lacked strength. After all, they were just kids and naturally feared adults. Zhou Meihua couldn't stand it anymore and said, Why does he deserve it? Did he hit you or insult you? Did he steal from you? Another child chimed in. His dad is a capitalist, part of the exploiting class, and he picks up rotten vegetables from the market. And Hua sighed. You kids believe anything you hear. What does his dad being a capitalist have to do with him? He's just a child. He hasn't exploited any of you. Besides, everyone picks up those rotten vegetables and no one from the market complained. What's it to you? The group of kids exchanged glances, left speechless. And Hua waved her hand. Go on, study hard. Bullying the weak is not what heroes do. The children quickly scattered. And Hua looked at the boy who had been hit with stones. He met her gaze, and the anger in his eyes lessened, replaced by caution. And Hua didn't speak to him. She checked her pockets and found only 5 food coupons and $2. She took them out and placed them in the boy's hand, then turned and walked away with Zhou Meihua. It wasn't until Hua and Zhou Meihua disappeared around the corner that Song Yi snapped out of his daze, feeling the paper money in his hand. Noticing the eyes around him, Song Yi tightened his grip on the coupons and money and quickly ran into a narrow alley. The alley was on the edge of the county, with houses made of yellow mud on either side. Song Yi ran to the back of the alley and pushed open an old wooden door, which creaked loudly, waking his father, who was half asleep. Dad, I have food coupons and money. We can take you to the hospital. Song Yi's face showed clear excitement. His father, with a pale face, moved slightly, managing a smile. Did Aunt Hong give it to you? Song Yi hesitated for a moment but shook his head. I didn't see Aunt Hong today. A kind person gave it to me. Suddenly, his father started coughing violently.
Dad.
Song Yi panicked. After a while, his father calmed down and weakly waved his hand. My illness can't be cured. Don't waste money. Save it for your living expenses. Dad. Song Yi murmured. Please don't die. Song's father forced a smile. Everyone has to die someday.
I just worry about you.
You're only 10 years old and don't know how to survive. How will you manage?
Don't worry about me.
I can take care of myself, Song Yi replied in a calm tone, but with his head down, tears streaming down his face. How could he take care of himself? He would have to beg on the streets like a stray dog, vulnerable to anyone who wanted to hurt or insult him. Even if he somehow survived by begging, he would just become a timid and ordinary person. But Song's father didn't want that for his son. He wanted him to get an education, learn, and one day stand tall and bring honor back to the Song family. The world wouldn't always be this chaotic. Just then, there was a noise outside. Song Yi ran out to see a cloth bag at the door, and he noticed Aunt Hong walking away in the distance. He called out, but Aunt Hong didn't turn back. He picked up the bag and brought it inside. Without opening it, he knew it contained food. Aunt Hong didn't dare to openly help Song Yi and his father or assist his father into the hospital, but secretly, she had sent them a lot of food that she had saved. So, Song Yi didn't blame Aunt Hong at all. He understood she had her struggles too. He put the food away and told his father that Aunt Hong had come by. Song's father was very tired and wanted to sleep, but he still forced himself to sit up and ask Song Yi to bring him a pen and paper. Confused, Song Yi did as he was told. With trembling hands, Song's father drew on the paper for a long time before handing it to Song Yi. It looked like a map with some markings. Song Yi couldn't understand it. His father said, "What's drawn here is the garden behind our old house, where something is hidden." Song Yi had heard his father mention that before the liberation, their family owned 4 streets and over 100 shops. The old house in the east of the city was their family's old residence, and the park connected to it was their backyard. What could be hidden there? Song Yi had a vague idea, but wasn't sure. His father started to cough again, this time even coughing up blood. With tears in his eyes, Song Yi wiped his father's face. Father Song stopped him, saying, "Listen to me first, child. The drawing I made can be seen as a treasure map. It contains the hard work of several generations of our Song family. I want to use these things to secure your future. You should give this map to your Aunt Hong and ask her to help find someone capable to make a deal. As long as it helps Song Yi go to school and grow up safely, he is willing to give up everything the Song family has left." Father Song knows this is very risky. Neither Song Chuhong nor Song Yi can protect themselves. Trading with a treasure map is like a child showing off riches in public. Someone might take the treasure without keeping their promise. Also, Song Chuhong might not want to get involved. But Father Song still wants to try. He realized too late that money and treasures are just material things, and the Song family's legacy doesn't depend on them. The most important thing is people. He wants Song Yi to live and thrive. If they lose their wealth, as long as they are alive, they can rebuild one day. Despite experiencing many dark times, Father Song still believes not everyone in this world is bad. What if they find a kind person who truly protects Song Yi as he grows up? Then he could die in peace. Filled with hope, Song Yi said, "So can we use these treasures to get you treated in the hospital?" Father Song smiled, but didn't respond. However, Song Yi felt a spark of hope and became more energetic. "Dad, you rest. I'll make you some porridge, and then go find An Hong." Song Yi left the room. However, he could never imagine that when he returned to his father's bedside, he would find him hanging lifelessly from the bedpost. The bowl of porridge shattered on the floor, spilling rice everywhere. Song Yi finally couldn't hold back and cried out in anguish while holding his father's body. And Hua had just left Director Zhao's office when she ran into Section Chief Kai. His eyes lit up as he pulled her aside in the hallway and asked, "So, did they talk to you about the promotion to Deputy Section Chief?" And Hua was surprised for a moment. "Wow, you really have your ear to the ground." Section Chief Kai chuckled like a cheerful Buddha. "This isn't just about being well-informed. Many people know you are now an important figure in Director Zhao's office." Director Zhao was able to make a comeback after taking down Director Niu, thanks in large part to Xiao Zheng's influence. While others might not know the details, Section Chief Kai had a vague understanding of the situation. Anhua also smiled and waved her hand, saying, "Not at all. Director Zhao just mentioned you to me, saying I should support your work and learn from you." After exchanging compliments for a while, they said their goodbyes. The next day, the official appointment came through, and Anhua received another round of congratulations. Sister Ma looked at Anhua with shining eyes. "I knew you were special from the start. Look at you, so young and already a section chief." Anhua quickly corrected her, "It's just the deputy position." Sister Ma praised her. "You'll be promoted for sure." Fan Xiaoka also came over, joking with a smile. "Sister-in, don't forget your little brother after your promotion." Anhua replied, "You've settled down, yet you're still so playful." Sister Ma asked, "By the way, Xiaoka, I heard your wife is pregnant? Congratulations." Fan Xiaoka sighed. "It's been 3 months. My mom is finally happy. She used to urge us every day, and I didn't dare go home with Feng Qi after work." Anhua offered a few words of blessing. Suddenly, Fan Xiaoka changed the subject. "Sister-in, I heard Feng Qi's ex-husband is an officer from your camp. Do you know him?" "I know him, but he was dismissed from the military a long time ago and went back home," Anhua said. Noticing Fan Xiaoka's serious expression, she asked, "He didn't come looking for trouble, did he?" Fan Xiaoka scratched his head, conflicted, and decided to be honest with Anhua. "He came to find me and said a lot of bad things about Feng Qi." Anhua said seriously, "I know a bit about Feng Qi and her ex-husband. The fault lies entirely with him. Feng Qi is the victim. You can tell that from his dismissal from the military." Fan Xiaoka quickly replied, "I don't believe what he said. Feng Qi is my wife. I know her well. That guy seems off. Coming to me to talk bad about Feng Qi is clearly trying to stir trouble. I'm worried that if he can't get to me, he might go to my mom and say things that could affect her opinion of Feng Qi." Anhua asked, "Does Feng Qi know about this?" Fan Xiaoka shook his head. "She's pregnant, and I don't want to upset her, so I haven't told her." Anhua thought for a moment and said, "Feng Qi is resourceful. I think you should discuss with her how to handle her ex-husband. Plus, she's strong and shouldn't let this bother her too much." Compared to Fan Xiaoka, Feng Qi would definitely be better at handling such matters. Fan Xiaoka nodded at Anhua's words. "Okay, I'll tell her." While they were chatting, Yang Tianjiao came over to find Anhua. "Anhua, I have something I need to ask you." What's going on? You look so serious. Yang Tianjiao pulled Anhua to a corner and asked, "Didn't you have Dr. Song Chuhong assist with your delivery?" At that time, she was still facing difficulties, yet your family managed to have her help. I want to know if you can ask her to check my pulse. I've been trying to get pregnant, but haven't succeeded. Since her last pregnancy, Yang Tianjiao had not conceived again. She had been married for 4 years and was nearing 30, which made her anxious. Dr. Song Chuhong worked in the county hospital's obstetrics department, but that was just a label for Western medicine. Her family had a long history of being renowned in gynecology, and she had learned from a young age, gaining a good reputation in treating women's health issues. However, even though Dr. Song was back at the hospital, she still faced restrictions and did not have the authority to prescribe medicine or perform surgeries. I went with Han Song to see Dr. Song, but she said the hospital wouldn't allow her to see patients. And Hua asked, "Have you tried contacting her privately?" Yang Tianjiao sighed. "I did, but she might be afraid of getting reported and doesn't want to treat me. I'm asking you because I wonder if you have any connections with her that could help. I've been seeking medical advice without any results, and I'm out of options." Yang Tianjiao smiled wryly. "You don't know, my sister-in-law is so worried about me not having children that she's even thought about adopting a nephew for me. It's really frustrating." And Hua comforted her by patting her arm. "Don't worry. At least you've been pregnant before, which means there's no fundamental issue with your health. Although I'm not very close to Dr. Song, I can try to reach out to her and see if we can find a private place for her to check on you." Yang Tianjiao excitedly grabbed Hua's arm. "That would be great. No matter what she says, I'll be grateful to you." And Hua playfully replied, "That sounds too formal."
Yang Tianjiao chuklet.
That day, Hua went to find Dr. Song. Not knowing where Dr. Song lived, she went straight to the hospital. Unfortunately, Dr. Song was on leave that day, so Hua left empty-handed. After thinking for a moment, she decided to get Dr. Song's home address from the hospital. Dr. Song lived in the staff housing of the hospital, a 3-story building with 5 rooms per unit, housing 3 or 4 families. In that era, it was considered decent living conditions. However, Dr. Song's family only had 1 room, and the couple lived there with their 3 children, making it quite cramped. Dr. Song was very surprised by Hua's visit. "Comrade and you." And Hua smiled and said, "Dr. Song, may I come in to talk with you?" Song Chuhong quickly invited her in and sent the 3 children outside. In the small room, only Song Chuhong, and Hua, and a man lying on the bed remained. Song Chuhong said, "I'm sorry, my husband is paralyzed on one side and can only lie down, but feel free to talk as if he isn't here." And Hua paused in surprise. "He became like this after the incident." Song Chuhong nodded. "He was injured." And Hua was silent for a moment before stating the purpose of her visit. To Hua's surprise, Song Chuhong easily agreed to her request. Song Chuhong clearly told her, "I don't dare to treat that comrade named Yang because I'm afraid of being caught, but since you came to me, I have no such worries. I trust you won't let anyone catch me." And Hua chuckled. "Thank you for trusting me so much." Song Chuhong smiled slightly. Then, Hua arranged a time and place for the consultation. "Let's have it at my house. Just come over as if you were visiting friends." Song Chuhong agreed. As Hua was leaving, she couldn't help but look back and said to Song Chuhong, "Dr. Song, although the road may be difficult, the future will surely be bright. As long as we stay optimistic, there is no hardship we cannot overcome." Song Chuhong was taken aback, but nodded with a smile. A few days later, Song Chuhong arrived at Hua's house at the agreed time, and Yang Tianjiao was already waiting. And Hua had prepared a separate room for the consultation. After half an hour, the two came out. Yang Tianjiao said to Hua, "Hua, you should persuade Dr. Song. She refuses to accept the consultation fee." Yang Tianjiao had prepared a fee of 5 yuan and 10 ration tickets, which far exceeded the usual doctor's fees. "I'm here today just to help a friend, so there's no need for a fee," and Hua said. "Dr. Song, please accept it. I suspect her condition won't be cured in 1 or 2 visits and may require long-term care. If you don't accept the fee, we might feel embarrassed to ask you again next time," and Hua insisted. Yang Tianjiao quickly agreed, exactly. And Hua added, besides, you're currently facing difficulties. Accepting this money and ration tickets could help improve the children's meals a bit. They are at a growing stage. Song Chuhong hesitated. In the end, she accepted it, but instead of money, she only took 10 pounds of grain coupons. There's no place to sell traditional Chinese medicine now. It might be hard for you to gather all the herbs on the prescription, Song Chuhong said. That's okay, my husband said he has a way, Yang Tianjiao replied, looking at the prescription with satisfaction. Soon, Yang Tianjiao returned home. Song Chuhong also said her goodbyes, and Anhua walked her to the gate, watching her figure disappear into the distance. Unexpectedly, after walking more than 10 meters, Song Chuhong suddenly turned back. Comrade and Song Chuhong looked at Anhua with a complicated expression. Anhua was puzzled. What's wrong? Song Chuhong seemed very troubled. After helping to retrieve Song Yi's father's body, Song Yi had told her about the treasure map. She felt that Song's father was being unrealistic. If the treasure map was given to someone else, there would be 3 possible outcomes. First, the person could hand over the treasure map and report her and Song Yi. Second, the person could keep the treasure map but not fulfill their promise, and to silence her, they might even harm her and Song Yi. Third, as Song's father hoped, the treasure map could secure Song Yi's right to live and receive an education. Song Chuhong had firmly decided not to get involved. She was afraid of bringing trouble upon herself. If something happened to her, what would her husband and children do? She could only be selfish. But just now, she suddenly had an idea. Song Chuhong looked seriously into Anhua's eyes, which were bright and clear. Perhaps she could try to talk about it. Even if Anhua was unwilling, she probably wouldn't report her. Song Chuhong had this intuition. Comrade An, I have something I want to discuss with you. Anhua was surprised for a moment, then nodded and invited Song Chuhong into the study, pouring her a cup of tea. Song Chuhong took a small sip and began to explain. Our family started to prosper from my great-grandfather's generation. In my grandfather's time, it split into 2 branches. The eldest son inherited the family pharmacy, Yuetang, while the second son studied medicine and later opened a clinic. My grandfather was the second son, and his brother, my granduncle, had a great business mind, turning Yuetang into a well-known pharmacy, with some medicines sold nationwide. My granduncle became a wealthy gentleman in Yun County because of this. Song Chuhong looked at Anhua. You can probably guess what happened next. Yuetang was nationalized, which wasn't a big deal. My cousin still holds shares in Yuetang and receives dividends, but 2 years ago, Song Chuhong suddenly fell silent. Anhua did not ask further and quietly waited for her to continue. My cousin is a generous and outgoing person who loves making friends. Most people like him, but he easily attracts jealousy from petty individuals. Someone took advantage of this recent event to frame him. His home was searched, and his health deteriorated. A few days ago, he finally made the decision to take his own life. Upon hearing this, Anhua's expression changed. Song Chuhong smiled sadly. I understand him. He didn't want to burden his son. His son. The little boy you saw greeting me at the hospital that day is my cousin's son, Song Yi. Anhua remembered. She had encountered that little boy when she returned home. Is what you want to tell me related to your nephew? Anhua sensed something. Song Chuhong looked at Anhua with intense eyes. Anhua asked, what is it? Song Chuhong hesitated several times before finally deciding to express her purpose. After saying it, Song Chuhong nervously watched Anhua's reaction. Anhua was initially shocked. She did not expect this. Then she began to think about whether to agree to Song Chuhong. To be honest, she wasn't very interested in any treasure maps, especially since the valuable treasures in Bohuai's house made it hard for her to feel greedy for anything else. Seeing Song Chuhong's anxious face, Anhua felt conflicted. This is some beef jerky my little Jiang sent back. I brought some for you to try. Zhou Meihua entered Anhua's home with a paper bag. Anhua came out and smiled. Little Jiang sent something again. Zhou Meihua sighed. Yes, this child only thinks about home. I wonder how he is doing over there. His letters only bring good news. And Hua replied, "It's fine. You often send him money, so he must be doing well materially, at least better than others." Zhou Meihua chatted with Hua for a bit longer before asking, "Who was that person who came to your house earlier?" They looked unfamiliar. Zhou Meihua was referring to Song Chuhong. And Hua casually explained, "She's a doctor at the county hospital. She delivered me, and we've kept in touch since then." Zhou Meihua was just curious and didn't pursue it further. After a while, she said her goodbyes and left. And Hua opened the paper bag Zhou Meihua had given her and called the children over to try the beef jerky. "First, try to see if you can bite it. If you can't, don't force it, or you might hurt your teeth." The dried beef jerky was tough and hard. Anhua tried a piece and found she could bite it. Dong Dong took a piece of jerky and slowly tore it apart, managing it easily. Tuan Tuan tried to bite but couldn't, so she gave it back to her mom. Yuan gritted her teeth, determined to conquer the beef jerky. Anhua couldn't help but laugh. "Take your time. Be careful not to break your teeth. Just tear it like your brother." Yuan decided to step on a small stool, holding the jerky with both hands, leaning forward, and using all her strength. When Xiaozheng returned home, he saw his daughter like this and exclaimed, "With that effort, I thought you were trying to up a fortress." Anhua quickly intervened. "Stop eating for now. Let me tear it into smaller pieces for you." Anhua took Yuan's jerky, tore it into small strips, placed them on a plate, and brought it back to Tuan Tuan and Yuan. Xiaozheng washed his hands and changed clothes, excitedly walking over. Seeing no one was paying attention, he kissed Anhua on the cheek. Anhua gave him a playful look. "What's the occasion? You seem so happy." Xiaozheng chuckled. "Nothing special, just happy to come home and see my wife and kids." Anhua hesitated, wanting to tell Xiaozheng about what Song Chuhong had said. "What's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Xiaozheng asked, noticing her hesitation. Just then, Qiu Shushan called for dinner, and Anhua said, "I'll tell you later." Xiaozheng nodded. At the dinner table, Qiu Shushan suddenly mentioned Anhua, "I want to see your dad today, and he said he needs to go back to the provincial school." Anhua wasn't surprised. Her father and Buhui often talked about returning to the province, but had always been too scared to go. But this time he really needed to go. "Your dad said the school asked him to return." When he came to Yun County, it was for a long-term research project, but his introduction letter has expired, so he is to go back. Qiu Shushan explained the reason. Anhua thought for a moment and said, "He doesn't have to go back. Why not let Dad move here? Then no one will check his introduction letter." Qiu Shushan laughed, putting the introduction letter aside. "Your dad should go back. After all, he is a working professor and can't stay away forever." Xiaozheng reassured her, "It's okay, dear. If he needs to go back, let him." With the youth returning to the countryside, factories reopening and schools resuming, society is stabilizing. Anhua also knew that she couldn't keep Anhua Huai close forever. She asked, "Dad, when will you come back to Yun County?" Qiu Shushan replied, "I'm not sure yet. It depends on the situation." Anhua continued, "What about you? Are you going back with Dad?" Qiu Shushan shook her head. "The twins are still so young. I can't leave them." Anhua felt relieved. After dinner, while it was still light outside, many people went for a walk to digest their food. Anhua asked Xiaozheng to move the cool bed to the yard so the kids could enjoy the breeze, and even lit a coil to keep insects away. A few children lay on the cool bed, looking up at the moon, and they found the experience very interesting. Dong Dong suddenly pointed at the sky and excitedly said, Mom, the evening star is out." Qiu Shushan sat beside the cool bed, fanning the children, and smiled. "The evening star has two other names, Venus and the morning star. It's the brightest star in the sky." Yuan cheered, Oh, the brightest star." Tuanchuan asked, "Why is that?" Dong Dong also looked at his mom. Anhua wiped her sweat. As the kids grew, they had more questions, almost like a million whys, but she wasn't an encyclopedia and didn't know everything. Anhua tried to explain, the evening star is actually Venus, one of the 8 planets in our solar system. Venus doesn't shine on its own. It reflects sunlight. It might appear bright to us because it reflects light well and is close to Earth. Mom, you're wrong. It should be 9 planets. Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, Saturn, Mars, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and Earth. Dong Dong recited knowledge he learned from a book. Anhua thought she had made a mistake and praised him. Our Dong Dong is so smart and knows so much. Chiu Shushin also complimented him. Dong Dong proudly shook his little head and glanced at his dad. Anhua nudged Xiao Zheng's arm. Xiao Zheng cleared his throat and said, "That's right. You should keep studying hard every day." Dong Dong's eyes turned into crescent shapes. "I can already do 3rd grade problems." "Mom, can I skip to 4th grade?" Xiao Zheng laughed. "You want to skip a grade?" Dong Dong replied, "Is that not possible? Grandpa said I'm learning well, and being in 3rd grade is just wasting time. If the foundation is solid, Anhua doesn't mind skipping a grade. But the key is, the college entrance exam just resumed in 77, so skipping a grade wouldn't help much. The education system is 522, meaning 5 years in elementary school and 4 years each in middle and high school. If everything goes normally, Dong Dong would only graduate high school in 76. Even if he skips a grade, he still can't take the college entrance exam." And Hua said, "Son, let's take it step by step. Young people should focus on learning. If you master the knowledge in your textbooks, we can explore some extra subjects together. I'll help you find more books to read, okay?" Dong Dong thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, Mom. I want to do more math problems." And Hua replied, "Okay, I'll help you find some problem sets." Dong Dong sweetly said, "Thank you, Mom." Xiao Zheng quietly asked Hua, "Who does he take after? You're not exactly a big fan of studying." And Hua playfully pinched him. "A scholar has emerged from the Xiao family. Aren't you happy?" Xiao Zheng chuckled and held his wife's hand, squeezing it. "Of course, I'm happy." The stars in the sky grew more numerous, soon filling the night with twinkling lights. A few children were seriously counting them, as if determined to find out exactly how many stars there were. Xiao Zheng held his wife's hand, feeling a sense of warmth, and looked at the children. "Honey, let them play outside. We should go in. You have something to discuss with me, right?" And Hua still had something on her mind, so she gave the kids a few instructions before following Xiao Zheng inside. As soon as the door closed, Xiao Zheng hugged her from behind, playfully nuzzling her neck like a bear. And Hua pushed him away. "I know you have other intentions. Stand straight. I need to talk about something serious." Xiao Zheng pressed down a bit, holding back for now. And Hua explained the situation with Song Chuhong from start to finish. "Do you think we can help?" And Hua chose to discuss this with Xiao Zheng because she knew her stable life depended on his support. Xiao Zheng asked about Song Yi's situation, saying, "If you want to help, then go ahead. It's a good deed." And Hua replied, "It won't cause any trouble, will it?" Xiao Zheng smiled. His father was a businessman, but he's already passed away. He's just a poor orphan. Our help is out of kindness. How could it cause trouble? And Hua felt relieved. She agreed to help Song Chuhong with Song Yi's enrollment in school. Song Yi is still young and far from adulthood, and Hua does not want to take on such a long-term responsibility. Therefore, she did not accept the treasure map. As Xiao Zheng said, she helped Song Yi enroll in school just to do a small good deed within her means. "Are you done talking? Let's get to the important stuff." Xiao Zheng picked up his wife. The children were cooling off in the yard, and he didn't want to make any noise, so he simply carried her and pressed her against the wall, busying himself a few times. And Hua met Song Yi at Song Chuhong's house. Compared to their last encounter on the street, Song Yi now seemed more gloomy, lacking the desire for life and the energy typical for his age. He looked like a tired old man instead of a child, and Hua was taken aback.
Song Yi, this is Annan.
She is kind and willing to help you go to school. Song Yi looked up, surprised to see in Hua's face. He recognized her. Your name is Song Yi, right?
How old are you?
Song Yi snapped back to reality. I'm 10. That's my Chinese age, but I'm actually 8. Song Chuhong explained, the child has been to school before, but after his father had an accident right after he finished 1st grade. Now that his father has passed away, he is all alone and struggling to survive, let alone go to school. And Hua asked, so how does he survive? Song Chuhong replied, a friend of his father's secretly helps him make matchboxes. He can earn a few dollars a month. But how much can he really earn making matchboxes? Moreover, this job is unstable. Sometimes there is no work, and when that happens, how does Song-yi earn money? Song Chuhong didn't know. She felt very sad. If she had the ability, she would want to take care of Song-yi. And Hua squatted down to look at Song-yi. His clothes were not just torn, the sleeves and pant legs were also too short. Although he was only a year younger than Dong Dong, he was much shorter, and his whole body was so thin that it looked like skin and bones. His face was somewhat gaunt. And Hua sighed, Song-yi, I haven't agreed to the deal your aunt mentioned, but don't worry, I will support you in going to school. Song-yi had already heard from Song Chuhong that someone would help him without asking for anything in return. Having seen the harshness of human nature at such a young age, he was initially skeptical. But at that moment, seeing in Hua, his doubts faded away. This aunt had helped him before. She was a good person. Auntie, I will repay you in the future. Song-yi looked at Hua with intense eyes and spoke firmly. And Hua helped Song-yi not for reward, but the child had a grateful heart, and as a supporter, she felt comforted. You must study hard, overcome all difficulties in life, and wait for the day when the world changes. Song-yi understood Hua's words and nodded seriously. His father was worried he wouldn't survive, which is why he wanted to trade the treasure map, but Song-yi believed that as long as he solved the problem of studying, he could handle life's challenges himself. He could earn money by making matchboxes, and if that wasn't enough for food, he could go to the countryside to dig for field mice and wild vegetables. His father had said that even bugs could be eaten and were nutritious. At that moment, Song-yi suddenly felt a surge of determination to fight against life. Song Chuhong gratefully said to Hua, Comrade, we will never forget your great kindness. If you ever need anything from me, just ask. And Hua smiled, then I guess I got a good deal. If I have any health issues, I'll come to you, Dr. Song. Song Chuhong laughed, if that's the case, I hope you never need my help. And Hua didn't stay long at Song Chuhong's home and soon said her goodbyes. After leaving the hospital staff housing, she went to Director Kai's house. Director Kai's mother recognized her and warmly invited her to sit down, offering her an apple. And Hua quickly said, Auntie, you don't need to go to any trouble. I'm not hungry. Aunt Kai ignored her and still peeled the apple, handing it to her. Here, eat this. It's a Fuji apple, very sweet. And Hua stopped being polite and asked while eating, is Director Kai home?
I need to talk to him about something.
Aunt Kai replied, oh, unfortunately, he went out to buy something, but he'll be back soon. Sit for a while and chat with me. As they talked, Aunt Kai mentioned He Chunhua from Gung Panqiao's family. Gung Biao came to ask me to remind his sister not to get involved with that good-for-nothing. TSK, useless, and now she's dating someone. And Hua wasn't too surprised, as He Chunhua didn't seem like someone who would listen to her mother. However, she replied, young people can be fickle. It might not last long. Aunt Kai sighed, Pan Xiao is almost driven crazy by this daughter. You know, that good-for-nothing initially claimed to be the son of the County Revolutionary Committee director, which is how he won Chunhua over. And Hua was taken aback. The head of the County Revolutionary Committee is my family's old Xiao. Although he only has a nominal position, there is no other head. The committee sought Xiao Zheng's name to gain support from the military, while a deputy director named Qin handled daily affairs. However, Xiao Zheng could still inquire about the committee's matters, which is why the committee had not caused any major issues, unlike the Food Factory Committee led by Director Ma, which created a lot of anxiety. And Hua remembered that Xiao Fongfong had mentioned that He Chunhua's boyfriend seemed to have the surname Qin. She asked, is he Deputy Director Qin's son? Aunt Kai nodded. I only found out later. And Hua replied, then that's not a lie. Aunt Kai shook her head. He is not Deputy Director Qin's biological son. He was adopted. Later, when Deputy Director Qin had his own daughter, he didn't pay much attention to him. Whether he acknowledges him is still uncertain. But Chunhwa was charmed by his sweet words and seems determined to be with him. There's nothing that can be done if someone is intent on self-destruction. Others can't stop them. After chatting with Aunt Kai, Section Chief Kai returned. "Oh, Shaoan is here." Aunt Kai said, "Shaoan has something to discuss with you." Section Chief Kai was surprised. "What is it?" "I heard you have a good relationship with the principal of a small school, and I wanted to ask for your help." And Hua explained the situation regarding Song Yi. Before Section Chief Kai could respond, Aunt Kai was already wiping her tears. "Why is this child so pitiful? Son, please help with this." Section Chief Kai chuckled and said to Anhua, "Look, if I refuse you, my mom will be the first to scold me. All right, this isn't a big deal. I'll take care of it." This matter wasn't significant, and there was no rule against the children of capitalists attending school. However, many people held biases and would intentionally make things difficult. The challenges Song Yi faced in school, aside from financial issues, included the fear of being bullied. Song Yi's identity is inevitably discriminated against in this society, and no personal will can change that. Unless she can keep an eye on Song Yi all the time, but that is clearly unrealistic. Therefore, Anhua did not let Dong Dong meet Song Yi. She was afraid that Dong Dong getting too close to Song Yi would cause trouble, which is a bit selfish for a mother. During the National Day holiday, it suddenly came to light that Chunhwa was getting married. The person she was marrying was Qin Xiaoming. Gung Panqiao unexpectedly did not oppose it. In fact, Gung Panqiao had initially opposed it very strongly, but one sentence from Chunhwa stunned her. Chunhwa was pregnant. Gung Panqiao stared at her daughter for a while before letting out a resigned sigh. "Fine, you can marry if you want." What else could she say now that Chunhwa was pregnant? Chunhwa looked pleased. "Mom, don't look down on Qin Xiaoming. Even though he doesn't have a job now, he is actually a very ambitious person." Gung Panqiao scoffed. What ambition did he have? At Qin Xiaoming's age, he should have been working in the countryside, but he was taking advantage of Deputy Director Qin to stay in the city, doing nothing all day and flirting with girls. Was that ambition? She heard that Deputy Director Qin had arranged a job for him, but he refused to go because he thought it was just a temporary position. Was that ambition? However, Gung Panqiao no longer wanted to argue with Chunhwa. She had done everything she could. If Chunhwa insisted on making her own choices, there was nothing Gung Panqiao could do. "You don't need to tell me anything else. Just let me know when you get married." Chunhwa frowned. "Is it enough just to notify you when we get married? What about everything else? What about my dowry? I won't ask for much. Just give me the money Dad left." Gung Panqiao was surprised at how demanding Chunhwa was, asking for all of her father's money right away. The savings left by her father were not much, just a little over 1,000 yuan. Gung Panqiao had originally planned to use her father's money to prepare a dowry for Chunhwa, spending 200 yuan on items and giving her 300 yuan as a reserve. That was already a generous dowry, a final gesture of love from a mother. In the future, she did not plan to have much contact with Chunhwa. She was certain this foolish girl would not have a good life, and seeing too much of it would only upset her. But she never expected Chunhwa wanted to take all the money, showing no consideration for her mother. Gung Panqiao replied coldly, "I will prepare your dowry, and it won't be less than you deserve, but don't expect more." Chunhwa stared wide-eyed. "What do you mean? Do you want to keep all that money for yourself?" Gung Panqiao said, "You are the one who wants to take it all." "Humph, you foolish thing. Even if you get that money, you'll just end up being fooled by a man. I won't give it to you. You dare. If you mistreat me, my dad will come after you tonight. Let him come, you worthless thing. I'll make sure to give him a hard time." You're so cruel." "I'm cruel, but at least I'm not as foolish as you." The mother and daughter argued for a while, ending with Chunhwa feeling defeated. Chunhwa angrily ran out of the house and met Qin Xiaoming not far from the entrance. "How did it go? Did your mom agree to give you the money?" Qin Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chunhwa glanced at him. "Why do you care so much? Even if she gives it to me, it's mine, not yours." Qin Xiaoming's eyes shifted, and he grinned. "Of course it's yours. Do Do you think I would care about your little money? Everything in my house is mine. Chunhwa thought about it. She had been to Chin's house, and their furniture was very nice, all polished and smooth. They had spring sofas and vases with beautiful plastic flowers. They had radios, sewing machines, and everything else. However, Chunhwa remembered what Gung Panqiao had said to her. She asked Qin Xiaoming again, "All your things are yours? But your sister is your parents' real child." A shadow crossed Qin Xiaoming's eyes for a moment, but he quickly smiled again. "Of course, so what if my sister is real? She's just a girl, and she'll get married off eventually." Chunhwa thought there was some truth in that, and her expression softened. Qin Xiaoming seized the moment. "My dad said that once I get married, he'll arrange a job for me in the provincial city, and I'll take you with me." Chunhwa excitedly grabbed Qin Xiaoming's arm. "Really? That's great. I just don't like this place, Yun County. It's so poor and remote. There aren't even any tall buildings." Qin Xiaoming brushed Chunhwa's hand away and said lightly, "But my dad has high standards for daughters-in-law. He probably won't accept just anyone." Chunhwa replied, "But I'm already having your child. Haven't you told your parents?" Qin Xiaoming secretly scoffed. So, what if she was having a child? Did that mean it was definitely his? Who knew if Chunhwa had been with anyone else? However, Qin Xiaoming did not show much on his face. Instead, he said seriously, "My parents have high expectations. I can't easily tell them about you. But if you can confirm a generous dowry, I think they won't oppose it. This shows you are not from a humble background and don't intend to rely on my family." Chunhwa's mind was completely led by Qin Xiaoming's words. Chunhwa is in a tough spot. She has been saying she wants to marry the director of the committee, but Qin Xiaoming never planned to marry her. Haha, she ended up pregnant for nothing. In the end, her mother went to the Qin family to cause a scene, saying she would accuse Qin Xiaoming of being a rogue. That's when Qin Xiaoming's father stepped in and agreed to marry Chunhwa. The speaker was Xiao Xiaotsue, looking quite pleased. And Jia couldn't believe it. "When did you become so familiar with Chunhwa? How do you know her situation so well?" Xiao Xiaotsue replied, "I'm not familiar with her. I was just bored and went to chat with Aunt Gung." And Jia was even more surprised. "You want to talk to Aunt Gung?" Xiao Xiaotsue said, "Just bored, just bored." In reality, Xiao Xiaotsue simply couldn't stand Chunhwa and wanted to find out more about her, enjoying the gossip. After learning about Chunhwa and Qin Xiaoming, Xiao Xiaotsue nearly laughed out loud. And Jia looked at Xiao Xiaotsue's belly. "Stop focusing on others' drama and pay more attention to yourself. You're not far along either." Xiao Xiaotsue smiled. "I know. Thank you for your concern." And Jia asked, "Has your mother-in-law come?" Xiao Xiaotsue nodded. "Yes, she's been meddling in everything, which is annoying." From Xiao Xiaotsue's expression, it seemed she wasn't too bothered, as she could easily handle her mother-in-law, just like she managed Gaozha. After chatting for a while, Anja sent Xiao Xiaotsue away. Finally, Anja enjoyed some peace and quiet. She got up and went to the study, where she took out a letter to read. The letter was from Zhou Jinhua, inviting her to sing. Zhou Jinhua hadn't contacted her for a long time due to the impact of the early movement, which Anja learned from the neighbor, Commissioner Shin. Zhou Jinhua didn't mention his experiences in the letter, but he must be fine now. Anja hesitated about whether to accept Zhou Jinhua's invitation. Although the situation had stabilized a lot, it was still far from over. If she wasn't careful, she could still get into trouble. Especially in artistic work, it was easy to be criticized and taken too seriously. After thinking it over, Anhua decided to refuse. During this special time, she would just focus on living her own quiet life. With her mind made up, Anhua went to the cellar in the backyard, ensuring no one was around outside before entering the space. Soon, she took out a few jars of mushroom seeds. Recently, Bo Huai returned to the provincial city and somehow got some mushroom seeds. He had been staying in his rented yard every day, saying he wanted to grow mushrooms. Although he couldn't grow them due to limited conditions and skills, he inspired Anhua. In the northern winter, there are few vegetables available, just radishes and cabbages with occasional bean sprouts. Since she couldn't take anything from the space, the winters of the past few years were quite tough for her. And Bo Huai's actions reminded Anhua that while it's too cold to grow other vegetables in winter, she could grow mushrooms indoors. However, Anhua didn't plan to do it at home. It would be too noticeable and could have a bad impact. And Bo Huai was just playing around with his mushroom growing, but if she wanted to grow them seriously to supply her family's meals, it wouldn't work with small efforts. When Xiaozheng returned, Anhua eagerly pulled him aside and showed him the 2 jars of mushroom seeds she had taken from the space. Look, this is the seed for shiitake mushrooms, and this is the seed for enoki mushrooms.
What? Seed?
Xiaozheng asked, confused. Anhua shot him an annoyed look. Seed, mushroom seeds. What are they for? Xiaozheng asked. To grow, the mushrooms can be eaten, Anhua replied. Xiaozheng remembered his father-in-law's recent attempts to grow mushrooms and laughed. Is this another one of my father-in-law's ideas? Just grow them. Why are you telling me this? Anhua explained, my dad failed to grow mushrooms, and I don't want to waste the seeds. I thought it would be better to give the seeds to your unit, so the logistics team can find a way to grow them. There are many talented people in your unit who can surely find experts. Xiaozheng sensed something was off and looked at his wife. Why are you suddenly praising us? What are you up to? Anhua chuckled. What could I be up to? It's not a bad idea. Actually, I just want to have a better variety of food in winter, so I'm contributing the seeds. If I grow them at home, it wouldn't be good for you either. Xiaozheng understood her point. But mushrooms are probably hard to grow, right? They need specific temperature and humidity. It's already getting cold. Can they still be grown? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I have to say, his wife really knows how to attract attention. The mushrooms and enoki mushrooms are growing, making this winter's dining table less dull. Zhou Meihua has also pickled a lot of spicy cabbage this year. Anhua tried some and found it tasted almost the same as what she had in the Korean restaurant before, which made her crave Korean food. While some things couldn't be done, they could still have barbecue. Anhua told Xiaozheng, and he understood. Do you want me to set up the grill? Anhua playfully pinched his nose, smart. Xiaozheng smiled proudly. Anhua described what kind of grill she wanted, and Xiaozheng nodded, saying he understood. However, he was busy these days and would need a few more days to get to it. Anhua packed some mushrooms and planned to send them to Xiao Fangfang's house with Dong Dong. Just then, she ran into Xiao Xiaotsue, who volunteered at let me take it to my aunt. Anhua looked at her big belly. Can you manage? Xiao Xiaotsue confidently replied, what's the problem? I walk for an hour, every day. My mother-in-law says I need to stay active for a good delivery. That's true. Anhua reminded Xiao Xiaotsue to be careful and gave her the items, adding some sunflower seeds and peanuts to her pocket. Xiao Xiaotsue munched on the seeds as she walked slowly to Xiao Fangfang's house. However, there were many people gathered outside Xiao Fangfang's home. Xiao Xiaotsue paused and quickened her pace. Troublemaker. My wedding was such a disaster. All thanks to you. If it weren't for you stirring up trouble between my uncle and my mom, there wouldn't have been a single family member at my wedding. It's unbelievable that you, a mute, can cause so much discord. Having you as an aunt is just bad luck. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaotsue quickly pushed through the crowd to get in. He Chunhua had one hand on her hip and was pointing at Xiao Fangfang, looking fierce. Xiao Fangfang glared at He Chunhua, her face red with anger, clearly frustrated and unable to speak. He Chunhua became more pleased and started spreading rumors. You, a country girl and a mute. How did you end up marrying a city official? What dirty tricks did you use? I'm really curious, haha. Shut your mouth. The sudden outburst shocked He Chunhua. Then, she saw Xiao Xiaotsue, and her face turned pale. What is this girl doing here?
Ugh.
Xiao Xiaotsue spat the sunflower seed shell towards He Chunhua. He Chunhua stepped back and angrily said, What are you doing, Xiao Xiaotsue? Xiao Xiaotsue snorted. Isn't it because your mom and uncle are embarrassed that you're getting married while pregnant? What does that have to do with me? The neighbors, who were initially focused on He Chunhua's words, quickly turned their attention to her after hearing Xiao Xiaotsue's comment. Getting married while pregnant is real gossip. He Chunhua noticed the stares and felt her face turn red. With less confidence, she said, "Xiao Xiaotsue, stop talking nonsense." Xiao Xiaotsue replied, "Why don't you lift your shirt and show everyone? Which good girl gets pregnant just over a month after marriage?"
You.
He Chunhua clenched her fists in anger. Xiao Xiaotsue proudly showed off her belly. "What? Do you want to hit me? Go ahead and try. If I get hurt even a little, I'll go to Deputy Director Qin and tell him what happened. Let's see if he helps me." Xiao Fangfang stepped forward, watching He Chunhua cautiously, worried she might actually attack Xiao Xiaotsue, who was pregnant and needed to be careful. He Chunhua was too scared to do anything. After a moment, she suddenly burst into tears. Xiao Xiaotsue clicked her tongue. "You know it's embarrassing, don't you? It's your fault. Who told you to wear such loose pants and get involved with a guy before marriage? I'm warning you, if you bother my aunt again, I'll make a big scene and announce to everyone that you, He Chunhua, are misbehaving before marriage." "Ah!" He Chunhua screamed in frustration and ran away, covering her ears. He Chunhua had come to trouble Xiao Fangfang purely because she was feeling miserable lately. At her wedding, none of her family showed up, and the Qin family looked down on her, making things even worse. She thought getting married would improve her situation, but the day after the wedding, the Qin family made her and Qin Xiaoming move out. He Chunhua began to feel that this marriage might not be as wonderful as she had imagined. Not long after, her fears were confirmed. The Qin family didn't care about her or Qin Xiaoming. They didn't arrange a job for him in the city or even locally. Qin Xiaoming didn't earn any money and kept asking her for cash every day. If this continues, she will soon run out of the dowry she painstakingly got from Gung Panqiao. He Chunhua regretted it, but instead of reflecting on herself, she blamed her family, Gung Panqiao, Gung Biao, even Xiao Fangfang. These people are her relatives, so why do they just watch her jump into the fire? He Chunhua went to confront Gung Panqiao, but a few of her words left He Chunhua speechless. She wanted to find Gung Biao, but she didn't have the courage. So, she chose a time when Gung Biao was not around to visit Xiao Fangfang. Xiao Fangfang was mute and couldn't argue back. He Chunhua sought out Xiao Fangfang just to vent her frustrations. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xiaotsue suddenly appeared, and instead of releasing her anger, He Chunhua ended up feeling even worse. She cried and returned home, which was just a rented house from Qin's parents. At that moment, Qin Xiaoming was playing cards with some friends, filling the house with smoke. He Chunhua stood at the door, feeling that life was bleak. On the other side, after He Chunhua left, Xiao Xiaotsue handed over what Manhwa had instructed to Xiao Fangfang. After giving her the items, Xiao Xiaotsue wanted to leave, but was stopped by Xiao Fangfang. Xiao Fangfang pulled her inside, made her some sweet water, and offered her cookies. Xiao Xiaotsue was pleasantly surprised and exclaimed, "Wow, this is the first time I've been treated like this." Xiao Fangfang smiled slightly and gestured a thank you to Xiao Xiaotsue. Xiao Xiaotsue shyly scratched her head and said, "Aunt, you don't have to say thank you. Actually, I've wanted to apologize to you. When you gave birth to Xiao Ping'an and fell, I should have taken you to the hospital right away instead of running away. Thankfully, you were okay. Otherwise, I would have been an indirect murderer." Xiao Fangfang was taken aback and then smiled. So, Xiao Xiaotsue had been worried about her bleeding. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Fangfang wrote a note to ease Xiao Xiaotsue's concerns. Xiao Xiaotsue wasn't sure if she understood, but continued, "Forget about your bleeding. In the past, I always bullied you, compared myself to you, and even laughed at you when we were kids. I should also apologize for those things." As she spoke, Xiao Xiaotsue felt increasingly ashamed, quietly put down the cookie and mumbled, "You should treat me coldly like before. I don't deserve to eat cookies." Xiao Fangfang silently smiled and pushed the cookie back into Xiao Xiaotsue's hands. After a while, Xiaozheng finished making the stove and grill. The grill was a round disc made of wire, where meat could be placed directly for grilling or skewered for kebabs. And Hua decided to have barbecue on the winter solstice and invited Xiao Fangfang's family and Zhou Meihua's family over. When Xiao Fongfong and Gung Biao arrived, they brought 2 pounds of beef ribs. Zhou Meihua also bought fresh pork from the service center, along with her homemade sausages and spicy cabbage. Wang Kaiyan whispered, bringing so much meat, we won't need what we prepared. And Hua replied, we will need it. Let's cut it all up. With so many people, there will be plenty to eat. Besides, considering how much old Xiao and Chief she can eat, they will finish it all. Wang Kaiyan laughed, that's true. By the way, the sweet garlic I pickled a while ago should be ready. Should I bring some out? And Hua nodded. Peel some more raw garlic too, the more the better, to balance the richness. Due to limited resources, without lettuce leaves, and Hua made some thin pancakes that could be used to wrap the meat like duck wraps. While they were busy, Zhou Meihua and Xiao Fongfong walked in. Wow, it's so lively in here. I'm here to help. What can I do? And Hua didn't hesitate to assign them some tasks. Zhou Meihua glanced at Wang Kaiyan and asked, Kaiyan, how old are you? Have you found a partner? Wang Kaiyan quickly shook her head. I don't have a partner, and I'm not looking for one right now. I'm only 19, and I just want to help my aunt manage the household. Wang Kaiyan's expression was sincere. She meant what she said. Although she was of an age to consider marriage, she had no thoughts of finding a husband. Getting married would mean having children and taking care of her own family. Would she still have the energy to help her aunt then? While serving others, she could earn a salary here, but marrying a man wouldn't come with a paycheck. Of course, Wang Kaiyan wasn't saying she would never marry, but she felt she could wait a bit longer. Many women in the city marry at 25 or 26, so she would at least consider marriage when she turns 25. Wang Kaiyan expressed her true feelings, and Hua and Zhou Meihua were quite surprised. Wang Kaiyan, who usually kept to herself, turned out to have such thoughts. However, both of them agreed with her. Zhou Meihua sighed. For us women, life is only easy when we're young and carefree. If I lived in this era, I definitely wouldn't marry so early. And Huan thought freedom was just one aspect. Looking at Wang Xian's situation, without family support, she had to rely on herself. She could save up some money first. After all, she was still young, just like a freshman in college in later times. The group chatted and quickly prepared all the materials. And Huan carried out plates of meat, and she noticed a girl with a long braid whose back looked unfamiliar. Who is that girl? Before she could finish her sentence, the girl turned around to face her. The girl smiled and said, Andy, there's so much meat, I'm about to drool. It wasn't just any girl, it was clearly Shi Xiaojun. Shi Xiaojun had decided to grow her hair long to sell it. And Huan squeezed Shi Xiaojun's braid and exclaimed, Your hair has grown so fast and looks great. The barbershop will surely pay a good price. Shi Xiaojun happily asked, Really? Can I sell my hair for $10? Shi Weiguang coldly replied, Why not sell some of your own meat and see if it's worth $10? Shi Weiguang was really annoyed by Shi Xiaojun's decision to grow her hair for money, making it seem like their family was so poor they couldn't afford food. Xiao Zheng and Xinjun even joked about him having another daughter. He had once told Shi Xiaojun that he would give her any amount of money to cut her hair, but she stubbornly refused to take his money. This made Shi Weiguang so angry that he almost used his belt on her. Shi Xiaojun didn't care how much her father disliked her. Touching her braid, she said to Huan, Auntie, once I sell my hair, I'll buy candied hawthorns for Tuan and Yuan. And Huan teased, Oh, you're still thinking of Tuan and Yuan? But didn't you want to buy a notebook for Qingyin? Will you have enough money? Shi Xiaojun nodded. Yes, I'll grow it a bit longer before cutting. The notebook is $2, and I should have some left over. I can buy candied hawthorns for Tuan and Yuan, a scarf for my mom, and a dress for my sister. Zhou Meihua walked over and, hearing this, felt speechless. Do you think your hair is made of gold, able to buy so many things? Still, she felt happy that her son thought of her. However, Shi Weiguang was very unhappy. That brat didn't think about buying anything for him after selling her hair. Xiao Zheng noticed that Shi Weiguang was unhappy, so he pretended it was unintentional and pulled up his sweater, revealing his belt. Seeing that Shi Weiguang wasn't looking at him, he coughed loudly. Shi Weiguang's attention was drawn over. What's wrong? Xiao Zheng adjusted his belt. Nothing much, just my stomach is full. Loosening my belt. Shi Weiguang replied, we haven't even started eating yet. Xiao Zheng said, oh, you're asking about the belt? It's a birthday gift for my son. He saved his pocket money to buy it. I didn't really want it, but since he bought it, it's his way of showing respect. Shi Weiguang thought that I didn't even ask about the belt. Xiao Zheng continued, people say daughters are their parents' little treasures, but my Dong Dong is even more thoughtful than a daughter. Shi Weiguang didn't respond. Xiao Zheng added, sometimes I envy you. Your son, Xiao Jun, is a bit wild, but he knows how to impress girls at such a young age. He won't have trouble finding a partner when he grows up. Shi Weiguang took a deep breath. He felt like losing his temper. Xiao Zheng chuckled. What can I say? My son is just too considerate. Fortunately, everyone soon arrived to start grilling meat, or Shi Weiguang was afraid he might lose control and confront Xiao Zheng, though he knew he wouldn't win. Xiao Jun found grilling meat very interesting and took the initiative to handle it, skillfully skewering the meat with sticks and flipping them occasionally, looking quite like a grill master. Once the meat was cooked, he distributed it to everyone, and everyone praised him with smiles. It was Xiao Jun's first time receiving so much praise, and he felt proud until he caught his father's gaze. Xiao Jun wondered why his dad looked at him like that, almost like he was upset. Zhou Meihua noticed and said, Xiao Jun, grill a piece of pork belly for your dad. He loves it. Xiao Jun pointed to a piece of pork belly he was grilling. I'm making this for Dad. It's thick, so it needs more time. Shi Weiguang grunted softly, his expression softening. Mom, I want more meat. Yuan shouted. And Hua placed some beef in her small bowl, worried the kids would eat too much salty food, and made sure to prepare a bowl of milk for each child. Yuan happily ate meat and drank milk, resembling Xiao Zheng in her eating style. Dong Dong and Tuanchuan were more like their mother. Everyone enjoyed the food and drinks until after 8 o'clock before they finally dispersed. Shi Weiguang held a grudge against Xiao Zheng for boasting about his son. He decided to get Xiao Zheng drunk, but instead, he ended up being helped home by Zhou Meihua while Xiao Zheng remained energetic. Xiao Zheng bragged to Huan, he thinks he can get me drunk with that little drinking capacity? What a joke. And Huan wrinkled her nose in disgust at the smell of alcohol on him. You better get rid of that smell, or you won't be sleeping in bed. While the smell on his body could be dealt with, the taste in his mouth was harder to fix. Even if he brushed his teeth, the alcohol smell would still linger from his stomach. And Huan sent Xiao Zheng to the study to sleep. Xiao Zheng blew into his palm and thought, there's no smell. His wife was great in every way, but she was too picky about cleanliness. He wanted to stubbornly stay by his wife's side, but suddenly, Xiao Zhu arrived. Xiao Zhu whispered something in Xiao Zheng's ear. Xiao Zheng was shocked and angry. He went to the bedroom, grabbed his gun, put on his coat, and headed out. If someone wants to kill in front of me, they better ask my gun for permission first. There was trouble with He Mingzhang. The slaughterhouse manager informed Xiao Zheng that a few people had come from the provincial city, claiming they needed to take He Mingzhang back for questioning. The manager instinctively felt something was wrong and tried to delay those people, quickly sending word to Xiao Zheng. However, those people soon realized the manager's intentions, blocked the messenger, and forcefully made He Mingzhang sign confession papers, attempting to execute him on the spot. It was too brazen. The manager had no choice but to call for security and confront those individuals, then sent someone to find Xiao Zheng again. When Xiao Zheng arrived, the manager was still holding off those 4 individuals with a group of security. The leader among the 4 was a bespectacled man who looked refined but had a cruel glint in his eyes. I want to see who dares to be so arrogant on my territory. Xiao Zheng strode forward against the cold wind, and the bespectacled man felt an overwhelming pressure. He Mingzhang heard the voice and quickly looked up, his lips moving slightly, showing signs of excitement. Xiao Zheng's eyes locked onto the bespectacled man like a hawk. He slammed his gun onto the table, the sound chilling. Want to kill? You better ask if it agrees first. The bespectacled man realized at that moment that their mission had failed. But he was unwilling to accept it. He forced a smile and said to Xiao, "Xiao, you are a sensible person. You wouldn't want to board a sinking ship like Himingzhang's, would you?" The man in glasses knew that Xiao was not part of Himingzhang's group and tried to pull him to his side. Xiao sneered, "I get seasick. I won't board any ship. However, if someone tries to meddle in Yun County, I won't hesitate to deal with them." The man in glasses gritted his teeth in anger. "Xiao, are you protecting Himingzhang because of your friendship, or do you simply not want others to interfere in Yun County? If it's the latter, I can take Himingzhang back to the provincial city right away. I never intended to dirty your territory." Suddenly, Xiao grabbed his gun, disengaged the safety, and pointed it at the man's head in one swift motion. The man in glasses widened his eyes in fear, and the people behind him also reached for their guns. However, the soldiers Xiao brought raised their submachine guns in unison. With this display, the man and his companions were clearly outmatched. He quickly signaled for the others to remain still and stammered, "Xiao, what does this mean?" Xiao replied calmly, "It means I do things my way, and you have no right to interfere." The man swallowed hard, terrified inside but still trying to sound tough. "Xiao, I'm looking out for you, afraid you might get dragged down by Himingzhang. Actually, Commander Yen has always appreciated you. Why oppose him for Himingzhang?" Xiao said, "You can tell Commander Yen that I appreciate his admiration, but since he has come to Yun County, I won't let anything happen to him under my watch." The man in glasses felt hopeless, and today's failure would surely make Himingzhang and Xiao more cautious. In the future, they might not even have the chance for such a surprise attack. Reluctantly, he had to compromise and give up. How would he explain this to Commander Yen? Xiao sent someone to monitor the man and his group as they boarded the train back to the provincial city. Himingzhang, having survived the ordeal, realized his shirt was soaked with sweat. He looked at Xiao and sighed, "You've made an enemy of Yen Song for my sake. He's a petty man." Xiao understood this well. He didn't want to choose sides between Himingzhang and Yen Song, but he couldn't just stand by and watch Yen Song harm Himingzhang. His moral principles wouldn't allow it. As long as he had principles, he would feel trapped. "Mr. He, actually, today's events reveal some hidden issues. Yen Song is getting anxious." Himingzhang, "Oh, how so?" Xiao Jingdao, "Yen Song has always wanted to harm you and has tried many ways, but he usually does it secretly. Acting so openly today, even ignoring basic procedures, shows that he is scared. I think he might sense a change in the situation and fears that you will seek revenge after being cleared." Himingzhang pondered for a moment. "Your analysis makes sense, but I think the change in the situation isn't so quick. His desperate desire to harm me is more about our personal conflict. My wife was a doctor at a battlefield hospital, and both Yen Song and I were interested in her. I got to her first and asked the organization to help me marry her. Since then, he has held a grudge against me, feeling that I took his beloved. That's how our rivalry began." Xiao Zheng was surprised that the conflict between Himingzhang and Yen Song stemmed from a romantic rivalry. His ears perked up with curiosity. When Himingzhang noticed his expression, he waved his hand, unwilling to say more. "You need to be careful of Yen Song. I'm worried he might retaliate against you. He has wanted to target me for a long time, but he hasn't succeeded." Since Xiao Zheng decided to protect Himingzhang, he had already become a target for Yen Song. That's why Yen Song caused so much trouble afterward, even getting Niu Degui to set a trap for Bohai. Xiao Zheng understood that while a thief can operate for 1,000 days, one cannot guard against them forever. He needed to do something to deter Yen Song. For himself, he didn't mind whether he lived or died, but he had a wife and children. He wouldn't recklessly endanger his family for his loyalty to Himingzhang. He naturally had some cards up his sleeve. Provincial Military District. Yen Song, with a grim face, tore a stack of documents into shreds. The content of the documents was limited, but it was enough to create a huge problem for Yen Song. When Yen Song was younger, he worked for a guerrilla unit behind enemy lines for a few years. To better carry out his work, he intentionally got close to a translator at the Gendarmerie Command, hoping to sway him, but he failed. Later, that translator somehow got hold of information that caused a plan to intercept enemy supplies to fail, resulting in the loss of 3 comrades. Yen Song was suspected because of his close relationship with the translator. Due to a lack of strong evidence proving that he leaked the information, the matter was set aside. Yen Song was marginalized for a long time because of this incident. It was only through his relentless efforts on the battlefield that he gradually regained importance. As time passed, Yen Song almost forgot about the incident, but who knew Xiao Zheng would bring it up again? He dared to say that very few people who knew about it back then were still alive, yet that guy seemed to know everything. Before the movement, Yen Song was not afraid of anything. He had not been convicted back then, so why fear now after so long? But the current situation, Yen Song sighed heavily. He had dealt with many people and knew that once a fly discovers in an egg, it will cling to it relentlessly. Moreover, he had offended many people in his efforts to bring down He Mingzhong, and countless eyes were secretly watching him, just waiting to catch him off guard. After much thought, Yen Song called his subordinate in. This person was the glasses-wearing man Yen Song had sent to Yin County for a mission. "What are your plans for Yin County?" Yen Song asked. The glasses man replied, "Boss, Xiao Zheng is stubborn and determined to protect He Mingzhong. We might not have any chances unless..." "Unless what?" Yen Song prompted. "Unless we deal with Xiao Zheng first." Yen Song raised an eyebrow. "How do we do that?" The glasses man, slightly excited, said his wife's family is a mix of feudal bureaucrats and capitalists. That background alone is enough to cause him trouble. Plus, his father-in-law has publicly published many articles and books. We could easily find something to use against him. Yen Song pondered for a moment but shook his head. "Do not touch Xiao Zheng." The glasses man looked up suddenly. "Why not?" Yen Song narrowed his eyes. "Do I need to explain my decisions to you?" Though Yen Song's tone was calm, the glasses man sensed his impatience and quickly lowered his head. "Understood, boss. What about He Mingzhong?" Yen Song remained silent for a moment, then sighed. "Forget it. As long as the central government, he will never get a chance for vindication." The glasses man obediently agreed. Xiao Zheng, holding secrets that threatened Yen Song, was fairly confident he could succeed, but he remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the movements in the provincial capital through his network. It wasn't until the new year passed without any negative news from the provincial capital that Xiao Zheng finally felt a bit more at ease. Xiao Zheng never thought about using the little leverage he had to bring down Yen Song, because defeating Yen Song was a tough task, and he didn't know how likely he was to succeed. He didn't need to take on such a difficult challenge. As long as he could threaten Yen Song, protect He Mingzhong's life, and manage their small piece of land well, that would be enough. The rest could wait for the situation to change. Xiao Zheng's secret activities were unknown to Manhwa, who focused most of her energy on the children. Dong Dong welcomed a new semester. The school planned an outdoor activity on Arbor Day, requiring students to walk 5 kilometers from the county town to plant small trees. Students needed to bring a shovel for digging and a bucket for watering. 4th and 5th graders bring buckets, while we 3rd graders bring shovels and the 2nd graders bring ladles. Dong Dong told his mom about the school's requirements. Chiu Shushin expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "The place the school wants you to go is too far. You are all so small. How can you walk such a long distance while carrying shovels?" Dong Dong, acting like a little adult, patted his grandmother's hand and said, "Don't worry, Grandma. We can manage. Plus, the shovels are carried by 2 people together." And Hua added, "Kids have plenty of energy. They probably think the farther they go from school, the more fun it will be." Dong Dong nodded. "Mom is right." And Hua asked, "How long will your activity last? Do you need to bring lunch?" Dong Dong replied, Yes. Mom, you also need to help me prepare a bottle of water. I'll need it when I get thirsty." And Hua smiled and said, "Got it." On Arbor Day, and Hua filled a military water bottle for Dong Dong to carry and packed a lunch of rice and a washed apple in his shoulder bag. The early spring weather was still cool, so Anhua put a padded vest on Dong Dong and reminded him, if you get hot, don't take off your coat right away. First, use tissue to wipe the sweat off your back, to prevent the cold from getting in. If you can't reach, ask a teacher for help. Dong Dong listened to his mom's care and didn't find it nagging. Instead, he felt very happy. He sweetly asked Mom, "Are you so concerned about me because I'm your treasure?" Manhwa was used to her son's occasional cute tone and playfully replied, "Yes, Dong Dong is Mommy's treasure." Dong Dong smiled with his eyes squinted. Suddenly, there was a sound of gagging nearby. Manhwa and Dong Dong turned their heads at the same time and saw little Yuanyu and drawing on her face with her finger, pouting and teasing her brother. Brother is so big but still acts cute with Mom. How embarrassing. Dong Dong didn't feel shy at all. He bent down and pinched his sister's chubby cheek, saying, "Little one, I'm going to school." Manhwa also pinched her daughter's cheek and said playfully, "You should act cute with Mom." Yuanyuan, like a slippery fish, quickly ran away, saying, "No way, I'm a big kid." Manhwa felt a bit disappointed. She turned to see Tuanchuan and smiled at her daughter, saying, "Tuanchuan, little friend." As soon as she said this, Tuanchuan stepped back in fear and then turned to run off, looking for her sister. Manhwa rode her bike to school, where many classmates were already gathering at the entrance. She found Dongdong's class and the homeroom teacher, who was already familiar with Manhwa, greeted her with a smile. After chatting briefly with the teacher, Manhwa left for the factory. After Manhwa left, exaggerated admiration erupted around Dong Dong. "Xiaonai, that was your mom, right? She is so pretty, like Tai Mei from The Red Lantern." "That's nonsense. She doesn't look like Tai Mei. She looks like a movie spy." Hearing this, Dong Dong's smiling face suddenly froze as he looked at the boy who spoke. He wasn't really angry, but the boy felt a chill. The boy quickly said, "I meant your mom is as pretty as a spy." The boy didn't mean any harm. He just thought movie spies were beautiful, and Xiaonai's mom fit that description. Stylish and good-looking. "I won't say anything else." The boy nervously glanced at Dong Dong. "Xiaonai, please don't be mad." Dong Dong smiled again. "I'm not mad. Don't overthink it." The boy wiped the sweat from his forehead, wondering why he felt Xiaonai was scarier than the teacher. The elementary school students lined up in 2 orderly rows and marched towards their destination. Along the way, the teacher organized everyone to sing to boost morale. As they sang, they reached Manhwa's song, "The Red Star Shines on My Heart." The teacher, knowing the song's author was Dongdong's mom, introduced it to everyone. Suddenly, Dong Dong was surrounded by countless envious glances. Dong Dong puffed out his little chest proudly, feeling very proud. Dong Dong studies well and is handsome, making him a representative of his grade. Now, even older and younger students know him. On the edge of the group, Song-yi stood on tiptoe, looking toward Dong Dong with curiosity and a mix of admiration. He knew that aunt and son was also at this school a year above him, but he didn't know his name or what he looked like. Today, after the teacher's introduction, he learned that aunt and son is named Xiaonai. However, despite his curiosity, Song-yi never thought about talking to Xiaonai. He felt that someone like him didn't deserve to approach him. Aunt supported his education, and he didn't want to repay her kindness with trouble for her son. Lost in his thoughts, Song-yi didn't notice when he tripped and fell to the ground. Laughter erupted around him. "I told you he was clumsy. I barely nudged him, and he fell flat. Look at his clothes. Are those even clothes? The patches are thicker than his skin. Does this kid deserve nice clothes? These rags suit him just fine." Lying on the ground, Song-yi felt numb as he listened to the mocking voices. He got up, brushed off the dirt, and noticed a new tear on his elbow. This already worn-out shirt now had another mark. Ignoring the jeers from his classmates, he acted as if he hadn't heard anything and showed no reaction. Soon, the teacher arrived, scolding a few students for holding up the line and urging them to catch up. Song-yi stayed at the edge of the group, moving along with everyone else. When they reached their destination, teachers from different grades organized the students to work together to plant trees. Dongdong's teacher approached him and said, "Xiaonai, since you're not feeling well, why don't you go over there and help carry the saplings instead of digging?" The teacher, knowing Xiaonai's father was a leader and his mother a famous composer, might have had some favoritism in mind. Dong Dong understood this but shook his head and replied earnestly, "It's okay, teacher. I have plenty of strength and I want to dig holes with my classmates." "Well, if that's what you want, go ahead," the teacher said with a smile, appreciating that despite Xiao Nai's privileged background, he was not spoiled or arrogant, showing good upbringing. The classmates also felt that Xiao Nai, who didn't separate from the group, seemed more friendly and lovable. In no time, everyone was talking about how great Xiao Nai was. Don Don was surrounded by classmates, mostly smiling and rarely speaking. But when he did speak, everyone listened carefully, showing a strong leadership presence. The students were busy working enthusiastically, and soon it was noon. The teacher set a designated area for everyone to eat and rest. It felt just like a spring outing. The students cheered and formed small groups, finding spots to play. Don Dong found a grassy area with a big rock to sit on with a few classmates. He leaned against the rock and opened the rice that Manhwa had prepared for him. The rice were made of regular and sticky rice, filled with eggs, diced carrots, and ham, looking delicious and nutritious. The others around him exclaimed, "Wow, what did you bring, Xiaonai? It looks so tasty." Most of the food others brought were steamed buns, and some even had cornbread. Since rice were not common in their area, everyone found them very interesting. Don Dong introduced the dish proudly, saying, "This was made by my mom. She can cook anything: sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, steamed meat, lion's head. And it's all so delicious." "Wow, Xiaonai, you are so lucky. My mom only makes noodles, and my dad's cooking is terrible. Last year, my sister ended up in the hospital after eating my dad's stewed beans. My grandma cooks, but she never makes meat. It's just pickles and dry food every day. I'm not growing at all." Everyone chatted excitedly. Don Dong leisurely finished his rice ball and took out an apple to eat. However, he accidentally dropped it and it rolled away. He quickly got up to chase after the apple. As he rounded the big rock, he saw a few younger boys spitting at a small boy who was crouching down, insulting him. "Are you a beggar? Eating apple peels from the ground is so embarrassing. Even if it's apple peels, you don't deserve to eat them. Spit it out. If you don't spit it out, we'll tell the teacher and get you expelled, you little capitalist." Song Yi quietly crouched there, letting them mock him. "It's okay, it's okay. Once they finish insulting him, they will leave." For him, what mattered most was staying in school to study. He could tolerate everything else. He could do it. Song Yi encouraged himself in his heart. Suddenly, the insults from those around him stopped. Song Yi looked up in surprise. "You are in the second grade, right? Which class are you from? Do you think it's okay to bully classmates? Does your teacher know?" Dong Dong said with a serious expression. The boys who were bullying Song Yi exchanged glances.
Who are you?
"Mind your own business. His dad is a businessman. Helping him is helping a capitalist." There was no point in reasoning with a group of kids. Dong Dong showed them the stripes on his arm. The boys looked at him with respect. "I am the captain of the Young Pioneers and the class leader of Grade 3, Class 1. I ask you, is it right to bully others? Has the school or teachers taught you to insult classmates?" The boys were left speechless.
The teachers hadn't taught them that.
Dong Dong asked, "Do you understand your mistake?" The boys looked at each other and mumbled, "We understand." Dong Dong continued, "Do you want to improve? No one wants to be left behind." The boys nodded eagerly. "To improve, you must not bully classmates. We should be united and help each other. When we grow up, we can work together to build a better country. If you are not united, you cannot become strong. How will you build the country?" The group of kids felt inspired by Dong Dong's words and began to reflect on their actions. Dong Dong handed the apple in his hand to the bullied boy without saying a word and turned to leave. Song Yi stood there, holding the slightly cool apple. He recognized him. That was aunt and son Xiao Nai.
They
were all so kind. Song Yi slowly took a bite of the apple, and the sweet taste spread in his mouth. This sweet flavor was something the apple peel didn't have. Dong Dong shared what happened at school with his mom almost every day, and today was no exception. Although Dong Dong didn't know Song Yi's name, when he described Song Yi's grade and background, Aunt and could guess. Aunt and felt upset hearing that Song even picked up apple peels to eat. It made sense. As long as Song Yi could survive, it was good. He probably didn't have the means to eat fruit, but at his growing age, his body craved various nutrients. It wasn't surprising that he would pick up apple peels to eat. Anhwa didn't plan to get too involved with Song Yi because she feared that the more she got involved, the more responsibility she would have. However, after imagining the difficult life Song Yi was leading, she felt she should at least help him a little more materially. What seemed like a small amount of supplies to her might change Song Yi's entire life. Anhwa gathered some of Dongdong's old clothes, took 5 pounds of coarse and fine grains from her storage, filled an oil jar with 2 tails of sesame oil, and finally bought a bag of apples from the service center to send directly to Song Yi's home. Song Yi was cooking a thin porridge because he didn't have much sorghum flour left. Recently, he couldn't find a matchbox to use, so he planned to go to the countryside to catch field mice for food after school the next day. Just then, he heard a knock at the door and ran to open it. There was a pile of items at the door. Song Yi thought it was Aunt Hong again, but when he looked up, he saw Anhwa's back. The small and thin Song Yi stood there in shock, feeling a whirlwind of emotions inside. He didn't know what he was feeling, but just wanted to cry. As he thought this, a tear rolled down his cheek and splashed on the ground. From then on, Anhwa sent supplies to Song Yi every month, ensuring he had food and oil each time. However, she hardly spoke to him, just dropped off the items and left. Later, due to some chance encounters at school, Dongdong became friends with Song Yi. Anhwa noticed that Song Yi didn't negatively influence Dongdong, so she allowed them to spend time together and sometimes asked Dongdong to run errands for her to deliver things to Song Yi. Time passed quietly. One day, Chiu Shushin received a letter from Anne's. She was initially happy, but then her expression turned worried. Anhwa smiled and asked, "Mom, what's wrong? You seem happy one moment and worried the next." Chiu Shushin sighed. "Xiao Peng is pregnant." Anhwa instantly understood what was troubling Chiu Shushin. While a daughter-in-law's pregnancy is a good thing, Chiu Shushin was likely thinking of Tian Tian, fearing that Peng Xioni would favor her own child over Tian Tian. I'm not blaming her. Even with biological children, a mother can be biased. It's natural for a mother to favor her own child, especially when one is biological and the other is not. I understand that, but... Chiu Shushin sighed again. Anhwa, do you think I should bring Tian Tian to Yun County? Let your dad take care of her? Amber cares for her granddaughter, but as grandparents, they cannot fully replace the love and responsibility of parents. And Tian Tian needs to go to school and have her own friends. If she lives with her grandparents for too long, her classmates might think she doesn't have parents. And Hua thought for a moment and said, "It's too early to discuss this. Your sister-in-law just got pregnant, and we don't know how things will turn out." According to the letter, Xiao Peng has been pregnant for 4 months. Seeing Chiu Shushin's expression, and Hua realized she wanted to bring Tian Tian over, likely because she missed her granddaughter. Then, let's bring her over. Summer vacation is coming soon, so she can spend it here. Chiu Shushin was indeed happy. I'll send a telegram tomorrow for your brother to bring Tian Tian. And Zay received his mother's telegram and planned to send Tian Tian to Yun County after her exams. However, unexpectedly, an investigation team approached him, claiming he was suspected of compromising national interests. The factory wanted to import a batch of equipment from Eastern Europe, and after discussions, they decided that Zay, as a technical expert, should accompany the team. At the end of last year, Zay went abroad with the team. The equipment purchase went smoothly. But today, someone claimed that the equipment was overpriced and that someone had taken a kickback. If true, selling out national interests for personal gain could lead to severe consequences. And Zay only provided professional advice and was not the main decision-maker, but he had become one of the suspects. And Zay knew he was innocent, but he had a dark history of being scrutinized in Shanghai, and he inherited some of Amber's timid traits. So when the investigation team approached him, he was frightened and sweating. Being innocent doesn't guarantee a clear outcome. "Mr. In, please come with us," the investigation team said. noticing Enze's stunned expression. Enze wiped the sweat from his forehead and suddenly felt someone hold his hand. Turning around, he saw Pang Xioni. "Don't worry, go ahead. I'll take care of things at home." Enze finally snapped back to reality. He couldn't let small difficulties scare him. He had a wife and children to think about. He firmly squeezed Pang Xioni's hand, said nothing, and followed the investigation team. The neighbors quickly gathered around to ask what was happening. "Xiao Pang, what's going on with Mr. N?
Who were those people just now?"
"They looked very serious and a bit scary," said Tian. Pang Xioni replied with a smile, "It's nothing serious. They just wanted to check on a few things with Mr. and." After a brief explanation, Pang Xioni went back inside and closed the door. And Tian watched her nervously. Pang Xioni smiled and asked, "What do you want to eat tonight? How about noodles? I can make some sauce and add a fried egg on top. When will Dad come back?" And Tian wasn't hungry at all. She was only concerned about this question. Pang Xioni paused for a moment and then slowly said, "He'll be back soon. Very soon." In fact, Enze had been gone for a week. The night he left, someone came to deliver a message saying he wouldn't be home for a few days, and since then, there had been no news. The rumors about corruption had also started to spread in the factory. Naturally, the reason for Enze's departure couldn't be hidden anymore. Pang Xioni and Tian were living under the watchful eyes of others. Even though Enze was only involved in an investigation, he had become a suspect and most people wouldn't think too deeply about it. It seemed they had already decided he was guilty, and some even spat at Pang Xioni and Tian. And Tian was too scared to care about the spitting. She only felt fear. Would her dad not come back after so many days? The last time Enze had trouble in the city, and Tian was too young to remember much, but the heavy atmosphere at home was etched in her memory.
"And Pang."
And Tian finally couldn't hold back and hugged Pang Xioni, crying, "Please save my dad." Pang Xioni quickly held in Tian and comforted her. "It's okay, don't worry. Your dad isn't that kind of person. He wouldn't be involved in corruption. He'll be back soon. Very soon." Pang Xioni believed that someone like Enze, who had grown up with wealth and comfort, didn't value money the same way. He could make mistakes in many areas, but not when it came to money. However, even though Pang Xioni had faith in Enze, the lack of news was making her anxious. Moreover, this situation had reached her family. This wasn't surprising, as several people from her family worked at the factory, and everyone knew about Enze's situation. Once they shared the news, her family would find out. Strangely, after they could no longer benefit from Pang Xioni, her family had cut off contact with her, but now they had come to visit. Pang's older brother was a thin man with a simple face, but he was actually the smartest one in the Pang family. When he saw Pang Xioni, he rubbed his eyes and said with a shaky voice, "Little sister, why have you lost so much weight? You don't even come home to visit. The family thinks you're doing well." Pang Xioni was not moved by his concern and calmly replied, "Thank you for thinking of me, but I'm doing just fine."
"You don't need to worry about me."
"That's nonsense. We've heard about your husband. He embezzled money from the government and got arrested. He might even get the death penalty. How is that good?" Pang Xioni's expression darkened. "Who is spreading such rumors? How dare they curse my husband? I won't let this go." Pang's older brother urged, "Little sister, don't be stubborn. I came to tell you that you don't have to handle everything alone. You have parents and many siblings. Even if you get divorced, we will still support you." Pang Xioni scoffed in disbelief. "So you're here to persuade me to get a divorce?" Pang's older brother quickly replied, "I'm not saying you should get a divorce, but if Ans is in trouble, do you want to suffer with him? You're still young and have many options." Pang Xioni stared at him in silence. Thinking she was wavering, Pang's older brother continued, "Our parents said that you've been married to Ans for a while, and it shouldn't be for nothing. While he hasn't been convicted yet, gather your things and take what you can." Pang Xioni interrupted, "What if I told you I'm pregnant?" Pang's older brother was taken aback and looked at her stomach. "It shouldn't be too far along, right? That's not a problem. A simple remedy can take care of it, and you can still get married later." Pang Xiuni thought she had become numb to her family, but she couldn't help feeling cold inside.
Leave.
Pang's older brother's expression soured. Little sister, look at how you're acting. I'm your brother. How can you treat me this way? Pang Xiuni suddenly exploded with anger and grabbed a chair to throw at him.
Get out.
Just seeing your face makes me sick. You pretend to care for me, but you're just trying to manipulate me. My husband isn't done for yet, and you're already plotting to drag me back into the Pang family's troubles, wanting to take everything from me. Dream on. Pang's older brother was caught off guard and was hit by the chair, finally losing his temper. Don't be ungrateful. We just want you to have a good life. Look at the man you found. He seems impressive on the outside, but he's actually a corrupt person. You're still stubborn about being with him, and you've hurt your parents deeply. Enough. You're just upset because you didn't receive the bride price from Anne's, so you want me to divorce him and marry someone you choose. Let me be clear, you will never get anything good from me, so give up on that idea. When they got married, Anne's wanted to discuss the wedding details with the Pang family, but Pang Xiuni refused. She clearly stated that her relationship with her family was not good and that they wouldn't have much contact in the future. Anne's didn't need to give her family a bride price. He just needed to buy her some things since she couldn't bring much dowry from her family. Anne's accepted this, but on the wedding day, the Pang family showed up and caused a scene, claiming Anne's had taken their daughter and threatened to accuse him of misconduct. The wedding turned chaotic, but the Pang family didn't fare well either because Pang Xiuni countered by accusing them of selling their daughter and obstructing her freedom to marry, even involving the Women's Federation. In anger, the Pang family declared that Pang Xiuni was no longer their daughter and would have no connection with them. If she faced any trouble from her in-laws, she shouldn't come back to complain. They thought this would scare her, but Pang Xiuni was actually relieved, and their relationship became strained. Now, they came back because they saw that Pang Xiuni could be useful again. Thinking of this, Pang Xiuni picked up a broom and started to chase them away. Don't come looking for me again. I'm no longer your daughter. I'll send a little sugar and some wine for my parents during the holidays, and once they're gone, I'll have nothing to do with the Pang family. The neighbors watching the scene grew in number. The eldest brother of the Pang family saw that Pang Xiuni was determined not to listen to him and sighed in frustration before leaving. Pang Xiuni returned inside and saw Tian coming out from another room. She forced a smile and asked, "Did I scare you?" And Tian shook her head silently. After a moment, she quietly said, "My dad will be fine. Please don't divorce him." Pang Xiuni replied, "Silly girl, I won't." And Tian knew she wouldn't, but she still felt the need to confirm. That scene had felt all too familiar to her. Once, her own mother had been persuaded like that by her grandmother. After a tense 2 weeks, the investigation concluded, and Anne's was found innocent. On the day he returned home, he looked unkempt, with bloodshot eyes. He hugged Pang Xiuni tightly, rubbing his chin on her shoulder with a long sigh. Pang Xiuni finally felt at ease and hugged Anze back. They both stayed silent, but a warm atmosphere surrounded them. And Tian watched happily from the side, not wanting to interrupt. What happened? Did someone really take kickbacks from that batch of equipment? Pang Xiuni asked.
And Hua sighed yes. Who was it?
There were 6 of us, and the leader was Deputy Factory Director Lin, who was in charge of political work. It was him. Pang Xiuni was surprised. He has a good reputation. Everyone says he is honest and never plays favorites. How could it be him? Anze added, and the kickback wasn't as big as we imagined. It was just an Omega watch. A birthday gift for his lover. Pang Xiuni was momentarily speechless. Anze was puzzled. He doesn't seem like a foolish person. Why would he risk so much for a watch and betray national interests? Pang Xiuni replied, Deputy Director Lin comes from a poor background and hasn't seen much of the world. What seems ordinary to you might be a treasure to him. Plus, he might not think he's taking a big risk. He probably thinks that it's not easy for you all to go abroad and that his dealings with foreigners wouldn't be easily discovered. Anze nodded. That makes sense. Now he has brought this upon himself, facing a severe punishment. Pang Xiuni said, he deserves it, but it's sad for his wife and children. It was said that Deputy Director Lin lived very simply, and his children wore patched clothes. People used to say he had good morals, but now it seems he was just pretending, making his family suffer to create an image while spending money on his lover.
Let's not talk about him.
And Zay shifted his attention to his daughter, waving for her to come over.
Are you scared?
And Tian shook her head, not scared. Then she added, because Aunt Pang is here. And Zay looked at Pang Shuni again. You've worked hard during this time. Pang Shuni smiled. It's not hard at all.
I knew you would be fine.
Though she said that, it was clear to everyone that Pang Shuni looked worn out. And Zay didn't say anything more and instead asked, what do you want to eat? I'll cook. Pang Shuni replied, you can't cook, let me do it. And Zay ignored her and followed her, and they worked together, sharing a tender moment. And Tian watched from a distance, secretly smiling. After this incident, Ans canceled the plan to send Tian to Yun County. He wrote a letter to Chiu Shushan explaining the situation but used a different excuse and did not mention being investigated. When Chiu Shushan received the letter, she felt a bit disappointed. However, she quickly became busy with the children who kept coming to her house. This summer vacation, many kids showed up at her home, mostly girls, saying they wanted to play with Xiao Nai. Chiu Shushan was surprised and sighed to Manhwa. I remember your brother was the same way. He always attracted girls when he was young. Of course, children around 10 years old have a naive understanding of affection. Their fondness for Dong Dong is more about appreciating something beautiful. If they were truly developing feelings, they might be too shy to approach him. This situation made Dong Dong a target for teasing among the adults. When Dong Dong went shopping with his mother, they ran into Zhou Meihua and Shi Xiaojun. Zhou Meihua smiled and said, you look just like your mom. No wonder the girls like you. Dong Dong shyly pressed his lips together and replied, not really. And Hua watched her son with a smile. Over the past 6 months, Dong Dong had grown quite a bit and was starting to look like a handsome young man. With so many visitors at their home lately, she felt a sense of pride watching her son grow up. Shi Xiaojun teasingly looked at Dong Dong, saying, I've heard your name in middle school. A girl in our class talks about you all the time. She said her sister had a fit in class and you carried her to the nurse's office. Since then, her sister can't stop thinking about you. Shi Xiaojun's voice had changed, sounding quite awkward, especially with his freshly shaved head, making him look a bit rough. Zhou Meihua increasingly thought Shi Xiaojun looked unappealing and remarked, your brother naturally attracts girls, unlike you, who seems to chase after them. And Hua glanced at Shi Xiaojun's bald head and asked, did you sell your hair to buy a diary? Shi Xiaojun nodded happily. I also bought gloves for my mom and sister and a pack of cigarettes for my dad. The money from selling his hair wasn't enough to fulfill his original plan, so he settled for buying gloves for his mom and sister, which were cheaper in summer. Speaking of gloves, Zhou Meihua was initially pleased, but when she heard about the cigarettes for Shi Weiguang, her smile quickly faded. Your dad smokes every day, and I'm already so annoyed. You, as his son, should talk to him instead of buying him cigarettes and encouraging him. As she spoke, her frustration grew, and Zhou Meihua went on about other issues. Shi Xiaojun listened with a smile and didn't seem impatient at all. Zhou Meihua and Shi Xiaojun were heading into the city and soon parted ways with Hua. And Hua went to the service center to buy some vegetables and then headed home. A few hours later, Zhou Meihua returned, carrying a bag of snacks for Hua. When I got back, I ran into a little boy at the entrance of the housing complex. He looked familiar, but I couldn't remember who he was. He asked me to give you this bag of snacks. And Hua was surprised as she took the paper bag. Who is he? Is he a relative of yours?
And Hua guessed it was Song-yi.
She had seen him being bullied by a group of kids on the street, and Zhou Meihua was with her then, so she might recognize him. Not wanting to hide anything from Zhou Meihua, and Hua briefly explained about Song-yi. Zhou Meihua sighed. That poor child. I still have some clothes that Xiaojun wore when he was little. They're all in good condition without any patches. Since they're just sitting there, when you go back next time, take them to him. And Hua agreed. After Zhou Meihua left, and Hua opened the paper bag. Inside was mung bean cake. Mung bean cake is quite expensive, but it doesn't require ration tickets. You can buy it with money. However, how much money could Song-yi earn from collecting matches? It probably wasn't enough for himself. Dong Dong had come over without her noticing and heard Hua and Zhou Meihua's conversation. He said, "I saw Song-yi collecting cicadas." And Hua immediately understood. Cicadas can be sold for money, and many kids collect them in the summer to help their families or save for pocket money. So, Song-yi collected cicadas, sold them, and bought mung bean cake for her? And Hua took a piece of mung bean cake and put it in her mouth. The sweet, melting taste brought her both comfort and sadness. She fed a piece to her son and said, "Tell Song-yi not to spend money on me anymore. I don't need anything. He should take care of himself." Dong Dong nodded. Mom and brother are being selfish. Yuan suddenly appeared, hands on her hips, pouting at her mom and brother. "There's no selfishness here. I was just about to call you and your sister," and Hua said as she fed a piece to her daughter. Yuan immediately felt happy, spreading her arms and pretending to fly as she ran around the room, making whooshing sounds. She was imitating an airplane. And Hua felt her eardrums throb and rubbed her ears. Yuan climbed onto a stool and pretended to jump down. And Hua quickly stopped her, saying, "Don't jump. It's too high. What if you hurt your feet?" Yuan looked at her mother with big eyes, blinking, and then suddenly jumped into the air. And Hua was startled, her heart racing as she rushed over to catch her daughter. Yuan landed safely and looked up at her mom, saying, "Mom, you're such a scaredy cat. Why are you afraid of this?" And Hua took a deep breath, feeling overwhelmed. She turned around and grabbed a broom, thinking of giving that little rascal the light tap. Yuan saw this and quickly ran outside, shouting, "You can't catch me! You can't catch me!" Unexpectedly, Dong Dong appeared out of nowhere, scooping up his sister and bringing her back to their mom. Yuan screamed, "Brother is mean! Brother is hurting me! Mom, don't hit Yuan. I know I was wrong. I won't be naughty again, boo-hoo. Please don't hit the cute Yuan." And Hua was speechless. Dong Dong chuckled and gave his sister a playful pat on the back before letting her go. Yuan dashed out again, moving like a little mouse. And Hua felt a headache coming on. Dong Dong came over and gently massaged his mom's temples. In contrast to his mischievous sister, and Hua felt touched by her son's thoughtfulness. "Thank goodness I have my big treasure, Dong Dong," and Hua said, patting her son's back. Dong Dong smiled and said, "Mom, having a playful sister is actually nice. She brings so much laughter to the house." "That's true, but it makes her mom worry all the time," and Hua replied. Dong Dong suggested, "Why don't we let the twins go to school? They're 4 years old now, so it's about time." And Hua considered this idea, saying, "That sounds good. After this summer, we can send them to preschool." Unexpectedly, Yuan was excited about going to preschool, while Tuan was reluctant. And Hua was surprised because Tuan seemed very interested in learning. She patiently asked, "Why don't you want to go to preschool?" Tuan honestly replied, "I don't want to be with unfamiliar kids." Anhua thought about how Tuan usually didn't like to talk or play with other kids. Her favorite things to do were quietly sitting and looking at picture books, practicing writing or daydreaming. She felt a sudden worry. This wasn't good. If it continued, Tuan might become too withdrawn. People are social creatures, and being too isolated could lead to many obstacles and difficulties in her future. Anhua picked Tuan up and placed her on her lap, gently saying, "The kids in the Yuhong class aren't strangers. They all live in this neighborhood, and you've probably seen many of them before. Besides, your sister will be there with you, so you don't need to be afraid." Tuan glanced at her mother and corrected her, "I'm not afraid. I just don't want to." Anhua paused, Okay. But what can we do? All kids your age have to go to the Yuhong class." Tuan asked who says so. Anhua replied, "That the government says so." After thinking for a moment, Tuan said, "All right, I agree to go to the Yuhong class." Anhua was speechless. Was she convinced so easily? But it was good. A child who listens to advice is rare. When school started, Anhua packed identical little backpacks and water bottles for the twins and sent them off to school. The twins wore matching clothes and hairstyles, both in sailor shirts and blue cropped pants designed by Manhwa, with their hair tied in two-side ponytails. The twins didn't insist on dressing the same. Manhwa did this on purpose as a bit of fun. Walking down the street, they became an eye-catching sight, and everyone wanted to say something to them. Tuan Tuan was not very responsive, while Yuan Yuan was much more enthusiastic, chatting happily with everyone. Manhwa bent down and told Tuan Tuan, "When others greet you, you should respond. It's polite." Tuan Tuan replied, "But I don't like them touching my head, and they talk too close, spitting on my face. They were rude first." Manhwa taught her, "You can refuse others with your actions. If someone gets too close, you can step back, but let's not show our feelings on our faces, okay?" Tuan Tuan was silent for a moment, then suddenly sighed. Life is hard. Manhwa couldn't help but laugh. "You're so young. What do you know about life?" Tuan Tuan said, "Life is living awkwardly just like you taught me, Mom. Even if I don't like interacting with others, I have to pretend to be polite." Manhwa was amazed. This child was so mature. However, soon the appearance of maturity was shattered. At the entrance of the preschool, the twins clung to their mother's legs, refusing to go inside. Yuan Yuan, who was initially excited, suddenly started crying when she saw her mother turn away. She ran to her mother, hugging her tightly and shouting that she wanted to go home and didn't want to attend preschool. Tuan Tuan, seeing her sister cry, was also affected. Although she didn't cry as loudly, her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at her mother, appearing even more pitiful. And Hua was taken aback, completely unprepared for this. On Dong Dong's first day of school, there was some reluctance, but he didn't cry. The twins had been fine just moments ago. Why did they suddenly start crying? And while it was understandable for Yuan Yuan to cry, why was the mature and sensible Tuan Tuan also acting like she couldn't be away from their mother? And Hua hugged her two daughters to comfort them. At that moment, a teacher from the preschool came over to help soothe them. With the efforts of both sides, the twins finally reluctantly let go of their mother and followed the teacher inside, looking back several times. And Hua forced herself to turn away and wiped her eyes. Seeing her children cry so sadly stirred her emotions as well. At work, Hua was restless, imagining how the twins were doing at preschool. Would they cry for their mother? Would Tuan Tuan have trouble fitting in? Would Yuan Yuan get into trouble? Would they be too shy to ask the teacher when they needed to use the restroom? During her lunch break, Hua left work early and hurried to pick up the children from preschool. On the way, she ran into Xiaozheng, who was coming home from the office. He asked in surprise, "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I'm picking up the kids. It's the twins' first day of school." Xiaozheng found it interesting. "Didn't you pick up Dong Dong on his first day?" And Hua replied, "Dong Dong is quite independent. He didn't cry on his first day and just went home with his friends. But the twins are different. They clung to me and cried for a long time this morning, so I'm worried." Xiaozheng walked alongside Hua. "That can't be right. Didn't Yuan Yuan look forward to preschool? And Tuan Tuan? I haven't seen her cry since she was over a year old." And Hua huffed lightly. "You don't understand. Children's attachment to their mothers is natural. They just can't bear to be apart from me." She said this with a hint of pride. Xiaozheng was indeed taken aback by his wife's pride and replied with a hint of jealousy, "Of course they would miss you. You're their mother." And Hua sighed, "I've been worrying about them all morning. What if they miss me too much?" Xiaozheng comforted her, saying, "It's okay. If they really don't want to attend the Yuhong class, they don't have to. They already know what is taught there, and when they are older they can go straight to first grade." As they talked, they arrived at the Yuhong class. And Hua saw the morning teacher and quickly asked, "How are the twins? How long did they cry this morning?" The teacher laughed and said, "Don't worry. As soon as you turned away, the twins stopped crying. They had a great time playing with the other kids this morning." And Hua didn't believe it. "Really?" The teacher replied, "Of course it's true. I have no reason to lie to you." And Hua was silent. Xiaozheng held back his laughter but kept a serious face, saying, "You can rest easy now." She felt relieved, but there was a hint of disappointment. The twins came out and, seeing both their mom and dad, ran over with pouting lips, pretending to cry. And Hua's disappointment vanished instantly as she hugged each daughter, comforting them. Xiaozhen waited a moment before picking up the round one, and the family of 4 headed home. When they got home, Wang Kaiyan approached Hua and said, "Xiao Chui came by this morning, and she was crying." And Hua was surprised. Who could make Xiao Chui cry? What happened to her? Wang Kaiyan shook her head. "She left when she saw you weren't home." And Hua didn't plan to look for Xiao Chui. If something was wrong, she would come back. Sure enough, just after lunch, Xiao Chui arrived, holding a baby. Xiao Chui's baby was born earlier this year, a girl named Gao Meidong. Everyone thought the name was nice, but Hua understood the joke behind it. Every time she called out Meidong, she had to suppress a laugh. "Meidong, come here, let your third aunt hold you," and Hua said, reaching for the baby in Xiao Chui's arms. Meidong, 5 months old, smiled at everyone, drooling like a toothless little old lady, which was quite amusing. And Hua really liked her. Xiao Chui handed the baby to Hua, who rocked her gently while asking, "Kaiyan said you cried."
Why?
Xiao Chui initially wanted to cry a little more in front of her third aunt to show her sadness, but after the morning's events, she couldn't cry anymore. After trying for a while without shedding any tears, Xiao Chui gave up and started sharing her grievances. "It's all because of Gao's mother. When I first arrived, she nagged me a lot, but overall, she cared about me, worried I would be cold or hungry. She didn't mind when I slept in, but now that I have a daughter, she acts all upset and criticizes me every day." Xiao Xiaotsue sniffed and said, "This morning I bought a pig trotter, and she immediately frowned, saying Gaoja wouldn't be home for lunch, so we should save it for dinner. It's like, she thinks I don't deserve to eat it. During my confinement, she wouldn't even let me have eggs, while Gaoja made them for me every day." Even though Xiao Xiaotsue is strong-willed, she couldn't help but feel wronged by her mother-in-law's obvious harsh treatment. In her own family, she was always given a little of the good things, and after getting married, life was even better since she could make her own choices about what to eat. Now, being controlled by her mother-in-law everywhere was really hard to bear. What happened next? "Did you eat the pig trotter?" And Jia asked.
I did.
"I cooked it myself and ate it alone in my room." She banged on the door, but I ignored her. Xiao Xiaotsue said proudly. And Jia laughed. It was clear that Xiao Xiaotsue wouldn't let herself be taken advantage of. "Why worry so much? Your mother-in-law can't stay here forever. Your father-in-law is at home with no one to take care of him. He must be urging her to go back," and Jia said. Xiao Xiaotsue nodded. "That's true. My father-in-law has sent several letters already, but my mother-in-law says she won't feel comfortable going back until she sees me pregnant." And Jia frowned. "Just had a baby, and now they want you to be pregnant again? You're not a baby-making machine." Xiao Xiaotsue sighed. "What can I do? I had a daughter." Growing up in a rural environment, Xiao Xiaotsue naturally thought having a son was very important. It wasn't that she looked down on daughters. She just felt she needed to have at least one son to meet expectations. So, when her mother-in-law bullied her, she didn't strongly fight back because she felt disappointed about having a daughter. And Jia didn't have the time to change Xiao Xiaotsue's long-held beliefs, so she comforted her. "You can't decide if it's a boy or a girl, so don't blame yourself." Hearing this, Xiao Xiaotsue became curious. "Aunt San, what do you mean by that?" And Jia explained it to her. Human gender is determined by chromosomes. Have 2 X chromosomes, while gay men have 1 X and 1 Y chromosome. If the combination is X and X, a girl is born. If it's X and Y, a boy is born. So, the key factor in determining whether a baby is a boy or a girl is the Y chromosome, which is present in gay men, and we cannot influence that.
What?
What's an X? Xiao Xiaotsue didn't understand Anhua's words, but she caught the main point. So, it means the gender of the baby is decided by the seed, right? And Hua nodded.
You can understand it that way.
Xiao Xiaotsue blinked and thought for a moment, then clapped her hands happily. Then why should I be blamed? I need to talk to them when I get back. Feeling more confident, Xiao Xiaotsue asked Manhwa to explain the principle again so she could memorize it and prepare to discuss it later. When Xiao Xiaotsue returned home with the child, her mother-in-law shot her a sideways glance. "Where have you been?" "Running around all day, being lazy." Xiao Xiaotsue replied, "I went to my uncle's house to chat with my aunt." "What's wrong with that?" You always mention your uncle and aunt, but they don't seem to care much about you." Originally, Gao Fu and Gao Mu thought Gao Zhe marrying the niece of a mentor would lead to a bright future, but after years of marriage, Gao Zhe hadn't advanced in his career at all. Plus, since Xiao Xiaotsue had a daughter, Gao Mu began to dislike her even more. Xiao Xiaotsue didn't want to argue with her mother-in-law and wanted to play with the child in the room. When it was time to cook, Gao Mu called Xiao Xiaotsue to come out, but Xiao Xiaotsue ignored her. "You didn't want to go back to the countryside, so you can stay here and do all the chores." Gao Mu was so angry she nearly had a heart attack. When Gao Zhe came home from work, she immediately rushed to complain. "Look at her being so lazy, doing nothing at home, and expecting me to do everything. Did you marry a wife or a burden?" Gao Zhe glanced into the room and scratched his head. "I don't think Xiao Cui is lazy. When you weren't around, she cooked every day, and I always came home to a clean house." Gao Mu was taken aback. "What do you mean? Are you saying I'm accusing her?" Gao Zhe laughed. "What I mean is, you're too hardworking, so she doesn't have any chores to do." Gao Mu was not convinced and continued to criticize Xiao Xiaotsue. "Whether she's lazy or not, has she ever thought about your future? Why haven't you become the leader yet?" Gao Zhe looked speechless. "Is it easy to be a leader? It doesn't happen so quickly. If you don't understand, please don't comment. It's embarrassing." In fact, Gao Zhe had almost forgotten why he married Xiao Xiaotsue. Ever since they had a fight 2 years ago, she had become much more caring and gentle towards him, and his life had been quite pleasant. Although he hadn't been promoted, the chief of staff, sure, had been considerate towards him because of his uncle, so work was going well. Overall, Gao Zhe increasingly felt that his Xiaotsue was really great. His mother, however, looked heartbroken. "You really have no ambition. You're completely wrapped around your wife's finger. She can't even give you a son, and you keep defending her." Gao Zhe paused. His mother's last words hit him hard. He wanted a son, and he had hoped for one when Xiao Xiaotsue was pregnant, but they ended up with a daughter. Although it was their first child, he still felt a bit regretful. Cough, cough. Xiao Xiaotsue walked out from the inner room and glanced at Gao Zhe, realizing that this man was upset about her not having a son. "You people with no education, do you even know how a son is born?" Xiao Xiaotsue's disdainful tone stunned Gao Zhe. He was a vocational school graduate. How could she look down on him for being less educated? "Gao Zhe, let me ask you, do you know who decides the child gender?" Gao Zhe blinked and shook his head. "Do you know about chromosomes?" Gao Zhe nodded. He knew about chromosomes. Xiao Xiaotsue recited what Manhwa had told her fluently and concluded, "Got it? Whether or not a son is born is not up to me. It's up to you." Gao Zhe was confused. He understood, but he was a bit skeptical. "How do you know so much? Who told you?" Xiao Xiaotsue replied, "My aunt told me. She's a college graduate, and her family is educated. She said this is science. Science is the truth." Gao Zhe fell silent. As a military officer, he certainly believed in science. Moreover, his aunt came from a scholarly family and was a college graduate, so he regarded her as an authority. Xiao Xiaotsue then said to Gao Zhe's mother, "If you plant mung beans in the field but get soybeans instead, can you blame the land? Similarly, if your son is planted in my belly and a daughter comes out, can you blame me? You don't blame him but instead blame me. It's ridiculous." Gao Zhe's mother was overwhelmed by Xiao Xiaotsue's forcefulness and couldn't find words, looking over at Gao Zhe. Gao Zhe, after a brief moment of doubt and struggle, accepted the theory that Xiao Xiaotsue had shared with him. He lowered his head, feeling a bit ashamed.
Kiryat, I'm sorry.
Seeing her son like this, Gao's mother immediately asked softly, "Son, could it really be a problem with your ability to have children? Do you not have the ability to have a son?" Gao's mother's straightforwardness made Gao Zhe even more embarrassed. He pulled Xiao Xiaotsue into the room, closed the door, and shut his mother out. Chui, did your aunt say how we can have a son? Xiao Xiaotsue scoffed. Do you understand probability? My aunt said that having a son or daughter is a matter of chance, and you determine that chance. But don't worry too much. I'm not like you, who value sons over daughters. Even if you never have a son, I won't hold it against you. After hearing this, Gaozha buried his head even lower. It was his issue. What if they could never have a son? How would he face Chui and his parents? Gaozha suddenly felt a heavy burden on his shoulders and began to worry about the future. Don't blame yourself. Maybe the next baby will be a son, Xiao Xiaotsue said, gently patting Gaozha's head. As long as you treat me well, keep me in your heart, work hard to provide for us, and focus on me and our child, I'm willing to have more children with you.
Queer.
Gaozha was moved to tears. You're so wonderful. Xiao Xiaotsue felt refreshed, and all the gloom since giving birth to mate Ong disappeared. Gaozha wiped his tears and opened the door. His mother had been waiting outside and quickly approached. What did you two talk about? Is it really your problem? Gao's mother held deep-rooted beliefs and still thought Xiao Xiaotsue was talking nonsense. Gaozha rubbed his nose, adjusted his emotions, and said, Mom, please treat Chui better in the future. Don't always speak ill of her in front of me. What if she gets upset and leaves because I can't have a son? Gao's mother was stunned for a moment. Son, do you really believe her nonsense? What nonsense? Gaozha exclaimed, his voice breaking with emotion. This is science. Gao's mother shrank back in surprise. Gaozha continued, Mom, you can't even read, and I don't expect you to know much, but at least you should have the right attitude of respecting science and believing in science. Seeing her son's serious expression, Gao's mother had to accept the idea of science. Her son was educated. How could he be fooled by Xiao Xiaotsue? It seemed that what Xiao Xiaotsue said was true. Mother Gao sighed sadly, realizing she had wrongly blamed her daughter-in-law for so long, and now felt embarrassed to face Xiao Xiaotsue. Son, I've been here long enough. Your dad has been urging me to go back. I think I should leave, since there's not much for me to do here. Mother Gao wanted to sneak away. Gaozha felt a bit reluctant to let his mother go, but understood she couldn't stay forever, so he nodded and said, All right, I'll find time to book a train ticket. Xiao Xiaotsue was surprised by Mother Gao's sudden decision to leave, but she felt happy and generously offered compliments. In the days before Mother Gao returned home, the two women got along quite harmoniously. Mother Gao took the train back to her hometown, and upon arriving at the production team, she eagerly shared her new knowledge. Did you know that whether a woman has a son or not is not up to us, but is a man's issue? It's not nonsense. It's science. On the other side, Manhwa admired Xiao Xiaotsue after hearing about her battle with Gaozha and said, You're impressive. You easily took the moral high ground. Xiao Xiaotsue smiled proudly and didn't forget to compliment Manhwa. Your words are effective. As soon as I said them, they believed me. Manhwa replied, The Gao family is quite interesting. They may have outdated views on gender, but they are not stubborn and can accept reason. Xiao Xiaotsue said, Gaozha is actually quite good. Although he was disappointed that I had a daughter, he never blamed me and treated me well. Unknowingly, Gaozha was becoming more important to Xiao Xiaotsue. As Xiao Xiaotsue chattered with Manhwa, she casually turned and saw Wang Kaiyan, recalling something. Kaiyan, do you know that your sister Kaifeng was rejected by her fiancé? Wang Kaiyan was taken aback and shook her head. Xiao Xiaotsue, knowing that Wang Kaiyan and Kaifeng had a poor relationship, excitedly began to gossip. Wang Kaifeng has a reputation for being abducted, and people say she lost her purity during that time, so she hasn't been able to find a husband all these years. Earlier this year, your stepmother finally found her a match from another commune, thinking that since it was far away, they might not have heard about her past. But on the day of the wedding, the groom found out and sent Wang Kaifeng back to her family from the bridal chamber. Your stepmother was unhappy, thinking that since they were already in the bridal chamber, the groom must have taken advantage, and at that point, backing out of the marriage was not an option. So, Wang Kaifeng dragged her way to the man's family, crying and causing a scene, but the man's family would rather lose the betrothal gifts than accept Wang Kaifeng. Kaiyan, Wang Kaifeng has always taken things from you and opposed you, but now your life is much better than hers. Doesn't that make you feel particularly good inside? Xiaotsue knows these gossip stories because she keeps in touch with her friends back home, and their letters are filled with small talk about their lives. When Wang Kaiyan heard Xiaotsue's words, she didn't feel happy about it. She calmly said, "Whether Wang Kaifeng is good or bad has nothing to do with me. I only focus on my own matters and don't care about them." This them also includes her father. However, while Wang Kaiyan doesn't care about her family, they are still thinking about her. Not long after hearing about Wang Kaifeng from Xiaotsue, her father wrote to her, saying she should come back and replace Wang Kaifeng. If Wang Kaiyan didn't listen, he would come to take her back himself. Wang Kaiyan didn't mind if her father came to get her, but she was worried about affecting Xiaozheng and Manhwa. What if they thought she brought trouble and ended up disliking her, making her unable to stay there? After thinking it over, Wang Kaiyan decided to tell Manhwa about the situation in advance. Once she finished speaking, her heart tightened, and she nervously looked at Manhwa. Manhwa didn't react much and said, "Don't worry. Even though you're your father's daughter, you're also an independent adult. You are in charge of your own life. Plus, our whole family thinks you're great and wouldn't agree to bring in that sister of yours. Your father's plans won't work." Wang Kaiyan said, "I'm just afraid they will cause a scene and create a bad influence on the family." Manhwa smiled and said, "What kind of place is the army? Does he think he can just cause trouble? If he really comes, you don't need to deal with it. I'll handle it for you." Wang Kaiyan lowered her head. "I'm sorry for causing trouble for you." Manhwa pulled her hand. "It's okay. This isn't something you can control. Who told you to have such a father?" In the end, Wang's father and Wang Kaifeng did come. Wang's father didn't want to travel far, but with Wang Kaifeng's bad reputation back home, she wouldn't be able to marry into a decent family. So, he had to bring her to replace Wang Kaiyan, since Wang Kaifeng's reputation was still good, making it easier for her to find a match. Having never traveled far, Wang's father was anxious the whole way, and Wang Kaifeng had only traveled once in her life and was kidnapped midway. So, both of them were nervous, looking around, afraid of encountering any bad people again. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the entrance of the military family compound. Wang's father put down the snacks, but the soldier on guard stopped them. Wang's father was so frightened by the stern soldier that his legs trembled, and he unexpectedly knelt down. The soldiers were taken aback and quickly helped him up. Seeing her father like this, Wang Kaiyan was surprised and worried. He seemed so imposing at home, but why was he so timid outside? Could he still control Wang Kaiyan like this? "Comrade, may I ask who you are looking for?" The soldier asked gently, but Wang's father still didn't dare to lift his head. Only Wang Kaifeng answered the soldier. "We are looking for the commander's family. I am Wang Kaifeng, a relative of the commander." As she spoke, Wang Kaifeng felt a bit proud, waiting for the soldier's respectful gaze. She knew that working as a nanny for the commander couldn't be called just being a nanny. She had to say she was a relative. This suited Wang Kaifeng just fine, as she didn't want the unpleasant title of a nanny. However, the soldier only glanced at Wang Kaifeng and then made a phone call. Wang Kaifeng was so angry that she stomped her foot, feeling that the soldier looked down on her. Before long, Manhwa arrived on her bike, coming back from work. She had already informed the guard to notify her if someone named Wang came. Upon learning that Manhwa was the commander's wife, Wang Kaifeng stared at her, enviously looking at her clothes and bicycle. The commander's family was so wealthy, and the commander's wife looked so glamorous. "Are you Tsayan's father?" Manhwa called the father and daughter aside and looked at Wang's father. Wang's father, unable to meet the gaze of the esteemed Manhwa, lowered his head and stammered in agreement. Manhwa said directly, "Kaiyan told me you want your daughter to switch places with her sister." "I'll be clear, I don't agree." Wang Kaifeng was anxious. "Why don't you agree?" "Wang Kaiyan is my father's daughter, and her matters are decided by him. And Hua looked at Wang Kaifeng in disbelief. Why do you think I should agree? Who does Wang Kaiyan work for? Wang Kaifeng realized that the commander's wife was the employer, so of course, she could disagree. But she still felt a bit unwilling. I am more hardworking than Wang Kaiyan, prettier than her, and even smarter. And Hua smiled, so what? I just like her, and not you. Such straightforward words made Wang Caifeng's face turn red and pale in turns. Wang's father couldn't bear to see his little girl suffer, so he mustered the courage to say, Our Kaifeng is really good, even better than Kaiyan. Why don't you just keep her? On Hua's side, Cyan's father, Kaiyan, is your own flesh and blood. You only think about Kaifeng and even take things that belong to Kaiyan for her. Have you thought about how this might hurt your own daughter? Don't you have any feelings for her as a father? Wang's father was silent for a moment and muttered, She's just a girl. She can't support me in my old age, so why should I have such feelings? Although Wang Kaifeng was also a girl, her mother had given him a son, who was his only true heir. Hearing this, Anhua realized that Wang's father's deep-rooted beliefs would not change. She said seriously, You should go back now, and don't come again. I cannot let Wang Kaifeng replace Wang Kaiyan. Wang's father hesitated, wanting to say something, but Anhua pointed to the soldiers standing guard. Do you see those soldiers? They are armed. This is a military area, and people like you are not allowed to wander around. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wang's father was already scared of the armed soldiers, and hearing this made him even more frightened. He quickly took Wang Kaifeng and tried to leave. Wang Kaifeng was also scared but still held hope. She looked at Anhua, but met her cold gaze. Wang Caifeng's heart sank, and she couldn't say anything, so she let her father take her away. Let's go back. Let's find you a husband. Don't have such high standards. There are still people who would want you, like Li Laoqi from the neighboring production team. Wang Kaifeng suddenly looked at her father. Dad, Li Laoqi has a face full of pockmarks and is over 10 years older than me. You want to marry me to him? Wang's father remained silent and quickened his pace. After sending Wang's father and Wang Kaifeng away, Anhua told Wang Kaiyan, Don't worry, I think they won't come back again. Wang Kaiyan was very happy, and thank you. Anhua patted Wang Caiyan's shoulder and said, You've been at home for a while, so your allowance should increase. Starting next month, I'll give you 16 yuan a month. Wang Kaiyan quickly shook her head. No, I have enough now. There are also red envelopes for the new year. Mainly, I eat and live at home, so I don't even need to buy toothpaste or soap. I don't spend a penny. Not only does she not need to buy toothpaste or soap, but Wang Kaiyan has hardly ever bought her own clothes because Anhua has many clothes and often gives her some old ones. She says they are old, but in Wang Caiyan's eyes, they look just as good as new. Moreover, Wang Kaiyan lives and eats with Anhua's family, and her living conditions are much better than most people's. After staying here for a few years, Wang Kaiyan has gained 10 pounds. Anhua smiled and said, The amount of pocket money I give you is not based on whether you spend it or not. I think you have done very well these past few years, and this is a recognition of your hard work. If you continue to do well, your pay will increase in the future. Anhua had thought carefully before deciding to give Wang Kaiyan a raise. In fact, before the 1980s, people's wages had not changed much for decades because prices were stable. However, since Wang Kaiyan and Anhua had a private employment relationship, and Wang Kaiyan did a lot of work, it was appropriate to raise her salary to acknowledge her efforts and boost her confidence for the future. Indeed, even though Wang Kaiyan sincerely tried to refuse the raise, she felt very happy after hearing Anhua's words. She was even more motivated. This further strengthened her desire to marry and have children later. After the new year, a telegram arrived from Anze. Pang Xioni had given birth to a boy. Qiu Shushin had planned to visit soon, and upon receiving the telegram, she immediately set off without delay. Naturally, and Bohai went along as well. When Xiao Zheng returned that day and did not see Qiu Shushin, he asked, Where's Mom? And Hua replied, She probably won't be back until your sister-in-law finishes her confinement. Xiao Zheng said, Isn't Mom not very fond of your sister-in-law? Why is she taking care of her during confinement? And Hua responded, That was in the past. Things are much better now. Besides, your sister-in-law has cut ties with her family and no one else can help her. A woman's confinement is a big deal, and even if mom still doesn't like her, she wouldn't ignore her.
Mom.
Dong Dong ran over with a homework book, proudly showing it to Manhwa. Look, this is the multiplication and division work that little Tuanzi did. All 50 questions correct. And Hua took a look and smiled. Really? Our little Tuanzi is so smart. Xiao Zheng glanced over and said, wow. 2-digit multiplication and division. Isn't the Yuhong class just for singing, dancing, and learning pinyin? And Hua shot him a playful look. You don't know this, do you? Tuan could recite the multiplication table before joining the Yuhong class and can recognize 100 characters. Even her calligraphy looks quite good. Xiao Zheng was stunned. Is that true? And Hua smiled proudly. This is the learning gene we inherited from our family. Xiao Zheng was even prouder than Hua. That's great. It will improve our family's traits. Just then, a series of thud sounds echoed. Yuan crawled in from the ground, holding a wooden toy gun that Xiao Zheng made for her. Mom, Dad, brother, hold on. Yuan is here to save you. Yuan looked serious, like she was in a movie. After making some noise, she pulled a walnut from her pocket and pretended to pull the pin from a grenade, then threw the walnut dramatically. Boom! She even added her own explosion sound effect. Hang in there. Yuan is coming to rescue you. When she finally crawled to her parents' feet, she stood up excitedly. Mom, Dad, brother, you're alive. That's great. Yuan will get you out. Dad, Mom, and brother. Xiao Zheng rubbed his face. Oh no. He seemed to see his younger self in Yuan. Once Hua realized what was happening, she played along with her daughter, took her hand, and in a high-pitched voice said, Oh, I'm so scared. Yuan, you finally came to save me. Please take me out. Yuan nodded seriously. Mom, follow me. I'll lead you to safety. And Hua followed closely behind her daughter, running in circles around the room. Xiao Zheng's expression shifted from serious to amused. After a while, when Yuan finally got tired of playing, he pulled Hua aside and said, You're encouraging her. She's becoming more of a tomboy. And Hua replied, What's wrong with being a tomboy? It means she's healthy and active. Xiao Zheng smiled at her. You don't mind that she's rough like me? And Hua stood on her tiptoes and kissed the corner of Xiao Zheng's mouth. I love roughness. Xiao Zheng couldn't resist such teasing and quickly pulled her into the bedroom, locked the door, and embraced her for a passionate kiss. He hadn't even had time to take off his military uniform, and Hua rested her head on his shoulder, gazing at him dreamily. But soon it would be time for dinner, so they didn't go in an inappropriate direction. As Xiao Zheng changed into comfortable clothes, he said, This new year, I want to go back and see my dad. And Hua asked, When do you plan to go back? In the first month? Xiao Zheng thought for a moment and said, Let's go on the 5th day. At the latest by the 10th. I'll take Dong Dong with me, but the twins are too small to bring along. You should stay home to take care of them. And Hua didn't really want to go either. Xiao Zheng probably knew her thoughts, which is why he suggested this. Will Dad be upset? It's fine. He won't be, Xiao Zheng reassured her, gently touching her face. Xiao Xushen and Bohuai seemed to be enjoying their time at Nzai's place, and they sent a telegram saying they would stay there for the new year. However, this year Hua invited Xiao Xiaotsue and Gao Zhou over, along with Xiao Fengfeng's family, so it wouldn't be quieter than previous years. This was Gao Zhou's first formal invitation to his uncle's house, and he felt finally recognized by him. Previously, Xiao Cui had mentioned that his uncle wasn't satisfied with him. Was he satisfied now? Gao Zhou felt ambitious and thought this was his chance. He wanted to perform well in front of his uncle, and a promotion seemed just around the corner. Gao Zhou was both happy and nervous, so nervous that he fumbled with his hands and feet. During dinner, he raised a toast to Xiao Zheng but nervously miscalled him chief of staff instead of instructor. Xiao Zheng asked sternly, Do you only see Lao Shi and not me, your instructor? Realizing he had made a mistake, Gao Zhou wanted to make up for it. He stammered that he would drink 3 cups as punishment, but in his nervousness, He directly grabbed the bottle and started pouring. Everyone at the table was stunned, and by the time they reacted, Gaozha had already drunk more than half the bottle. Xiao Xing shouted, "You just finished off my newly opened Maotai, all by yourself." Xiao Xiaotsue, frustrated, slapped Gaozha lightly and took the remaining bottle away. "What a loser. My uncle isn't a tiger. Why are you so scared of him?" Gaozha burped and chuckled. Oh no, he had drunk too much. And Hua quickly asked, "How are you, Gaozha? Should we let Xiao Chui help you rest for a bit?" Xiao Xiaotsue knew Gaozha's drinking capacity and realized he was already drunk, but she also knew he wouldn't cause a scene. He would just sleep it off. So, she helped him to a room and waited until he was asleep before coming back out. Dinner hadn't even started, and one person was already passed out. However, the others were not affected and happily began their reunion dinner. Looking out the window, they noticed it had started to snow lightly. Inside, the atmosphere was warm and cozy. Everyone raised their glasses, dreaming of the wonderful year ahead. Gaozha probably dreamed of good things too, as he fell asleep with a silly smile, saying, "Just do well and get promoted." When Qiu Shushin and Bohuai returned to Yun County, it was already March, the season when grass grows and birds fly, and peach and plum trees bloom beautifully. Qiu Shushin couldn't stop smiling. Jimin is so well-behaved. He eats and sleeps on schedule and never cries, making things much easier for us. Jimin is the son of Peng Xioni, and Bohuai named him, hoping he would grow up to be someone who helps the world. And Hua asked, "That's great. How are my brother and sister-in-law?" Qiu Shushin paused, her smile fading a bit as she mentioned Enze's involvement in a corruption case. "We only heard about it after we got back. After this incident, I have a new appreciation for Xiao Peng. She stayed calm and held the family together. Much better than the previous one." And Hua replied, "Actually, someone like Xiao Peng is quite suitable for my brother." Qiu Shushin sighed. "Yes, your brother is neither smooth nor strong, and he can be a bit naive. Xiao Peng can make up for those shortcomings." From Qiu Shushin's tone, it was clear her attitude towards Peng Xioni had changed significantly. Suddenly, she remembered something and pulled out a pile of items from her bag, handing one shirt to Anhua. "This is a gift from your sister-in-law. Try it on and see if it fits." Anhua was delighted. "You even brought me a gift." She quickly changed into the shirt, which fit perfectly. The style was simple, but the blue polka dot fabric was fresh and pretty. "Looks nice, right?" Qiu Shushin smiled at her daughter, who tilted her head adorably. "Very nice, you look like a young lady." The rest of the items were gifts for the children. Dong Dong received a pair of shorts, and the twins got a bunch of hair accessories. The hair accessories were handmade by Peng Xioni, crafted from colorful fabric into various flower shapes, bright and lively, perfect for little kids. And Hua couldn't wait to use them on the twins. Tuan Tuan sat quietly as her mother styled her hair, though she seemed a bit uninterested. Yuan twisted and turned, clearly refusing. "Mom, I don't want it. It's too ugly." And Hua was puzzled. "Where is it ugly? It's so pretty. Your aunt made this by hand. Come on, sweetheart, let mommy play with your hair for a bit." Yuan couldn't resist anymore, so she gave up defending her hair and crossed her arms, huffing, "Silly mom, you play." And Hua smiled happily. She styled the twins' hair into 2 cute buns and added bright hair flowers, making the dark-skinned twins look much more vibrant. Indeed, people with darker skin look great in bright colors. "Mom, I'm back," Dong Dong shouted as he came home from school. Then he called out, "Mom, come out for a moment." And Hua was puzzled, so she walked through the front yard and opened the half-closed door, asking what's wrong. Dong Dong pushed Song Yi, who was hiding behind him, forward, saying, "I invited Song Yi to play, but he won't come in." Song Yi glanced at Anhua, looking a bit flustered. I. And Hua understood that Song Yi was still scared, and that fear came from a lack of confidence in himself. She smiled and took Song Yi's hand, leading him inside. Dong Dong said from behind, "See, I told you my mom would welcome you." And Hua didn't say anything, but Song Yi felt a strange warmth comforting his heart. "Let me introduce you, these two are my daughters and they are twins." When Song-yi looked up, he saw two identical little girls staring at him. The little girls were chubby, with round faces featuring delicate features and a red on their foreheads. If they were a bit lighter in skin tone, they would look just like the little ones beside Guanyin.
Who are you?
Yuan Yuan asked, while Tuan Tuan tilted her head, curiously looking at Song-yi. I am. Song-yi felt a bit nervous for some reason, swallowed hard, and said, My name is Song-yi. This is a good friend from your brother's school. You should call him Brother Song-yi, Manhwa said as she brought out some snacks and brewed jasmine tea for Song-yi. Yuan Yuan spun around, examining Song-yi, and shook her head. He's clearly a sister. Compared to 2 years ago, Song-yi had grown quite a bit taller and gained some weight, but he still had a slender build. His hair was a bit long, reaching the nape of his neck, making him look somewhat like a girl. Song-yi's sister. Yuan Yuan called out loudly. Song-yi felt a bit uneasy and pressed his lips together. And Hua gently tapped Yuan Yuan's bottom. No silly talk, call him brother. She then asked Song-yi, Your hair is so long it must be blocking your view. Why not get it trimmed? Just then, Anhua suddenly thought that Song-yi might not want to spend money on a haircut. The truth is that Song-yi's hair grows quickly, but he only goes to the barber about once every 6 months. He used to cut it himself at home, but one time he accidentally cut his ear and made it bleed, which made him realize he couldn't avoid the expense. Just as Song-yi was about to answer Aunt N's question, and Huan said, Dongdong's grandmother can cut hair. Why not let her help you? Dongdong added, Yes, my hair is cut by my grandmother and she is really good at it. Chiu Shushin learned to cut hair when she was young, as a pastime for a girl raised in a secluded environment. Not only did she cut hair, but she could also style it with hot tools. Later, after marrying in Bohuai, she cut his hair as a couple's activity, and her skills became more refined over time. Chiu Shushin put on her reading glasses and had Song-yi sit in a brighter area of the yard. She prepared special tools and warm water, and even wrapped a cloth around him, making it feel quite professional. Dongdong and the twins watched intently from the side. Song-yi felt the warm spring sun shining on him, making him so comfortable that he almost wanted to close his eyes and take a nap. After a while, Yuan shouted, You look like a big brother now. You look like a big brother. All right, time to wash your hair. Chiu Shushin guided Song-yi to lean forward while she rinsed the loose hair off his head with warm water. Next time your hair grows long, come back, and I'll cut it for you. As warm water flowed over Song-yi's head, he swallowed a few times before saying, Thank you, Grandma. Chiu Shushin smiled and said, This child is really polite. After that, Dongdong led Song-yi around the house. Dongdong showed him his room, saying, This is my room. My dad made this bunk bed by hand before he joined the army. He learned carpentry. Song-yi couldn't help but say, Your dad is really impressive. He is not only a teacher but also a carpenter. Dongdong's expression showed a hint of pride. He can do a lot of things: horse riding, shooting, leading troops in battle. He fixes everything at home. In short, he is a really amazing dad, and I admire him a lot. Maybe it was in front of his peers, but Dongdong shared many things he usually wouldn't say. If Xiaozheng were here, he would be thrilled to hear this. Come on, I'll take you to see my mom's calligraphy in the study. Song-yi followed Dongdong to the study. Look, this is my mom's writing. My grandfather praises it a lot. Song-yi carefully touched the piece of writing. My mom is also a musician. She can play the piano, play the violin, and she composes music and lyrics. Song-yi's eyes were filled with envy and admiration. Brother Dongdong, you are really lucky. You have such great parents, twin sisters, and grandparents. So many relatives. Dongdong noticed Song-yi's feelings and felt a bit regretful. Was he showing off too much? He just wanted to share his life with Song-yi. Song-yi, let's go play in the yard. I have a basement. I'll take you to see it. Kids usually like caves and similar things. Song-yi and Dongdong explored the basement like adventurers. After a while, Yuan shouted from the basement entrance, Brother, come out quickly. I want to show Song-yi my toys. Yuan, not wanting to be left out, brought out her toys to share, like a wooden gun and a wooden horse that her dad made for her. The wooden horse had wheels, and you could slide forward while riding it. Yuan proudly rode the horse back and forth for Song Yi to see. Isn't it fun? Do you want to try? Song Yi smiled and shook his head. The horse is too small. Only you can ride it. Yuan thought for a moment and then brought over a duck. Brother Song Yi, this is my good friend, Gaga.
Call it.
Song Yi was surprised and shyly called out Gaga. The duck immediately quacked in response, as if answering Song Yi. Yuan said proudly, isn't it smart? It understands us. To prove her point, the duck quacked again. Song Yi laughed. Tuan exposed his sister's little lie, don't poke it, then it definitely won't understand you. Yuan anxiously shushed him, Tuan, don't talk. Song Yi and Dong both laughed. Tiny sparks of joy shone in Song Yi's eyes. Yuan asked, Brother Song Yi, do you have a sister at home? Song Yi shook his head. I'm the only one in my family. Yuan asked again, will you come to my house to play often? Song Yi didn't know how to answer. Tuan said, Yuan, you have so many questions that Brother Song Yi can't answer them all. Yuan replied, come on, then I'll have 2 brothers. Dong smiled and answered for Song Yi, sure, Brother Song Yi will come to play often. Song Yi played there for a few hours, but when it was almost time for dinner, he ran off without looking back, no matter how Manhwa called him. However, after that, Song Yi started coming over regularly. Every time he comes, he doesn't come empty-handed. Sometimes he brings a basket of wild vegetables he picked, sometimes it's a grasshopper he made, or beautiful pebbles he found by the river. The twins quickly became familiar with Song Yi, especially Yuan. After a few days without seeing him, she would start asking about her brother Song Yi. Do you really like Brother Song Yi that much? Yuan nodded seriously. Brother Song Yi is amazing. He can make all kinds of small animals from grass, catch grasshoppers, catch rabbits, and even imitate bird calls. Mom, why don't we let Brother Song Yi stay with us? Then he can play with me every day. And Hua smiled and teased, but Brother Song Yi isn't part of our family. How could he stay with us? Yuan thought for a moment and asked, what would he need to do to become part of our family? And Hua shook her head, I don't know. Yuan exclaimed, how can you not know, Mom? In Yuan's mind, her parents were the most capable people in the world, especially her mom, who knew everything. Yuan kept asking for Song Yi at home, and Hua's ears were getting tired of it. However, Yuan's attention soon shifted to the neighbor's house, where Zhou Meihua's hen had hatched a bunch of chicks. Suddenly, she stopped mentioning Brother Song Yi and started playing with the chicks every day. I'm planning to give away the chicks. Do you want to keep one? I think Yuan would really like it, Zhou Meihua said. And Hua quickly shook her head, no. She never liked raising poultry because it meant constantly dealing with their waste. Yuan having ducks was already a compromise for her. Zhou Meihua laughed. That's true. Your Yuan is already enough to handle. If she had chickens, the roof might just fly off. Before, Hua felt sorry for Zhou Meihua for having a troublesome son like Shi Xiaojun. Now it was Zhou Meihua feeling sorry for her. Your Shi Xiaojun looks like a grown-up now. Zhou Meihua sighed. What grown-up? He just seems quieter on the surface, but he's still the same as before. He can still make people worry. And Hua asked, what has he been up to lately? Zhou Meihua sighed deeply. He stole his dad's service gun to play with. And Hua was startled. Nothing happened, right? Zhou Meihua shook her head. When we asked, we found out he bragged to his classmates at school about bringing the gun to show them. Luckily, his dad found out in time. On Hua, Xiaojun must have gotten into serious trouble this time, right? Zhou Meihua. If getting hit helped, he would have turned out fine by now. This time, his dad didn't hit him. He sent him to a confinement room, and he's still there. He won't be let out until tomorrow. Anhua realized, that's why I haven't seen him these past few days. But this situation is serious. If he loses the gun, your old Shi will face serious consequences. Exactly. This kid is driving everyone crazy. His dad said that once he graduates from high school, he'll send him back to the countryside. Anhua asked, isn't he allowed to join the army? High school graduates nowadays can either go to the countryside, find a job, or join the army. For children of military families, most still choose to enlist. Zhou Meihua replied, with his attitude, sending him to the army would just cause more trouble. I agree. He should go to the countryside. He has never faced any real hardships, and it would be good for him to toughen up. Zhou Meihua initially didn't want Shi Xiaojun to go to the countryside, but now she can't wait to send Shi Xiaojun away, showing how much trouble he has caused her over the years. Zhou Meihua looked at Anhua with envy. Your Yuan may be a bit mischievous, but she's still a girl. No matter how naughty she is, she can't compare to Shi Xiaojun. Anhua nodded, fully agreeing. But soon, reality hit her. Just as Anhua was chatting with Zhou Meihua, there was a sudden commotion outside. Is the brigade commander's wife home?
Can you come out?
Anhua hurried outside. Standing outside was a woman in her 40s with an unfriendly expression. Beside her was a sobbing boy, about 6 or 7 years old. I'm Jiang Dahai's wife, and this is my son, Huzi. After introducing herself, the woman immediately said something shocking. Your daughter hit my son. Anhua was taken aback, instinctively doubting it. The boy named Huzi looked just like his name, strong and sturdy, and he was bigger than Yuan. How could Yuan possibly hit him? Mrs. Jiang, my Yuan is only 5 years old, and still a little girl. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Mrs. Jiang replied angrily. What misunderstanding could there be? My son said that one of your twins rode him and hit him, and even had your duck peck at him. Look, his mouth is all swollen. Anhua's gaze shifted to Huzi's face, and he immediately pouted his lips and cried even louder. At that moment, the duck resting in the corner of the yard quacked. Huzi shivered and hid behind his mother. Jiang Dahai's wife was very upset, saying, My child is really traumatized by this. And Hua called Yuan out. She didn't call Tuan because Tuan hadn't left the house all afternoon. If someone had been hit, it must have been Yuan. However, and Hua didn't jump to conclusions and gently asked, Yuan, Huzi's mom said you hit him. Is that true? Yuan nodded without hesitation. I hit him, and I even made his mouth look funny. And Hua took a deep breath and continued, What was the reason you hit him? Yuan crossed her arms and pouted. He pulled my hair. I warned him once and then again, but he kept pulling and said he would cut my hair to make a toy. I had to teach him a lesson. And Hua glanced at Jiang Dahai's wife. Jiang Dahai's wife pushed her son and asked, Did you pull her hair? Huzi looked up at his mom, then shrank his neck and shook his head. Jiang Dahai's wife sneered, See? Your daughter is lying at such a young age, and that's not good. I'm not lying. Yuan shouted. Jiang Dahai's wife replied, Oh dear, this child yells at adults like that. Her manners are not good. And Hua frowned. Jiang, it's not your place to judge my child's manners. Let's focus on solving the problem. Zhou Meihua lightly interjected, Exactly, let's just talk about the issue instead of going off topic. Jiang Dahai's wife immediately looked hurt. What? You all are the leader's wives. Ganging up on me? Zhou Meihua got angry. Hey, are you trying to be unreasonable? And Hua said, It's true that my daughter hit your son, and I apologize for that. I'm willing to cover the medical expenses. However, your son provoked her first and even threatened to cut her hair. Isn't that bullying too? I ask for an apology from your son and a promise that this won't happen again. Jiang Dahai's wife paused and waved her hand impatiently. My son said he didn't pull her hair. And Hua bent down and pulled Huzi closer, saying, Huzi, you need to tell the truth. Did you pull Yuan's hair and say you would cut it? Remember, children shouldn't lie, or I might have to report you. Tiger was so scared that he shivered and pouted, ready to cry. Jiang Dahai's wife quickly tried to hide the child behind her, but before she could, Tiger cried out, Don't catch me. I won't pull her hair again, woo. Jiang Dahai's wife stomped her foot in anger, feeling embarrassed and not daring to look at Anhua. And Hua said, Let's settle this, as I suggested earlier. I will cover your medical expenses, and your son should apologize to my daughter. Jiang Dahai's wife replied, You think a little money will make us forget this? My son did pull your daughter's hair, but so what? Your daughter is fine. My son is the one who got hurt badly. Zhou Meihua added. Our girl is only a few years old. How could she hurt him so badly? He just has a swollen lip, and there are no marks on his face. Jiang Dehai's wife remained silent, clearly not agreeing. And Hua observed her and suddenly felt that Jiang Dehai's wife was not just seeking justice for her son but had some other motive. And Hua said, if you are not satisfied with my proposal, feel free to share your thoughts. Jiang Dehai's wife's eyes lit up, and she cleared her throat, saying, You ask me to speak. Go ahead, and Hua replied. Jiang Dehai's wife looked around and suggested, Shall we go inside to talk? It's not convenient out here with so many people. And Hua agreed to her request. Once inside the yard, Jiang Dehai's wife curiously looked around, then remembered the matter at hand and quickly focused on Hua. Mrs. Commander, your daughter hitting my son is not a small issue. If this gets out, people might say that the commander's daughter is bullying others, which would be bad for your husband's reputation. And Hua replied, You don't need to emphasize that. Just tell me what you want. Jiang Dehai's wife leaned in closer, saying, I heard that the commander is looking to promote a deputy commander. My husband, Jiang Dehai, has both achievements and capability. She smiled and continued, If my husband becomes the commander's right-hand man, then we would be like family, and the kids fighting would just be family matters. And Hua finally understood. Since Xiao Zheng took the commander's position, there had been no deputy appointed. Recently, and Hua had heard Xiao Zheng mention that the workload was heavy and that a deputy should be appointed to help him. He had already reported this to higher authorities. Although the final decision would be made above, Xiao Zheng had significant influence in the selection. At this moment, it is normal for people to have their own thoughts. Recently, Anhua received several friendly gestures from family members. However, Jiang Dehai's wife was quite unique. Although she needed something, she chose to threaten instead of asking nicely. Even Zhou Meihua couldn't help but laugh. Where did this foolish woman come from? Offending someone first, and then asking for help? Shouldn't it be the other way around? And Hu was speechless for a while and began to speak formally. Your Jiang Dehai is well known for leading troops and is already a right-hand man to old Xiao. What do you mean by if? That's not it. You see, they are promoting a deputy commander soon. Why don't you talk to the commander about promoting my Jiang Dehai? If he gets promoted, I promise not to pursue the matter of your daughter hitting my son. Jiang Dehai's wife thought and Hu didn't understand, and stated it plainly. And Hu replied, No. My Yuan hit Huzi, and I will definitely cover the medical expenses. Jiang Dehai's wife became anxious. Why couldn't the commander's wife get to the point?
What I mean is...
And Hu didn't want to hear any more of Jiang Dehai's wife's nonsense and stood up, saying, I will take Huzi to the infirmary right now. Without further discussion, and Hu took Huzi and walked out, quickly disappearing from sight. Jiang Dehai's wife was left stunned. Why was the situation not going as she expected? After Anhua took Huzi to the infirmary, news spread that Huzi had been hit by Yuan. This was Anhua's intention. Rather than letting Jiang Dehai's wife twist the story later, she wanted to take control of the narrative and clarify the situation. Later, Anhua not only paid for the medical expenses, but also brought Huzi some snacks and canned food in front of the other family members as a gesture of compensation. Jiang Dehai's wife was partly right. Regardless of how it started, the person who struck first should take responsibility. With Zhao's high position, his children should act more cautiously. After handling the matter, Anhua returned home to find Yuan running into her arms. Today, she had hit someone, but her mother didn't scold her, so Yuan thought her mother was great. However, the next moment, Yuan heard her mother's stern voice, Go stand by the wall and reflect on where you went wrong. Yuan was confused and shouted, I did nothing wrong. And Hu pointed to the wall, Stand there and reflect. If you don't recognize your mistakes, you won't have dinner tonight. Yuan was seeing her mom so strict for the first time. She angrily walked towards the wall, stomping her little feet hard because she was upset. When she reached the wall, she pulled over a nearby curtain to hide herself. Her angry little face made Anhua smile a bit, But when she saw Yuan peeking out from the curtain to watch her, Anhua quickly became serious again. Anhua focused on her own tasks and ignored her. Less than 10 minutes later, Yuan popped out from behind the curtain, ran over to Anhua, and hugged her leg tightly, saying in a sweet voice, "Mom, I'm sorry." Anhua replied calmly, "What did you do wrong?" Yuan looked up at her mom. "I shouldn't have hit him." Before Anhua could feel proud, Yuan added, "I should have covered his head and hit him with a stick so he wouldn't know who I am and wouldn't come to our house to cause trouble." Anhua was speechless. Yuan asked, "Mom, am I right?" Anhua squatted down and patiently explained, Yuan, it was wrong for Tiger to pull your hair. You can tell your dad and mom when you get home, and we will help you, but you shouldn't hit back. If you win, you won't gain anything good, and if you lose, you'll be the one who gets hurt." Yuan only heard the last part of what her mom said and confidently said, "Don't worry, Mom. I have Gagaga to help me. Gagaga is really strong, and together we can defeat anyone." That duck was usually very gentle, but it listened to Yuan. When she told it to peck someone, it would do it, instantly turning from a sweet little duck into a fierce creature. Anhua was most worried about that duck, which could be more harmful than Yuan. Anhua said seriously, "You can't let the duck peck people anymore. Today it just pecked Tiger's mouth, but what if it pecks someone's eye next time? What will you do then? Pay for their eye?" Yuan quickly shook her head. No. If I don't have eyes, I can't see. So, if you can't handle the consequences, don't cause trouble." Yuan seemed to understand her mom's words and nodded. "Mom, I won't hit people randomly anymore, and I won't let Gagaga peck people either." At least, she seemed to get the lesson. Anhua finally felt a bit relieved. However, the results of her hard teaching were quickly shattered by Xiaozheng when they got home. When Xiaozheng got home and heard about today's events, his first reaction was to laugh heartily and give his daughter a thumbs up, saying, "Not bad, not bad. My daughter is amazing. At 5 years old, she can handle a 7-year-old boy." Anhua heard this and pulled Xiaozheng into the bedroom, glaring at him. While unbuttoning his shirt, Xiaozheng asked with a smile, "What's wrong, dear? Did you miss me after just half a day?" Anhua huffed, "Miss you? Not at all." Xiaozheng, feeling a bit guilty, wondered what he had done to upset her. Anhua, not one to play guessing games, said directly, "You can't let Yuan be so unruly. She hit someone, and you praised her. Isn't that encouraging bad behavior? Do you want her to grow up spoiled?" Xiaozheng was relieved, thinking it was about something else. "It's not a big deal. Look at how upset you are. But you're overthinking it. How is she spoiled? She just got back at someone who wronged her. Do you want Yuan to be a pushover, not knowing how to fight back when someone bullies her? Besides, kids shouldn't be too restricted. How many successful people grew up strictly following rules?" Anhua rolled her eyes, feeling like they were speaking different languages. "When did I say I wanted her to be a pushover? I just want her to think about the consequences of her actions. Do you know that duck she raised? It can peck hard and only listens to her. What if it hurts someone one day?" Xiaozheng's eyes lit up. "Really? The duck only listens to her? She has that ability." "Xiao Taizhu." Anhua pinched Xiaozheng's arm. "Do you even understand what I'm saying?" Easy. Xiaozheng grimaced and quickly started to appease her. "I understand. I completely understand. If she hits someone again, I won't praise her anymore. You can decide how to teach her." Anhua's mood improved a bit, but it can't be all up to me. You're her father. You have a say in her education too. If we have different views, we should discuss it together. Xiaozheng was silent, thinking that discussing it meant her pinching his arm. He didn't want to negotiate. He was willing to listen to her about everything. Anhua asked, "What are you thinking about?" Xiaozheng straightened up and said seriously, "I was thinking you're right. We shouldn't be too lenient with children." Anhua, "Exactly, I'm thinking of you. As a leader, your children will have any mistakes magnified. That's what we call the loneliness of high places. When you get a higher position, more eyes will be on you. Teaching them self-discipline from a young age can help you avoid endless troubles in the future. No matter how their children turn out, good parenting will guide them in the right direction." Xiao thought this way, but was still touched by Anhua's concern. He held his wife's hand and said, "Yes, you're right. I'll listen to you." This time, he was more sincere. Then, Xiao smiled and said, "You have so much faith in me? Do you think I can become a general?" If Xiao rises further, he would indeed become a general. But that step isn't easy. "Of course, you definitely can," Anhua replied without hesitation. Xiao felt elated, filled with a sense of pride from his wife's encouragement. He thought he must become a general for her sake. Anhua then brought up the incident with Yuan hitting someone and emphasized the plans of Jiang Dahai's wife. How could Jiang Dahai's wife think of such a strange way to scheme for him? Xiao was surprised. "Did she really say that to you? She must have some issues. Just ignore her." Jiang Dahai himself also thought his wife was being unreasonable. "Are you foolish? Even a pig would understand better than you. Stop messing around and go back to the countryside before you cause more trouble here." Jiang Dahai, who was shorter but sturdy and had a fiery temper, exploded upon hearing what his wife had done, glaring angrily. His wife, however, wasn't afraid of him and retorted, "How am I causing trouble? I'm just looking out for you. You never think ahead, so I have to worry more." Jiang Dahai was furious. "Looking out for me? You think offending my boss is helping me? Are you trying to make my work harder?" His wife paused. "I didn't offend her. It's true that Yuan hit Sue, and they aren't in the right. We finally have a chance to use this to our advantage." Jiang Dahai looked at his wife, as if she were foolish. "You want to use a child's play fight to threaten my boss for a promotion? Don't you think that sounds ridiculous?" Jiang Dahai's wife said, "This isn't just child's play. The daughter of a leader hit someone. This is called bullying. In our hometown, the town mayor's son got in trouble for calling a classmate a poor fool, and he lost his position and was criticized in a meeting. Is it the same? What's different? They're all leaders' kids bullying others," Jiang Dahai's wife retorted. "What kind of person is the town mayor? Nothing special. He has to be managed by the committee. Our leader is someone important, with real power. Even if his child is a spoiled brat, no one in the whole county would dare to cause trouble for him." Jiang Dahai took a breath and continued, "Do you know about his wife's background? Her ancestors were feudal officials. Her father was a capitalist and collector who made the news when he was younger. They had a lot of wealth. Although he sold off his assets and became a professor, he has also made many right-leaning statements in recent years." Hearing this, Jiang Dahai's wife interrupted, "I've heard that his wife's background isn't great, so I thought they should be more humble. If they make a big deal about the incident with Yuan, the leader would surely want to settle things and promote you. You're being naive." Jiang Dahai glared at his wife. "Do you think no one has used the leader's wife's background against her over the years? Yet they still live comfortably. Her father has lived in the county since the movement began and hasn't lost a thing. The fact that he can protect his family so well shows his intelligence and political skills. And you think you can control them?" Jiang Dahai's wife had some education and was usually sensible, which is why Jiang Dahai felt comfortable bringing her and their child along. However, he didn't expect her to be so naive about politics. Jiang Dahai's wife still felt it was unfair that the leader's wife, being a capitalist descendant, could live such a good life. But she noticed Jiang Dahai's expression and worried he might send her and their child back home in anger, so she quickly assured him, "Don't be angry, I was wrong. I won't do anything foolish like this again." Jiang Dahai swallowed his words about sending her back home. He sighed, "The military is different from civilian life, especially in small places like our hometown. You need to discuss everything with me from now on and not make decisions on your own. Additionally, you should find a time to apologize to the leader's wife. When you go, don't mention anything, but make sure your attitude is sincere." Jiang Dahai's wife said, "What about the deputy leader?" Jiang Dahai waved his hand. Jiang Dahai, will follow all organizational arrangements." Jiang Dahai's wife pouted. It was precisely because Jiang Dahai lacked ambition that she started planning. Otherwise, why would she bother with such worries? In the end, she received no praise and was scolded instead. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Jiang Dahai's wife came to visit again. and Jia didn't want to deal with her, so she asked Kai Yen to send her away. Jiang Dahai's wife didn't expect the leader's wife to not even see her. She felt frustrated but eventually swallowed her anger and left with a cold huff. Wang Kai Yen entered the room and said to Jia, she didn't look happy when she left. Don't worry about it. She's not important. And Jia was making a picture book. There were no picture books available in the store, and the ones at home were old ones she had bought for Dong Dong, now worn out from use by the kids. And Jia had some drawing skills, so she decided to create her own picture books with fables. After a week of hard work, Jia excitedly presented her creations to the twins. Do you like them? And Jia looked at the twins with anticipation. The twins were drawn to the picture books, leaning in closely and enjoying the stories. Tuan Tuan recognized many words and explained them to her sister. This person from the state of Chu is really foolish. The sword fell into the water and stopped moving, but the boat kept going. Isn't he wasting his time marking on the boat? Ha ha ha. After hearing the story, Yuan shared her thoughts. Tuan Tuan said, can you not speak with the same accent as Brother Jun? Yuan replied, what's wrong with that? Tuan Tuan said, I'm afraid you'll become more like him. Yuan responded, being like Brother Jun is great. He's strong and hits hard. Tuan Tuan said, well, that's up to you. And Jia listened and watched as Yuan twitched her lips. Sweetheart, you promised Mommy you wouldn't hit people randomly.
Why do you keep talking about it?
Yuan blinked. Mommy, I won't say it anymore. I'll keep it to myself. And Jia said, just remember, no using violence casually or I'll make you eat stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Yuan cheered, yay. I love meat. Tuan Tuan laughed at her, saying, silly, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat means hitting your bottom with a bamboo board. Yuan immediately covered her bottom with her hands, looking at her mom in fear. Mom, how could you be so cruel? I'm such a cute baby. How can you bear to hit me? Doesn't your heart hurt? And Ho was too upset to be angry. At that moment, Tuan Tuan said, Mom, I want some other picture books, like those with fun science facts. And Ho felt troubled. She wasn't good at science and didn't know much about it. But soon, she thought of a solution. She would write to Nze for help with illustrations. Shao Siki. Someone outside called Yuan's name. Yuan immediately ran outside, not forgetting to tell Nhua. Mom, my classmate called me to play. I'll come back after I eat. And Nhua agreed and quickly told Tuan Tuan. You should go out and play too. Running and jumping will help you grow tall. Tuan Tuan lazily shook his head. Whatever, I don't care how tall I get. And Nhua. Yuan joined her friends from the preschool, who were all around her age, and they started jumping around in the yard. Someone suggested, let's play a fighting game. Yuan was the first to respond. Okay. Let's split into two sides. One side is the enemy, and the other side is the Chinese. I want to be the commander of the Chinese side. I suggested it. So, I should be the commander. Yuan said, how about we have a fight, and whoever wins gets to be the commander? Although the boy suggested it, he wasn't stronger than the girls his age, especially with Yuan's friend, the duck, glaring at him. Fine, you can be the commander. Yuan was immediately happy. Comrades, follow my orders, charge. Wait, we need to the charge horn first. I'm the bugler, Eyelet. You can't let me do it. I'm the commander, I decide. You the horn. The chosen child happily made a trumpet with his hands and blew the charge horn. It wasn't until mealtime that the group of kids returned home. Yuan came back covered in dirt, her face looking like a little calico cat, limping as she walked. And Ho was startled when she saw her. What happened? Yuan looked determined. It's nothing, just a little injury. And Ho turned pale. Where are you hurt? How did you get hurt? Yuan said solemnly, the enemy's artillery blew up my command post. Just as Ho was about to crouch down to check, she froze. Yuan said, Mom, don't worry. We have defeated all the enemies and we won. And Hua turned and walked into the house, saying it's time to eat. But Yuan refused to eat, insisting that she was injured and needed someone to wrap her up and feed her. and Hua nearly broke her chopsticks in frustration. Qiu Shushan quickly advised her, "Don't be impulsive. Speak calmly and don't hit the child." In the end, Xiaojing said, Yuan, since you are so seriously injured, you should take care of yourself and let someone else take your place." Immediately, Yuan was no longer limping, and her injuries seemed to heal. She quickly climbed onto the stool and sat properly, saying, "Dad, I'm fine now. I can eat by myself." The whole family was speechless. Xiaojing couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He never caused this much trouble when he was a child. As summer arrived, and Hua was going to be sent to the provincial city for training. This is a great opportunity for your personal growth and learning. You need to make the most of it, Director Zhao said earnestly. Old Kai will be transferred to the personnel department, so the publicity department will rely on you from now on. And Hua understood Director Zhao's words and humbly replied, "Director, I am young and inexperienced. Many senior colleagues are more suited to go to the provincial city." Director Zhao smiled. "While your experience may not be extensive, you are one of the few college graduates in our factory. Your work in publicity has been impressive, and in terms of knowledge and contribution to the factory, I believe no one would disagree with you." And Hua smiled back. "Thank you for your guidance, Director." The training in the provincial city would take a month. The children were sad to hear that their mom would be leaving. Dong Dong had grown into a handsome young boy, but still couldn't part with his mom. He tugged at her clothes, silent, looking at her with misty eyes. And Hua's heart melted as she hugged her son, saying, "Don't worry, Mom will be back soon." "How soon is soon? Tomorrow?" asked Tuan. And Hua hugged her daughter next, saying, "Tomorrow is not possible, it will be next month." She took out a calendar and told the children, "You can draw a circle on this every day. When you fill in 30 circles, Mom will come back." Yuan ran off and returned a moment later with a pen. Before and Hua could react, the little one had already drawn 3 circles on the calendar. And Hua snatched the round pen away. "Mom, why can't I draw? I can finish 30 drawings quickly." And Hua insisted, "You can only draw 1 each day. That counts." Yuan asked, "Why?" Tuan patted Yuan's head, "Because Mom will be gone for 30 days, not 30 seconds. Yuan sighed, "I'm so sad. I'll miss Mom." Dong had returned to his usual self and comforted his sisters. "It's okay. When Mom is gone, I'll tell you stories at night to help you sleep." The children's reactions made Anhua feel a bit emotional. She had never been away from her children for so long. Anhua planned to sleep with the twins that night, but in the middle of the night, Xiaozheng carried her back. When she was groggily awakened, she realized she was being moved and lightly hit Xiaozheng. "You scared me." Xiaozheng said nothing and hurriedly took her back to the bedroom, skillfully removing her clothes. "I really don't want to be apart for so long." Today, Xiaozheng was unusually gentle, and Anhua felt very comfortable, smiling lazily. "Then let's make sure you're full before I leave." "You said it. You can't complain about being tired later." "Okay." Anhua had an early train, and Xiaozheng controlled himself, not staying up too late. The next day, he personally took Anhua to the train station, watching her until the train was out of sight before he looked away with a heavy heart. Xiaozheng rubbed his eyes. Little Zhu, who was nearby, was puzzled, thinking, "Isn't she just going on a business trip? Why does it feel like a farewell?" However, little Zhu wisely handed a handkerchief to his boss. "Sir, here. Wipe your eyes." Xiaozheng glared. "What are you doing? Do you think I'm crying?" "I just have something in my eyes." Little Zhu replied, "Sir, I meant to say, wipe the sand from your eyes." Xiaozheng. He took the handkerchief and wiped his eyes. Meanwhile, Anhua felt a bit excited because she suddenly felt so free. At home, she rarely had time alone. Sometimes she wanted to enjoy some quiet time, but the kids would soon call for her, which was sweet but made her miss her single life a little. At that moment, although her train compartment was a bit noisy, she felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation and peace. Upon arriving in the provincial city, Anhua felt that staying for a month would be more comfortable in her own bed at home, so she decided not to stay at the guest house. Since no one had been living at home for a long time, a lot of dust had accumulated. And Hua tidied up her bedroom a bit, put on clean sheets, and figured that since she would mostly be out during the day and just return to sleep at night, that would be enough. While she was cleaning, someone called from the door, "Is Professor in back?" And Hua went to the door, and the lady outside smiled and said, "Oh, it's you. Hua. Did you come back by yourself or with your parents?" And Hua replied, "I came back by myself on a business trip." "Very good, very good." The lady nodded frequently. Hua has become so much more mature. Your family really owes it to you. Suddenly, and Bohai went to Yun County for some research and hasn't returned. At first, the neighbors thought that Bohai and his wife didn't want to part with their daughter and were making excuses to stay with her. Later, when the movement intensified, everyone realized that the Yin family must have sensed something and went to seek safety in advance. People used to think it was a pity for Anhua to marry someone from a humble background who was uneducated, but now they understood that she had a very forward-thinking eye for choosing a husband. In this world, without a son-in-law to protect them, could the Yin family avoid any troubles at all? Not to mention, look at how unfortunate Dean Qian has become, who is closest to Bohai. Thinking of Dean Qian, the lady couldn't help but ask Anhua, "Do you know about Dean Qian's family?" And Hua nodded. "I heard my dad mention it. He seems to have been sent down in 68, right?" That incident had also shocked Bohai because Dean Qian was reported for his previously published rightist remarks and labeled as a counter-revolutionary. And Bohai had also made similar remarks in the past. Frightened, and Bohai stopped insisting on returning to the provincial city and settled down in Yun County. The lady said, "Yes, he was sent down in 68. Dean Qian's wife passed away last year, and I heard it was a suicide." "Really?" And Hua was surprised. She hadn't heard Bohai mention this, and perhaps he didn't know yet. "Absolutely." The lady sighed. Dean Qian's son fell ill after hearing about it and passed away last month. He had been in poor health since he was shot on Chongning Street that year, and during the movement, he suffered some persecution. After his mother's death, it was just too much for him. Dean Qian's only son is gone. And Hua sighed. "So, is Director Qian the only one left in his family?" Auntie scolded gently. "How could you forget? The Qian family has a daughter about your age. You two were inseparable when you were kids. Not the only child." But Auntie's reminder brought back memories of the original owner. The Qian family's daughter is named Qian Jinjin. During middle school, she was the original owner's best friend, but after Qian Jinjin didn't get into college, their relationship gradually faded. And Hua didn't expect Qian Jinjin to come looking for her. And Hua attended classes during the day and spent her free time exploring, visiting scenic spots, or browsing bookstores and recycling stations. Although the items displayed at the recycling station weren't valuable, she could still find some hidden treasures. For example, Anhua discovered an antique inkstone, a master-crafted purple clay pen holder, and a stack of finely printed books, all for just a few dollars. Of course, the staff at the recycling station didn't recognize antiques or master-crafted items. After buying them, Anhua stored everything away. Her days were fulfilling and carefree, with only the occasional longing for her children at night. Otherwise, life had no downsides. Qian Jinjin came to find Anhua a week later. Upon seeing her former best friend, Anhua instinctively felt a sense of warmth. "Jinjin, come in and sit down." Qian Jinjin wore simple work clothes, her hair cut short, and she had a slight hunch. She looked a bit lost as she said to Anhua, You haven't changed at all." Anhua smiled. "How could I not have changed? I'm a mother of 3 now." Qian Jinjin murmured, "I'm also a mother of 3. But she looked much older, while Anhua had smooth, fair skin with no signs of wear from life, clearly living a comfortable life. Once, they were praised as if they were sisters. Seeing Qian Jinjin in a daze, Anhua initiated the conversation. "Jinjin, how did you know I was back?" Qian Jinjin snapped back to reality and forced a smile. "I came to sort through my brother's belongings. I heard people in the courtyard talking about you, so I came to see. I've heard about your family's situation." "I'm so sorry," Anhua said with a pained expression. She remembered that Qian Jinjin had married a painter who returned from abroad in the 1950s, and Qian Jinjin didn't seem to be living well, so she guessed that her husband's family must have also faced difficulties. And Hua opened her mouth, unsure how to comfort her, fearing she might touch on Qian Jinjin's wounds. However, Qian Jinjin forced a smile and began to share her situation. You can probably tell from my current state that I'm not doing well. My husband, no, I should say my ex-husband, has also had bad luck. Did you get divorced? Qian Jinjin nodded. I divorced him right after his troubles started. I had no choice. If I didn't separate from him, my 2 daughters would live under the shadow of their father's issues forever. He was the one who suggested it first. You just said you have 3 children? The 3rd is a son, only 1 year old, from my current husband. Yes, I remarried right after my divorce. He's a sanitation worker, not educated, and has lost a wife before, but he has a good character and is willing to protect me and my children. Qian Jinjin spoke calmly, but Anhua could see a hint of restraint in her expression. It was understandable. Coming from a scholarly family, Qian Jinjin would never have married a sanitation worker if not for her circumstances.
And you?
After talking for a while, Qian Jinjin felt more at ease and asked Anhua, what about your situation? Anhua smiled and shook her head. Nothing much, just living a simple life.
Living a simple life.
In the past, this phrase wouldn't have meant much, but in today's society, given Anhua's background, being able to live simply was a huge blessing. Suddenly, Qian Jinjin thought of Anhua's husband. She had met Xiaojing before. What had she felt then? She remembered feeling pity and thinking Anhua was foolish for marrying someone so unrefined, ruining her life for a moment of impulse. Looking back now, it seemed she was the foolish one. Despite their similar backgrounds, Xiaojing was a high-ranking officer, while the sanitation worker dealt with waste every day. Qian Jinjin frowned, feeling a wave of nausea. What's wrong? Anhua quickly asked. Nothing. Qian Jinjin waved her hand. She couldn't say it was because she remembered the smell associated with her husband. Could she? Qian Jinjin suddenly didn't want to continue talking with Anhua. Both Anhua's carefree face and her shiny uniform were too much for her to handle. It's getting late. I should go back, Qian Jinjin said as she prepared to leave, and Anhua didn't try to keep her. To Anhua, Qian Jinjin was just an acquaintance. As Qian Jinjin trembled while leaving the compound, Anhua's face kept appearing in her mind. She smiled so beautifully, even more radiant than in her youth. They came from the same background, so why was Anhua living such a good life? While she had to share a bed with a sewage worker and raise children with him. Lost in thought, Qian Jinjin didn't notice someone quietly following her. In a deserted alley, someone covered her mouth from behind. Qian Jinjin's eyes widened in fear as she struggled. Don't be afraid. It's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Qian Jinjin froze.
Jinjin, I'm sorry.
I promised I wouldn't come to find you again, but I miss you so much. The man looked at Qian Jinjin with deep affection. Her panic faded, replaced by a complex expression. Guan Yu. This man was Qian Jinjin's ex-husband, Guan Yu. He returned from America in the 1950s when he was just in his 20s, giving up a comfortable life abroad to come back and help build his hometown. At that time, Guan Yu was a promising young man who held art exhibitions and charity sales, donating all the money to support his country. He was a patriotic figure featured in newspapers. People praised Qian Jinjin for marrying him, saying they were a perfect match. Thinking about this made Qian Jinjin feel sad. If Guan Yu hadn't fallen from grace, they could have continued living a blissful life together. Guan Yu's mood was also low. How have you been lately? Is he treating you well? He referred to Qian Jinjin's sewage worker husband. After their divorce, Qian Jinjin stayed in touch with Guan Yu, and they often met, but always in secret. Wiping away a tear, she said, Does it matter if he treats me well? I don't love him anyway. Guan Yu smiled sadly. If he treats you well, at least your life would be a bit easier. Qian Jinjin didn't want to talk about her husband, so she asked Guan Yu, What about you? Last time you said you were going to get involved in some activities and wouldn't be sent away. Did you succeed? But they made me clean the streets, except for... Guan Yu smiled. Except for occasionally being hit by rotten eggs and getting scolded, life hasn't been too difficult. At least it's better than being sent away. Qian Jinjin couldn't hide her sadness. This kind of life didn't belong to Guan Yu. He should be living at the top of society, showcasing his talents and receiving admiration from others. Yet, he ended up in this situation just for saying the wrong thing. All right, don't be sad for me, Guan Yu said, wiping Qian Jinjin's tears. By the way, I was following you from a distance. Did you go back to the Qian family after leaving school? Qian Jinjin nodded. I sorted through my brother's belongings and went to see Manhwa. Manhwa? Is that the Manhwa from Professor An's family? Qian Jinjin nodded, and remembering this, she couldn't help but share her feelings with Guan Yu. She really is lucky. Not only is she fine, but she also kept the whole and family safe. Is that so? Guan Yu sensed the bitterness in Qian Jinjin's voice and knew she felt envious. From Qian Jinjin's perspective, it was hard not to feel that way. Guan Yu understood her. By the way, her husband is in the military, right? Qian Jinjin replied, he's a commander. Guan Yu listened thoughtfully. That day, as Manhwa entered the faculty compound, Qian Jinjin approached her. Manhwa observed her expression and asked in surprise, were you waiting for me? Qian Jinjin nodded. I thought, since we haven't seen each other in so many years, we should catch up. Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal. Although Manhwa felt there wasn't much to catch up on, she didn't refuse since Qian Jinjin offered. Let me treat you instead. We'll find a state-run restaurant near the school. Qian Jinjin playfully replied, what? Do you think I'm down on my luck and feel sorry for me? You promised to let me treat you, so don't try to take that away from me. Manhwa then stopped arguing with her. Surprisingly, Qian Jinjin took Manhwa to Shitong, a well-known restaurant that has been a popular place for hosting guests both before and after the cooperative era. Qian Jinjin led Manhwa to a window seat on the second floor. Outside the window was Isan Lake, with sunlight sparkling on the water, creating a beautiful scene. I'm also working now, so don't try to save money for me. Qian Jinjin specifically brought Manhwa to Shitong to gain a bit of face. Although her life is not as good as Manhwa's now, she earns her own money, and the man's money is all hers. Occasionally eating at Dexalu is something she can afford. Manhwa smiled and nodded. Where do you work? Qian Jinjin replied, Zhang Erxi found me a job at the street match factory as a worker. Zhang Erxi is my husband now. As she spoke, Qian Jinjin looked at Manhwa with sympathy. I had no choice but to marry Zhang Erxi. You had options, yet you married a man from a humble background. Manhwa was taken aback and frowned. She didn't like hearing the term man from a humble background used in a dismissive way toward Xiaozheng. Moreover, if it were just after their marriage, it would be understandable for Qian Jinjin to feel sorry for her. Many friends and family thought that way back then. Now, after so many years, her life was visibly better. Why did Qian Jinjin still pity her? To be blunt, isn't her life much better than Qian Jinjin's? There's an old saying, a hero's background doesn't matter. My husband Xiao has achieved great things, is responsible for our family, and respects me. I feel lucky to have married him. This made Qian Jinjin even more uncomfortable. Could it be that Manhwa accidentally married a good man? No, that couldn't be true. A man from a humble background is still just that. Surely he is like Zhang Erxi, not caring about personal hygiene, and Manhwa couldn't possibly be happy living with someone like that. You don't need to put on a brave face in front of me. I know you like men like Chen Siyuan, handsome, talented, and romantic. It's a shame for you too. She clearly expressed her feelings, but Qian Jinjin continued to speak for herself and brought up Chen Siyuan, which annoyed Manhwa. At that moment, the dishes were served. Qian Jinjin called out to Manhwa, this dish of fish slices is your favorite. Eat it while it's hot. Manhwa forced a smile. After that, she focused on eating, responding to Qian Jinjin's chatter half-heartedly. Suddenly, Manhwa felt a shadow appear at the table. Looking up, she saw a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses. Qian Jinjin exclaimed, Jiang Siming, what are you doing here? The middle-aged man smiled slightly and said to Qian Jinjin, sister-in-law, I was eating over there and saw you, so I came over to say hello. This is... His gaze fell on Anhua. Qian Jinjin introduced her. This is my good friend Anhua, who grew up with me. She used to be a violinist. Jiang Siming raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Used to be? What's happening now? And Hua smiled but did not answer. She sensed that Jiang Siming seemed a bit insincere. Qian Jinjin took over the conversation, saying, now she's married and is a good wife and mother. Jiang Siming smiled politely. A good wife and mother is great. It's another pursuit in life. After saying that, he looked at Anhua as if trying to find some regret or dissatisfaction on her face. Unfortunately, Anhua maintained her smile, which seemed shallow and left people uncertain. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Siming took his leave. Once he left, Qian Jinjin said, Jiang Siming is a friend of Guan Yu and is with the provincial committee. This statement finally got a reaction from Manhwa. A friend of Guan Yu? How could he be with the committee? Qian Jinjin explained, they are just ordinary friends, not very close. Later, Jiang Siming harmed many people and Guan Yu cut ties with him. They haven't been in contact since. Who knew Guan Yu would end up in trouble? If he had asked Jiang Siming for help, perhaps he wouldn't have faced such difficulties, but he is too proud to associate with someone like Jiang Siming. And Hua remarked, you don't seem to have any bad feelings toward Jiang Siming. Qian Jinjin replied, given my current situation, how can I have bad feelings toward anyone? And Hua chose not to say more. The meal was meaningless, though the fish slices were quite tasty. And Hua thought she would bring Xiaozheng and the kids here to eat in the future. The second time Anhua saw Jiang Siming was in a study class. Jiang Siming appeared as the teacher for the class. Knowing he was with the committee, Anhua did not show much surprise. Comrade Anhua, we are quite faded, Jiang Siming said with a gentle smile. Anhua remained silent. Jiang Siming picked up a notebook from the table and praised, your notes are very detailed. Anhua took back the notebook he was holding, nodded politely, and walked outside with her backpack. Comrade Anhua. Jiang Siming followed her. Shaoan, why aren't you saying anything to me? Don't be afraid of me. Political struggles are not my hobby. I'm actually quite easygoing. And Hua glanced at him coldly. I think we aren't familiar enough to have anything to discuss. Jiang Siming smiled and adjusted his glasses. Building familiarity takes time. I see you have an elegant demeanor and are a musician, while I, despite being in a position of power, have a heart that yearns for art. So, I believe we will have many common topics to discuss. And Hua has a lot of experience in relationships, so how could she not notice the signals coming from Jiang Siming? She scoffed to herself. Knowing that someone is a married woman and still boldly flirting shows a lack of character. And Hua rolled her eyes and said, do you know what my husband is like? Jiang Siming paused. What is he like? Well, he has a bad temper and is very controlling. He doesn't allow me to talk to any other men. If he finds out, he might get violent or even worse. Oh, and he's nearly 2 meters tall, with eyes that can scare you, and his arms are thicker than your legs. His fists could knock out a bull. As she spoke, Anhua looked at Jiang Siming with disdain. With your skinny arms and legs, you wouldn't even be enough for him to notice. Jiang Siming imagined a figure as strong as the legendary warrior Li Kuei, and his smile froze for a moment. Meanwhile, far away in Yun County, Xiaozheng, who was in a meeting, sneezed. He rubbed his nose, feeling pleased, thinking that maybe his wife was thinking of him. Since Anhua confronted Jiang Siming, he hasn't approached her alone again. However, Qian Jinjin, seemingly oblivious to the situation, continued to seek out Anhua almost every day, regardless of Anhua's coldness. Hua, don't walk so fast. Wait for me. Anhua took a deep breath, stopped, and said, isn't your little son only 1 year old? Don't you need to take care of him? Qian Jinjin pouted. His dad is around, so I don't want to deal with him. I just don't want to see Zhang Erxi at home, so I came out. I didn't have any friends to talk to before, and now that you're back, I want to spend time with you. And Hua continued walking home. I'm only here for a short business trip. Qian Jinjin replied, that's okay, spending some time together is nice. I can share my thoughts with you. As they walked, suddenly, a child of about 10 ran over and stuffed a notebook into Anhua's arms. Before she could ask anything, the child had already run away. "What's this?" Qian Jinjin curiously leaned over. Anhua shook her head, frowning, and thought, could this be a trick from a human trafficker? Is there a drug in this notebook? She wanted to throw the notebook away, but Qian Jinjin, without any caution, took it and opened it. There was a page with a beautiful dried flower tucked inside, along with a few lines of writing. "The water is like a shimmering wave. The mountains gather like raised brows. If you want to ask where my heart is headed, it's where my eyes sparkle."
Siming.
Anhua's expression darkened. Qian Jinjin exclaimed, "Siming? Could it be Jiang Siming? Is he pursuing you?" Anhua tore the page to shreds. Qian Jinjin looked shocked and conflicted. Anhua still attracted men. In just a few days, she had caught the attention of Jiang Siming. Qian Jinjin felt mixed emotions about Anhua. She missed the wonderful youth they shared but also felt a significant gap in their lives, seeing it as unfair fate. Qian Jinjin didn't want to make things awkward in front of Anhua, but Guan Yu said that as Anhua's good friend, she should encourage Anhua to be more grounded and cherish her current life, warning her not to be fickle, or it might ruin her marriage and good life. Guan Yu said this because Qian Jinjin told him that Anhua naturally loved romance and wasn't truly committed to Xiaozheng. Thinking about Guan Yu's words, Qian Jinjin wondered what would happen if she advised Anhua to embrace her true nature instead. "Anhua, what do you think?" Qian Jinjin looked intently at Anhua. "What do you mean?" "That's Jiang Siming, right?" Qian Jinjin said, gripping Anhua's sleeve with excitement. "Guan Yu doesn't like Jiang Siming, but I think men like him are truly good men, powerful, romantic, and they know how to win a woman's heart. Xiaozheng can barely read. He definitely hasn't written you any poetry, right? What are you trying to say? I really envy you. You're a mother of 3, yet you still have such charm that even Jiang Siming is captivated. Jiang Siming is divorced, but he has many excellent women around him, and yet he only has eyes for you. Anhua, you and Jiang Siming actually make a great match, handsome and beautiful." Anhua laughed in anger. "So what? Should I thank him for noticing me? And what's your purpose in saying all this? Are you encouraging a married woman to stray?" "Qian Jinjin, let me remind you, I'm in a military marriage. Are you trying to tempt a military spouse just because you think your life is too good?" Anhua's blunt words left Qian Jinjin pale. "What are you talking about? I'm just happy for you as a sister. Why are you twisting my words?" Anhua replied coldly, "You know your true thoughts better than anyone. I don't want to waste more time talking to you. I'll just pretend I never got to know you. From now on, let's act like we don't know each other." After saying this, Anhua turned to leave and added, "Don't follow me again, or I will report you for ruining a military marriage." Anhua reflected on the events of the past few days and felt that Jiang Siming was sent by Qian Jinjin to tempt her. What a coincidence that they ran into each other while dining that day, and Jiang Siming just happened to be her teacher in class. As for the reason, Anhua wasn't sure. Perhaps Qian Jinjin couldn't stand seeing her happy and wanted to bring someone to lead her astray. However, Anhua was only half right. Qian Jinjin did have some dark thoughts and wanted to use words to bring her and Jiang Siming together, hoping to see changes in her marriage. But this plan was not agreed upon by both Qian Jinjin and Jiang Siming. So after Anhua left, Qian Jinjin stood there feeling a bit wronged. How did she end up being the one pushing them together? Feeling uncomfortable, Qian Jinjin didn't want to go home and decided to find Guan Yu instead. She no longer cared about Guan Yu's identity. She just wanted to share her grievances. She clearly attracted him herself, and after just one meeting, she caught Jiang Siming's attention, yet she acts so proper in front of me. Who knows what she's doing behind my back with him? Guan Yu listened to Qian Jinjin and felt sorry for her. He comforted her, saying, "It's not right for her to misunderstand you. You shouldn't be upset. But since you've known each other since childhood, it's better to clear up any misunderstandings. You should go talk to her." "I won't. She said if I try to talk to her again, she will report me," Qian Jinjin said, feeling some resentment towards Anhua for being so heartless. How about this? I can go talk to her for you. Qian Jinjin looked at Guan Yu with suspicion. You? Are you really going to? Guan Yu chuckled, feeling helpless. Can you stop overthinking? Given my situation, I can't afford to think about anything else. Qian Jinjin felt ashamed for being overly sensitive. Use your name to invite Anhua. She definitely won't come out otherwise. You must know some of her old acquaintances. Find someone she trusts to invite her to a place. Anhua looked curiously at the letter sent to the reception room. The letter invited her to a tea house to catch up, signed by the name of a high school classmate. The name Anhua was familiar to her. She remembered her well. Anhua and her were good friends in high school, but since Anhua had traveled here, they hadn't kept in touch. Why would she suddenly invite Anhua to catch up? Most importantly, Anhua hadn't told anyone she was in the provincial city for work. So, how did she know Anhua was back? Could it be that Qian Jinjin spread the news? But Qian Jinjin had said she was not doing well and had cut off contact with her old friends. For some reason, Anhua found it hard to believe that this invitation was from an old classmate.
It felt too strange.
After thinking it over, Anhua decided to check it out, but she had other plans and wouldn't put herself in danger. On the day of the meeting, Anhua went to the address in the letter. Instead of entering the tea house, she sat by a window in the state-run restaurant across the street, where she could see the entrance. She ordered 2 dishes, wanting to see who would come. When Jiang Siming appeared at the tea house door, Anhua felt a sense of predictability. It seemed that Qian Jinjin and Jiang Siming were determined to turn her into a bad woman. Anhua's anger peaked. She had no grudge against Qian Jinjin, so why was she trying to ruin her life? Was it just jealousy? And what about Jiang Siming? Why did he follow Qian Jinjin's orders? After Anhua rejected him and made it clear that forcing his way into her marriage would have serious consequences, he still wouldn't give up. He had arranged to meet in a private room on the 2nd floor of the tea house. Although it was a public place, if Jiang Siming wanted to misuse his power, he could easily do so. Anhua felt a chill. Jiang Siming was being incredibly bold. While he had some power, he couldn't do whatever he wanted. The provincial committee was not under his control. His actions had already exceeded what he could manage. Why was he doing this? Was it just to satisfy his desires? After calming down and thinking carefully, Anhua realized there were still some strange aspects. Qian Jinjin had learned she was back in the provincial city by chance, and after talking to her, she found out Anhua was doing well. Qian Jinjin's jealousy and desire to ruin things must have been a spur-of-the-moment decision. So, how could Qian Jinjin find someone like Jiang Siming in such a short time? Either she had been in contact with him all along, or someone was connecting them. Anhua thought of Qian Jinjin's ex-husband, Guan Yu. In her impression, Guan Yu was a gentleman who always prioritized the greater good of the nation and had done many good deeds for the country and its people. Anhua found it hard to believe that Guan Yu would get involved in this matter. Moreover, Qian Jinjin had mentioned that Guan Yu and Jiang Siming had already cut ties. So, was it still Qian Jinjin and Jiang Siming teaming up to harm her? Anhua felt something was off about the situation, but she couldn't figure it out. Jiang Siming came out an hour later, seemingly not having waited for Anhua, and his expression was somewhat gloomy. He quickly shook his head in a certain direction, a subtle movement that went unnoticed by most, but Anhua, who had been watching him closely, saw it clearly. When Anhua looked in that direction, she only saw a few passers-by on the street and nothing unusual. However, Jiang Siming's action made Anhua even more suspicious. She felt that Jiang Siming was determined to get close to her, and it wasn't just a simple attraction. The next day, Anhua invited Qian Jinjin out. She sighed and said, "I've been living in that small place in Yun County for so long that I've become foolish. You truly care for me, but I mistook your kindness for something else. I told you I was looking out for you, but you didn't believe me. Guan Yu is impressive. He easily explained things to you," Qian Jinjin replied, giving Anhua a playful glare. "No matter what I say, you think I'm trying to harm you." Anhua frowned slightly, thinking about Guan Yu. Qian Jinjin asked, What did Guan Yu say to you yesterday? And Hua felt more confused, but kept a calm expression. That invitation letter was written by you, right? If you had something to say, you could have just said it directly instead of using someone else's name. Qian Jinjin smiled awkwardly. Guan Yu was worried we might have a misunderstanding, so he wanted to explain things to you. He thought of a roundabout way to make sure you would come. It seemed Qian Jinjin didn't know that the person who came yesterday was Jiang Siming. This meant that the ones truly targeting her were Guan Yu and Jiang Siming, with Qian Jinjin merely playing a supporting role. But why? And Hua wanted to follow Jiang Siming to clarify the situation, but she lacked confidence in not being discovered by him. After thinking it over, she decided that professional matters should be handled by professionals. And Hua reported it to the police, identifying herself as a military family member. My husband is the commander of the independent division stationed in Yun County. I came to the provincial capital for a business trip. Jiang Siming has harassed me multiple times, and I feel his intentions are not just simple. The police took Anhua's report seriously. Comrade Anhua, do you suspect Jiang Siming is a spy? Anhua nodded. She indeed had such suspicions. Otherwise, it was hard to explain why Guan Yueming publicly cut ties with Jiang Siming but secretly maintained contact, even teaming up to harm her. Anhua herself had no special background, but she was a military spouse, and Xiaozheng held a significant position. In this era filled with spies, it was natural for her to have such doubts. The police officer pondered. Guan Yu and Jiang Siming, one is an old rightist, and the other is the head of the Provincial Revolutionary Committee's political work group. If they truly have a connection, it is indeed suspicious. Another officer added, however, Jiang Siming is part of the Provincial Revolutionary Committee. We need to gather evidence, and it must be sufficient. And Hua nodded, that's for sure. If needed, I can cooperate with your work. I believe Jiang Siming will try to contact me again. The police officer's expression turned serious. No, Comrade Hua, we don't need you to do anything in this matter. To avoid raising suspicion, you should maintain the same attitude toward Jiang Siming as before. And Hua agreed. And Hua was right. Perhaps because her study period was ending, Jiang Siming's harassment became more frequent, even using his position to keep her after class. But Jiang Siming couldn't do anything openly, and Anhua's attitude was so firm that he could barely say a few words each time, let alone use his charm. Jiang Siming finally decided that if being gentle didn't work, he would resort to force. For her safety, Anhua stopped wandering around and went straight home after class. However, she didn't expect Jiang Siming to be so reckless as to try to abduct her on the street. As Anhua walked down a tree-lined avenue, although it was getting dark, there were still people around. Near the entrance, a street cleaner wearing a straw hat was sweeping the ground not far from her. However, Jiang Siming covered Anhua's mouth, preventing her from calling for help. She could only struggle and make muffled sounds, trying to alert the nearby cleaner. Anhua stared hopefully at the cleaner's back. Finally, just as Jiang Siming had dragged half of Anhua into a nearby house, the cleaner turned around. Anhua's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the cleaner was Guan Yu. Based on her earlier thoughts, she believed Guan Yu and Jiang Siming were working together. Anhua stopped struggling. Jiang Siming thought she had come to terms with it and laughed behind her. Don't be afraid, Xiaoan. I just want to be close to you, because I like you. I won't hurt you. Jiang Siming pulled Anhua into the house, saying, Xiaoan, this place is specially prepared for us. The previous owner has temporarily moved away, so tonight it will just be the three of us. Guan Yu also entered, took off his hat, and urged Jiang Siming, hurry up, I need to take the pictures and then report back to the street. Jiang Siming smiled. Thanks for your help. And Hua glared at Jiang Siming. He comforted her, don't worry, you're just for me. Guan Yu is only here to take some pictures for us. Saying this, Jiang Siming pushed Anhua into a room, and she stumbled, falling onto the bed. Jiang Siming grinned. Wait for me, I'll be right back. He locked the door and walked over to Guan Yu. Guan Yu fiddled with the camera and glanced at him. Aren't you going to start? I told you I don't have much time. Jiang Siming pulled out a small pill, crushed it, and mixed it with water. Let's give her a little something. The photos will turn out better, making it easier to handle her. Guan Yu frowned. She won't be staying in the provincial capital for long, so she's not very useful to us. If we can't get close, we should just let it go. Forcing it is just to satisfy your own desires. Jiang Siming replied calmly. Yun County is a strategic stronghold, a place everyone wants to control, and it's all in her man's hands. I can't let such a good opportunity slip away. Guan Yu suddenly sighed. Since the movement started, our intelligence network has been scattered, and with the severe overseas blockade, we can't send anything out. Does this still have any meaning? Jiang Siming looked momentarily stunned. Does it really have meaning? They felt like a forgotten boat lost in the vast ocean, with no signal tower, no goal, unable to move forward or retreat. Thinking this, Jiang Siming's expression gradually turned grim. That's exactly why they needed to stir things up and cause chaos. Otherwise, what is their purpose? Take Manhwa, for example. After capturing this woman, even if he doesn't get any information, it would still be good to embarrass her military officer husband. Jiang Siming felt excited just thinking about the enemy officer's wife under him, his eyes turning red with excitement. He couldn't wait any longer and walked back to the room where Manhwa was kept. He opened the door, but didn't see anyone. Jiang Siming was stunned and quickly looked around. In the small room, there was nowhere to hide except under the bed, but no one was there. The window had already been nailed shut by Jiang Siming. Guan Yu frowned. Where did she go? Did she disappear? They could never imagine that Manhwa was hiding in a different space. Manhwa had been a bit anxious, but she wasn't truly scared because she knew she had a backup plan if things got tough. In her safe space, she turned on a tape recorder, which she had used earlier in the city to gather evidence against a criminal. She recorded everything Jiang Siming and Guan Yu said. This information would surely be strong evidence. Is this a ghost? Jiang Siming shouted. Don't shout. Look for her. Maybe she's hiding somewhere. This place is so small. Where could she hide? There are several rooms. Check them all. But I locked the door just now. How could she get out? Jiang Siming said, confused, as he started searching with Guan Yu. However, they found nothing. Jiang Siming took off his glasses, feeling anxious as he rubbed his face. Is it possible? Is it really a ghost? A living person can't just disappear like that. Guan Yu replied coldly. There are no ghosts. She must have escaped. Jiang Siming insisted, no way. She can't fly away. It was completely dark outside. Guan Yu said, I need to get back to the street. I don't have time to waste with you. I suggest you go find her quickly. She might not have gone far. Since we've come this far, we must succeed. With that, Guan Yu left. Jiang Siming felt it was unbelievable but had no choice but to go outside to search. And Hua stayed in her safe space for another 10 minutes, making sure there was no noise outside before she came out. She stepped out of the house, looked around to see no one, and hurried home. What Hua didn't expect was that Xiaozheng was at home. Xiaozheng looked anxious and pulled her inside. Where have you been? It's dark, and you didn't come home. I almost reported you to the police. And Hua asked, why did you come to the provincial city? When did you arrive? Xiaozheng, relieved to see Hua safe, replied, I just got here this afternoon. I thought you would be done soon, so I came to pick you up. But when I got home, it was almost dark, and you still hadn't returned. What were you doing? And Hua's eyes sparkled as she said, Old Xiao, I have evidence of spies. Xiaozheng, about to sit on the sofa, was so startled by her words that he fell to the floor. After Hua finished explaining what happened, Xiaozheng was covered in cold sweat. She had only been away from him for a month. How could she have faced such danger? Xiaozheng checked Hua from head to toe, asking, Are you hurt? And Hua shook her head, no. Xiaozheng hugged her tightly, feeling scared, and after a while, he let go. You said you reported it to the police. Let them handle it. You need to come back to Yun County with me right away. And Hua replied, Since I heard their conversation, I need to testify. Jiang Siming must be very deep undercover, so finding evidence might be hard. Xiaozheng hesitated to speak. And Hua asked, What's wrong? Xiaozheng was unsure about the layout of that house and didn't know how Hua had evaded the spy's search. A spy so deeply hidden must have excellent investigative skills. He instinctively felt there were doubts, but seeing his wife safe in front of him, he felt grateful and didn't want to pursue any suspicions. "It's fine. You just scared me. Please don't go out alone anymore. Work trips and studies aren't important. Even if you work, I can support you. Your safety and health are what matter most." Xiaozheng rarely spoke so seriously to Anhua. Anhua nodded earnestly. "You're right. This world is too chaotic. It's better for me to stay in Yun County." If it weren't for her special abilities, Anhua couldn't imagine what might have happened to her today. "Could you get me a glass of water?" Anhua asked Xiaozheng. He quickly went to get it. When he returned, he saw Anhua taking out a white box the size of a book from her backpack. "This contains recordings related to you and Jiang Siming, which can directly prove their identities as spies. I need to give this to the police." Xiaozheng was stunned. "This is a German-made electronic tube wire recorder, my dad's. I happen to have it with me today and recorded it on a whim." "Xiaozheng, that you brought a recorder with you?" "Anhua, what's wrong with that?" Xiaozheng took a deep breath. Indeed, there is no law that says you can't carry a recorder. However, Xiaozheng felt a strange sensation. Sometimes he thought his wife was wrapped in a mysterious veil, so close yet so hard to understand. Anhua looked at Xiaozheng with big eyes, showing no signs of guilt. Xiaozheng suddenly smiled, ruffled his wife's hair, and praised, "You're really clever." Anhua shook her head proudly. "Of course." Xiaozheng listened to the recording. The conversation between Guan Yu and Jiang Siming quickly brought back the scene of Anhua being kidnapped. When Anhua told the story, she surely downplayed the danger, not describing the frightening parts vividly. Listening to the recording gave Xiaozheng a clearer picture. If Anhua hadn't managed to escape. With a crash, Xiaozheng crushed the glass cup in his hand, spilling water everywhere. Anhua exclaimed, "Your hand!" The broken glass had cut Xiaozheng's hand, but fortunately, he was tough and only had a minor scrape. Anhua found some bandages to help him. Xiaozheng waved his hand. "No need. It will heal soon." His voice was calm, but his lowered eyes were filled with darkness. Those two scoundrels must pay. Xiaozheng accompanied Anhua to hand over the recording to the police. The police were surprised. "Comrade Anhua, you actually brought a recorder with you?" "Xiaozheng, what's wrong with that?" The police quickly replied, "Of course it's fine, sir." Naturally, the police, like Xiaozheng, found it hard to believe that Anhua escaped from two spies and managed to record it. But their focus was on capturing the spies, not questioning Anhua. Comrade Anhua actively reported the spies, and as the partner of a military leader, her identity was not in doubt. In recent days, the police had uncovered some old stories about Jiang Siming, but those alone were not enough to convict him. Anhua's recording was crucial, effectively sealing the fate of both Jiang Siming and Guan Yu. The police could immediately take action. Jiang Siming was apprehended in a state of anxiety, as he had not found Anhua. He felt something was off, and had a sense of foreboding. Unexpectedly, his premonition came true. Guan Yu was captured in his sleep, but he was not at all panicked. Instead, he smiled at the police, saying, "I knew this day would come." Guan Yu's real name was not Guan Yu. His father was a general who died on the battlefield. Later, Guan Yu went to the other side, received special training, and returned to his homeland in the 1950s as a patriotic overseas Chinese. Jiang Siming is indeed his real name, but he is actually 48 years old, which is several years older than what is recorded in his household registration. He was a leftover from the evacuation on the other side, unemployed during the old society, and became a clerk at a state-run bookstore after the liberation, gradually climbing the ranks. He truly gained power after the movement began. At first, Guan Yu and Jiang Siming were not working for the same side and had different missions. However, starting in the late 1950s, their actions became increasingly restricted. When the movement began and chaos erupted, their intelligence network was destroyed, leaving them unable to act. Especially for Guan Yu, due to his identity, he could not even guarantee his own basic safety. In such an environment, Both Guan Yu and Jiang Siming grew more desperate. They did not know what their future held and could only fill their inner confusion and emptiness through acts of sabotage. Jiang Siming's method of sabotage was to target people. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, anyone he could find a fault with would not escape. The more chaotic the world became, the more oddly satisfied he felt. Guan Yu's energy was much smaller. He could only cause trouble quietly, which meant he had fewer opportunities. When he heard Qian Jinjin mention Manhwa's situation, he secretly rejoiced, feeling that he finally had a suitable chance to cause trouble. After being captured, the police presented the audio evidence given by Manhwa, leaving both Guan Yu and Jiang Siming stunned. "Monster! That woman is a monster!" Jiang Siming shouted. The police sternly reprimanded him. "Be honest. How dare you slander our military personnel when your end is near?" Jiang Siming stood there in a daze, unsure of what to think. Guan Yu closed his eyes. For some reason, even though he was in prison, he felt a sense of relief, as if something was finally coming to an end. However, Jiang Siming did not want it to end. He valued his life and quickly shook off his fear of Manhwa, starting to think about how he could turn the situation around and save himself. He thought about redeeming himself by providing information. He knew a lot of intelligence. He could list many enemy agents' names. However, Jiang Siming's hopes were dashed. Logically, confessing should lead to leniency, and even if sentenced to death, there could be a reprieve. Someone mentioned that Jiang Siming betrayed many national interests and harmed many people, which is a serious crime that cannot be offset by a small act of defiance. There is a force pushing for Guan Yu and Jiang Siming to receive the death penalty, to be carried out immediately. This matter was reported in the news. Qian Jinjin saw it in the newspaper. She stared blankly, unable to process it for a long time. Guan Yu, her ex-husband, whom she lived with for over 10 years, turned out to be a traitor?
And Jiang Siming.
Qian Jinjin recalled that recently the police came to ask her questions, but they were all strange inquiries that left her confused, and she didn't think much of it. Now she wondered if the police had suspected her, considering she was Guan Yu's ex-wife. She felt a chill run down her spine, her hands trembling as she held the newspaper. Suddenly, someone sat down beside her. It was her husband, Zhang Erxi, who worked in waste management. Qian Jinjin caught a whiff of an unpleasant smell, but instead of telling Zhang Erxi to stay away like she usually did, she found comfort in his presence. "Erxi, are you hungry? I'll go make you some food." Zhang Erxi was surprised. This was the first time Qian Jinjin had been so kind and considerate to him. Thinking about her past marriage to a traitor and her child's future made her see Zhang Erxi in a new light. She felt she needed to hold on to him tightly. Manhwa didn't care about Qian Jinjin's situation. She wouldn't seek revenge for any past grievances. Ultimately, Qian Jinjin's experience of marrying a traitor would mean that she and her child would face tough times ahead. With matters in the provincial city settled, Manhwa prepared to return to Yun County with Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng drove himself. Manhwa had never seen him drive before and watched him intently, feeling intrigued. Xiao Zheng blushed slightly. "What are you looking at, wife?" Manhwa replied, "You can drive? That's impressive." Xiao Zheng chuckled. "It's not that impressive. Do you want to learn? I can teach you." Manhwa could drive, but that was before her time travel, and she only knew how to drive an automatic car, not the current models. She asked, "You'll teach me? Will I be able to get a driver's license?" Xiao Zheng responded, "What do you need a driver's license for? Do you want to be a driver?" And Hua paused and thought that in this day and age, people who take driving tests usually want to be drivers. Ordinary folks don't even have a car, so why would they need a driver's license? She figured that Xiao Zheng only wanted to teach her to drive for fun. So, Anhua shook her head and said, "Forget it, I won't learn now. I'll wait until I can buy a car." She changed the subject and asked, "How are the kids?" Xiao Zheng replied, "At first, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan cried every night, missing their mom. But they got better. As for me, I missed you the whole time, so much that I couldn't sleep. That's why I came to pick you up early." And Hua was caught off guard by his sweet words. She teased, "Who asked you?" Xiaojing chuckled. Of course, and Hua loved hearing sweet talk, and his words made her heart flutter, making the scenery outside seem even more beautiful. The kids were so happy to hear I was coming to get you. They might have been waiting at home these past few days.
Ah.
Eagerly anticipating, Xiaozheng said, and Hua smiled and took a deep breath, feeling happy knowing her family cared about her. However, neither Hua nor Xiaozheng could have imagined that at that moment, the children in the family compound were experiencing a frightening crisis that they would remember later with fear. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were playing under the big locust tree with some friends. Tuan Tuan initially didn't want to come out, but Song Yi was there today. Song Yi could imitate many bird calls and attract real birds, which Tuan Tuan liked. As Song Yi performed the bird calls, Tuan Tuan listened intently, her eyes fixed on his mouth without blinking. Meanwhile, Yuan Yuan was digging for earthworms with her friends not far away, singing a nursery rhyme as she dug. Those Americans are thieves, smiling on the outside, but carrying big knives behind their backs. When they see something good, they want it all. Yuan Yuan's singing paused as she looked at Huzi, placing her hands on her hips. Who told you to come over? We're not playing with you. Huzi huffed. This isn't your home. Why can't I play here? Just because your dad is a commander doesn't mean you can be so bossy. The last part was something Huzi had overheard his mom mumbling, so he repeated it. Yuan Yuan was a reasonable child and thought Huzi had a point, so she stopped arguing. As long as Huzi didn't cause trouble or bully her, she would pretend he wasn't there. Xiao Siki, why are we digging so many earthworms? To feed the chickens. Grandma Zhou's chickens love earthworms. But earthworms don't have meat. Why do the chickens like them? The chicken doesn't like to eat meat. What does the chicken like to eat? It likes to eat earthworms.
Xiao Siki, you know so much.
Huzi listened to the chatter of the kids around him and felt uneasy. Why weren't they talking to him? He leaned over and asked Xiao Siki, do you know what ducks like to eat? Yuan Yuan ignored him completely, not even glancing his way. She didn't like kids who pulled hair. Huzi huffed in frustration and moved his chubby body aside in a huff. If no one wanted to play with him, he would play by himself. Suddenly, Huzi's eyes lit up. He saw a dog. It was a stray dog, thin and with rough fur, looking like it hadn't eaten in a long time. There had never been a stray dog in the family compound. This one must have come from somewhere else. But Huzi didn't care about that. He finally found something to play with. He picked up a stone and threw it at the stray dog. The dog bared its teeth and let out a low growl, but it didn't look very threatening, so Huzi wasn't scared. Instead, he thought the dog was challenging him. Huzi picked up a stick and hit the stray dog with it. The dog yelped in pain and tried to run away, but Huzi chased after it, continuing to hit it. The noise caught Song Yi's attention. He frowned and shouted, "Don't hit it. Be careful it doesn't bite you." Huzi ignored him. Bullying the weak was addictive. However, even the weak know how to fight back when pushed too hard, even a stray dog. Just as Huzi was getting into it, the stray dog suddenly turned and bit him. It grabbed his pant leg, but luckily it didn't bite his skin, making him jump back in fear and hide behind a tree. The stray dog, now agitated, chose the nearest person to attack, and that person was Tuan Tuan. Yuan Yuan's eyes widened as she shouted, "Tuan Tuan, be careful." Tuan Tuan was smart, but her body wasn't very quick. Before she could react, the stray dog was right in front of her, baring its yellow teeth and growling, ready to bite her soft face. In a split second, a shadow appeared in front of Tuan Tuan. Song Yi stood in front of her. The stray dog bit Song Yi's leg. He winced in pain and kicked at the dog, which finally let go. A stray dog was kicked to the ground, whined a bit, then got back up and quickly ran away. At that moment, Huzi came out from behind a tree. Seeing that the stray dog had lost its fierceness after being kicked by Song Yi, he wanted to kick it again to regain some pride after his earlier embarrassment. However, before his foot could reach the dog, it bit his calf. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the courtyard. The stray dog quickly ran off. Song Yi didn't make a sound. He just frowned slightly at the blood on his leg. Tuan Tuan clenched her little fists and stomped her short legs helplessly, saying, "Brother Song-yi, does it hurt?" Song-yi lowered his pant leg and gently patted Tuan Tuan's shoulder, reassuring her, "It's okay. It doesn't hurt." Yuan Yuan had already dashed home, saying, "I'm going to tell my brother." Just then, Hua and Xiao Zheng returned home. Seeing Yuan Yuan running back home in a sweat, Hua thought Yuan Yuan had come back to see her, so she opened her arms, waiting for her daughter to jump into her embrace. Yuan Yuan's eyes lit up when she saw her mom, but then she remembered something more important. She took her mom's hand and headed outside, saying, "Mom, we can hug later. First, let's go see Brother Song-yi. He got bitten by a dog." And Hua was startled. "How did he get bitten by a dog? Where is he?
Take me to him."
Xiao Zheng heard and followed along. On the way, they ran into Song-yi and Tuan Tuan coming back. Tuan Tuan saw her parents and started crying. Brother Song-yi got bitten. She felt guilty since he was bitten while trying to save her. And Hua quickly squatted down to check Song-yi's injury. He was bleeding. "I'm taking you to the hospital to get a rabies shot," she said. Song-yi hurriedly replied, "No need, Auntie, it's nothing. It doesn't hurt." And Hua said seriously, "It doesn't matter if it hurts or not. Stray dogs can carry rabies, and if you get infected, it can be very serious." Song-yi wanted to refuse again, but Hua was already instructing Xiao Zheng, "Lao Xiao, carry him. We're going to the hospital now." "Okay." Song-yi couldn't argue, and was carried on Uncle Zhao's back. And Hua first took Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan home, asking Qiu Shushin and Kai Yan to watch them. She explained, "There's a stray dog in the courtyard that bit Song-yi, so don't let them go outside for now." Dong Dong asked, "Mom, how is Song-yi?" And Hua said it was nothing serious and hurried away. At that time, rabies was quite common, mainly because people lacked awareness about prevention after being bitten by dogs. Most cases were in the countryside where many people kept dogs. The nurse at the county hospital praised Xiao Zheng and Hua for their good awareness of prevention. "You need to get a total of 5 shots. After today's shot, you'll need to come back on the 3rd, 7th, 14th, and 28th days for the remaining 4 shots. Remember the dates and don't forget to bring the child." And Hua nodded in response. After finishing with Song-yi, she stepped out of the hospital, and Song-yi said he needed to go home. And Hua said, "Don't go back yet. Come to my house, and I'll make you something good to eat." Song-yi felt a bit uncomfortable. "Annan, it's really not a big deal." And Hua looked at him and sighed. "Every time I try to invite you for a meal, you run away. You're being too polite. But today you saved Tuan Tuan and got hurt yourself. Can't I show my gratitude?" Song-yi was at a loss for words. "Let's go," Xiao Zheng said, picking Song-yi up on his back. Song-yi struggled a bit, but against Xiao Zheng's strength, he felt like an ant. When they got home, Dong Dong and Tuan Tuan ran over and surrounded Song-yi. "Is Song-yi okay? How bad is the injury?"
"Let me see."
"Brother Song-yi, you're amazing. You kicked that bad dog away." "Brother Song-yi, does it still hurt?" With so many people showing concern, Song-yi felt warm inside. He shook his head. "It doesn't hurt. It's nothing serious." And Hua told Kai Yan, "Make something good to eat, but don't make anything spicy.
Keep it light."
After thinking for a moment, Hua went into the kitchen to see what ingredients they had. "Let's make steamed ribs, stir-fried meat with mushrooms, cold tofu without spice, and sweet and sour pork. For the main dish, we'll have steamed buns and a pumpkin, yam, and millet porridge." Feeling the menu was a bit light, Wang Kaiyan said, "The amaranth in the field is growing well.
I'll go pick some to stir-fry."
And Hua nodded. "Make the ribs too. Don't leave any leftovers. There are many people at home, and we can finish it." Wang Kaiyan responded and went out to pick vegetables. And Hua tied on an apron and started to get busy. Qiu Shu Shun came over. "You just got back. Go rest."
"I'll cook."
And Hua shook her head. "It's fine. I took a nap in the car and I feel great now, but my back hurts a bit, so I need to move around." Qiu Shu Shun helped wash the mushrooms and tore them into strips, saying, "Song-yi is a really good kid, but he's also very pitiful. all alone at such a young age. And Hua nodded. Yes, he could go to an orphanage, but Dr. Song said he doesn't want to. Chiu Shushin replied, going to an orphanage isn't always good. There are so many kids, and with his background, he might get bullied. Does he have any other relatives? And Hua thought for a moment. As far as I know, only Dr. Song, but he has a tough life too. Any other relatives? I guess they are in a similar situation. Chiu Shushin sighed deeply. At that moment, laughter from several children came from the yard. Dong Dong and the twins were playing with Song Yi under the grape trellis. Yuan ran to the corner and picked a rose, tucking it behind her brother's ear. Dong Dong playfully made a gesture, causing the other three to burst into laughter. Chiu Shushin looked away and smiled. Only when he's with kids his age does Song Yi act like a child. He's usually too mature.
And Hua sighed, yes.
Wife. Xiaozhen called from the kitchen door. I'm stepping out for a bit. And Hua asked, you're going out now? It's almost time for dinner. Xiaozhen replied, there's a stray dog in the family compound, which is a concern. I need to take care of it. And Hua nodded, that's necessary. You go ahead. With so many kids in the compound, it wouldn't be good if someone got bitten. At the dinner table, and Hua heard Yuan say that it wasn't the stray dog that bit anyone. It was Huzi who had bullied the dog first. He's so annoying. He picks on anyone weaker than him, even the dog, but he doesn't realize the dog is tougher. It turned around and bit him, and he was so scared he wet his pants. Yuan animatedly described what happened today. And Hua frowned and said, don't play with him anymore. If you see him coming, just stay away to avoid getting into trouble. Yuan replied, I understand, Mom. From now on, I'll take Gaga with me when I go out, so he won't dare come near me because he's scared of Gaga. Just as Hua was about to say something, a loud cry came from outside. Woo woo woo. Everyone come help. The daughter of the teacher made my son get bitten by a dog. Jiang Dahai's wife was crying at the door, gradually attracting a crowd. Someone asked her, what happened to the leader's daughter? How did your son get bitten by a dog because of her? Before Jiang Dahai's wife could respond, and Hua stepped out from inside. She said, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you like. What do you mean my daughter caused your son to be bitten by a dog? Let's hear the real story from the person involved. And Hua pushed Yuan forward, asking her to repeat what she had just said at the dinner table. Yuan faced the many adults without feeling shy. In fact, the more people there were, the more eager she was to express herself. She animatedly recounted the details, even more vividly than before. In the end, she summarized, it was Huzi who bullied the stray dog, and that's why the dog went crazy and bit him. It even bit my brother's Song Yi. We haven't even settled the score with Huzi yet. And Hua's face turned pale with anger. Did everyone hear that? Huzi got bitten because he brought it upon himself, and he dragged others into this. Jiang Dahai's wife, do you think you can just come to my house and cause trouble without understanding the situation? Is my home just a rural marketplace? Jiang Dahai's wife turned red and pale, lowering her head to ask her son, did you really say it was the leader's daughter who teased the dog and caused you to get bitten? Huzi, afraid to tell the truth at home for fear of being scolded, made up a story saying that Yuan teased the dog, which led to the dog biting him. As soon as Jiang Dahai's wife heard this, all her old grievances resurfaced. She wasn't even thinking about using this situation to gain something for Jiang Dahai anymore. She just wanted to see the leader's daughter embarrassed and upset. How dare a wealthy young lady act so high and mighty just because she married a government official? Jiang Dahai's wife marched confidently to the leader's house, feeling bold and not intimidated by the fact that the leader was in charge. She was in the right. However, when she saw her son shrinking back in guilt and trying to cover up his lie with tears, her confidence faltered. This little rascal had let her down. But she wasn't one to back down easily and insisted on arguing. Is what your child says the truth? My Huzi said your child was teasing the dog. Everyone in the compound knows that your Yuan is a troublemaker. Jiang Dahai's wife. And Hua said sharply, this is a military family compound, and there are rules here. You can't twist the truth just by being unreasonable. If you don't understand this, go ask Jiang Dahai to teach you. And Hua's stern words made Jiang Dahai's wife shrink back a little. Watching the delicate and Hua, she surprisingly looked quite authoritative when she got angry. Jiang Dahai's wife felt a bit intimidated, and Hua snorted, "This is the last time. If you come to me again over trivial matters and disturb my life, I will report you to the organization and ask them to seek justice for me." After saying this, she pulled Yuan inside and slammed the door shut. Jiang Dahai's wife was taken aback and ended up with a face full of dust. Onlookers looked at her, puzzled. Did Jiang Dahai's wife have a grudge against the commander's wife? Even if there was a deep-seated hatred, she shouldn't act like this. How could she openly go against a leader's family? Jiang Dahai didn't have a strong background. Even if he did, local officials are not as powerful as the current leaders. Someone whispered to the person next to them, "Although Jiang Dahai's wife has been here for a short time, she has offended many people. Her neighbors don't have anything good to say about her." Is that true? I thought she was quite clever. Recently, she even said she wanted to help Jiang Dahai plan his future. Clever? She's a fool. She assumes things will go her way, thinking the army is the same as her hometown. She thinks she can control others just because the commander's wife comes from a humble background. Is she out of her mind? Who in our camp would dare to mention the commander's wife openly? That's why I say she's a fool. Jiang Dahai's wife noticed people whispering around her and couldn't tell what they were saying, but their expressions made it clear they weren't saying nice things. She felt embarrassed and frustrated. Why should a wealthy young lady be able to look down on them? Is Jiang Dahai's wife out of her mind? Xiao Zheng frowned and said, "You should have let me go out and scold her." Earlier, Xiao Zheng had tried to go out but was stopped by Manhwa. And Hua replied, "It wouldn't help to scold her. With her personality, it might just escalate the situation, making it seem like you're bullying her." Xiao Zheng said, "I'll have old Shin talk to Jiang Dahai." And Hua agreed. It was a good idea to address it through her husband. She realized that Jiang Dahai's wife was living in her own world, following her own set of rules and understanding. It would be good for Jiang Dahai to handle her. Otherwise, sometimes foolish people might come up with even more foolish actions. What Hua didn't know was that Jiang Dahai's wife was very efficient and, the day after returning home, she ended up making a foolish mistake. Jiang Dahai was also called in for a talk by the political commissar that day. After their conversation, Shin Jun placed an envelope on the table, saying, "You can open this and take it home." Jiang Dahai opened it with suspicion and quickly read through it, his face turning pale. That woman actually wanted to report the issues with the commander's daughter-in-law to the military district. Jiang Dahai said stiffly, "Don't worry, Commissar. I will teach her a lesson when I get home, and I promise it won't happen again." Shin Jun replied gently, "Husbands and wives should talk things over calmly, without resorting to violence." Jiang Dahai immediately rushed home and grabbed his wife, who was resting in bed. "Pack your things right now and go back to your hometown." His wife, suddenly awakened, was very angry and pushed Jiang Dahai's hand away. "What's wrong? Why are you so angry all of a sudden?" Jiang Dahai, shaking with anger, pointed at her. "What did I tell you last time? Not to cause trouble. Just a few days later, you've offended the commander again. Do you want me to transfer back to my hometown?" His wife shrank back. What happened yesterday was a misunderstanding. "I thought the commander's daughter was responsible for the dog biting Huzi. I won't act impulsively again." Jiang Dahai sneered, and his wife felt a pang of fear. "And what?" Jiang Dahai threw the letter at her. Seeing the letter, her face turned pale. This. Jiang Dahai gritted his teeth in anger. "You thought you were clever, didn't you? Reporting to the military district. Even if your letter reaches them, what then? The commander's wife and the commander are a legal couple. Do you think the military district doesn't have their records?" What do you mean, You need to pack your things today and go back to your hometown."
No.
His wife anxiously grabbed his hand. "I was wrong. I won't do it again. I don't want to go back." After many years of marriage, her mother-in-law never allowed her to move with him. She had finally escaped her mother-in-law's control. How could she go back?
Dahai.
His wife started to cry. I was just being foolish and made these mistakes, but my intentions were always for you and our family. You can call me silly, but you can't deny that I was thinking of you. Jang Dahai was so angry he started to pace. For your own good. You almost offended everyone for me. Let me ask you, why didn't you admit that Tiger broke the neighbor's window with a slingshot? Do you think that if you don't admit it, they won't know it was Tiger who did it?
Well,
Jang Dahai's wife explained, I was just worried about how it would affect you. Tiger is your son, and if he makes a mistake, people will say you, as his father, didn't raise him well. Do you think that if you don't admit it, they won't know it was Tiger? Not admitting it and not taking responsibility only makes me look bad. Let me tell you, I didn't even know about this at first. I only found out because the rumors reached me. You really have a talent for being unreasonable. Jang Dahai vented his frustrations and finally said tiredly, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Pack your things quickly. I'll book a ticket for you tomorrow. Jang Dahai's wife was shocked. She didn't expect him to be so heartless. She had already admitted her mistake. Jang Dahai, are you really sending me back? Are you planning to keep someone else here? I knew it. A few years ago, you refused to let me join the army, saying your mother wouldn't allow it, but it was really you who didn't want me to go. You were afraid I would get in your way. Jang Dahai was furious and raised his hand to slap the woman in front of him. The woman stiffened her neck and shouted, Go ahead, hit me. If you kill me, it will make room for your new partner. Tiger was so scared that he started to cry. Hearing this, Jang Dahai hesitated, concerned for the child, and his hand did not come down. With a dark expression, he said, You can go back home alone. Our son will stay here for school. Jang Dahai realized that the wife he married, while looking good on the outside, was actually a troublemaker who didn't know how to educate their child. With her around, their son would grow up wrong. His only child was Tiger, and he couldn't let her ruin him. Jang Dahai's wife was completely stunned. Did he really have someone else? Was he planning to find a stepmother for Tiger? The air was quiet for a while until suddenly, a loud wailing broke out. Jang Dahai and his wife argued at home every day, and it quickly spread through the neighborhood. Zhou Meihua said, I heard Jang Dahai has someone outside. But I don't think that's true. It must be because his wife caused trouble and he got angry, leading to this situation. She sighed and added, if she didn't cause a scene, it would have been better. But now that she's making such a fuss, I hope Jang Dahai doesn't get so mad that he decides to divorce her. And Hua replied, I don't think it will come to that. Zhou Meihua said, who knows? If she affects Jang Dahai's future, it's possible. Plus, her reputation is so bad that no one will speak up for her. Sure enough, Jang Dahai, pushed to his limit, shouted for a divorce in anger. Jang Dahai's wife realized that causing a scene was useless. She went to find Hua, hoping for her help. She believed the root of the problem was with the leader's wife. If she could just say a word, Jang Dahai wouldn't send her back home. Unfortunately, she didn't even get to see Hua because she ran into Xiaozheng at the door. He scolded her with a stern face, which scared her away. Jang Dahai's wife had only seen the leader from a distance before, but now up close, she found the leader quite intimidating, like a fierce guardian at the door, as if one punch could take down a bull. Giving up, she tearfully told Jang Dahai that as long as they didn't divorce, she would return home, leaving their son behind, and she had no objections. Jang Dahai calmed down and patiently explained things to her. A couple of days later, Jang Dahai's wife reluctantly left Yun County. She thought, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. As long as Jang Dahai didn't divorce her, he couldn't live without her and would eventually bring her back. The troubles in Jang Dahai's family lasted quite a while. By the time his wife returned home, and Hua had already taken Song Yi for his 4th rabies vaccine. At the hospital, Song Chuhong learned that Song Yi had been bitten by a dog. Feeling guilty, she said to Song Yi, I haven't visited you in days and didn't know you were bitten. Song Yi kindly replied, it's okay, Aunt Hong. I know you're busy. Since Hua started helping Song Yi, Song Chuhong had paid less attention to him. She used to save some food for him, but now she thought he had Hua's support and didn't need it, so she stopped checking in. Song Chuhong was having a tough time, which was understandable, and Song Yi understood this. Moreover, Song Chuhong had helped him during difficult times, and he wouldn't forget her kindness. By the way, Song Chuhong hesitated, glancing at Manhwa. Manhwa thought she wanted to say something to Song Yi that wasn't suitable for others to hear, so she said, "I'll leave first." "Song Yi, you can go home by yourself later, and remember to come over for dinner with Dong Dong after school tomorrow." Song Yi agreed and watched Manhwa leave, then turned to Song Chuhong. "Actually, there's nothing I can't let Ann in here." Song Chuhong replied, "It's not that she can't hear it, but I'm afraid if she does, she might support you going to the provincial city." Song Yi asked, "Aunt Hong, what's really going on?" Song Chuhong said, "Do you remember your Uncle Yen?" Song Yi lowered his head. "I remember." Yen Hongyi was a friend of Song's father. When the Song family fell on hard times, Song's father sought help from Yen Hongyi in the provincial city, hoping he could take Song Yi in due to their long-standing friendship. The Yen family had once been well off, but their fortunes had declined. By Yen Hongyi's generation, they had to borrow money just to pay for schooling. Out of nostalgia, the Song family helped Yen Hongyi with his education. Later, when Yen Hongyi went out to join the revolution, the Song family even took care of his blind mother until her passing. However, when Song's father reached out to Yen Hongyi, he didn't even receive a reply. At first, Song's father thought Yen Hongyi hadn't received the letter or was also in trouble. Later, he realized that Yen Hongyi simply didn't want to help. Well, in this world, one can understand, but Song's father still felt a bit heartbroken. Even if he wanted to refuse, couldn't he at least reply with an excuse? Song's father's feelings directly affected Song Yi. He didn't hate Yen Hongyi, but he could no longer see him as a close elder. "Your uncle Yen wrote to me, saying he wants to take you to the provincial city and adopt you as his godson." "I won't go." Song Chuhong sighed. "I don't support you going either. I don't know his true intentions in wanting to adopt you now, but I always feel he is somewhat cold-hearted. If one day he thinks you might affect him, he would definitely not hesitate to abandon you." Song Yi asked, "Does he know about my situation?" Song Chuhong nodded. "Yes, he knows about your father's passing and that you are being supported to continue your studies. He knows all of this and mentioned that if you go to the provincial city, you could attend a better school. His daughter is your age, and you could go to school together." Song Yi pondered this. Yen Hongyi used to visit Yun County several times a year, and each time he would come to the Song family, where he and Song's father would talk about everything. Song's father had once considered him a close friend. "I'm just afraid that if Comrade Manhwa hears this news, she might support you going to the provincial city. After all, Yen Hongyi wants to officially adopt you. She might not know the full story and could think this is better for your future." Song Yi replied, "I absolutely will not go to the Yen family. Also, even if Anna knows about this, she won't say anything. She will definitely respect my choice." Song Chuhong chuckled softly. "I was just overthinking." After carefully observing Song Yi, Song Chuhong felt very pleased. She realized that Song Yi had grown almost as tall as her shoulder, and his clothes fit him well, without any patches. Standing there, his small figure stood tall like a young pine tree. Anyone who saw him would not think that Song Yi was an orphan without parents. Song Chuhong believed that as long as Song Yi could continue living safely and grow up well, that was the best outcome. Time moved from the scorching summer to the chilly autumn, and then from the cold winter to quickly enter the year 1972. At the start of 1972, a major news story took the front page of the newspaper. Nixon visited China, followed by the Shanghai Communique, which announced the normalization of Sino-American relations. Xiaozheng sat there, reading each word very seriously. And Hua laughed at him. "Do you want me to get my dad's magnifying glass for you?" Xiaozheng shook his head and, after a long time, put down the newspaper. And Hua asked, "What's wrong? You look like you disagree?" Xiaozheng shook his head again. "In today's world, the big brother in the north has changed, and the little ones below are restless. It's a good thing to ease relations with the eagle across the ocean." Xiaozheng didn't pay much attention to ideology. He always considered issues from a geopolitical and self-interest perspective. Does this mean that the focus will shift to developing the economy in the future? Xiao Zheng asked back in confusion. Haven't we always emphasized economic development? Since the founding of the country, how many factories have we built? And Hua actually wanted to mention developing the private economy. But she knew this was a historical trend that would come eventually, so there was no need to discuss it with Xiao Zheng now. Xiao Zheng then said, but in the future, we should open up to the Western world. Who knows, we might even do business with the Americans. And Hua replied, how do you know? Xiao Zheng smiled. What do you mean, how do I know? It's obvious. Right now, we are not open not because we don't want to be, but because someone is blocking us. But with the Americans visiting China, it's like opening a door. And Hua looked at Xiao Zheng with admiration. I thought you only knew about fighting. I didn't expect you to understand politics and economics too. Xiao Zheng puffed out his chest and confidently said, I'm at least a division-level officer. How could I not understand anything? On Hua, not all leaders are as smart as you. People with great strategic vision are rare. Just the other day, during the Americans' visit to China, I heard many people complaining around me. Xiao Zheng laughed happily. Keep praising me. My husband Xiao is wise and talented, quick-witted, has a unique perspective, and is well-educated. Most importantly, he is so handsome. Truly a modern-day Zhuge Liang, a contemporary Pan.
Who is Panin?
A famous handsome man from ancient times. Xiao Zheng was flattered and looked at his wife with deep affection. Anhua felt his gaze was electric, and the atmosphere became romantic. However, someone quickly broke the mood with a comment. Your sweet talk makes me want to take a bite. Well, that turned awkward quickly. Anhua pushed Xiao Zheng's face away. Comrade Xiao Zheng, this is the living room. Please be mindful of your behavior. Xiao Zheng smiled at his wife. Where did that playful side of him go? But he liked her pretending to be serious. It was even more charming. Xiao Zheng sneakily glanced into the kitchen, where his mother-in-law and Xiao Wang were busy, and the kids seemed to have gone off to play. No one was around. He held on to his struggling wife and quickly gave her a peck.
Hee.
Anhua, with his saliva on her face, was so annoyed that she retaliated by trying to bite him back.
Ouch.
Qiu Shushan came out of the kitchen just in time to see this and quickly covered her eyes, retreating back inside. Xiao Zheng and Anhua exchanged a glance, and both smiled shyly. At that moment, a loud shout came from outside.
Mom.
Something's wrong. Yuan dug up the potatoes that Aunt Zhou just planted. Anhua rushed outside, with Xiao Zheng following closely. What happened? Anhua and Xiao Zheng hurried to the neighbor's house. While Dongdong explained, I was playing chess with Xiao Jun, and Tuan was watching. We didn't notice, and Yuan dug up the potatoes that Aunt Zhou just planted. They were even covered in manure. Anhua rubbed her throbbing temples. Xiao Zheng comforted her by patting her shoulder. It's okay. Don't be upset. I'll take care of her later. Anhua shot him a glare. No using violence.
Talk to her nicely.
Xiao Zheng knew it would be like this and smiled. All right, I'll do as you say. As soon as Anhua walked into Zhou Meihua's yard, she saw Yuan standing there, with dirty hands and some mud on her face. Yuan had just been scolded by her brother and seemed to realize she had done something wrong, looking a bit lost while Zhou Meihua comforted her. It's okay, dear. I'm not angry with you, Zhou Meihua said. Shi Weiguang, seeing Xiao Zheng arrive, smiled so wide that his eyes became slits. Your daughter has inherited my Shi Xiaojuan's mischievous spirit. Xiao Zheng replied, Stop laughing. Your eyes are already small. Can you even see when you smile? Shi Weiguang pinched his puffy eyelids. Why can't I see? My eyes are big. I just got a bit swollen. While Xiao Zheng and Shi Weiguang were joking, Anhua approached Yuan and asked, What happened? Why did you dig up Annie's potatoes?
Mom.
Yuan pouted, feeling wronged. Anhua remained stern. Tell me, why did you dig up the potatoes? Were you trying to cause trouble? Sure, Xiaojun couldn't help but say, Aunt, how old is she? She doesn't understand. So what if she dug them up? And Hua ignored Shi Xiaojun and kept her gaze on Yuan. Finally, Yuan said, "Isn't planting meant to be followed by digging them up? I was helping Auntie, not causing trouble." And Hua moved closer, but was hit by the strong smell from her daughter, causing her to step back.
You.
Planting is for digging them up later, but you have to wait until they grow. You wouldn't want to dig them up right after planting, would you? Think about it. Don't you need time to grow up too? Digging them up before they're ready is ruining someone else's hard work. You understand that, right? Yuan twisted her hands nervously and whispered, "I understand."
Apologize to Auntie.
Yuan turned to Zhou Meihua, her voice trembling. "I'm sorry, Auntie." Zhou Meihua reassured her, "It's okay. I forgive you." And Hua added, "Starting today, you will sweep the floor for a week. I will pay you, and you can use that money to buy potatoes to replace the ones you dug up." Zhou Meihua quickly said, "No need for that. We don't need to be so formal between families, and besides, those potatoes aren't worth much." And Hua tugged at Zhou Meihua's sleeve, signaling her to agree. She must pay. She needs to learn that she is responsible for her actions. "I will be responsible," Yuan declared loudly, her face resembling a little kitten. And Hua smiled. "I knew it. Our Yuan is a good girl." And Hua wanted to get closer to her daughter and hug her, but she was put off by the smell. She waved at Xiao Zheng and said, "Take our daughter home and give her a bath quickly." To be honest, after years of Hua's influence, Xiao Zheng had developed a bit of a cleanliness obsession, so he also found the smell unpleasant. He lifted his daughter under her arms and said, "Let's go home." And Hua held hands with Dong Dong and Tuan, following behind. Once they got home, and Hua held back her feelings and gave Yuan a bath. While washing her, and Hua mumbled, "Thank goodness I didn't feed her." Yuan heard and replied, "I'm not stupid." And Hua remembered the embarrassing stories of Shi Xiaojun from his childhood and thought that at least her daughter was smarter. During dinner, and Hua announced, "Let's send the twins to elementary school in the second half of this year." Qiu Shushan said, "Isn't that too early? They're only 6, and Dong Dong started first grade at 7. And Hua shook her head, "No, Dong Dong started school at 7 because of a school closure back then, otherwise she would have gone at 6. Actually, and Hua's main goal was that Yuan had too much energy. She hoped that schoolwork would help use up some of that energy." Yuan had no idea about her mother's hidden intentions and happily agreed, as she was already tired of playing in her current class and was excited about a new environment. Tuan was also very happy, subconsciously wishing for a quicker transition to school. As graduation season arrived, the twins graduated from preschool, Dong Dong finished elementary school, and Shi Xiaojun completed high school. The 16-year-old boy had a short haircut, and his features were starting to show a strong character. His arms had developed some muscles, giving him a bit of a manly vibe. Zhou Meihua had previously said that once Shi Xiaojun graduated high school, he should go to the countryside. When the time came, Zhou Meihua and Shi Weiguang decided to follow through with their plan. However, Shi Xiaojun was not happy about it. "I don't want to go to the countryside. I want to join the army." Zhou Meihua rolled her eyes. "You want to join the army? If you do, you'll just mess things up." Shi Weiguang clicked his tongue. "Is that how you talk? What kind of place is the army that he could mess it up?" Shi Xiaojun replied, "Humph, exactly." Shi Weiguang added, "But sending you to the countryside was a decision your mother and I made long ago. With your personality, it would be good for you to go there and learn some discipline. Otherwise, you'll just cause trouble." Shi Xiaojun was upset. "I admit I was a troublemaker when I was younger, but I haven't caused any trouble in a long time."
Why do you still see me that way?
Zhou Meihua and Shi Weiguang, however, were firm. "We've made our decision. You're going to the countryside." It was rare for the couple to agree on a matter concerning their child. Shi Xiaojun was frustrated. "I don't want to go. I want to join the army." "Why can't I join? My sister can." After finishing her studies, Shi Xiaoshan had put on a military uniform and became a communications soldier in an independent division, right under their parents' noses. Just then, Shi Xiaoshan returned, looking sharp in her uniform with her short hair. "Mom, isn't dinner ready? I'm so hungry." Sure, Xiaoshan often came home to improve the meals, and Zhou Meihua was happy to see her, quickly heading to the kitchen. You said you'd be home for dinner, so we were waiting for you. I'll start cooking now. Sure, Xiaoshan went to help. At the dinner table, Sure Xiaoshan asked, I just heard you talking about joining the army. Is Xiaojun going to join too? Sure, Xiaojun quickly replied, I want to join the army, but Mom and Dad won't let me. Sister, please help me. Sure, Xiaoshan was puzzled. Why won't they let you? Zhou Meihua briefly explained her and Sure Weiguang's concerns. After listening, Sure Xiaoshan said, I think you have a point. You can't let someone like him go into the army and cause trouble. That would just create problems for the country. He should go to the countryside instead. It's a vast area. He can't cause too much trouble there. Who knows, he might even meet a nice girl and bring home a grandchild for you. Sure Weiguang and Zhou Meihua were shocked. Bringing home a grandchild was no small matter. The couple imagined the scene of Sure Xiaojun returning with a girl who was pregnant. And both shivered at the thought. Sure Xiaojun was still young and immature. He shouldn't be getting married so soon. He wanted to argue against Sure Xiaoshan's comment. I don't. But before he could finish, Sure Xiaoshan shot him a fierce look. He fell silent. No, he can't go to the countryside. Sure Weiguang insisted. Sure Xiaojun's eyes lit up as he looked at his sister. Awesome. Why not let him go to university instead? There will be people to supervise him there, so he won't get into trouble. Sure Weiguang suggested. The university he mentioned was a worker-peasant-soldier university, which had a recommendation system that was newly implemented this year. Sure Xiaoshan nodded. University sounds good. I want to go to university. My leader has already given me a spot. Sure Weiguang frowned. That spot is quite limited, right? Did your leader really just give it to you? Sure Xiaoshan chuckled, I know my place. Our leader is probably just helping because of my dad. Sure Weiguang didn't say anything and accepted it. Sure Xiaoshan continued, if you want Xiaojun to go to college, I'll give up my spot from the leader. I don't want people to think Dad is greedy for sending both kids to college. Yes, there are only so many college spots. If one person gets one, another can't. If the leader takes all the benefits for his family, others will be unhappy. I don't like studying. I won't go to college. Let my sister go. Xiaojun finally found a chance to speak. Sure Weiguang fell into thought. He understood what Sure Xiaoshan meant. Xiaojun's best choice was to join the army. He wanted to, and the military has strict rules that would help keep him in line, much better than being free in the countryside. As for college, it would be more suitable for Sure Xiaoshan. Sure Weiguang looked at Xiaojun and stayed silent for a while. Sure Xiaoshan added, Dad, when big brother wanted to go to college, you forced him to join the army. When second brother decided to go to the countryside, you supported him. And for me, when I said I wanted to join the arts troupe, you insisted I be a messenger under your watch. Now for Xiaojun, let him choose this time. I believe he truly wants to wear that uniform and can be a good soldier. Sure Weiguang opened his mouth but couldn't speak. For some reason, he felt uneasy. Zhou Meihua suddenly slammed the table. I agree. Since Xiaojun wants to join the army, let him go. Xiaojun, you must be a strong and brave soldier. Never show fear. And remember to follow the rules. No nonsense, or you'll come back home. Xiaojun was overjoyed. Mom, I will. I'll be better than my big brother and my dad. The eldest brother had already been promoted to deputy company commander. Zhou Meihua called out, Old Sure. Sure Weiguang sighed. All right, I agree too. Xiaojun jumped up from his chair in excitement. Thank you, sister. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Xiaojun bows to you 3 times. Zhou Meihua quickly dodged. What a silly thing. Do you bow 3 times to living people? Xiaojun realized and scratched his head in embarrassment. Mom, I want to ask you one more thing. Zhou Meihua raised an eyebrow, surprised that he was asking her. Mom, I want to take this time to see Qingyin. Do you agree? Zhou Meihua rolled her eyes in annoyance. However, thinking about it, it's a sign of progress that the child asked for her consent first. On the west side of the farm, there is a row of simple houses where people who have been defeated live. Chungang's family of 3 occupies one of these rooms. When Chungang first arrived at the farm, although it was a setback, he at least held the position of farm manager, so life wasn't too hard. After the movement started, he was quickly brought down. His position as manager was taken away, and he was labeled as counter-revolutionary. His family then moved into the dilapidated house on the west side of the farm. During this time, both Chen Gang and Wen Shueman suffered a lot, especially Chen Gang, who always protected his wife and daughter. Many violent attacks fell on him, leaving him with lasting health issues. Now, at around 50, Chen Gang's hair has turned mostly gray, and his body is hunched like that of a 70-year-old. When Shueman hasn't fared much better, the changes in life have stripped away her former brightness. Her once proud head now droops like a broken flower stem. The only one who remains spirited is Chen Qingyin. She has grown into a tall young woman. Although she dresses simply, she is full of energy, and her back remains straight. However, having grown up in a difficult environment, Chen Qingyin, like many children from poor families, is very mature. She often helps her parents with work and cooks for them, developing calluses on her hands. When Chen Gang and Wen Shueman return from work, Chen Qingyin has already prepared 2 dishes and a soup, all made from green vegetables, with no oil, just a few drops of oil floating in the soup. 2 bowls of sorghum rice are placed in front of Chen Gang and Wen Shueman, awakening a bit of energy in their tired bodies. "Dad, Mom, look, this is a gift from the kids. I helped with their homework," Chen Qingyin says, placing a bag of peanuts on the table. "Too bad there's no wine. I remember Dad used to love drinking." A smile appears on Chen Gang's face. "Silly girl. Dad has long given up drinking." When Shueman asks, "Who did you help with their homework?" "Don't do that next time. If Administrator Wang sees, you'll get in trouble." Here, there are administrators who specifically watch over them, and every word and action in their daily lives is under surveillance. However, the personalities of the administrators vary. Some are gentle and turn a blind eye to minor issues, while others are strict and will make a big deal out of the smallest things. Over the years, Sir Xiaojun often sent food to Chen Qingyin. It was no big deal if others saw it, but if Manager Wang caught them, not only would the food be taken away, but they would also face criticism.
I understand, Mom.
"I will be careful," Chen Qingyin reassured her mother, but she didn't promise to stop doing it. Getting caught by Manager Wang was a matter of chance. She couldn't give up the opportunity to get more food just because of that.
Sigh.
When Xuemian seemed to think of something, and her eyes filled with deep sadness. "What's wrong, Mom?" Chen Qingyin asked with a smile. "It's all my fault. When Xuemian choked up, I dragged you all down. You should have divorced me back then to clear the boundaries." Hearing this, Chen Gang frowned and said, "There you go again. I've heard this so many times." When Xuemian replied, "If you had divorced me, our daughter could have stayed with you and at least had a visible future." Chen Gang fell silent. Yes, they might not have any ties anymore, but their daughter was young and full of potential, yet she was stuck wasting her youth on this farm. At that moment, Chen Gang didn't think about regret. He only felt sorry for his daughter. Chen Qingyin and Shi Xiaoshan graduated from high school at the same time. Shi Xiaoshan could join the military through her family's connections, while Chen Qingyin was stuck working on the farm with no way out. Suddenly, Chen Gang said, "I've written to Xiaozheng, asking him to help arrange a job for Qingyin." When Xuemian asked in surprise, "Xiaozheng? Will he help us?" "I don't know. We'll wait for news." Chen Gang had intended to wait until he was sure before telling his wife and daughter, but he couldn't hold back in this situation. As for Xiaozheng, he wasn't confident. He had a pleasant working relationship with Xiaozheng, but their friendship was limited to that. Chen Gang had previously sought help from old comrades he was close to, but it hadn't worked out. Those old comrades either avoided him and refused to help or were in dire situations themselves, wanting to help but unable to. After hesitating and going through his old connections, he finally thought of Xiaozheng. It was worth a try. A dead horse could be treated like a live one. When Xuemian's face lit up a bit, as if she saw hope. However, Chen Qingyin showed no excitement and said, "Isn't it good to just stay with Dad and Mom?"
Chen Gang replied firmly, "Nonsense.
What future is there on the farm? Do you want to marry someone from here and settle down?" Chun Gang didn't say it too bluntly, but Chen Qingyin understood. As she grew older, she received more and more admiring glances. However, in her situation, this is a disaster, not a blessing. When Xueman is also worried, Nan, if Uncle Xiao can help you, you should leave here. Chun Qingyin picked up a piece of vegetables and ate it silently, nodding. At that moment, someone outside shouted, Chen Qingyin, someone is looking for you at the reception. Over the years, the only ones who could come to find Chen Qingyin were Shi Xiaojun and Shi Xiaoshan, so Qin Gang and Wen Xueman didn't need to guess. They sent their daughter away. On the way, Manager Wang suddenly appeared, staring at Chen Qingyin. Our little Qingyin has grown into a young lady. No wonder the young men outside are coming to find you. Manager Wang looked to be in his late 20s, with a sharp face and a gaze that sometimes seemed inappropriate. Chen Qingyin felt she couldn't resist Manager Wang. She could only pretend not to hear anything he said. She quickened her pace. Manager Wang hurried to catch up, trying to reach out to her. Chen Qingyin quickly dodged, trying to stay calm. Manager Wang, what are you trying to do in public? Don't misunderstand, Qingyin. Seeing her serious expression, Manager Wang toned it down a bit. I just worry that you might be deceived by the young men outside. You're so beautiful. It would be a shame if someone with bad intentions took advantage of you. I think you should interact less with outsiders and pay more attention to the single men here like me. My family keeps pushing me to get married, but I don't like anyone else. I only like you. As Manager Wang got more excited, he tried to reach out again. Chen Qingyin gasped in fear. Then, a shadow rushed past her and stood in front of Manager Wang. Shi Xiaojun wasn't very strong, but he was tall, at least a head taller than Manager Wang. What do you want? Manager Wang swallowed hard. He knew Shi Xiaojun was there for Chen Qingyin and that Shi Xiaojun's father was a high-ranking officer. Faced with Shi Xiaojun, he couldn't use his small amount of power, so Shi Xiaojun's imposing presence made him a bit uneasy. What do you think? I'm here to catch a bully. Manager Wang took 2 steps back, stammering, You're talking nonsense. There's no bully here. Shi Xiaojun scoffed. Aren't you one? Do you dare to admit it? Which of your eyes saw me being a bully? Both of my eyes saw it. Do you dare to confront me at the office? The administrator Wang was afraid of the strong and bullied the weak. He mumbled something and hurriedly left. Shi Xiaojun stared at Wang's back, his gaze showing an unusual fierceness for his age. He turned to Chen Qingyin, and his fierceness faded. Qingyin, does he often bother you? Chen Qingyin bit her lip and shook her head. No, I usually stay with my parents, so he doesn't have the chance. Shi Xiaojun felt relieved, but quickly formed a plan in his mind. Did you come here alone today, Xiaojun? Where's Xiaoshan? Every time before, Shi Xiaoshan and Shi Xiaojun came together, sometimes with Shi Xiaojun. Shi Xiaojun scratched the back of his head. My sister is busy and doesn't have time. Chen Qingyi nodded in understanding. Now that she's a soldier, she probably doesn't have as much free time as before. Shi Xiaojun paused and said, I want to join the army too. Chen Qingyin was surprised for a moment, then realized, right, Xiaojun is graduating from high school this year. Shi Xiaojun felt a bit uncomfortable. Can you stop calling me Xiaojun? It makes me feel like a kid. Chen Qingyin replied, but I've always called you that. Okay, I'll call you Xiaojun from now on. Shi Xiaojun smiled widely.
All right.
Chen Qingyin asked, have you eaten yet? Shi Xiaojun replied, I brought some snacks and ate on the way. Chen Qingyin didn't know what to say. When Shi Xiaoshan was around, they seemed to have endless topics to discuss. Chen Qingyin asked again, are you staying at the farm's guest house tonight? Did you bring your introduction letter? I brought it, look. Shi Xiaojun took out the letter for Chen Qingyin to see. She glanced at it, nodded, and fell silent again. Usually talkative, Shi Xiaojun was quiet today. However, unlike Chen Qingyin, who felt awkward in silence, Shi Xiaojun didn't know what awkwardness meant. He just felt happy to see Qingyin before leaving. Chen Qingyin decided to show Shi Xiaojun around the farm. She walked ahead while Shi Xiaojun lagged a bit behind, taking his time. Before long, Chen Qingyin started to sweat from the sun. She looked at Shi Xiaojun and asked, are you hot? Not hot. Chen Qingyin noticed the beads of sweat on Shi Xiaojun's face, but didn't say anything and continued walking. Finally, after 2 hours, Shi Xiaojun said, I want to go to town for a bit, then come back to register at the guest house. Okay, be careful on the way. Chen Qingyin sighed in relief and forgot to ask what he was going to do in town. When Shi Xiaojun returned from town, he had an extra bundle with him. He placed the bundle in the guest house and went to find Qingyin, where he also met Qin Gang and Wen Xuemian. Both Qin Gang and Wen Xuemian liked the kind-hearted kids from Shi's family and offered him some long-preserved snacks. Shi Xiaojun accepted without hesitation, but left a few food coupons behind when he left. He had exchanged some of his pocket money for them. Not much, just a small gesture of appreciation. After Shi Xiaojun left, Wen Xuemian noticed the food coupons hidden under the enamel basin. She looked at Qin Gang and said, This? Qin Gang sighed. This boy really knows how to warm people's hearts. When Xuemian hesitated, does he have feelings for Qingyin? When they were younger, I didn't think much of it, but now they are both young adults. Qin Gang pondered for a moment and replied, Let it happen naturally. When Xuemian nodded, but she thought that given their current situation, if Shi Xiaojun truly had feelings for Qingyin, it could be a good match for her. That night, as Chen Qingyin lay in bed, she also thought about Shi Xiaojun. She recalled his actions over the years and felt a warm feeling inside. She didn't think of it in any other way because Shi Xiaojun looked at her with pure eyes, definitely not with the gaze a man gives a woman. She could sense that. In her heart, Shi Xiaojun was like a younger brother, a slightly mischievous little brother. What was her mischievous little brother doing at that moment? Under the cover of night, Shi Xiaojun quietly left the guest house. He made his way to the residence of the manager, hiding outside. After waiting for half an hour, the light in the room turned on, and the manager hurriedly came out wearing a coat, heading towards the restroom. Shi Xiaojun quietly followed him. Just as the manager had squatted down to relieve himself, Shi Xiaojun climbed up to the window behind the restroom, lit a firecracker, and used a stick to place it under the manager. The manager, unaware, had no idea that trouble was brewing. Soon, a series of firecracker sounds erupted, splattering the contents of the pit and startling the manager. Shi Xiaojun stifled his laughter and quickly ran back to the guest house. This was the mischievous plan he had thought of earlier in the afternoon, and he had gone to town to buy the firecrackers. As for why he was sure that Manager Wang would get up to use the restroom, it was obviously because he had secretly given Manager Wang a laxative beforehand. As Shi Xiaojun ran, he silently thought, Mom, your mischievous child is being naughty one last time. Please forgive him. Manager Wang was injured by a firecracker and would need at least a month to recover. The farm immediately launched an investigation. Meanwhile, the troublemaker, Shi Xiaojun, had already boarded the train back to Yun County. After Manhwa finished her skincare routine, she lay down on the bed, and Xiaojun put down his book and came over. He sniffed the air and said, It smells great. What did you use? And Hua used high-end skincare products she had stored from the future, just repackaged for this era. She replied calmly, Snowflake cream. Xiaozheng, being straightforward, didn't quite understand what snowflake cream was supposed to smell like. He touched his wife's face in surprise and said, Your skin is so soft and bouncy, like an 18-year-old girl. Is snowflake cream really that amazing? No wonder women love it. And Hua shot him a sideways glance and asked, What do you mean by women love it? Besides me, do you know any other woman who likes it? Xiaozheng hesitated. I can't think of anyone. But that's what everyone says. And Hua scoffed and lifted her face. I'll reward you with a kiss for that 18-year-old girl's face. Xiaozheng happily kissed her several times and said, Hee hee, it's as delicious as egg custard. And Hua wiped her mouth on his shirt. Xiaozheng took the opportunity to pull her close and adjusted to a comfortable position to start talking. Chun Gang wrote to me, asking if I could help arrange a job for his daughter. Is it Qingyin? And Hua nodded. Yes, even though Qingyin is a year younger than Xiaoshan, they are in the same grade, and Qingyin should have graduated by now. So, what do you think? Xiaozheng replied, Arranging a job isn't difficult. I'm just unsure about how to do it. And Hua asked, What's there to be unsure about? Xiao Zheng explained, I'm debating whether to arrange a job in Yun County, closer to Qin Gang and his wife, or send her to the provincial city. And Hua shook her head. Let's skip the provincial city. It might not be safe to send her alone. I think it's better to arrange a job in Yun County. Being farther from her parents will lessen any negative influence. I guess Sister Xueman and her husband would prefer that too. Then we'll go with your suggestion. Xiao Zheng agreed, finding her reasoning sound. The next day, Shi Weiguang came to discuss with Xiao Zheng, and it turned out to be about Chen Qingyin's job issue. My kid is begging me to bring old Chen's daughter to Yun County and arrange a job for her. What should I do? Shi Weiguang said, feeling troubled. Xiao Zheng raised an eyebrow. You should help with this. She's going to be your daughter-in-law, not a stranger. Shi Weiguang quickly replied, Don't tease me. She's just a kid. It's not that serious. Xiao Zheng asked, So are you going to help or not? Shi Weiguang sighed. Sure, Xiao Jun is pleading with me. He's always been so confident. When has he ever begged anyone?
But
I'm still unsure, so I came to ask for your advice. Xiao Zheng understood. Shi Weiguang was usually cautious and worried that helping Qin Qinyin might cause trouble, so he wanted to discuss it with him first. Xiao Zheng pretended to think seriously and then said, The Wen family's overseas connections are complicated. You need to think it through. It's not that. Shi Weiguang scratched his head. The key is, sure Xiao Jun asked me for this before he left. As his father, I can't just refuse, right? Plus, Qinyin is just a child. She shouldn't be burdened by her background. Xiao Zheng replied, That makes sense, so go ahead and help. Shi Weiguang said, But Xiao Zheng impatiently clicked his tongue. You're acting like a woman, hesitating so much. After hesitating several times, Shi Weiguang finally took a deep breath and said, It's just arranging a job for that girl. It's not a big deal. I'll do it. Xiao Zheng laughed heartily. What are you laughing at? Chen Gang wrote to me about arranging a job for his daughter too. I was planning to agree. Oh, I mean, look at us. We're so in sync, haha. Shi Weiguang was speechless. So, this guy was just joking with him? And who was he to say they were in sync? Shi Weiguang shot Xiao Zheng a glare and left with a puffed-up chest. However, with Xiao Zheng's support, Shi Weiguang had no more worries. In the end, Chen Qinyin was arranged to work as a factory worker at the food factory in Yun County. When she arrived, Shi Xiao Jun had already left, and Hua and Zhou Meihua went to the train station to pick her up. There are so many people. Where is Qinyin? Zhou Meihua mumbled. I wonder how tall Qinyin has grown. And Hua said. While the two were scanning the crowd, a beautiful young lady walked up to them, smiling and calling out, Aunt Meihua. Oh my, it's the white swan. Zhou Meihua exclaimed. Although Chen Qinyin had faced difficulties with her parents, her genes still shone through, and she had grown into a beautiful and graceful young lady, just like the white swan from her childhood, though she was dressed more simply. And Hua took Chen Qingyin's hand and happily said, You've grown so much. I hardly recognize you. That's right. Zhou Meihua also stared at Chen Qinyin, thinking to herself, no wonder that boy Shi Xiao Jun is so smitten. Aunt N and Aunt Meihua haven't changed at all. I recognized you both right away, Chen Qinyin said with a warm voice that was pleasant to hear. This girl really knows how to speak, Zhou Meihua said, smiling widely. And Hua took Chen Qinyin outside, chatting with her and asking about her parents. After holding Chen Qingyin's hand, and Hua noticed how thick her fingers were, a sign of years of hard work. Life had indeed left its marks on this child. The white swan had ultimately been brought low. The two led Chen Qinyin back to the family compound. Chen Qinyin didn't come empty-handed. Chen Gang and Wen Xueman had prepared some dried vegetables and 2 salted fish for Hua and Zhou Meihua. Though these gifts were modest, they had nothing better to offer at the moment. Chen Qinyin showed no signs of embarrassment. She graciously expressed her thanks and took out the items to give to them. Look at this girl, carrying so much from so far. Zhou Meihua was deeply moved, touching the end of Chen Qingyin's braid and saying, Why don't you stop living in the factory dormitory and come stay with me? You can keep me company. Zhou Meihua, having taken a liking to Chen Qingyin, suggested this on a whim. The more she thought about it, the more she liked the idea. The factory dormitory was in poor condition, with many people sharing a room. How could it compare to home? Plus, with Shi Xiaojun gone and Shi Xiaoshan soon heading to the provincial capital for university, her home would be quite empty. If Chen Qingyin could move in, she would be more than happy. Chen Qingyin was taken aback and quickly shook her head. That wouldn't be good. It would be too much trouble for Aunt Meihua. Zhou Meihua replied, "What trouble is there in this? I'm so lonely by myself. Having another girl around would be nice company." And Hua said, "Qingyin, since Aunt Meihua said so, why don't you just move in? You're not a stranger. At most, you can give Aunt Meihua a little bit of money for living expenses each month." Zhou Meihua thought that if Chen Qingyin paid for living expenses, she might feel more comfortable living there, and added, "All right, you can pay 7 yuan a month, and I'll cook delicious meals for you every day." And Hua and Zhou Meihua thought Chen Qingyin was just shy, but in reality, she was worried that living in Zhou Meihua's house with her background might lead to gossip about Zhou Meihua and Shi Weiguang. These uncles and aunts had already helped her a lot, and she didn't want to cause them any more trouble. In the end, Chen Qingyin declined, but promised to visit Zhou Meihua and Hua often to chat with them. Seeing this, Zhou Meihua didn't insist anymore. Chen Qingyin was supposed to report to the factory tomorrow, so she stayed at Zhou Meihua's house tonight. Xiaozheng was reading the newspaper on the sofa and asked when Hua came in, "Where's old Chen's daughter? Weren't we going to invite her for dinner?" And Hua replied, "Aunt Meihua kept her, and she's staying over today." Xiaozheng took a sip of tea and said, "That Shi Xiaojun is quite a character, still so young and already settled down." And Hua smiled and reminded him, "It's fine to joke around privately, but don't keep bringing it up. The kid is still young, and there are many uncertainties in the future. Plus, we don't know what Qingyin is thinking. We shouldn't put any pressure on her." "Got it, dear." Xiaozheng nodded and handed the newspaper to Hua, saying, "My eyes hurt. Can you read the news for me?" And Hua first asked about his eyes. "Why do they hurt?" Xiaozheng closed his eyes and rubbed them. "The print is too small, and I have to get close to see, which makes my eyes hurt. Do you think I might need glasses?" And Hua chuckled. "You're an adult. Your eyes are fully developed. You only read for about an hour a day and get plenty of outdoor activity, so you won't need glasses." Xiaozheng wasn't convinced, "But I read documents in the office too." And Hua replied, "That won't cause nearsightedness either." Xiaozheng felt disappointed, and Hua asked him, "Why do you want to wear glasses so much?" Xiaozheng suddenly leaned closer to Hua's ear and whispered, "If I wear glasses, it might give you a change of pace." And Hua looked at Xiaozheng, a smile forming on her lips. Who would have thought? Xiao Taizhu is quite charming. How's it going? Taizhu winked at his wife. Not much. Didn't you say you liked wearing glasses? Taizhu mumbled. Who told you I liked wearing glasses? I only like you. I don't need a change. Xiaozheng's mouth immediately turned up in a smile. Really? Really? Xiaozheng felt like a balloon that had been inflated, floating freely into the sky. Wife, I only like you too. I don't need a change. And Hua patted his head and praised, good boy. Xiaozheng wished he could grow a tail and wag it excitedly at his wife. In September, the twins started first grade, and Dong Dong began middle school. Qiu Shushin suddenly felt free. Most of her energy had been focused on the kids, and now that they were in the city for school, she had less time with them, which left her feeling a bit empty. She said to Hua, I want to go back to the provincial city. And Hua was surprised. Why do you suddenly want to go back? Qiu Shushin sighed. I've lived in Yun County for so many years. I miss home. Although her daughter and son-in-law treated her well, and this was her second home, in Qiu Shushin's heart, only the house she shared with Bohuai in the provincial city felt like home. After some thought, Hua suggested, why don't you go back for a few days and then return to Yun County? The kids have gotten used to having you around since they were little. They will surely miss you. Actually, Qiu Shushin also felt reluctant to leave Dong Dong and the twins. Just as she was hesitating, Bohuai came in, holding something covered with a cloth. Once at home, He placed the item on the table, lifted the cloth, and excitedly said, "Hua Hua, come look. Guess what this is?" And Hua walked around the table, examining it closely. It appeared to be a bronze vessel, about the size of a pot, round with 3 legs and 2 handles. "Dad, is this a bronze gui? Where did you get it?" A gui is a vessel used for food during the Shang and Zhou dynasties and is also a ceremonial item. And Bohuai, with one hand behind his back and stroking his beard with the other, looked quite pleased. "This is not an ordinary bronze gui. It has 58 inscriptions inside. I estimate it dates back to the late Middle Zhou period. I bought it from a farmer for just 60 pounds of grain tickets." And Hua looked again at the unremarkable bronze vessel, doubting. "Dad, is it really from the Zhou dynasty? Not from last week?" Amber Huai was angry at his daughter's doubts. "You can question my courage, but you cannot doubt my vision." For the first 2 years after the movement began, Amber Huai stayed in a small courtyard in the county, feeling very restless. Now that the situation has stabilized, he started exploring, visiting all the famous sites in Yun County. A few days ago, he felt inspired to visit the countryside and saw a bronze vessel in a farmer's yard, where a 2- or 3-year-old child was playing by urinating in it. He immediately recognized that this item was special and stopped to observe it, then asked the farmer about its origin. The farmer, over 60 years old, said that the vessel had been in his family for as long as he could remember, and his father had even used it to store silver coins. Amber Huai quickly expressed his desire to buy it. The farmer, being clever, realized that Amber Huai was interested in what he thought was and suspected it might have some value. He remembered that his grandfather had mentioned this vessel from his childhood, so it must be at least from the Daoguang era, an old item. The farmer decided to ask for 60 pounds of grain tickets. 60 pounds of grain tickets were equivalent to 2 months' supply for city dwellers, which was quite a lot in the farmer's eyes. He thought that since the Daoguang era wasn't too far back, the item couldn't be worth much. To his surprise, Amber Huai agreed, without hesitation. The farmer felt he might have undersold it, but since he had already made the offer, he couldn't change the price. Thus, Amber Huai bought the vessel for 60 pounds of grain tickets. From my observation, it should have a lid, but the farmer said he had never seen one. "What a pity. There might be inscriptions on the lid," Amber Huai said. His daughter, Anhua, asked with concern, "Dad, how much is this worth?" Amber Huai replied, "It's not about money. The historical value of the inscriptions cannot be measured in cash." Anhua leaned in to see the inscriptions inside, but was hit by a strong odor. Amber Huai quickly said, "The farmer's grandson used this as I washed it once, but it might not be completely clean. If you think it's dirty, don't touch it for now." Chiu Shushin complained, "If it's why put it on the dining table?" Amber Huai awkwardly picked up the vessel, treating it like a treasure, and didn't place it on the ground. He declared, "I've decided to explore the countryside more. Who knows what other good finds I might come across." Chiu Shushin said, "I was still thinking about whether to return to the provincial city." Amber Huai shook his head, "No, let's stay a bit longer." "Do you want to go back?" Chiu Shushin replied, "If that's the case, then I won't go back." And Bohai smiled and said, "You're the best, madam." Chiu Shushin shot him a playful glance. And Huan, who was very interested in collecting antiques, said, "Dad, take me with you when you go to the countryside." And Bohai gladly agreed. From then on, and Huan really started to follow and Bohai around. They not only went to the countryside, but also to places like recycling stations. Although they didn't find anything too valuable, the father and daughter still felt like they were treasure hunting and enjoyed themselves. And Huan didn't store the items they found in her space, but kept them in the cellar in the backyard. Only the bronze vessel was held by An Bohai for study, and he had even written several papers about it. Xiaozheng didn't understand her actions. "What's so good about those old things? They aren't useful." And Huan replied, "In troubled times, gold is valuable. In prosperous times, antiques are valuable. When the time comes, you'll see their worth." Even though the items in Huan and Bohai found were just ordinary antiques, their low cost meant their future value could increase many times over. Of course, and Huan cared about their monetary value, while in Bohai was purely interested for the sake of his hobby. Xiao Zheng didn't care much about antiques. Wife, I have a favor to ask. And Huan looked at him. You actually used the word ask. What do you want? Xiao Zheng said, what kind of look is that? I'm asking you about something serious concerning Xiao Zhu. His personal issues have become a big problem, and he looks worried every day. It makes me anxious. Why don't you see if there's anyone suitable around to introduce him to? Since Xiao Zhu was deceived during a blind date a few years ago, he had developed a fear of them. However, his job meant he had no other way to meet girls besides blind dates. So time passed, and now in his 20s he was still single. Hasn't his family helped him? Xiao Zheng replied, he hasn't taken a vacation in years and hasn't even gone home. It wouldn't help anyway. Besides, he said, he doesn't want a blind marriage. He wants to get to know someone first to see if they can marry. And Huan thought about the people around her and shook her head. I don't have anyone suitable. You should ask Sister Manhwa. She knows many people and loves to play matchmaker. Xiao Zheng hesitated and asked, do you think Xiao Wang is suitable? Wang Kaiyan? And Huan pondered for a moment and shook her head. Kaiyan said she wants to wait a while before thinking about marriage. Besides, Xiao Zhu often visits our home. If he really has a connection with Kaiyan, we probably wouldn't need to introduce them. Xiao Zheng listened and didn't say much more. He just mentioned it casually. And Huan quickly went to talk to Zhou Meihua about this. Zhou Meihua slapped her thigh and said, I've been bored lately with nothing to do. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Zhou Meihua was familiar with Xiao Zhu and immediately started thinking of suitable girls. There is actually a girl who fits the criteria. Minister Yang has a niece who came from the countryside to work for him. At this point, Zhou Meihua emphasized, but she is definitely Minister Yang's real niece. Is she a tall girl? I think I've seen her before, and Huan said, recalling a vague impression. Zhou Meihua nodded repeatedly. Yes, she is very tall, and her name is Duan. She is quite shy and doesn't talk much, but I heard from Minister Yang's wife that she is very hardworking and capable, able to support her family. And Huan replied, then please help me talk to her. If she agrees, we can find a chance to introduce them. Zhou Meihua agreed, and quickly got back with news. Duan agreed to meet. Zhou Meihua arranged for them to meet by the river. With the pleasant autumn weather, a walk by the river would be nice. And Huan asked Xiao Zhu to prepare a pot of water and a pack of pastries to have some energy if they got tired. Xiao Zhu took this meeting seriously and changed into clean clothes. He arrived at the designated spot first and waited. Duan soon arrived. Xiao Zhu saw a tall and strong girl walking towards him. Although he valued this meeting, he felt calm, not as excited as he had been during his first blind date. Duan quietly observed Xiao Zhu and lowered her head. Xiao Zhu smiled and said, Hello, Duan. You probably know a bit about me already. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Duan gently shook her head. Xiao Zhu was surprised and said, Then let's take a walk by the river and talk as we go. Duan nodded. Xiao Zhu scratched his head, wondering why Duan wasn't speaking. Duan, besides working, do you have any hobbies or activities you enjoy? Duan shook her head. Xiao Zhu said, Well, I enjoy reading, especially books about the military. I guess it's influenced by our instructor. Duan finally spoke. What does your job involve? Xiao Zhu replied, My work is quite varied. I do everything, from tasks for my supervisor to personal matters and family issues. Wherever I'm needed, I go. Duan listened in silence. Thinking she was interested in his work, Xiao Zhu began sharing some interesting stories. After a while, he noticed that Duan seemed distracted and uninterested. Xiao Zhu quickly changed the subject. He was good at reading people and talking, but he felt he was facing a challenge with Duan. No matter what he said, she appeared uninterested and didn't smile. Xiao Zhu realized that Duan probably didn't like him. He felt a little disappointed. He was not young anymore. Where was his chance for love? Since Duan didn't seem to like him, Xiao Zhu politely ended the date. Duan hurriedly said goodbye and left. Xiao Zhu looked at the untouched water and snacks in his hands and smiled wryly. Although it didn't work out, he still needed to tell Zhou Meihua and Manhwa. After hearing the news, Zhou Meihua expressed her regret. I thought you two were a good match. Why didn't it work out? Xiao Zhu smiled cheerfully. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be. And Hua comforted him. It's okay. You'll find someone else. You're such a nice person. It's impossible not to find a partner. Xiao Zhu thanked the two sisters and said goodbye. As he reached the entrance, he bumped into Wang Kaiyan, who was coming in with a basket of freshly washed bed linens. The impact caused everything to fall to the ground. I'm so sorry, Kaiyan. It's my fault. Let me help you wash them again. Wang Kaiyan quickly waved her hands. It's fine. I can handle it. You go ahead with what you were doing. That can't be right. I caused the mess, so I should take responsibility. They continued to insist back and forth. And Hua, watching from the side, found it amusing. Seeing they were going in circles, she called out, Kaiyan, since Xiao Zhu wants to help, let him accompany you to the river to wash them again. Kaiyan paused, then nodded and looked at Xiao Zhu. All right then. As Wang Kaiyan and Xiao Zhu walked toward the river, Duan returned to Minister Yang's home. The minister's wife eagerly asked her, how did it go? Duan shook her head. The minister's wife responded, what does that mean? He didn't like you? Duan glanced at her aunt and quietly said, he is quite enthusiastic. The wife of Minister Yang paused. You don't like him? Duan fidgeted with her hands and mumbled, Aunt, I'm already 23. I can't keep working at your house forever. My mom wrote to me saying I should go back home, where someone will introduce me to a worker from the city. After hearing this, the wife of Minister Yang's expression changed. Duan's words were polite, but she understood that her aunt was disappointed with the match she had suggested, feeling that even a worker was not good enough for her. The wife of Minister Yang was furious. What's wrong with Xiao Zhu? Is it his looks, his job, or his temperament? Duan felt she could no longer let her aunt belittle her. She finally spoke her mind. Aunt, I have worked hard in this house for so many years, taking care of the children without complaints. But you can't just think I'm easy to push around and introduce me to someone who runs errands for leaders. Xiao Zhu isn't even an officer. When he leaves the army, he won't have a job and will just go back to farming. What future does he have? The wife of Minister Yang was stunned. Duan had always been quiet and never expressed her thoughts. She didn't realize that her niece felt this way about her.
All right.
So in your eyes, I'm a wicked aunt who bullies you. The wife of Minister Yang's face was cold. From today on, I won't care about your matters anymore. If you want to go back home, go ahead. If you want to marry some worker or farmer, it has nothing to do with me. Duan felt a bit panicked. Aunt, that's not what I meant.
Just.
What do you mean? You just don't understand. After all these years in the family compound, you still don't know the basics. Is Xiao Zhu just an ordinary soldier? He is a trusted aide to the commander, the most reliable person. He is about to be promoted to squad leader. Even if he became a squad leader at a later age, his connection with the commander means he has a bright future. But the wife of Minister Yang didn't want to share this with Duan. Xiao Zhu often visited the commander's home. Although he didn't talk much with Wang Kaiyan, they were quite familiar. So, when they were alone together, there was no awkwardness. You don't need to help carry that. I can manage it alone, Xiao Zhu said, weighing the large basin in his hands with a smile. It's not heavy. Wang Kaiyan stopped being coy and willingly let go. Xiao Zhu asked her, Comrade Kaiyan, since you have running water at home, why do you still wash clothes by the river? Wang Kaiyan replied, I wash the sheets and covers. It's more convenient to do it in the river. We're upstream, and the river water is very clean. Wang Kaiyan had changed a lot since she first arrived. She no longer kept her head down all the time and spoke confidently. Xiao Zhu noticed a bit of the same confidence that reminded her of her mentor's sister-in-law. It must be that living together for a while had influenced her. Xiao Zhu looked away, pressed her lips together, and a dimple appeared on her cheek. Comrade Kaiyan, you've been in Yun County for a while. Have you taken a break and gone home? No. Wang Kaiyan shook her head and added honestly, I have a stepmother and a half-brother. Whether I go back or not doesn't matter. Xiao Zhu was just making small talk, but She felt a bit embarrassed when Wang Kaiyan shared her personal life, so she didn't ask further. However, Xiao Zhu was good at keeping the conversation going. "Did I also have a stepmother, but she's very nice to us. She treats my siblings and me just like her own children. When I was sick with a fever as a child, she walked 30 miles overnight to carry me to the city hospital. My family situation is average. We're not the richest in the production team, but we're not poor either. My siblings and I get along well, and we always discuss things calmly without arguing."
My family.
Xiao Zhu kept talking about her family, and Wang Kaiyan didn't mind. She found it enjoyable to listen, and before she knew it, they finished their work much faster than usual. When it was time to wring out the clothes, Xiao Zhu quickly said, "Let me help you."
No need, I can do it myself.
Xiao Zhu insisted on helping, so Wang Kaiyan let her.
Wow, Comrade Kaiyan, you're really strong.
I almost couldn't wring it out. Wang Kaiyan smiled, thinking to herself that no one would believe that. She had heard from her uncle that Xiao Zhu was the best at arm wrestling, and very few could beat him. On the way back, Xiao Zhu kept chatting, and Wang Kaiyan listened with a smile, occasionally responding with a nod. Manhwa stretched her neck at the entrance and turned to Qiu Shushan, saying, "They seem to be having a good time. It's nice to see. I wonder if they'll spark something." Qiu Shushan teased, "You really know how to play matchmaker. Why are you trying to bring them together?" Manhwa smiled and said, "It's not me who brought them together. They bumped into each other on their own. I just went along with it. But let's see how it turns out. Kaiyan has mentioned wanting to marry and have kids later. Whether she will actually do that is still unknown." Manhwa thought that Xiao Zhu was a nice person and hoped not to miss this opportunity. As they talked, Xiao Zhu and Wang Kaiyan returned home. Xiao Zhu helped Wang Kaiyan hang the clean sheets and covers on the line. Manhwa joked, "Xiao Zhu is really hardworking. I wonder if he will still be this diligent after getting married, or if he will leave everything for his wife to do." Xiao Zhu glanced at Wang Kaiyan and replied with a smile, "A home is for two people, so it should be managed together. As for work, we men have hands and feet too. If we can help, we should." Wang Kaiyan also looked at Xiao Zhu, and their eyes met, but she was the first to look away. "Aunt, I'm going to cook," Wang Kaiyan said before heading inside. Manhwa said to Xiao Zhu, "Stay for dinner." Xiao Zhu looked again in the direction Wang Kaiyan had gone and waved his hand, saying, "No, sister-in-law, I'll head out now." As Xiao Zhu left, he turned back once. Qiu Shushan quietly said to Manhwa, "Xiao Zhu seems to have feelings for her, but it's hard to tell how Kaiyan feels." Manhwa replied, "Let's not ask. Let them figure it out themselves." Qiu Shushan nodded. The next day, the wife of Minister Yang came to find Manhwa to apologize. Manhwa was surprised. "What do you need to apologize for?"
Oh.
Minister Yang's wife said shyly, "It's about my daughter Du Wan and Xiao Zhu's blind date. That girl doesn't know what's good for her." Manhwa chuckled. "There's no need for an apology. Matters of the heart should be mutual. If Du Wan isn't interested, then that's fine." Minister Yang's wife was worried that Manhwa might feel upset, but hearing her response, she felt relieved. She sighed and said, "I always thought Du Wan was honest and simple, but who knew she had so many thoughts? She thinks I, as her aunt, am not genuinely looking out for her. I feel so wronged." Last night, Minister Yang came home and, after hearing what Du Wan had said, criticized his wife for not finding a suitable match for her. It wasn't that Minister Yang thought Xiao Zhu was bad. He believed that since Du Wan didn't like him, they should find someone who met her standards as a way to reward her for her hard work over the years. The daughter-in-law of Minister Yang was very upset. According to Du Wan's standards? How would she know what Du Wan's standards are? Moreover, the men scolded her without understanding the situation, making her feel very wronged. Although Du Wan has contributed a lot to the family over the years, she hasn't treated Du Wan poorly. She gives her 5 yuan pocket money each month, a new outfit every year, and always shares the good food at home with Du Wan. Could Du Wan live such a life back in her rural hometown? Now, the daughter-in-law of Minister Yang was filled with anger and couldn't help but vent to Manhwa. In the end, she worriedly said, "Where am I supposed to find her a partner? Although she works hard and knows a few words, she's not particularly pretty, and she has a bunch of younger siblings at home. Once she gets married, she will definitely need to support her family. With such good conditions, would anyone even want her? And Hua smiled and said, "Take your time. You will find someone eventually." As she spoke, she glanced at her watch. The daughter-in-law of Minister Yang was perceptive and realized Hua didn't want to hear her complaints, so she quickly stood up to leave. "Look at me, I lost track of time. The kids must be getting out of school. I'll head home now." And Hua stood up to see her off. "There's no need for that, just go ahead." The daughter-in-law of Minister Yang came in a rush and left just as quickly. They were talking in the yard, while Wang Kaiyan was busy in the vegetable garden and overheard everything. Wang Kaiyan knew Du-won. They were relatives on the surface, but in reality, they were part of a small circle of caretakers. Du-won usually didn't talk much, but once, when someone brought up marriage, the shy Du-won suddenly said, "We should aim higher. Marrying someone above the rank of a battalion commander is the way to go." Wang Kaiyan thought Du-won might be looking down on Xiao Zhu for not being a battalion-level officer. Xiao Zhu's face suddenly appeared in Wang Kaiyan's mind. It was a cheerful and lovely face with big dimples. Wang Kaiyan smiled silently. She wondered how he could talk so much. The service center announced that there would be lamb available today, and Wang Kaiyan, not having eaten breakfast, rushed to line up early. "Kaiyan, over here." "I'm here, come to me." It was Xiao Xiaotsue, who was pregnant again and had a big belly. She warmly invited Wang Kaiyan to cut in line with her. Wang Kaiyan hesitated because the people behind her were glaring at her as if they would immediately attack her if she tried to cut in. Xiao Xiaotsue knew that lamb was in limited supply, so it wouldn't be good to cut in line. She asked Wang Kaiyan to wait aside while she bought it herself. Wang Kaiyan thought this was a good idea and nodded, stepping aside. Unexpectedly, when it was Xiao Xiaotsue's turn, there wasn't much lamb left. She managed to get only 3 pounds. Someone behind her complained, "You can't buy so much. What will the rest of us buy?" Xiao Xiaotsue raised her eyebrows, unbothered, and said, "Is 3 pounds too much? I was going to buy 4 pounds. This isn't enough. You shouldn't be so greedy. You can only buy 1 pound and share 2 pounds with those behind you." "Fine, I won't buy anything at all, and will give it all to you." Xiao Xiaotsue scoffed and walked away confidently. At that moment, someone in the crowd muttered, "Troublemaker." Xiao Xiaotsue immediately turned around and looked straight at the speaker. "Du-won, if you have something to say it to my face instead of whispering behind my back." Du-won's face turned a bit red, and she fell silent. Xiao Xiaotsue, not one to back down, continued, "Aren't you from the countryside too? You walk around acting all high and mighty. Why don't you look in the mirror and see how you really are? Dreaming of becoming something you're not." Du-won, who usually avoided conflict, couldn't take Xiao Xiaotsue's insults anymore and retorted, "What are you talking about? Who's acting high and mighty? Who wants to be something special?" Xiao Xiaotsue replied, "Of course it's you. Everyone knows how high your standards are in the neighborhood. You only want to date someone above a certain rank. Why do you look down on me? Isn't it because you think I could find someone at that level while you can't?" Du-won got upset. "Who says I can't find anyone?" Xiao Xiaotsue made a silly face and said, "I'm talking about you. You can't find anyone to marry, so you'll just be stuck working at your uncle's place for life." Seeing that Du-won was about to cry, Xiao Xiaotsue walked away, feeling pleased with herself. She shared most of the lamb with Wang Kaiyan. Wang Kaiyan asked, "Is this enough for you to eat?" Xiao Xiaotsue replied, "There are only 3 of us at home, so it's definitely enough. My uncle's family is big, so I'm giving you more." Wang Kaiyan nodded and then asked, "Do you have a problem with Du-won?" Xiao Xiaotsue scoffed, "I don't even want to deal with her. She's the one talking behind my back, saying I only got to marry Gaozha because of my uncle and that I have a bad temper, so I'll end up breaking up with him." Wang Kaiyan was surprised. She doesn't seem like the type to talk behind people's backs. Xiao Xiaotsue scoffed, "What a show. I heard she went on a blind date with Xiao Zhu and didn't even like him. Honestly, it's laughable. She thinks she's too good for Xiao Zhu? In my opinion, she doesn't even deserve to be near him." Wang Kaiyan asked, even you heard about it? Xiao Xiaotsue replied, it's not a secret. Actually, from Xiao Zhu's perspective, it's a good thing. Thankfully, Duwan didn't notice him. Just look at Duwan. What's so great about her? She's not pretty and tries too hard. Xiao Xiaotsue complained about Duwan for a while, then suddenly turned to Wang Kaiyan and said, why don't you give Xiao Zhu a try? Wang Kaiyan was caught off guard by the sudden shift to her, stammering, why would I? Xiao Xiaotsue said seriously, don't think just because Xiao Zhu isn't an officer that he's not worth it. My uncle can't let him go. But I heard from my aunt that Xiao Zhu will be promoted by early next year and will be leading a team. People who move from leadership to the field usually have a clear path for advancement. Xiao Xiaotsue raised an eyebrow at Wang Kaiyan. Xiao Zhu is right in front of you. This is the best chance to get to know him. Don't miss out. As the saying goes, when you marry, you should choose someone with good conditions or a bright future. Don't be fooled by those who have nothing to offer. Wang Kaiyan quickly replied, I don't know any guys. Xiao Xiaotsue said, I know. I'm just trying to warn you. Young women like you are easily swayed by emotions and can lose clarity in their thoughts. Wang Kaiyan found it amusing. We're the same generation. It's not like you're much older. Xiao Xiaotsue responded, I may not be old, but I've been through things. Anyway, Xiao Zhu is a good young man. If I hadn't married Gaozha, I would definitely go for him. Wang Kaiyan just smiled. She didn't fully agree or disagree with Xiao Xiaotsue's words. In her life plan, marriage wasn't a top priority, and even if she considered it, she had principles to follow. She figured not many would meet her standards. So, even though Xiao Zhu tried to talk to her every time he visited, she sensed something but didn't feel much of a stir in her heart, so she didn't respond to him. Xiao Zhu had his own worries. Xiao Zheng said to Manhwa, he keeps zoning out. It's like the words heartbroken are written on his forehead. Is he still thinking about Minister Yang's niece? You know about heartbreak? And Hua teased him, then added, but he might not be thinking about Duwan. Xiao Zheng asked, then who is he thinking about? And Hua shared Wang Xian's thoughts. Kaiyan has her own opinions and ideas. It's hard to say if Xiao Zhu will get what he wants. Xiao Zheng sighed. Why is his love life so difficult? However, both Xiao Zheng and Hua didn't focus too much on Xiao Zhu. A big event happened at home. Yuan's duck accidentally ate rat poison and died. The whole family was worried. Oh no, the little one is going to cause a scene. In the family compound, rat poison is placed at specific spots, but only in mouse holes, which are too small for an adult duck to enter. And Hua was puzzled about how Gaga could have eaten rat poison. She asked the little boy who brought the duck's body, where did you find it? The boy pointed, right next to that mouse hole around the corner. He often played with Yuan, knew Gaga was hers, and immediately brought Gaga over when he found it. The mouse hole the boy mentioned was a man-made one for placing rat poison. And Hua thought for a moment and went to check the scene. The entrance of the mouse hole was small, just big enough for an adult mouse to pass through. If the duck had stuck its beak in to eat something, it could have gotten something, but could a duck's sense of smell be that sharp? How would it know there was food in the mouse hole? Most importantly, the rat poison used was a slow-acting toxin. Even if the duck ate it, it wouldn't die after just a few steps. If the duck had died at home or somewhere else, and Hua wouldn't have doubted anything, as accidental poisoning could happen. But the duck died right next to the mouse hole, making it seem like someone had deliberately thrown it there. When Hua returned home, Qiu Shushan was worried, saying, what will happen when Yuan comes back? She'll be heartbroken over the duck. Dong Dong took the twins to their aunt's house to play and would be back soon. And Hua was also worried. The little girl would likely have a tough time with this. Wang Kaiyan suggested, how about we take care of Gaga first and then find another duck to replace it? Someone from another family also raised 2 ducks. Both are mallards and look quite similar. And Hua shook her head. Others might think they look alike, but we can tell them apart right away. I can definitely tell, and Yuan can recognize them even better. The 3 adults fell silent. Finally, and Hua said, forget it, we can't keep it a secret. We should just tell her directly. Qiu Shushan sighed. It seems we have no choice. When they heard the children's voices outside, and Hua and Qiu Shushan both felt nervous. Auntie's buns are even tastier than Mom's. I want Annie to make them for me again next time. That was Yuan's voice, and she even licked her lips. Dong laughed and asked, "Did you eat all the buns Annie gave you on the way home?" Yuan replied, "No way. I only ate 2. Tuan said, "You should eat less. Your little tummy can't hold so much food, or you won't digest it." Yuan patted her round belly. Yes, it was definitely full. The kids walked into the house, and Hua took a deep breath, pointed at the ducks, and with a heavy heart explained what happened, then covered her ears, bracing for Yuan's storm of tears. However, Yuan just squatted down and stared at the ducks, lost in thought. She didn't say a word, nor did she cry. Yuan, sweetheart. And Hua squatted down too, and gently patted her head. Yuan's small body suddenly trembled, and she threw herself into her mother's arms, mouth open wide, tears streaming down her face, but she still didn't make a sound. This was much more heartbreaking than her usual loud cries. And Hua held her tightly, feeling pained. At that moment, Tuan also started to sob, tears flowing uncontrollably. Dong quickly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Tuan usually didn't play with the ducks, so she shouldn't have felt as deeply as Yuan. With a very sad expression, Tuan looked confused. "I don't know. When I saw Yuan cry, I just wanted to cry too." Qiu Shushan said, "They say twins have a special connection. Maybe Tuan is feeling Yuan's sadness."
Dong comfort Tuan silenti.
After a while, Yuan finally lifted her head and said with a thick nasal voice, "Mom, I want to bury Guagua so it can sleep well." And Hua paused and replied, "Can we wait until tomorrow to bury it? I want to investigate some things first." Dong quickly realized, "Mom, did someone poison Gaga?" Hua replied, "I can only guess. I can't be 100% sure." Dong said, "If Gaga was poisoned on purpose, then that person must be targeting Yuan, someone who has fought with her." Tuan suggested, "Could it be Yang Xiaoguang? Every time they fight, Yuan calls him a Japanese soldier. He must be unhappy about that." Yuan angrily said, "Maybe it's Ma Shanshan. Last time we argued, she said she would make soup with my Gaga." Hua asked, "Who else?" Yuan, have you fought with anyone else?" Yuan thought for a moment. "There's also Huzai. But I haven't talked to him in a long time, and no other kids play with him either." Huzai was isolated by his peers after his mother complained to a teacher, blaming the teacher's daughter for him getting bitten by a dog. Huzai's mom made it clear that being close to him had consequences, so parents warned their kids not to play with him, as she would always shift the blame onto others. Even after Huzai's mom returned to the countryside, no one wanted to be close to him. Anhua noted down all the kids who had conflicts with Yuan, as they could be suspects. Next came the investigation. While Anhua was figuring out how to investigate, news came that Huzai had been poisoned, was vomiting and had convulsions, and was sent to the clinic by a neighbor. Anhua left the kids at home and went to the clinic. The doctor was giving Huzai an injection, likely an antidote. After a while, Huzai's convulsions improved a lot, but he looked dazed and unfocused. Anhua asked the doctor, "What kind of poison did he take?" The doctor, who knew Anhua, replied, "It's the rat poison we put out in our area, but it's not very toxic, so he should be fine." "Wow, that rat poison is pretty dangerous. Shouldn't we stop putting it in the housing area? What if another child accidentally eats it?" said a young woman, a neighbor of Jiang Dahai, who had brought Huzai to the clinic. Anhua asked her, "Do you know how Huzai got the rat poison?" The neighbor shook her head.
I don't know about that.
"I just passed by his house and took a quick look inside. I saw Tiger throwing up, so I went in to ask him what was wrong. He said he wasn't feeling well. Even though I have issues with his mom, I have a good heart. Seeing the child in that state, I took him to the clinic without hesitation. Otherwise, he might not have made it." At that moment, the doctor said, based on the patient's symptoms, the amount ingested was very small. It seems he accidentally got some on his hands and then touched food, which caused the poisoning. Also, suddenly, Tiger's neighbor exclaimed, "My child said at noon that he saw Tiger outside, peeking into a mouse hole." I didn't think much of it, thinking Tiger was old enough not to mess with rat poison. The doctor replied, "He definitely didn't eat it directly. Otherwise, the poisoning wouldn't be so mild. He must have played around and got the rat poison on his hands without washing them." Anhua looked at Tiger, and to her surprise, he was looking back at her. When their eyes met, Tiger quickly looked down. At that moment, Jiang Dahai rushed in. He had been running, anxious about his son being poisoned. "Don't let anything happen to my only child." When Tiger saw his dad, he seemed even more frightened and shrank back into the bed. Jiang Dahai learned the situation from the doctor, and his first reaction was anger. "Why are you playing with rat poison? You think you can just mess around? You need a good lesson." Tiger remained silent. Jiang Dahai raised his hand in frustration. The doctor couldn't watch any longer and quickly intervened. "Commander Jiang, let's talk calmly. The child is poisoned and weak. He can't handle your anger." Jiang Dahai took a deep breath, lowered his hand, and asked Tiger, "Is there anywhere else that hurts? Speak up so the doctor can help you. We don't want any lasting problems." Seeing his dad soften, Tiger became bold and shouted, "Everything hurts. My stomach hurts, my mouth hurts, my head hurts." "That's nonsense." Jiang Dahai showed signs of getting angry again. Tiger quickly replied, "You asked and I really do hurt." Jiang Dahai looked suspiciously at the doctor, wondering if the boy was telling the truth or not. The doctor hesitated. At that moment, Anhua suddenly said, "I believe Tiger when he says everything hurts. After all, my duck cried out in pain when it died." Everyone looked at Anhua in confusion. "What duck?" Tiger shouted, "That's nonsense. Ducks can't talk, so they can't say they are hurt." Anhua replied, "How do you know it can't talk? It was speaking when it died." Tiger quickly responded, "I was right there. How did I not hear it?" Anhua said, "So you're saying my duck died while you were nearby, and you poisoned it?" Tiger fell silent and shook his head repeatedly. "I didn't do it, it wasn't me, I didn't." Anhua turned to Jiang Dahai and explained about her duck's death. As for whether Tiger poisoned it, he won't admit it, and I don't want to wrong him. So, we need to involve a more authoritative organization to investigate this matter. I will report it to the police." Jiang Dahai's expression grew darker as he stared at Tiger, his eyes seeming to burn with anger. However, when he heard Anhua mention calling the police, he was taken aback. "Sister-in-law, I will definitely give you an explanation, but reporting to the police might not be appropriate. This is an internal matter for our unit, and besides, the child is still young." "Commander Jiang," Anhua sighed, "I thought long and hard before making this decision. Tiger has been bothering my Yuan repeatedly, and while those were just small issues, this time is different. He poisoned it. Even though it was just a duck, that duck was precious to my Yuan. Tiger clearly knew this when he harmed it, showing how much he hates my Yuan. If he can poison a duck today, what will he do tomorrow? Commander Jiang, if it were you, wouldn't you feel a chill down your spine?" Jiang Dahai hesitated, unable to argue against her. This matter, if investigated thoroughly, was indeed very serious. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped Tiger across the face. This time, the doctor couldn't stop it, and Tiger received a solid slap, leaving a mark on his face. Tiger cried out, "You hit me! You hit me! I want to go home. I want my mom. How can you still make a fuss? Why did you poison someone else's duck?" "I didn't do it. It wasn't me, I didn't." Tiger kept insisting he was innocent. Jiang Dahai rolled up his sleeves and lifted his son off the hospital bed. "Let's go home and deal with you properly." "I don't want to go." "Jiang Dahai, if you hit me again, I'll poison you." Tiger suddenly shouted. Jiang Dahai was taken aback for a moment, then began to pull off his belt. "How dare you threaten to poison me? I'll deal with you first." Jiang Dahai was acting wildly, hitting his son, and neither the doctor nor the neighbors could stop him. And Hua watched coldly, knowing that Jiang Dahai was doing this to show her. As long as he was harsh enough, she would feel better and wouldn't report him to the police. But that was impossible, and Hua still reported him to the police. Reporting wasn't to get Tiger in trouble, After all, he was just a child, and the only thing he harmed was a duck. Even with clear evidence, he couldn't be charged with a crime. But the police could educate him. The police questioned Tiger seriously, and as soon as they said, "Confess for leniency, resist for severity," Tiger got scared and started bowing and admitting guilt, crying hard. The police sternly told Tiger that if it happened again, they would have to take him away and made Jiang Dahai pay for the duck. Jiang Dahai knew that his daughter-in-law didn't care about the money, so he took Tiger to apologize to Yuan Yuan seriously. Xiao Zheng was also at home, frowning at Jiang Dahai, saying, "If you can't even manage your family, how can you lead soldiers?" Jiang Dahai broke out in a cold sweat. If his leader doubted his abilities, it would be a setback for his future. He looked at his troublesome son. Just like his mother. Maybe he should send his son back to the countryside. He thought that before his wife and son arrived. He felt lonely, but his work was going smoothly. But then he realized that sending his son back would only make him worse. He was the only child. Jiang Dahai was torn. Meanwhile, Anhua's family was holding a funeral for the duck. It was Yuan Yuan's idea.
So the whole family got busy.
Xiao Zheng dug a hole in the backyard. Anhua cut a piece of cloth to wrap the duck's body, and Grandpa carved grave of good friend Gaga on a wooden sign in a traditional style. Finally, Yuan Yuan solemnly bowed and cried in front of Gaga's grave. To outsiders, the scene seemed a bit funny. But no one in the family laughed at Yuan Yuan. That night, while sleeping, Yuan Yuan cried softly in her dreams, mumbling, "Gaga." Tuan Tuan was awakened by the noise, sat up, and called out, "Yuan Yuan." Yuan Yuan didn't respond and continued to cry. Tuan Tuan got out of his little bed, walked to Yuan Yuan's bed, and in the moonlight, he could see the shiny tear marks on Yuan Yuan's face. However, Yuan Yuan's round eyes remained tightly closed, as if she hadn't woken up. Tuan Tuan kicked off her shoes, crawled onto Yuan Yuan's bed, snuggled under the covers, and gently hugged Yuan Yuan with her little hands, patting her back like a mother would. As she patted, Tuan Tuan fell asleep, and Yuan Yuan's cries quieted down. The next day, when Anhua opened the door to wake the twins for school, she saw the two identical little ones sleeping tightly embraced on the same bed. The scene was so beautiful that she hesitated to disturb them. But thinking about school, the mother reluctantly woke them up. Yuan Yuan still looked a bit unwell, seeming sluggish and not as talkative as usual. This continued for a few days until Xiao Zheng carved a wooden duck for her. "Is this Gaga?" "Yes, Gaga, your good friend," Anhua replied confidently. Yuan Yuan carefully treasured the wooden duck, and slowly, a smile returned to her face. One day, Zhou Meihua came to Anhua and said, "Captain Jiang is sending Huzi back to his hometown." Anhua paused and said, "Captain Jiang really has no methods when it comes to education. When the child makes a mistake, he either punishes harshly or just wants to let go. Who can argue with that?" Zhou Meihua scoffed. "In my opinion, Huzi's behavior today is mostly his and his wife's fault. His wife spoils the child, and he only knows how to hit. How can a child raised like that turn out well?" And Hua replied, "Although Huzi's actions are quite hateful, from the child's perspective, having such parents is also quite pitiful." Zhou Meihua sighed. Previously, because of hitting the child, Commissioner Shen even talked to him. Tsk, it was useless. He continued to hit. Now that Huzi has made a big mistake, he just washes his hands of it. What kind of father is that? They both sighed about someone else's family, and then moved on. Zhou Meihua said, "I actually came to ask for your help." And Hua replied, "What do you need? Just tell me." Zhou Meihua said, "The weather has gotten cold, and I made cotton clothes for my 4 kids this year, using up all my cotton tickets. But I saw Qingyin the other day, and her cotton clothes are several years old and no longer warm. I want to make her a thicker one, so I came to see if I could exchange some cotton tickets." And Hua thought for a moment and said, "Let's not talk about exchanges. I'll provide the cotton. You just make it for her." Zhou Meihua replied, "But that won't do. I can't let you bear the cost." And Hua joked, "I spend money, and you think it's only natural?" "Well, that's true, since Qingyin isn't my future daughter-in-law." Zhou Meihua playfully replied, I treat Qingyin like my own daughter. Though she said this, Zhou Meihua thought to herself that she would be very happy if Qingyin could really become her daughter-in-law. The girl is sensible and beautiful, and she can keep Sir Xiaojun in check. If they got married, it would save her a lot of worry. I'm just joking, and Hua said. Don't refuse. I'll bring you the cotton tomorrow. For her, the cotton was taken from her space, so it didn't cost her anything. Zhou Meihua wasn't one to be difficult, so she agreed. I have some red yarn. I'll make Qingyin a scarf. That girl wears a dull gray scarf all the time. It doesn't look lively at all. I'll make her a bright one. Then, and Hua noticed that it wasn't just Zhou Meihua making scarves. Wang Kaiyan was too. Wang Kaiyan knitted scarves at night, after everyone had gone to rest. One night, and Hua got up and saw that the light in her room was still on, so she went to check. Why are you knitting a scarf so late at night? Wang Kaiyan stood up nervously when she saw Hua. And I didn't mean to waste electricity. I'll turn off the light and go to sleep now. And Hua said, I didn't say you were wasting electricity, but the light is so dim. It's your eyes. If you want to knit a scarf, do it during the day when you have time. Although she had worked during the day, there was still some free time. Wang Kaiyan felt that knitting a scarf was her personal matter, so it was better to finish it during her evening rest. And Hua seemed to understand her thoughts and said, It doesn't matter if it's day or night, as long as you finish your work. You can do your own thing in your free time. You've been here for so many years. Relax a bit and don't be too strict with yourself. Wang Kaiyan nodded, I understand. As Hua turned to leave, Wang Kaiyan called out to her, Aunt.
What is it? And Hua stopped.
Wang Kaiyan squeezed the half-finished scarf in her hands. This is for Xiaozhu. The scarf was black, and Hua had already guessed it but hadn't asked. Since Wang Kaiyan brought it up, Hua took the opportunity to ask, So, you and he have something going on? How far has it developed? You're already making him a scarf. Lately, whenever Xiaozhu came over, he would look for chances to talk to Wang Kaiyan. She knew everyone was watching, even if they didn't ask. She was no longer shy and said, I knitted him a scarf because he gave me a pair of gloves a few days ago. The scarf is a thank you gift, but Wang Kaiyan's face showed a hint of shyness. I really think Xiaozhu is nice, which is why I accepted his gloves and wanted to give him something in return. And Huan smiled and said, That's great. Since you've found the right person, you should cherish it. Wang Kaiyan hesitated. And Huan said, It's okay, just say what you want to say. Aunt. Wang Kaiyan looked up at Huan, If I get married and have children, would you still want me? If Wang Kaiyan gets married and has children, she won't be able to work for Huan anymore. But it seems she wants to return after having kids. And Huan didn't rush to answer but asked, Kaiyan, I know work is important to you. What are your plans for the future? How much time will you dedicate to your family? How old do you want your child to be before you return to work? Wang Kaiyan replied, I have already planned it. I'm 21 now, and I can get married and have kids, but I want to return to work when my child is 2. In the meantime, I will definitely spend most of my time working. Also, I only plan to have 1 child in my lifetime. Getting married and having children will take at least 3 to 4 years. And Huan needs help, and Wang Kaiyan worries that if she leaves, someone else might take her place and she might not be able to come back. And Huan asked, Does Xiaozhu know about your plans?
Does he agree?
Wang Kaiyan shook her head. We haven't talked about such deep issues yet. But I know it's better to clarify this early, so I'll try to discuss it with him soon. If it goes well, I'll give him the scarf. If not, I'll return the gloves. When Huan returned to the bedroom, Xiaozheng asked her, Didn't you say you would just wash up? Why did it take so long? And Huan replied, I talked with Kaiyan for a bit. Xiaozheng pulled back the blanket and wrapped his wife in it, rubbing her slightly cold body. What took so long? Be careful not to catch a cold. I'm wearing a jacket. And Huan briefly explained her conversation with Kaiyan. I suddenly feel that Kaiyan and Xiaozhu might not be a good match. Xiaozheng thought for a moment and agreed. So, it seems that Xiaozhu's job is special, which means he can't put too much energy into his family. He needs a woman who can fully support the household, and Kaiyan happens to value her work. And Hua sighed, Kaiyan should also find a man who can take care of the home. If both of them focus on their careers, who will manage the household? And if Cayenne doesn't move with the military in the future, they will have to live apart. What about the children? Will they just be left with their grandparents? That wouldn't be good for them. And Hua thought for a moment and said, unless they decide not to have children, their problems would be much smaller, but that's clearly not possible. In this era, the concept of not having children didn't exist. Even in later times, most people who chose not to have kids were women. There were very few men who truly did. The idea of continuing the family line seems to be ingrained in Chinese culture. However, I don't think Xiao Zhu will accept Cayenne's demands, especially since she says she only wants to have one child. And Hua suddenly looked up at Xiao Zhang and asked, if it were you, would you accept that? Xiao Zhang replied, me? Accept what? And Hua glared at him, pretending you didn't hear me. I said, if it were you, would you accept having only one child? Xiao Zhang nodded, sure, what's wrong with that? And Hua looked at him suspiciously, you, being so traditional, can actually accept that? Xiao Zhang scoffed, do you really think I don't care about you? While I believe having more children brings more blessings, it's your body that goes through it, not mine. You get to decide. Of course, having one child is the minimum. We can't have none at all. Otherwise, when we're old, we'd just watch other families with many children, and that would be so lonely and sad, right? At this point, Xiao Zhang chuckled and kissed his wife on the cheek. And Hua huffed lightly, you are quite honest. Xiao Zhang replied, of course. Even if I'm trying to make you happy, I can't lie. And Hua murmured, I wonder if Xiao Zhu will accept it. Wang Cayenne, however, was calm and not very anxious about whether Xiao Zhu would accept her demands. She had already prepared herself mentally. If Xiao Zhu could accept it, that would be wonderful. If not, that was also normal, as her demands were indeed not something an average woman would propose. Indeed, when Xiao Zhu heard her thoughts, he seemed a bit stunned, as if he couldn't understand what Wang Cayenne was saying. He stammered, I can support a family and raise children. You don't have to work so hard. Wang Cayenne shook her head, I know you can. If this were before I came to the city, I would gladly accept being taken care of by a man while I stayed home to have and raise children. But now, having tasted the sweetness of controlling my own destiny, I don't want to hand my life over to someone else. Xiao Zhu said, are you afraid I will treat you poorly in the future? Cayenne, don't worry. How I treat you now is how I will treat you later. Wang Cayenne replied, I believe you because I know you are a good person, but I want to be independent. I don't want to rely on someone else for my future. This has nothing to do with whether you are a good person or not. Xiao Zhu stared blankly at Wang Cayenne. Wang Cayenne was wearing a floral cotton jacket, and her dark hair was braided into two plaits that swayed gently with her movements, making Xiao Zhu's heart flutter. Her skin wasn't particularly fair, but at that moment, perhaps because she was standing in the snow or for some other reason, Xiao Zhu thought she looked radiant. She said she wanted to be an independent person. Independent person. I understand you, Cayenne. I think I can touch a part of your soul. I wonder if you would give me a chance to know more about you? Wang Cayenne looked up in surprise. She thought she would hear words of rejection next. Xiao Zhu smiled brightly, his dimples resembling cups filled with delightful wine. Wang Cayenne's cheeks flushed as she took out the black scarf she had knitted. Wang Cayenne and Xiao Zhu confirmed their relationship, causing quite a stir in the family compound, especially since Xiao Zhu had been rejected by Duan during their blind date, which had spread widely. Soon after, Xiao Zhu was with Wang Cayenne. People were saying that Wang Cayenne had better taste than Duan. Duan was aware of what others were saying behind her back. Her aunt said Xiao Zhu was good, but Duan was still skeptical. However, since so many people were saying it, she couldn't help but start to doubt herself. Had she really misjudged? She approached the wife of Minister Yang and asked, is that Xiao Zhu really that good? The minister's wife was eating sunflower seeds and glanced at her sideways. What? Are you having regrets? Duan's face turned bright red as she firmly said, no. The wife of Minister Yang scoffed, let me tell you this. Whether in the military or in civilian life, no matter how well you work, if no one supports you, it's very hard to get ahead. Xiao Zhu has been with Commander Xiao for many years. Now that Commander Xiao wants to send him to the grassroots level, it's to train a capable assistant. If Commander Xiao becomes a general, Xiao Zhu will at least reach your uncle's level in the future. The wife of Minister Yang spoke confidently. In theory, it made sense, but the future depended on how well Xiao Zhu performed. This time, Duan listened carefully. Minister Yang held a senior position, and in Duan's eyes, that was already quite significant. She wanted to find a battalion-level officer, partly to accompany the troops and partly to use Minister Yang as a reference. Moving up from battalion level to regiment was just a step away. The wife of Minister Yang seemed to know what she was thinking and sneered. Those battalion officers you admire may not be able to rise any higher. They might stay at this level for their entire lives. You think you understand, but you really don't. Her aunt's disdain felt like a slap in the face, leaving Duan feeling humiliated. Duan turned and walked out, biting her lip to hold back tears. Why didn't her aunt clarify things with her earlier? Was it to see her make a fool of herself? Duan felt she had missed out on a great opportunity. Frustration spread in her heart. And Hua learned that Xiao Zhu and Kai Yan had become a couple and thought that their future would likely have many challenges. However, seeing them happily in love, and Hua decided to offer her blessings instead of saying anything discouraging. And Hua asked, "So when do you plan to submit your marriage report?" "By next spring, Xiao Zhu will be going to the grassroots level, and you won't be able to see each other every day like now." Kai Yan smiled shyly. "There's no rush. I think we should get to know each other better." He also said he wants to take me back to his hometown during the new year. And Hua nodded. That's true. Marriage is a big deal in life and should be taken seriously. Kai Yan looked at Hua. "Aunt, about the question I asked you that night, you haven't answered. If I want to come back to work in a few years, will you still want me?" And Hua thought for a moment. "I can't give you a clear answer right now. It depends on the situation then. But once you leave, I will definitely find someone else. I can't manage without help here. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality." Anhua now feels that having a nanny has become essential for her. She sighed and said, "I'm worried about where to find someone as good as you. Plus, if I hire a newcomer, there will be a period of adjustment. But don't worry, even if I don't need anyone in the future, I'll help you find other jobs. As long as you want to work, there will definitely be opportunities." After the reforms, Wang Kaiyan can do more than just being a nanny. As long as she has the drive, there are plenty of chances out there. Wang Kaiyan fell into thought upon hearing this. Xiao Xiaotsue came over to Wang Kaiyan and gave her a thumbs up. "Awesome. You managed to win over Xiao Zhu so quickly. Sure, keep your voice down. It's not good if someone hears us." Wang Kaiyan glanced around, aware they were outside with people passing by. Xiao Xiaotsue handed Wang Kaiyan some sunflower seeds. "I don't want any. You can have them," Wang Kaiyan replied, just back from the service center with her hands full. Xiao Xiaotsue started eating and continued chatting. "Where will you two get married? In the army? Or back home? After you get married, you can't move with the army, right? Will you live in Xiao Zhu's hometown? Does your family know? Be careful of your stepmother. You don't want her causing trouble." Xiao Xiaotsue talked nonstop, and Wang Kaiyan rubbed her ears with one hand before saying, "Marriage is still a long way off. I haven't thought that far yet." Xiao Xiaotsue was surprised. "If you're getting along well, you should set a wedding date quickly. Why delay? What if something changes over time?" Just like her and Gao Zhe, they got married right away once they liked each other, fearing that if they waited too long, the other might leave. Wang Kaiyan opened her mouth to respond but bumped into Duan instead. Duan was looking at her. Wang Kaiyan wasn't very familiar with Duan, but she would still greet her when they met on the road. As usual, Wang Kaiyan smiled and nodded at Duan. However, Duan did not respond. After staring at her for a few seconds, she looked away and walked past without a word. Xiao Xiaotsue turned to watch Duan's back and rolled her eyes. "That girl must regret not getting with Xiao Zhu, and is giving you the cold shoulder." Wang Kaiyan replied, "It's not my fault she didn't like Xiao Zhu. It's because you and Xiao Zhu are together now. She thinks you stole him from her. People like that always think that way." Xiao Xiaotsue said, clearly familiar with such attitudes. She reminded Wang Kaiyan, you need to keep an eye on Xiao Zhu. I'm worried that Du might try to get back together with him. Wang Kaiyan, really? Xiao Xiaotsue shrugged. Anyway, that woman doesn't seem trustworthy. What Wang Kaiyan didn't expect was that Xiao Xiaotsue was right. As soon as Xiao Zhu entered the family compound, he heard a soft female voice calling him.
Xiao Zhu.
Xiao Zhu looked around and found Du-won hiding behind a tree, peeking out. Xiao Zhu was puzzled. Comrade Du-won, are you calling me?
Du-hua nodded.
Xiao Zhu, is there something you need? Du-won looked at Xiao Zhu, twisting her hands together, but didn't say anything. Xiao Zhu glanced at his watch. He was in a hurry to deliver documents to his superior. Comrade Du-won, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. After saying that, Xiao Zhu walked away quickly, leaving Du-won speechless. When Xiao Zhu arrived at his superior's house, Wang Kaiyan was sweeping the yard. They exchanged smiles, but Xiao Zhu didn't stop to talk. After finishing his business, Xiao Zhu gave Wang Kaiyan a signal and walked toward the wall. Wang Kaiyan hesitated for a moment before following him. What's up? Hey, Xiao Zhu scratched his head. I just wanted to say a couple of things. Wang Kaiyan playfully scolded, you silly. While they were talking, they suddenly heard giggles from above. They both looked up in surprise. Yuan was peeking over the wall, grinning widely, and mimicked Wang Kaiyan by saying, silly. It was clear that Yuan had climbed up the wall from the Shen family's side using a ladder. Wang Kaiyan's cheeks turned red, and even Xiao Zhu felt a bit embarrassed. Yuan shook her head and explained, just so you know, I wasn't eavesdropping. I was playing here and you two were the ones whispering right under my nose. Okay, we didn't say you were eavesdropping. Xiao Zhu waved at her, come down, it's dangerous to climb so high. From below, Shen Aihao called out, Xiao Commander, are you done playing? Isn't it my turn yet? Although Shen Aihao was a year older than Yuan, he always followed her lead in their games. Yuan gestured for Shen Aihao to wait. Deputy Shen, hold on a minute. Then she turned to Xiao Zhu and Wang Kaiyan. Uncle Xiao Zhu, Sister Kaiyan, you can keep talking. I'll go down first. Yuan climbed down the ladder, and Shen Aihao immediately wanted to go up, but Yuan pulled her back, saying, you can't go up. Shen Aihao replied, why not? It's my turn. Yuan said, it's the commander's order. Shen Aihao muttered, the commander can't just give orders like that. We agreed earlier. Yuan took a candy from her pocket and gave it to Shen Aihao. Shen Aihao immediately smiled and accepted the candy, saying, all right, I'll listen to the commander. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhu and Wang Kaiyan felt awkward and didn't continue their conversation. Xiao Zhu quickly left. On the way back, he ran into Du-won again. This time, Du-won was bolder and stepped in front of Xiao Zhu, shyly saying, Comrade Xiao Zhu, I want to talk to you. Xiao Zhu felt they were too close and took a step back, politely saying, okay, go ahead. Du-won looked at him and asked, can we find a quieter place? Xiao Zhu laughed, there's no one else here. You can say what you want right here. Du-won glanced around, then gathered her courage and said, Comrade Xiao Zhu, last time, I was feeling a bit down, so I acted that way. Actually, I think you're quite nice. After stumbling through her words, Du-won lowered her head, her heart racing, waiting for Xiao Zhu's response. She thought her situation was similar to Wang Kaiyan's, and if anything, she was slightly better off. While Wang Kaiyan called Commander Xiao uncle, they weren't really related, but she was the direct niece of Minister Yang, as her mother and Minister Yang were siblings. Du-won always felt she was a step ahead of Wang Kaiyan, so she believed Xiao Zhu's choice wouldn't be too surprising. Comrade Du-won, thank you for your kind words. I sincerely wish you find someone who understands you, just like I have with Kaiyan. Xiao Zhu thought Du-won didn't know he was already in a relationship, so he hinted at it. Unexpectedly, Du-won replied, I know you are with Wang Kaiyan, but I believe you two don't have a deep connection yet. After all, it hasn't been long since our matchmaking, and you can't change your feelings that quickly. Change feelings? Xiao Zhu was confused and said, Comrade Du-won, where is this idea of changing feelings coming from? It seems like nothing happened between us. Duan became anxious. You clearly liked me before but then turned around and got with Wang Kaiyan. How does that make sense? Xiao Zhu, despite her good temper, couldn't help but get angry at Duan's logic.
Conrad Duan.
First of all, we have only met once and have not developed any further relationship. We are just strangers, and my dating life is none of your business. Duan was taken aback. You actually yelled at me. If you keep saying these nonsensical things, I will talk to Minister Yang about it. Xiao Zhu, who usually had a smile on her face, now wore a cold expression. Anyone who knew her well would find her unrecognizable. I hope you think carefully about what you say. Before leaving, Xiao Zhu only said this to Duan. It was a long time after Xiao Zhu left that Duan came back to her senses and ran home in tears. She felt extremely embarrassed. She had never experienced such a humiliating moment before. Duan bumped into Minister Yang's wife, who was lost in thought, and the wife exclaimed, "Why are you in such a hurry? You've already been introduced to someone. You should learn to be more composed." The wife was just venting her frustration, but when Duan heard this, she turned and shouted, "I just lightly bumped into you. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? You've never liked me, and you can't stand to see me happy." Minister Yang's wife was incredulous. "What's wrong with you? Yelling at me? And what do you mean I can't stand to see you happy? Your happiness has nothing to do with me. All right, as an elder, I don't want to argue with you. I know you're upset about your marriage situation and blame me for not finding you the right partner. Fine, I won't get involved anymore. You can find whoever you want, or let your uncle help you. Just don't bother me." Minister Yang's wife was truly hurt by Duan's words. She knew her temper wasn't great, but she rarely took it out on Duan. Over the years, she had provided for Duan well, yet still received no gratitude. Minister Yang's wife said coldly, "I won't get involved in your marriage issues, but I need to inform you that your mother wrote to say your grandmother is ill. She can't manage it alone and needs your help. You must go back by next month at the latest."
Duan, was stund?
Go back home? Her mother had always wanted her to stay away from the city, believing it was too far to help the family, and it sounded nice in theory. Saying she should return home to care for her grandmother was surely a way to get her to marry. This had been mentioned more than once before, but each time her uncle had blocked it. Thinking of her uncle, Duan felt a bit more at ease. With her uncle around, she wasn't afraid. Minister Yang's daughter-in-law saw right through her thoughts and thought, "Your uncle truly cares for you, but if you keep hesitating and being picky about the marriage, how long can he withstand your mother's pressure?" She walked outside leisurely, not intending to explain all this to Duan. Some people just don't know what's good for them. They deserve to struggle even after moving to the city. Xiao Zhu was going to take Kai Yan back to her hometown, and Xiaozheng approved a 40-day leave for him. And Zhua also gave Kai Yan a long break. Kai Yan was worried about home, saying, "Aunt, there's no one to help with the chores at home. I can't be away for that long." And Zhua replied, "It's only a few days. We managed fine before you came." Still, Kai Yan decided to return early and clean the house thoroughly before leaving. In the 12th month, Xiao Zhu and Kai Yan took the train back to Zhu's family. A couple of days later, and Zhua started feeling unwell. The house really struggled without Kai Yan. It seemed there was an endless pile of dirty laundry, and cleaning never seemed to end. Just cooking for the whole family and washing all those dishes took several hours. And Zhua and Qiu Shushan worked together and both felt exhausted. And Zhua found it strange. When she first joined the army, she didn't feel tired even without Qiu Shushan. Was she getting older? Xiaozheng said, "Back then, there were fewer people at home, just the three of us. Dong Dong was well-behaved and never made a mess. But look at Yuan Yuan. As soon as you clean up, she makes a mess again, almost needing someone to follow her around to tidy up." And Zhua agreed, "And you used to help out back then. Now you're busy and just relax at home." Xiaozheng touched his nose sheepishly, but Kai Yan was here. And Zhua sighed, "It seems Kai Yan won't stay with us for long. You should find someone else from your hometown, someone like her."
Xiaozheng nodded, "Okay."
This year was bound to be very busy. Fortunately, Xiao Fangfang knew Kai Yan had left and came to stay a few days before the new year to help in Zhuo. As time passed, on the first day of the new year, Xiao Xiaocui gave birth to a baby girl.